In the vast expanse of the universe, the rise and fall of galaxies is but a fleeting spectacle of mottled light. Gazing up at the starry sky evokes a poignant sense of predetermined endings. Where will you and I be in 1,000 years? Our homeland, the flickering flame of civilization, Earth merely a grain of dust in the deep cosmos. In a moment of starlight, a millennium passes on Earth. The chirping of insects lasts but an autumn, and we are all striving to navigate our paths. What lies at the end of the deep void? Chapter 1, The Old Soil. As the red sun sinks in the west, the train departs, its vibration stirring up swathes of withered yellow leaves, heralding the desolation of autumn. Wang Xuan gazes until the train fades from sight, reluctantly bidding farewell to several classmates. This parting signifies a divergence into distant realms, and who knows how many years it will be until we meet again. Some may never reunite. Around him, some still wave slowly, unable to let go, while others remain silent, steeped in melancholy. For years of university life together have forged bonds that are difficult to sever. The sunset casts a slanting glow upon the fallen yellow leaves, the interplay of light and shadow weaving a tapestry of time's passage. A delicate girl turns away, discreetly wiping away tears hidden behind her glasses. In this extraordinary era, they will each return to their respective homes after graduation, likely never to cross paths again. The autumn breeze rustles the yellow leaves, swirling them in disarray. In this season, some find success while others face disappointment. For months post-graduation, some remain in the city, their futures bright, while others anxiously await, holding their ground, and many depart with a sense of wistfulness, returning to their hometowns. Wang Xuan walks the path home, pondering his own uncertain future. The streets are aged, the plane trees lining the road shedding leaves in abundance. A companion walks beside him, expressing indignation. How can they abandon you when you are irreplaceable? It's unjust. As a fellow student and friend, Qin Cheng believed that Wang Xuan would surely be selected if there were any openings. Yet, upon the announcement, many felt a tangle of emotions as Wang Xuan was unexpectedly overlooked. Enough about me, what about you? Do you have any news? Wang Xuan inquires. Qin Cheng quietly reveals that with family connections, he may be headed to New Moon. New Moon, across the void of deep space. Who knows if we shall meet again? Wang Xuan halts, his friends embarking on distant journeys. He is tall and robust, radiating a faint golden glow in the twilight, his eyes bright and spirited. I will return, we will meet again, Qin Cheng reassures him, feeling a twinge of sorrow at the thought of leaving his homeland and friends behind. Call for me when you return. Wang Xuan embraces him tightly. A sobbing voice carries on the wind, and both Wang Xuan and Qin Cheng turn to see a male classmate overwhelmed with emotion. His pallid face streaked with tears, he cries out, I truly wish to remain in this city, to await the final opportunity. I do not want to return home. After 4 years of living and studying here, he has strived diligently, grappling with his future, seeking his place, yet ultimately finds himself unable to stay. He weeps uncontrollably. The autumn wind, imbued with a chill, casts a shadow over the mood of his classmates. Nearby, a couple halts, exchanging glances devoid of words, silently shedding tears. Their separation means not just distance, but a chasm across the starry sky, perhaps to never meet again in this lifetime. Their faces are awash with tears as they share one final embrace, leaving only silence in their wake. This city, vast yet somewhat antiquated, bears the marks of a bygone era, with ancient trees lining the streets, some standing for a century or two. The entire city retains the essence of its past, preserved through the passage of time. In contrast, other cities from the olden days lie abandoned, overgrown and desolate, overtaken by vines and thorns, gradually consumed by nature. Upon returning to campus, Qin Cheng remains indignant on Wang Xuan's behalf, urging him to seek answers regarding his rejection, to demand an explanation. Even after graduation, they are permitted to stay on campus until all selections are finalized. This opportunity is rare. Those chosen will remain in the city, awaiting their journey to New Star, where an extraordinary discovery seems to await. Qin Cheng himself was not selected despite family efforts, he has only secured a chance to enter deep space. He will be heading to New Moon, the most significant base orbiting New Star. You know, even if the rumors are scant, they have ignited a fervor among those with early intel. You must secure a spot. He insists. Under the moonlight, shadows dance among the trees as Wang Xuan stretches on the lawn, practicing the ancient technique of scatter art, its practicality evident as he sends a flurry of yellow leaves swirling into the air. He does not pause, his movements swift yet his breathing steady. I await the final outcome. The depths of space are boundless, the universe vast, yet it remains a cold and silent expanse beyond the old soil. Humanity has only discovered another life-bearing star. However, many years ago, the gates to New Star were closed, making it nearly impossible for ordinary folk from the old soil to enter. In contrast to New Star, some have begun to refer to this place as the old soil. Once, it was called Earth, the cradle of humanity. Perhaps it has indeed become somewhat antiquated, with numerous desolate cities, overgrown with weeds, abandoned by their inhabitants. All of this stems from a war in the old era. When technology reached a certain height, the onset of a hot war proved catastrophic. A once thriving world was ravaged, reduced to desolation and despair. At that time, many fled into space. In truth, humanity's technological prowess was not as dazzling as imagined. They had just begun establishing bases on the moon. Thus, those who fled could only temporarily take refuge on the moon. In this scenario, humanity unexpectedly achieved a mass migration, discovering and entering a life-bearing new star. The people of the old soil still find this astonishing. Many cannot help but question the historical timeline. What catalyzed the sudden explosion of cutting-edge technology? The answers remain shrouded in secrecy. Given the technological advancements of that era, be it stable wormholes or warp drives, it seems improbable that such breakthroughs could be realized in a short span. There are suspicions among the old soil's inhabitants that all answers may lie upon the moon. Regrettably, the consequences of the hot war were dire. The Earth lay half destroyed, and the old soil has yet to recover all these years, suffering severe technological regression, with moon landings becoming a distant dream. Over a century has passed, and the population of the old soil has only recently returned to around 1 billion, a far cry from its former glory, with many regions still desolate. During the early development of New Star, many survivors from the old soil were relocated, further draining the talent pool and contributing to its stagnation. A mass migration that persisted for decades. It was only over a century ago that the gates to New Star were finally closed. Moreover, the aftermath of the hot war left the Earth scarred, with harsh conditions prevailing. The population of the old soil dwindled, making recovery a daunting task. Under the dim moonlight, Wang Xuan continues to practice the scatter art, his movements suddenly accelerating. With a resounding thud, his right hand leaves a clear imprint on a tree, causing it to tremble violently, as leaves cascade down like a waterfall. Ching Cheng is astonished. Scatter art, you've truly mastered some remarkable techniques. They will undoubtedly regret overlooking you.
Chapter 2. The fleeting years. Have you truly mastered such relics of a bygone era? Qin Cheng rushed forward, his gaze fixated on the unmistakable handprint etched into the gnarled trunk, his mind swirling with uncertainty. The ancient arts, scattered like forgotten leaves in the annals of history, from physical disciplines to meditation, and from energy cultivation to internal nurturing techniques, are documented in a rather fragmented manner. In contemporary times, these practices are often referred to as scattered arts, with many labeling them as ancient techniques. Despite Qin Cheng's prolonged engagement with these arts over the years, a lingering doubt resided in his heart. Could one genuinely attain mastery? Wang Xuan's demonstration profoundly moved him. The flesh and blood palm had left a distinct imprint upon the robust and unyielding bark. Was there truly a path to these ancient arts? According to the sayings of yore, what I have accomplished is trivial, Wang Xuan replied, shaking his head, his presence exuding a certain ethereal quality under the silvery moonlight. Qin Cheng sighed, countering, do not compare me to the past. I never truly believed in it. In fact, many of those records have long been debunked. Qin Cheng was also practicing the ancient arts, fully aware of the arduous nature of such endeavors. Even a mere meditation technique could drive one to madness. In an era so intimately connected with new stars and dazzling technology in the cosmos, how many would still place their faith in these archaic practices? Doubts loomed large even before one embarked on the training. Yet, it was within this very context that, upon entering university, Wang Xuan, Qin Cheng, and others were approached by individuals inquiring whether they would be interested in engaging in research related to the ancient arts. Having previously encountered scattered arts, Wang Xuan was instantly intrigued and readily agreed. As for Qin Cheng, he initially held skepticism but was later astonished to learn that this research was backed by certain wealthy conglomerates, rumored to involve substantial funding. Thus, he joined with a mindset of cautious exploration. In the early stages, while attending their respective academic courses, They utilized their spare time to partake in this so-called ancient arts research. They soon discovered that the research primarily entailed their own practice, with dedicated individuals preparing specialized sustenance to facilitate the mastery of certain scattered arts. The realization dawned upon them that this endeavor was far from trivial. The two elder professors instructing them in the arts had been transferred from the new star. Before long, some individuals found the rigors of the ancient arts too arduous and chose to withdraw, as the training was both strenuous and monotonous. Most critically, in this modern age, skepticism towards the techniques buried in the annals of history prevailed. Nevertheless, while many opted out, an influx of newcomers emerged, buoyed by the financial support of conglomerates, which significantly increased the funding for the research, intensifying efforts to select suitable participants. This movement was not confined to their city. Various regions across the land were engaged, predominantly involving university students, with substantial monetary incentives offered to boost enthusiasm. Initially, a vast number of candidates applied, but after extensive selection processes and over half a year of eliminations, only about 50 remained. Most of these individuals transferred to the university where Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng were enrolled, continuing their original studies while forming an experimental class focused on the ancient arts. Not everyone joined out of a genuine passion, as the transferees had been promised that upon graduation, they would at least secure a respectable and well-paying position. At this point, everyone came to the realization that this research was rather extraordinary. Otherwise, why would such immense effort be expended? The ancient texts utilized in the experimental class held considerable significance, consisting of unique editions from museums, rare collections from tycoons, and scriptures from certain religions. For instance, a particular method of internal cultivation was renowned in antiquity, but ultimately became lost to time. Several years ago, it was unearthed from a grave, allowing it to resurface and now serve as one of the study materials for the experimental class. Moreover, the dietary regimen for all students in the ancient arts experimental class has been meticulously prepared by dedicated personnel, with great attention to detail. As their understanding deepened, many were astonished to discover that some of the ingredients were exceedingly precious and rare, nearly impossible to procure from the old world, as they were transported from the depths of space. The elderly professor, who imparted the art of energy cultivation, lamented that these ingredients would be exorbitantly priced even in the new star, let alone when sourced from deep space. Some of these items could not even be purchased with wealth. Among these ingredients, some were harvested from the deep oceans of the new star, possessing anti-aging properties, while others could significantly replenish vitality, and yet others could bolster one's energy and vigor. For practitioners of various dispersive arts, dietary supplements are of paramount importance. The old professor once remarked that certain ingredients were particularly favored by venerable figures of remarkable standing in the new star, as they could delay the aging process. This illustrates the immense significance attributed to this ancient arts research. Especially astonishing was the fact that shortly thereafter, over 20 new students from the new star joined this experimental class. Historically, it was the students from the old world who aspired to study in the new star. Yet this time, the roles were reversed. With the arrival of these young men and women, whispers of certain truths began to circulate, gradually enlightening the students of the ancient arts experimental class. Some organizations, research institutions, and tycoons were in pursuit of immortality. This statement indeed caused quite a stir within the experimental class, leaving many in shock. From a modern perspective, such a pursuit seems absurd and ethereal. However, throughout history, it appears that all those who have reached a certain height have fervently sought it. As early as the pre-Qin era, legends concerning immortal beings and alchemists captivated the imaginations of later generations, including kings who were not exempt from this fascination. Yet, from the first emperor of Qin to Han Wudi, and onward to others, all have failed in their quests for the elixir of life. No one has ever succeeded. In this contemporary era, the so-called myths have long been debunked. How could they possibly exist? Yet, astonishingly, such news has emerged from the technologically brilliant new star. More precisely, it was certain elderly figures among the tycoons, those in positions of power, who sought to attain prolonged lifespans. Although some clarifications were made, it still incited a wave of uproar within the experimental class. History has an uncanny tendency to repeat itself throughout the ages. It seems that certain prominent figures in their twilight years are often unwilling to accept their fate, yearning for youth and vitality. In the past, Wang Xuan and Qin Cheng once conspired about these eminent figures. As these old men gradually succumb to decline, they naturally yearn for youth. Otherwise, how could they appreciate beauty? Possessing vast fortunes yet unable to indulge as before, if it were me, I too would wish to live 500 more years. Ladies, without a doubt, possess a fierceness that surpasses that of men. As the years pass and youthful beauty gives way to a visage etched with wrinkles. For formidable women wielding substantial resources and influence, aging emerges as a formidable adversary. Should there exist even a glimmer of hope, these women would undoubtedly pursue rejuvenation with fervor, employing every conceivable method to reclaim their lost youth. At that moment, several young men and women from a new generation, having overheard the murmurs of their elders, could not suppress their eye rolls, as it seemed to pertain to their own progenitors. Chapter 3. The Project of Life Extension. The elderly are in desperate need. Their time is fleeting, and they cannot afford to delay. Thus, the experimental group focused on ancient practices has chosen university students rather than starting from childhood, as the former possess greater age and comprehension. The ancient techniques originate from the old soil, and various organizations and research institutions believe that reviving the study of these ancient methods from their roots may indeed be the most prudent course of action. Most significantly, since all myths and legends trace back to these ancient lands, there might be enigmatic elements yet undiscovered. However, this belief contradicts the splendid and advanced technological civilization of the cosmos and cannot be formally documented. Nonetheless, some astonishingly well-connected elders, upon reaching their twilight years, seem particularly drawn to these esoteric studies. What do they seek? An extended lifespan, the hope of unearthing truths from mythology, and the pursuit of the path to immortality as trodden by their forebears. Even in their moments of lucidity, they are aware that such aspirations are largely illusory. Yet, faced with the brevity of time and their substantial resources, why not take a chance? Thus, the old soil began to attract attention, and various research initiatives commenced, backed by significant funding. Human nature has been consistent throughout history. From the time of the first emperor of Qin to the present, many have remained steadfast in their pursuits. Over the years, certain elderly magnates have been fervently advocating for rebirth, financing numerous research institutions. Of course, the study of ancient techniques is merely one focal point among their many interests. Those with the means to instigate a transformation in life cannot place their hopes solely on a single avenue of inquiry. For many years, various conglomerates have funded diverse genetic teams and life research institutes, some of which have achieved remarkable breakthroughs. For instance, several anti-aging compounds have shown preliminary efficacy. The study of ancient techniques stands as just one of the many life extension projects they have invested in. In fact, these life extension projects often intersect, particularly under the influence of investors, leading to instances of collaboration. For example, the nourishment consumed by Wang Xuan and his companions serves to replenish their vitality and spirit. With some anti-aging properties, the ingredients and formulations are linked to a particular pharmacological research institute. The members of the Ancient Techniques experimental group often deplete their mental faculties. Yet regardless of fatigue, through dietary supplements and other means, they swiftly recuperate. For those engaged daily in the study and practice of ancient techniques, this is a boon, as their physical conditions have shown marked improvement over time. Additionally, some biological genetic teams have expressed a desire to collaborate, proactively approaching the experimental group to assist in altering their physical constitutions. One such genetic team focuses on mitochondrial research, positing that by modifying the length of telomeres, it could theoretically enhance lifespan. At that time, everyone was resistant, although it was labeled as an experimental class for ancient techniques. They refused to be mere guinea pigs and would never consent to such an arrangement. Upon receiving the news, Wang Xuan nearly withdrew from the endeavor entirely. He would accept nothing of the sort. He dedicated himself to the study of physical techniques, contemplated meditation methods, and explored the art of energy absorption, all part of a gradual process of transforming his physique. In his view, such a crude alteration through genetic engineering could leave irreparable dangers, contradicting his principles and desires. In truth, this collaboration was swiftly vetoed by the higher-ups, as influential voices deemed the technology insufficiently mature. Rumors later circulated that some students from the new star had complex backgrounds, with families unwilling to let them take such risks. Simultaneously, a classmate with connections inadvertently revealed that there were developments at New Star, where someone had made significant progress in the ancient arts, prompting them to arrive at the birthplace of these techniques, eager to delve deeper into their understanding. However, he later denied it, claiming those were mere drunken ramblings. Wang Xuan suspected he might have let something slip, yet Qin Sheng believed it was indeed drunken talk, as he had been the one to intoxicate that classmate. Wang Xuan theorized that New Star might have uncovered something significant, which could explain why certain scions of affluent families were willing to join the experimental class to study ancient techniques. At that moment, the moon hung high, casting a cool glow in the autumn night. Qin Sheng received a phone call, nodding repeatedly before turning to Wang Xuan, exclaiming, in those days, Zhou Kuan was not speaking in drunkenness. He truly let something slip. During the call, he received the latest information indicating that recent whispers from New Star had begun to take on vague implications, seemingly connected to several mysterious phenomena. As early as 3 years ago, Zhou Kuan, a student from New Star, had provided them with a hint, albeit unintentionally due to his inebriation. You must secure a spot to New Star, Qin Sheng insisted before bidding farewell and departing. As students of the Ancient Techniques research class, their dormitory area was notably tranquil, as they required solitude for meditation and physical training, free from disturbance. Each student had an independent room and was provided with special sustenance delivered from deep space, indicating the high regard in which the Ancient Techniques research project was held. In the early morning, Wang Xuan rose and practiced a physical technique known as the diamond fist, then quieted himself to practice energy absorption under the dawn's glow. According to the old professor, mastery of 1 or 2 techniques such as energy absorption, meditation, and internal cultivation was essential, as they formed the root of ancient practices, the source of strength. Physical techniques, such as Xingyi and diamond methods, were merely branches upon that root. Only with a strong foundation could one flourish. Wang Xuan naturally placed immense importance on this, exploring all foundational techniques before later choosing to specialize. The campus area was replete with towering trees, and the lawns were strewn with yellow leaves, creating a serene atmosphere. With his eyes closed, Wang Xuan bathed in the morning light, absorbing energy while visualizing streams of golden rays enveloping him. Though rooted in internal cultivation, his body seemed to truly warm, feeling as if it were surrounded by a golden flame. If anyone were nearby, they would undoubtedly notice the peculiarities emanating from Wang Xuan. The morning glow surrounding him was more intense than that of others, as if a radiant flame were coursing through him. As he absorbed the energy, he simultaneously employed the inner cultivation method. Although he merely envisioned the golden morning light in his mind, it appeared to manifest in reality. His body radiated heat, ultimately becoming a tingling warmth, an invigorating force coursing through him, initially causing discomfort, but soon transforming into a sensation of deep relaxation. This extraordinary feeling had only recently begun to manifest. Wang Xuan understood that after years of practicing the energy absorption technique and integrating the inner cultivation method, he was beginning to reap the rewards. Last night, he had pressed his right hand forcefully against a thick, sturdy tree trunk, leaving a distinct imprint, an embodiment of his growing mastery of the technique. Along the path of traditional practices, he had made significant strides. In the experimental class, although Qin Sheng, Zhou Kuan, and others were also practicing traditional techniques, most had merely enhanced their physical attributes. Wang Xuan's ability to channel energy into his body and cultivate himself was unparalleled among them. If Qin Sheng and Zhou Kuan were to confront ordinary individuals, each could easily contend against a dozen foes. Their long-term dedication to traditional practices and the consumption of rare medicinal dishes had greatly elevated their physical prowess. Even before mastering energy absorption, Wang Xuan was already significantly stronger than his peers. Thus, Qin Sheng had always defended him vigorously, asserting that in terms of traditional techniques, no one could rival Wang Xuan. In fact, he could likely subdue any classmate in the experimental group using only one hand. Wang Xuan's body grew increasingly warm, eventually reaching a point of almost overheating, as if tiny currents were flowing from flesh to bone. This was the manifestation of energy absorption, indicating that his inner cultivation had reached a certain threshold. He envisioned strands of morning glow entering his body while simultaneously imagining dark, turbid mist emanating from his surface. As a result, his body exhibited abnormalities, his metabolism accelerated, and glistening, viscous sweat began to flow. He felt as though his flesh were being purified by the morning glow. both internally and externally cleared, invigorated, and brimming with vitality. The morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a faint golden hue over the wisps of mist. For young men and women strolled along, two of the men occasionally exchanging brief words, while the two women engaged in lively conversation. One of the women was particularly radiant, her voice animated with laughter, exuding a vibrant personality. The other woman possessed a gentle grace, imbued with an air of literary refinement, accompanied by a warm smile. They were also students from the experimental class, hailing from New Star. "Look, is that not Wang Xuan? Why does it seem as if he is glowing?" exclaimed the vivacious young woman, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. The more demure young woman responded with astonishment. "Could it be that he has mastered the energy absorption technique?" One of the young men expressed surprise. "Is it truly possible that someone in the experimental class has succeeded?" Yet, he quickly shook his head, aware that such achievements had now lost their significance. Another man spoke up. "It is unfortunate that the ancient techniques of the past have ultimately become obsolete, now formally abandoned. Soon, we shall return to the New Star, where new discoveries await. We must seize the opportunity. A new era may be upon us." The few individuals from the New Star were well aware of the latest developments. The old techniques were deemed outdated and have been discarded, making way for superior alternatives. There was an ethereal sense of separation, as if the rules had transformed. During the period of the new book, one could now cast monthly votes. I kindly ask for your support. In the afternoon and evening, further chapters await. Chapter 4. The supernatural Wang Xuan found a tranquil state of mind, focusing intently. Yet he remained acutely aware of a gaze upon him. He opened his eyes and gazed outside the forest. The four classmates from the New Star were astonished. Despite the considerable distance, Wang Xuan had sensed the arrival of outsiders. "Did you see that?" Zhou Kuan whispered as golden light flickered in Wang Xuan's eyes the moment he opened them. Wang Xuan paused, gathering his energy, concluding his internal cultivation. His complexion was radiant, his spirit vibrant, and in the morning glow, even his hair seemed to shimmer with brilliance. The four hurried towards him. Su Chan, lively and exuberant, called out from afar. "Wang Xuan, I think I just saw you glowing." She was tall and unbothered by the chill, wearing a slightly off-shoulder short skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs beneath her stockings. Her lustrous black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and her youthful, beautiful face was adorned with a smile, her eyes sparkling with life. Wang Xuan smiled. "Can I interpret that as you complimenting my handsomeness and radiant charm?" His tall figure basked in the morning light, and when he smiled, it truly dazzled. His piercing eyes and pristine teeth creating an aura of brilliance. "Narcissistic," Su Chan scoffed. Zhou Kuan could not help but inquire, "Wang Xuan, have you mastered the energy-gathering technique?" His complexion was fair, with delicate features, yet he bore a slightly melancholic demeanor, despite his excellent constitution, which gave an impression of lacking physical activity. The four, having studied together for several years at the New Star, were quite familiar with Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan nodded. "Recently, I have managed to practice it, albeit with difficulty." Su Wenba, typically aloof and seldom interacting with classmates from the old world, now spoke with a touch of regret. "The old techniques have truly been around for a long time and are somewhat outdated now," he remarked, shaking his head. The morning sun was bright, yet the autumn breeze stirred the fallen leaves, bringing a hint of chill. Li Qingzhu, true to her name, exuded a gentle and serene presence, radiating a scholarly aura as she spoke softly. "We shouldn't dismiss it so lightly. The old techniques, at the very least, can strengthen the body and prolong life. It is said that some individuals in ancient times were quite formidable. The others from the New Star knew well that this path had become impractical and was now cast aside." She was merely offering comfort to Wang Xuan. Although Wang Xuan felt a twinge of emotion, he had no regrets about his chosen path. Initially, his interest in studying the ancient techniques stemmed from curiosity, not a utilitarian motive. Moreover, he had not abandoned his original field of automation and had successfully obtained his degree. Su Wenba shook his head, dismissing those as baseless legends. Moreover, living in this era of dazzling technology, even if formidable individuals did exist in ancient times, their prowess would seem utterly meaningless when confronted with spacecraft and mechanized troops in the modern age. Yet, as he gazed into the distance, a fervent light ignited in his eyes, akin to flickering flames, for he understood that beyond the New Star lay breathtaking discoveries, a superior choice that stirred him with uncontainable excitement. igniting a fervor within his heart. After a while, Su Chan, smiling, remarked to Wang Xuan not to invest too heavily in antiquated practices, as they had already graduated and should now contemplate their professional futures. The individuals from the new star were acutely aware that once a wrong path was chosen, all efforts would be in vain. Zhou Kuan opened his mouth, intending to convey something, but ultimately, he could only pat Wang Xian's shoulder with a sense of helplessness. Bound by the admonitions of his elders, he could not divulge any information regarding the circumstances in New Star until they were clarified. It remained in the strictest confidentiality stage. I wish you all a smooth journey back to New Star. Take care. Wang Xian nodded, fully aware that barring any unforeseen events, their paths would likely never cross again. The gateway to New Star had long been sealed to the old Earth, and without being actively chosen by them, individuals from this side found it exceedingly difficult to emigrate. If there's an opportunity before you leave, I shall treat you to drinks, Wang Xian said with a smile. The four had already turned to depart, but Zhou Kuan stumbled slightly, realizing that Wang Xian was jesting at his expense. Typically possessing a somewhat melancholic demeanor and speaking little, he would, however, become utterly uninhibited when intoxicated, babbling endlessly. 3 years prior, it was Wang Xian and Qin Sheng who challenged him to a drinking contest, leaving him thoroughly inebriated and unaware of what he had said that night. Wang Xian watched them fade into the distance. In the subsequent days, classmates gradually set off on their journeys back to their homelands. Those forcibly separated at the ends of the starry sky felt the most poignant sorrow. The couple in their class bid farewell in silence, only for the one boarding the train to burst into tears once the other had departed, evoking a sense of melancholy. Their relationship had always been strong, yet it concluded in such a manner. In this late autumn, those departing undoubtedly felt disheartened, though the news from New Star remained vague. Many sensed they were on the verge of passing by, missing their greatest opportunity in this lifetime. The sole comfort for those leaving was that their employment issues had been resolved, a promise made when they initially joined the experimental class. Wang Xian had yet to leave, for his home was in a nearby small town, and if he could not venture to New Star, he would remain in the city where he had studied to work. Qin Sheng had been absent for several days. Being a local, he had been diligently seeking precise information. On a morning several days later, Qin Sheng appeared on campus. Wang Xian, I finally comprehend why the experimental class for antiquated practices was established. It pertains to the peculiar circumstances discovered in New Star. Qin Sheng rushed over early in the morning, his face flushed and fervent, not from exhaustion, but entirely from exhilaration. His family possesses extensive connections, and he has just received a piece of news indicating that several mysterious phenomena discovered at the New Star may be related to supernatural forces. Could there truly exist such powers in this world? He exclaimed. How could this not stir one's emotions and evoke numerous associations? Qin Sheng, normally a sentimental individual, felt a surge of intense feelings. However, upon observing Wang Xian's condition, he was momentarily taken aback. You have cultivated such a remarkable presence? Although he was already aware of Wang Xian's successful energy gathering, the sight before him still astonished him. As the sun began to rise, brimming with vitality, Wang Xian appeared to radiate light, his aura enveloped in vibrant hues of dawn, resembling a gentle flicker of flame in motion. Wang Xian paused, his energy invigorated, in a state even more robust than in recent days. Please wait a moment. He had just faced the morning glow, nurturing himself and expelling the impurities within, which left him feeling somewhat sticky. He hurried to take a cold shower. After donning clean attire, he emerged and said, I have long contemplated that some elderly individuals with profound backgrounds increasingly embrace mysticism in their later years, ultimately taking action to excavate myths from the old earth and invest in the study of ancient arts. They must have discovered something significant in their time. Though aged, these individuals were once astute, not prone to making foolish errors. Moreover, certain students of notable identities and backgrounds have come from New Star to join the experimental class, further corroborating some aspects. Initially, they may have sought to explore supernatural forces through the study of ancient arts. Wang Xian remarked, furrowing his brow. However, the situation appears to have changed. His intuition was sharp. Several days prior, upon meeting Su Wenbo, Su Chan, Zhou Kuan, and Li Qingzhu, their words and actions had already hinted at partial truths. They had expressed that the ancient arts were outdated and no longer held in esteem at New Star. Furthermore, when Su Wenbo inadvertently gazed toward the horizon, a brilliant light shone in his eyes, filled with longing and excitement. as if he yearned fervently for something. Perhaps there exists another path to supernatural forces, while the ancient arts have been cast aside. This was the conclusion Wang Xuan reached after observing the demeanor of the group. An update would follow in the evening. Gratitude is extended to Muti, listening to the bamboo sound, Taishang Bai, Elena, flying fish, Pig King, La Song, solitude, 30 feathers. 3 lifetimes knife, 3 lifetimes loneliness, uncle window of the divine dynasty, life taker, wandering rider, recently quite amusing, 9 years wild, sheep village at midnight, book friend 130717171102, 3160. Eagle on the tree, long-lasting fate, Wanner. Thanks to all the aforementioned leaders, and also to those who have collected, voted, and supported the new book in the vast expanse of space. Chapter 5. Cast aside like rags, Qin Sheng was astounded. He had invested considerable time and expended vast energy to uncover certain secrets through his family's connections. Yet now, Wang Xuan, through his own observations, had already deduced far more and suspected the existence of another path to supernatural forces. Thus, was the ancient art so easily discarded? Qin Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. When he had first learned of those secrets, he had been exhilarated, believing he had finally grasped the truth, that the study of ancient arts was meant to access supernatural powers. At that moment, he solidified his resolve to earnestly delve into the ancient arts, determined to overcome every obstacle on this path. Yet, he now heard whispers of an alternative route to access supernatural powers, which doused the flames of his fervent heart with a chilling reality. It took Qin Sheng a while to regain his composure, feeling somewhat disheartened. What had the new star discovered? Aside from mysterious phenomena, had they truly unearthed a genuine pathway to the extraordinary? Clearly, if this were true, it would unleash unimaginable repercussions, both conceptually and manifesting significant changes in the real world. With a grave demeanor, Qin Sheng acknowledged that the opportunity to venture towards New Star was becoming increasingly precious. Should one touch the supernatural, the frontiers of possibility would expand beyond imagination. As the two conversed over breakfast, they reflected on the peculiar food transported from deep space, which had become a rare delicacy. Initially, they had found its taste rather unpalatable, yet now they felt a tinge of reluctance to part with it. They both shared their sentiments. Despite the exorbitant cost of these ingredients, the amalgamation of flavors left much to be desired. Qin Sheng inquired of Wang Xuan whether he had approached the elderly professor who taught them the ancient arts to discuss potential solutions regarding their journey to New Star. Wang Xuan shook his head. Although the professor held a fondness for him, he wielded limited authority and was merely invited to impart knowledge of the ancient arts, with no involvement in other matters. Qin Sheng expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling that the selection criteria for candidates were unjust towards Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan pondered for a moment before suggesting that it likely pertained to a keen intellect and the ability to unleash extraordinary potential, essentially, a slight touch of the mystical realm. He had once perused the list of the first batch of selected candidates, leading him to this conclusion. For instance, there was a pair of twin sisters in their class who frequently experienced inexplicable connections. When the younger sister was startled, the elder would simultaneously feel a pang of anxiety. On one occasion, while the elder sister was peeling an apple, she inflicted a deep cut on her finger. At that time, the younger sister was in a different city, yet she felt corresponding pain in her finger despite the distance. Such phenomena were beyond explanation. During the selection of students for the experimental class, both sisters were chosen at the very outset. What about He Qing? Qin Sheng asked, perplexed. In his recollection, He Qing was introverted and unassuming, rarely engaging in conversation. It was said that He Qing initially had no interest in the ancient arts, only signing up after hearing that graduation would guarantee a respectable and well-paying job. Thus, Qin Sheng couldn't fathom why He Qing, who evidently harbored reservations, would ultimately be selected. An incident had once transpired involving He Qing when he was 14. He witnessed his younger brother on the verge of being struck by a speeding car. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and forcefully pushed his brother out of harm's way, only to be run over himself. Miraculously, he emerged unscathed, save for dark tire marks left on his body. The onlookers were astounded and perplexed, ultimately concluding that he had unleashed some mysterious potential inherent to humanity in a moment of life and death. The investors of the Ancient Arts Research Project have delved into and investigated a particular incident from He Qing's youth, showcasing the depth of their understanding. The initial group selected possesses unique attributes. For instance, one girl has extraordinary perceptions. Notably, there was an occasion when she felt an overwhelming sense of dread before boarding a flight, fearing a heart ailment, which compelled her to seek medical attention. Subsequently, the very flight she missed tragically met with disaster. Is this truly possible? Such anomalies exist even within our class. Qin Cheng was astounded, having never heard of this before. Wang Xuan also felt a sense of wonder. Upon first learning of it, he too was momentarily lost in thought, yet he acknowledged that this girl was particularly exceptional, while the rest of the individuals and occurrences were somewhat more palatable. On that day, the final list of those chosen to go to New Star was confirmed. Indeed, no new names were added. A portion of the students from the experimental class remained, steadfastly holding on to hope for a final opportunity, but as the results were revealed, they were profoundly disheartened. Some had anticipated this outcome, yet still felt a deep sense of loss. Wang Xuan remained calm, having already foreseen this result. Qin Cheng sighed, lamenting for his friend, who had genuinely honed the ancient arts but was now forsaken, simply due to the faint emergence of supernatural forces at the edge of deep space. Leading to an alternate path, New Star had chosen the extraordinary, officially abandoning the ancient arts. Qin Cheng and Wang Xuan engaged in extensive conversation, reflecting on the few classmates who had departed early, leaving both of them in a state of melancholy. Wang Xuan felt somewhat better, as he remained on familiar ground, able to reunite with those few. Qin Cheng inquired, "Will you not meet your girlfriend? She is returning to New Star soon, and if you do not seize this chance, it may be your last opportunity to see her." Wang Xuan shook his head. "We have been apart for over a year. I shall not go to see her, lest her family become aware and cause her distress. Let us each find our peace." Qin Cheng sighed, recalling a former girlfriend from New Star, who had once been a source of considerable pressure for Wang Xuan. Her family had been quite formidable, having issued multiple warnings during their time together. Could it be that her family influenced your selection this time, attempting to suppress you and prevent your journey to New Star? Qin Cheng suddenly pondered this possibility, as Wang Xuan's ex-girlfriend hailed from a remarkable family. Although the ancient arts have now been abandoned, looking back, it is evident that some individuals had sent their children from New Star to study the ancient arts, clearly preparing to engage with supernatural forces, suggesting significant backing. No. Despite limited interactions, Wang Xuan understands her family's temperament well enough to dismiss such notions. Besides, we have been apart for over a year, and there has been no connection between us. Furthermore, the ancient arts research project is backed by powerful conglomerates, and no one dares to meddle carelessly. As night fell, with stars twinkling above, the two spoke freely. "In a few days, I shall depart for New Moon. Wang Xuan, I find myself in a quandary. I genuinely wish for you to have the opportunity to go to New Star, to encounter the supernatural forces and embark upon that new path. Yet, I also feel it is egregious that they have so casually discarded the ancient arts, treating them as though they were worthless, leaving us feeling utterly abandoned." Upon reaching this point, Qin Cheng took a moment to compose himself and spoke again. "Therefore, I hold a flicker of hope that you might achieve great success in the realm of ancient arts. If those myths and legends were indeed true, how splendid it would be. One day, you could wield the ancient arts to confront supernatural forces, subduing the beings from the extraordinary realm of the New Star, making them realize the folly of abandoning the ancient ways." He had always harbored skepticism towards the ancient arts, yet now he yearned for the myths of yore to be substantiated and to manifest once more. However, after a brief moment of calm, he exhaled heavily, acknowledging the impracticality of it all. The so-called legends were devoid of foundation. Wang Xuan gazed at the starry sky, pondering whether the celestial immortals and myths had ever existed in antiquity. He shook his head, even with irrefutable evidence suggesting that the celestial immortals had once walked the earth. It would merely serve to bolster the confidence of future generations, holding no significance for him, for he did not believe in deities or immortals. His pursuit of the ancient arts was never motivated by those myths, but stemmed from a personal desire for exploration, a quest to discover the true potential of the ancient path. The existence of the celestial immortals was of little concern to him. He remained steadfast in his belief, validating this path through his own endeavors. He had heard that voting for the moon tickets tonight would yield quadruple rewards, an overwhelming proposition indeed. Even double would hardly suffice. If anyone possessed moon tickets, he urged them to cast their votes for deep space beyond. Chapter 6. The Goddess Beneath the Night Sky. A silver light streaked across. gradually descending toward the depths of the campus. Was it the new star's flying saucer, heralding the return of the goddess? Qin Sheng looked up, seizing Wang Xuan's arm as he urged him to move closer for a better view. There is a helipad on campus, equipped with adequate facilities, Wang Xuan remarked. That's your goddess, don't drag me along. He perceived that while Qin Sheng could be somewhat sentimental in his quiet moments, he became rather impulsive when excited. As he was now, which seemed somewhat unreliable. In truth, nearly everyone acknowledges her as a goddess, Wang Xuan thought, yet Qin Sheng insisted on dragging him along. In his words, missing this chance could mean never seeing her again. We might not have another opportunity in this lifetime. Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. Was she truly the goddess of his heart? There lingered an odd sensation, akin to witnessing a final farewell. Rest assured, my admiration is purely aesthetic. I am a principled individual with a girlfriend, Qin Sheng emphasized. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xuan acknowledged that the area was relatively close to Professor Lin's residence, and he indeed wished to take a look. The old professor had mentioned over the phone a few days prior that he hoped Wang Xuan could visit him when time permitted. Wang Xuan understood the elder's intentions. He likely sought to discuss how to assist him in securing a place to the new star. Wang Xuan had always been hesitant to impose on others, particularly knowing the nature of the investors behind the ancient arts research project, as outsiders found it difficult to intervene. He respected the old professor and appreciated his kindness, which made him even less willing to see the elder face rejection from investors on his behalf. The campus was expansive and the distance considerable. As Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng approached, they found the helipad already quiet, likely deserted. Wang Xuan glanced at the silvery gray flying saucer and said to Qin Sheng, "You go see your goddess. I will visit Professor Lin for a while. Forget it. Let's tread cautiously into the darkness of the past, lest we fall prey to a misunderstanding by Zhao Qinghan. If there happened to be bodyguards around, a beating would leave us with no recourse to voice our grievances. I shall accompany you to pay a visit to Professor Lin." At the last moment, Qin Sheng hesitated, resolved instead to embody a principled man worthy of his girlfriend. Professor Lin's residence was a quaint courtyard, merely a few hundred meters away, and they soon arrived. Outside the courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered a figure. Zhao Qinghan, the goddess Qin Sheng had mentioned, was immensely popular on campus and undeniably stunning. Beneath the streetlight, her shoulder-length hair danced in the gentle breeze, framing her delicate, alabaster face. Her strikingly clear eyes sparkled, and her glossy red lips complemented her sweet and graceful visage. Her white blouse was casually unbuttoned at the collar, modestly revealing a hint of her collarbone, while her casual trousers added to her relaxed appearance. Yet, she radiated an astonishing allure, almost dazzling in the night. "Zhao Qinghan," Qin Sheng called out, surprised to see her outside Professor Lin's abode. "What a coincidence to see you too." Zhao Qinghan greeted them with a smile, exuding a refreshing beauty. "Professor Lin hasn't returned in a while, and someone asked me to deliver some specialties from New Star." It was evident that her simple attire was chosen for comfort, yet it did little to conceal her superb figure. Standing at about 170 centimeters, she possessed captivating curves, long, slender legs, and an extraordinary beauty that undeniably drew attention. "Delivering specialties from New Star? Are there any for us?" Qin Sheng inquired with a grin, attempting to bridge the gap between them. Suddenly, several men in black appeared, watching with heightened vigilance. Qin Sheng's expression stiffened. Did he really give off such an unsafe aura? He considered himself rather presentable and amicable, wondering why he evoked such distrust. "They are my classmates. There's no need for such caution." Zhao Qinghan gestured for the men in black to ease their tension. Then, with a smile, she waved goodbye to Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng, saying, "I must take my leave. I'm quite fatigued from my journey from New Star." It was only after she had walked a considerable distance that Zhao Qinghan paused to ask the men in black why they had been so apprehensive. "That young man is formidable. After a mere glance from him, we sensed a great danger," one of the black-clad men responded. Zhao Qinghan was initially taken aback, but then laughed, blooming like a radiant flower in the evening breeze, vibrant and beautiful. "Qin Sheng, impossible. If it came to blows, he is far from my match." If Qin Sheng had heard this, he would have felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that the goddess he admired deemed him utterly non-threatening, even weak, unworthy of her might. The man in black shook his head, saying, "It is not him. It is the other youth who merely greeted you with a smile, but spoke little. After he surveyed us, we sensed something amiss. That individual is quite powerful." "Are you referring to Wang Xuan?" Zhao Qinghan nodded, lost in thought. I always believed that in terms of traditional techniques, he could not surpass me. However, it appears that during my absence, he has successfully harnessed his energy. It's unfortunate that I did not observe him more closely just now. She reminisced carefully. Wang Xuan exuded a tranquil demeanor, serene and perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. His eyes sparkled with clarity, embodying an innate composure and self-assurance. It seemed he had scarcely regarded her. Rather, he had been quietly observing the several figures clad in black beside her. Zhao Qinghan glanced back momentarily, murmuring to herself, I must find an opportunity at the back. In an instant, she sensed something. Beneath the cloak of night, hundreds of meters away, it appeared that someone was gazing in their direction. Zhao Qinghan turned to leave, feeling that when she had glanced back at the entrance of Professor Lin's small courtyard, Wang Xuan had seemingly taken notice and cast a fleeting glance her way. Qin Sheng expressed his dissatisfaction. In all my years, this is the first time I have been categorized among dangerous elements. Wang Xuan reassured him, those black-clad figures are not targeting you. Their vigilance is directed at me. Oh, what calamity have you wrought to incite such ire? Surely, it cannot be something you did to Zhao Qinghan in the past? Qin Sheng's imagination ran wild. What are you thinking? I merely felt that those individuals possessed considerable skill. I was curious to discern whether they practiced the old techniques or ventured down a new path. Qin Sheng's spirit was instantly invigorated. Well done, old Wang. Look at your calm and collected demeanor, quietly probing their foundation. How did you manage that? Wang Xuan promptly corrected him. Change how you address me. Qin Sheng chuckled heartily. Wang Xuan pondered and remarked, I believe they still adhere to the old techniques. Yet their movements and instinctive reactions lack purity, seemingly amalgamated with elements from other styles. He then added, moreover, Zhao Qinghan is not as fragile as you envision. You are far from her match. Is it possible she has refined the old techniques to a significant level? Qin Sheng felt a sudden daze, murmuring, among that group just now, could I truly be the weakest? At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Professor Lin. I just bid farewell to Qinghan. And now I hear voices from outside. It is you. Professor Lin, with hair graying and appearing in his 60s, bore a slightly corpulent physique. Once a master of the old techniques, he had suffered severe injuries, and his recovery had not been optimal, precluding him from practical combat. Since then, he had devoted himself to theoretical research of the old techniques and textual verification, gaining renown in the exploration of ancient practices due to his prior combat experience. Wang Xuan approached and spoke. Professor Lin, I have long wished to visit you these past few days, yet I feared imposing upon you, thus delaying until now. Oh, you are far too formal. The elder gestured for them to enter the courtyard for conversation, shaking his head. I truly cannot assist you. I have been turned away. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, understanding the situation and feeling grateful. Professor Lin had humbly sought assistance on his behalf. Yet the investors were resolute in their approach, granting no favors. I apologize for the trouble, Wang Xuan earnestly stated, unwilling to witness Professor Lin's humiliation and seeking help only to be refused, feeling deeply remorseful. Professor Lin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned by such matters. The courtyard was modest, adorned with various flowers and plants. To the right, a fish pond lay, with lilies floating gracefully on the water's surface and koi fish swimming energetically, infusing the small courtyard with vitality. The living room was softly illuminated, and upon the coffee table rested an album, somewhat worn yet imbued with a sense of nostalgia. The page of the album reveals a woman, radiant in her youth, possessing a rare beauty. Professor Lin, who is she? She is truly stunning, inquired Qin Sheng. She is a painter, and her singing is remarkable as well. She has enjoyed prolonged fame, beloved by those of our generation, Professor Lin responded. Wang Xuan scrutinized the photograph, noting its worn edges, suggesting it bore the marks of decades, yet Professor Lin had preserved it meticulously. Qin Sheng, feeling comfortable due to their familiarity, jested. You are quite sentimental, to cherish someone for several decades without change. Professor Lin nodded. Indeed, I admired her in my senior year of high school, and even now, in my 30s, my affection remains. Both Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng fell silent, struck by the weight of the moment. What are your plans moving forward? Professor Lin inquired of Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan replied candidly, I intend to find work, but I also wish to continue down the path of ancient arts. You must aim for the new star, Professor Lin declared. He then lowered his gaze to the album, lost in contemplation. Wang Xuan quickly interjected, Professor Lin. You need not seek anyone on my behalf. Professor Lin lifted his head, posing a question to both Wang Xuan and Qin Cheng. Do you believe the immortals ever existed? Wang Xuan perceptively noted that Professor Lin was not merely looking at the photo of the woman, but rather at an adjacent image. This was a yellowed, time-worn photograph, poorly lit and somewhat blurred, yet it hinted at a scene underground, featuring a stone table laden with a collection of bamboo slips. Such slips are commonly found in ancient tombs from the pre-Qin era, sparking many thoughts in Wang Xuan's mind. Before Wang Xuan and Qin Cheng could respond, Professor Lin spoke again. What do you think has been discovered at the new star? Chapter 7. The immortals do not exist regarding the new star. It seems to have manifested mysterious phenomena and supernatural forces, yet Wang Xuan and Qin Cheng's knowledge remains limited. The primary issue is the asymmetry of information. They dwell in the old world, making it challenging to access the latest secrets. As for the immortals, their existence appears even more ethereal. Wang Xuan believes that long ago, there existed a group of individuals who practiced energy cultivation or focused on meditation, harmonizing body and spirit to attain powers far beyond the ordinary. His conjecture finds some corroboration in ancient texts. He recalled similar accounts in the Huangdi Neijing, which stated, the ancient people aligned with yin and yang and harmonized with the arts of numerology. Thus they could manifest both form and spirit. In ancient times, within the vast mountains and marshes, the appearance of a singular individual with the prowess of a tiger would often evoke reverence and worship from the ancestors. As time progressed, these tales may have morphed, gradually transforming into myth. It is entirely plausible that among the ancients, there existed exceptionally powerful individuals who mastered meditation and other practices to such an extent that they cultivated their own essence, thereby acquiring extraordinary abilities. For instance, ancient texts recount rare cases of practitioners whose physical and mental vigor reached such heights that they could toss an elephant with a single hand. Wang Xuan contemplates the possibility that if one were to push the old arts to their limits, such feats might indeed be achievable. What does it signify when an individual's power ascends to such a level among the ancients? It embodies the essence of myth. Wang Xuan posits that there have never been deities or immortals, merely individuals who once possessed remarkable strength. Thus, in the realm of ancient practices, he harbors no superstitions. Rather, he diligently follows in the footsteps of his predecessors, seeking to validate this path through personal experience. After articulating his conjectures, Wang Xuan offered further insights. Whether those who were deified continued to enhance their abilities to realms beyond our comprehension remains uncertain, especially considering the waning of ancient practices, which have long since declined. Perhaps the legendary immortals are merely the manifestations of those extraordinary individuals, the practitioners, who have since refined their crafts. Wang Xuan believes they are merely rare and exceptional individuals among humanity. As the ages passed, whether in myth or among the immortals, all traces have vanished. Professor Lin smiled at Wang Xuan and remarked, according to your hypothesis, deities are also human. Thus, the immortals and all Buddhas have dissipated. Wang Xuan nodded in agreement, asserting, as long as one is human, their fate is already sealed. They have perished. Qin Cheng listened intently, intrigued, yet felt a sense of regret as he pondered. If those exceedingly powerful individuals from ancient humanity had survived into this era, could they, aided by advanced technology, tap into the supernatural forces existing in the cosmos and prolong their lives, perhaps even achieving the immortality that the wealthy so fervently desire? Throughout history, whether among the affluent or the powerful, the relentless pursuit of longevity has remained unchanged once they reach a certain pinnacle. Professor Lin, reflecting on this, shared his own experiences with individuals who are currently advancing such research, investing substantial resources. Should you wish to explore the ancient arts, I shall not deter you. I have some materials I can offer. Professor Lin rose, retrieving several sheets of paper from the shelf. He was serious as he handed them to Wang Xuan, instructing him to keep them safe. Instantly curious, Qin Cheng craned his neck to peer closer. Professor Lin glanced at him, saying, if you wish to learn, I will not impede you, but practicing such arts requires an exceptionally solid foundation. You must exert effort, or you may encounter grave issues that could jeopardize your life. Professor Lin explicitly stated that without having mastered the essence of energy cultivation, one should not engage with such practices. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng's countenance fell. Wang Xuan immediately discerned that this likely pertained to a particularly formidable foundational technique. Energy cultivation, inner nourishment, and meditation can fundamentally alter a person's constitution and spirit, referred to as the essence in ancient practices. While physical techniques may be dazzling and crucial in practical applications, they fundamentally rely on the foundational techniques. The contents inscribed on the bamboo slips and the photographs I deciphered have been recorded on these sheets of paper. Professor Lin informed about the origins of the ancient method. The records inscribed on the bamboo slips astonishingly emerged from a grand tomb predating the Qin dynasty. Wang Xuan was deeply amazed. This truly was an authentic ancient practice, dating back to a time long past. During that era, particularly the survival of bamboo slips was an arduous feat before the tombs of such ancient times were unearthed. The bamboo slips would have deteriorated long ago, even if they remained intact, the moment they were exposed to the drastic changes of the external environment. 90% of them would likely be obliterated, let alone preserving any written records. Professor Lin remarked, in this modern age of advancing technology, some of the remarkable artifacts from antiquity can be swiftly processed and preserved upon excavation. Qin Sheng pondered and inquired, after 2 or 3 millennia, are these records still of any relevance? Have they become outdated? Professor Lin nodded, acknowledging the validity of his point. You are correct. Time perpetually marches forward. However, the accounts inscribed on these bamboo slips hold immense value, given that formidable practitioners emerged during that epoch. The ancient methods from that period are unlikely to be inferior. Furthermore, Professor Lin assured that this method had been validated and deemed exceptional, indeed, quite extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan solemnly put it away. Professor Lin continued, after the dissolution of the old techniques experimental class, you are faced with 2 challenges: the absence of medicinal cuisine crafted from rare ingredients, and the lack of more profound ancient scriptures. Regarding the former, Chu Feng had already recognized it as an issue, yet concerning the latter, he had acquired considerable knowledge, including unique manuscripts from museums and rare collections from affluent families. Could there be anything more astonishing than these? Professor Lin enlightened him, stating that while the curriculum of the experimental class was indeed commendable and of remarkable origin, it comprised only a portion of the records from their respective rare manuscripts, and what he had learned was not comprehensive. In fact, Professor Lin himself had not had the opportunity to examine the subsequent chapters. Due to the immense value of those writings, only the initial segments of the method were made available to them. Should anyone master the entirety, it would naturally prompt others to present the subsequent teachings. Regrettably, however, the experimental class was disbanded, and the research project on ancient techniques was abandoned, leaving no further developments of the ancient methods. Qin Sheng chuckled. This bamboo slip documenting the ancient methods seems to have resolved one of Wang Xuan's impending dilemmas. If one day he emerges as a formidable practitioner in the modern era, that would indeed be intriguing and worth anticipating. Should he truly delve deeply and master it, perhaps it would also resolve his other issue, negating the need for rare ingredients and medicinal cuisine in his practice. Professor Lin's remarks astonished Wang Xuan. What did this imply? The ancient method inscribed on the bamboo slips was incredibly mysterious and remarkable. Was it truly that potent? Qin Sheng was taken aback. Certainly. The artifacts left by those practitioners were not trivial. The techniques of that time were exceptionally brilliant, with pursuits for elixirs of immortality closely linked to practitioners. Professor Lin disclosed that during a certain period, newly affluent families had expended vast amounts of manpower and resources to explore ancient burial sites, seeking to unearth relics associated with practitioners. Nowadays, the numerous tomb clusters beneath the old lands have been thoroughly excavated, with few remaining undiscovered. Thus, even if one wishes to pursue the path of antiquated techniques, one must venture to the new star for many invaluable tomes and esoteric methods. The rare scriptures of bygone eras no longer reside in the old lands. Qin Sheng murmured in discontent. Do certain individuals among the financial elite possess a peculiar obsession with collecting? What purpose do they serve in hoarding such antiquated arts? Indeed, there is a purpose, validated by certain life research institutes. These ancient practices have been analyzed and applied, yielding targeted modern advancements in the biological realm that can delay the aging of some venerable individuals. Professor Lin recounted numerous secrets. In truth, many remarkable artifacts have been unearthed from ancient tombs. For instance, golden bamboo slips have been discovered, crafted from a unique species of bamboo that has endured the ravages of time without decay, remaining as hard as iron to this day. However, this plant had long since become extinct in the old lands, and prior to excavation, its existence was entirely unknown. It is conceivable that the inscriptions upon such bamboo slips are anything but mundane, likely possessing extraordinary significance. Regrettably, once these artifacts are acquired by various organizations, research institutions, and financial magnates, they are shrouded in secrecy, rendering them inaccessible to outsiders. During a certain period, these financial elites and diverse organizations invested vast resources in the relentless pursuit of such treasures in the old lands. Professor Lin unveiled his shirt, exposing old wounds near his heart, revealing 2 scars the size of a fist. It appeared that he had been pierced by an external force in the past, and the sight remains quite formidable to this day. In pursuit of the bamboo slips depicted in the photograph, I endured grave injuries, 2 of which were life-threatening, one inflicted by a fist, the other by a modern weapon. Consequently, Professor Lin, once a master of antiquated techniques, is now unable to engage in practical combat. Surviving those encounters is nothing short of miraculous. This illustrates the fierce competition among major organizations and financial elites for such treasures. Upon seeing Wang Xuan, Professor Lin was reminded of his youthful self, imbued with a fervent desire to explore the ancient arts, yet regrettably, his own path had long since been severed. Wang Xuan offered consolation, suggesting that perhaps new pharmaceuticals would emerge in the future to address Professor Lin's afflictions. At my age, I have long since relinquished what ought to be let go, Professor Lin replied, shaking his head. Qin Sheng remarked, so, even if Wang Xuan wishes to tread the path of antiquated techniques, he must journey to the new star, as all valuable treasures have been scavenged by those there. Professor Lin responded solemnly, not only that, but the discoveries made there could have far-reaching implications, potentially even leading to significant transformations in the future. What I speak of is merely conjecture, not information derived from research institutions or certain organizations. Thus, there is no need for confidentiality. The mysterious phenomena and supernatural forces reported from the new star are related to specific artifacts. Furthermore, whispers of these rumors and tidings have been surfacing for decades, but only in recent years have some verifiable truths begun to emerge. Concerning these secrets, it seems there have been groundbreaking advancements. Otherwise, the projects pertaining to antiquated techniques here would not have been forsaken. Thus, the opportunity is rare, since the new star seems to have discovered an alternative path. The precious bamboo scrolls and various root methods, long cherished by the wealthy, may now surface and become more accessible than ever before. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. He found himself yearning to visit New Star, a desire far stronger than in the past. Even now, Qin Sheng remained discontented. What path had New Star truly uncovered to so callously abandon their old methods, discarding them as if they were worthless? It is likely that the situation is not as simple as it appears. Professor Lin shared his reflections. In recent decades, New Star has unveiled several rare new species, such as a small tree known as the Anshan, which is entirely white, emits a fragrant aroma, and possesses the ability to nurture the mind and spirit. Consuming a few of its leaves daily is said to have anti-aging properties. This extraordinarily valuable tree was reportedly discovered during the grand development of New Star. Unearthed from the vast wilderness, there are similar plants, herbs, and unique small creatures as well. Professor Lin, once a master of ancient arts, had traversed the landscapes of New Star in his youth and had never encountered such species. I suspect that they have not merely found a single path, but may have potentially discovered a living planet, possibly involving the extraordinary. This is undeniably astonishing. It appears that New Star had long been aware of these findings and had explored such a realm, yet concealed it from the general public for many years. Professor Lin added, in previous years, they likely faced numerous challenges, only recently making progress. However, I believe that regardless of what they have discovered, their desire to immediately obtain supernatural powers remains somewhat unrealistic. One point that Professor Lin emphasized is that if a new world has indeed emerged, the herbs, resources, and extraordinary items there would undoubtedly be of great assistance to the ancient arts. He lowered his gaze at the woman in the album, hesitating whether to meet this old acquaintance and secure a place for Wang Xuan. The new book encountered fierce competition right from its upload, coinciding with a quadruple voting period. and the author kindly requests the support of fellow readers. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 8. The gathering. Qin Chung noticed Professor Lin gazing intently at the woman in the photograph, seemingly lost in nostalgia. Wang Xuan perceived that Professor Lin was a man of stories. He had entered ancient tombs from the pre-Qin period, received the legacy of alchemists, survived 2 gaping wounds to his chest, and had known a remarkably beautiful woman who had once thrived on New Star. This was merely a glimpse of his extraordinary experiences. Professor, do not be melancholic. It is just a woman. Let the past be the past, Qin Chung interjected, disrupting the tranquil atmosphere. Professor Lin shook his head. Where are your thoughts leading you? Today, I merely feel a twinge of sentiment. Moreover, this is purely admiration, nothing more. Qin Chung found this statement familiar. He had recently uttered similar words of pure admiration, instantly reminded of Zhao Qinghan. I completely understand you, Qin Chung exclaimed, feigning the demeanor of a kindred spirit. Wang Xuan remarked, the woman in the photograph bears a resemblance to Zhao Qinghan. Upon hearing this, Qin Chung scrutinized the image and indeed found some similarity. His expression suddenly transformed into one of remarkable brilliance, and he finally sighed. Professor, our understanding of beauty is quite similar. I believe we could become lifelong friends. Professor Lin promptly gave him a sharp slap, informing him that the person in the photograph was Zhao Qinghan's grandmother. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng's countenance fell. This was the goddess's grandmother. Wang Xuan instantly understood why he had seen Zhao Qinghan at the door earlier. The 2 families shared a significant connection. It was due to this reunion that Professor Lin had once again opened the album this evening. Wang Xuan had come to realize that Professor Lin might wish to meet this woman for his sake, yet he was reluctant to disturb the elderly's long-held tranquility. Professor Lin, you needn't worry about my affairs. I have formulated some preliminary ideas and should be able to resolve the issues. Professor Lin was taken aback. He merely glanced down at the photograph, and Wang Xuan could already infer his intentions. His quick-wittedness indeed suited the path of ancient arts. In ancient times, practitioners contended with ferocious beasts and struggled against fate. Though human, they dared to strive for brilliance alongside the sun and moon. Having inherited such a legacy, if I cannot resolve even trivial matters, how shall I confront life and death situations in the future? Wang Xuan was a grateful individual, primarily concerned that Professor Lin's reunion with old acquaintances might stir memories of the past, disrupting the peace and serenity he had cultivated over the years. After all, some matters the elderly had long since let go, and it was unwise to unearth them again. Very well, you shall solve it on your own. Professor Lin smiled. His own path now severed, he was eager to witness a successor carry the ancient arts to their ultimate conclusion. That evening, they largely discussed ancient arts, with Wang Xuan engrossed in studying the legacy of the practitioners from the pre-Qin era. He found the methods of qi gathering, inner nourishment, and meditation to be extraordinarily unique and remarkable. Professor Lin informed him that the foundational techniques in the experimental class were indeed strong but lacked completeness. Hence they seemed inferior to this ancient secret method. However, as Wang Xuan delved deeper, he found it increasingly arduous. The later records were rather obscure. Were they truly viable foundational techniques? For instance, the text mentioned a certain realm, initially desolate, then spoke of black earth, while subsequent entries became even more elusive. Confounded, Wang Xuan sought clarification from Professor Lin. Upon your return, it would be prudent to peruse some texts related to the ancient sects, both Taoist and Buddhist, as they provide discussions on terms and phenomena from the pre-Qin period. Revisiting this method afterward will yield insights. Professor Lin explained that some descriptions should pertain to the inner landscape of the Yellow Court. The distance from the pre-Qin era is vast, and certain words, terms, and phenomena require the aid of later texts for comprehension. As Professor Lin elaborated, he also mentioned Guhong's Biopuzi and Chun Tuan's Wuji diagram. Wang Xuan nodded, diligently taking notes. Qin Chung, listening nearby, felt overwhelmed. To learn the legacy of practitioners, must one first read through the Taoist canon? Their conversation continued late into the night, with Professor Lin imparting all he knew to Wang Xuan. After years of extensive research into numerous texts, he was able to decipher the legacy of the practitioners. Wang Xuan has reaped significant benefits, yet he believes it is essential to revisit the texts of the bygone era upon returning. In the early morning, he completely transformed his gas extraction technique and internal cultivation method, practicing according to the teachings of the alchemists, resulting in substantial gains. Bathed in the hues of dawn, He broke into a sweat, his metabolism accelerating beyond previous levels, as if purging impurities from within his body, leaving his skin sticky. He felt an unprecedented vitality, light and vigorous, brimming with energy, and a powerful force coursed through him. I must go to the new star, he declared with unwavering resolve, determined to enhance his strength in preparation for the journey ahead. Wang Xuan, someone called from a distance. Soon, Zhou Kuan approached, his face handsome yet still tinged with a hint of melancholy. However, upon arriving, he revealed a genuine smile. You truly have not left the campus yet. Still practicing the old techniques. It seems you are quite entrenched in them. Lowering his voice, he added, take my advice, prepare early. The old methods have been abandoned in favor of new ones at the new star. Hearing these words warmed Wang Xuan's heart. Although he had already deduced this, he remained grateful to Zhou Kuan. I will be moving in 2 days, but I will still stay in this city. My job is nearly settled, and I report in 5 days. Zhou Kuan sighed upon hearing this. I wish you all the best. I hope we can gather again in the future. He then mentioned an upcoming gathering that evening, inquiring if Wang Xuan would attend. The chosen individuals would depart for the new star in 4 days, and they intended to meet one last time since, upon reaching the new star, they would each embark on their separate paths. Zhou Kuan reassured him, do not worry. It will be a simple gathering. Our 4 years of camaraderie will surely not lead to any unpleasantness. Primarily, it is to commemorate the end of our pure and beautiful youth before we plunge into the complexities of society, facing various trials and tribulations. Wang Xuan remained silent. He was unconcerned about any potential disputes, merely pondering if he might inadvertently cause trouble for others. Go. There are people you wish to see, Zhou Kuan encouraged, eager to chat with Wang Xuan and enjoy a drink together. Wang Xuan was taken aback, realizing he had misunderstood. There was no one he particularly longed to meet. As long as no chaos ensued. There are still some classmates from the experimental class who were not selected, and some have yet to leave, still in this city. Wang Xuan informed him. Zhou Kuan replied, I will notify everyone, but some are watching you, curious to see if you will attend. Though the selected individuals and those remaining were familiar with each other and maintained good relations, such a gathering still held an air of peculiarity. Very well, I shall go. Wang Xuan nodded. Just as Zhou Kuan departed, Qin Sheng called. Old Wang, they are having a gathering and want me to join. I'm quite torn. I am not heading to the new star, merely to the new moon. Are you going? Wang Xuan first corrected his address before saying, you stand atop the moon above them, looking down every day. What is there to be torn about? Come pick me up in the evening, and we shall go together. Qin Sheng immediately responded with enthusiasm. Great. I was waiting for you to say that. I was actually afraid you wouldn't go. Chapter 9. Classmates Qin Sheng drove into the campus, picking up Wang Xuan as they departed. Coming from a family of merchants, his circumstances were quite favorable, and he had acquired his own car several years prior. On this autumn afternoon, the sky was a pristine, lofty expanse, its refreshing azure hue seemingly poised to cascade down and cleanse the entire city. Isn't it a bit too early for us to head over? Qin Sheng inquired. Not at all. We shall arrive just in time, Wang Xuan replied, gazing out the window. The city was a tapestry of antiquity and modernity, with time-honored relics like the centuries-old stone pagoda standing resiliently amidst a skyline adorned with towering skyscrapers, each a testament to contemporary splendor. As they approached the commercial district, the streets were bustling with pedestrians and the incessant flow of vehicles, causing some congestion. I am about to leave, and though I never felt much in the past, I suddenly find myself reluctant now. Qin Sheng sighed, feeling a profound emptiness within. Wang Xuan reassured him, once you rise to prominence, you will traverse both the old and new realms freely, and at that point, nothing will pose a challenge. Lining the roads were numerous ancient ginkgo trees, their yellow leaves fluttering gracefully to the ground, creating a thick, golden carpet that sparkled under the sunlight, a sight of exquisite beauty. Interspersed among the ginkgos were vibrant maple trees, their fiery red leaves cascading like a passionate sunset. In this season, the foliage began to lose its luster, with most blooms having faded, highlighting the melancholy of autumn. Yet, the golden ginkgos and crimson maples along the city streets radiated such brilliance and fervor, presenting a stark contrast. In this season, warmth and desolation coexisted harmoniously within the same city. The gathering venue was situated outside the city. Qin Sheng navigated smoothly to a hillside villa area, where the scenery was breathtaking, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. Although most of the New Star classmates were quite unassuming, some possessed remarkable backgrounds, making their choice of venue unsurprising. The rented villa sat atop the highest of the low hills, sprawling over several acres, boasting an expansive lawn and a swimming pool. Furthermore, there were 2 helipads atop the hill. Qin Sheng's eyes fell upon 2 silver aircraft already stationed there, their sleek lines exuding beauty, leaving him momentarily speechless. At this stage, do not compare yourself to extraterrestrials, Wang Xuan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng realized the truth in his words and felt a wave of amusement wash over him, reflecting on how many of his classmates could indeed be likened to beings from another world. Su Chan approached just in time to catch their conversation. Wang Xuan, you are quite the dashing figure yourself, with clear eyes, yet your words are rather unkind, making it seem as though we are some sort of alien species. She remarked playfully. Her lively and spirited nature was evident. She stood gracefully, her short skirt accentuating her long, slender legs, exuding youth and vitality. Every time we meet recently, you praise me, first calling my hair radiant, and today outright saying I'm handsome, which leaves me quite flattered. You don't harbor any ill intentions towards me, do you? Though youthful and beautiful, Su Chan bore no shyness typical of a girl in her teens. She remained composed. Now, let us not divert the topic. With an air of scholarly elegance, the traditionally reserved Li Qingzhu spoke with a smile. I too have heard your words. You claim we are extraterrestrials. Yet our ancestry lies in our ancient homeland, and this place is our true abode. How can we be deemed as aliens? Wang Xuan, clasping his fists in a gesture of apology, chuckled as he accompanied her onto the expansive lawn. Wang Xuan, come over here. You dare call me an alien? Let me see if you have indeed gained a significant surge in strength or made new breakthroughs in your physical prowess. Otherwise, prepare to be dealt with by the combined efforts of us few. Along the way, familiar voices called out, as Wang Xuan easily mingled with them, laughter and chatter seamlessly enveloping him. On the lawn, the barbecue racks were set up, and an array of self-serve dishes began to appear on the long tables. Among the students selected to embark on the journey to the New Star, there were over 20, while those remaining in this city, soon to return to their hometowns, numbered in the teens. The gathering was undoubtedly lively, devoid of any sense of separation or awkwardness. However, many of the students staying behind felt a pang of disappointment. They had heard whispers of rumors, realizing that missing the opportunity to go to the New Star meant forsaking a fateful connection, as there seemed to be extraordinary events unfolding there. Some had already heard that the extraordinary would soon manifest. In such a grand era, it was difficult to imagine the future for their classmates who stood at the forefront, touching the realm of supernatural forces. Wang Xuan, the emotions of those remaining in the old land were complex as they greeted him, their sentiments tinged with surprise at his own unexpected exclusion. Wang Xuan empathized with their feelings, engaging in extensive conversation with them about the future, genuinely lamenting for this group of classmates. Their decision to stay in the city, awaiting the final list to see if any new names would be added, spoke volumes of their emotions. Simultaneously, it indirectly affirmed their confidence in themselves, for many of them had indeed achieved commendable accomplishments in their previous disciplines. Alas, this time, the selection criteria did not reflect those merits. I heard that our blood samples from the initial health checks were sent to the New Star, where they conducted some form of analysis as part of the selection process, remarked a male classmate who remained in the old land. Wang Xuan was taken aback. This was the first he had heard of such a procedure, having assumed it was merely a matter of the earlier analysis by Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, seeking to lighten the mood, interjected, "Let us not dwell on the past. Do not be disheartened. Remaining here has its merits. If we cannot touch the extraordinary, let us strive to become magnates, commanding and controlling the extraordinary in the future." Laughter erupted among the group. As night descended, standing atop the mountain offered a splendid view of the nearby city, aglow with vibrant lights, a breathtaking nightscape. As time passed, many indulged a bit too much in drink, their spirits soaring. Those who called this land home, yet were chosen to venture to the New Star, were especially exhilarated, dreaming of the future and envisioning themselves as extraordinary beings one day. Thus, many became quite inebriated, some letting loose entirely. The overall atmosphere was rather pleasant. Whether from the New Stars or those born in the old soil, the students heading to the New Stars assured their classmates left behind that, should the opportunity arise in the future, they would undoubtedly extend their assistance. In the distance, the city glimmered with lights, streets illuminated like interwoven silver chains. a boundless sea of lights merging into a resplendent brilliance. At that moment, the sky was adorned with countless stars, their shimmering glow cascading down, creating a splendid spectacle. Some individuals, slightly intoxicated, could not distinguish between the celestial twinkle and the earthly lights, as if the heavens and the earth were seamlessly intertwined. Eventually, someone lost control, breaking down in tears, lamenting their exclusion. After drinking, their inner despondency became evident, leading to an uncontrollable outpouring of emotion. Wang Xuan and several classmates promptly came to their senses, hastily escorting him to a room to rest, advising him to refrain from further drinking, thankfully averting any significant issues. At that juncture, someone approached Wang Xuan, holding a crystal-clear wine glass, gently swirling it to release the fragrance of fine wine. Noticing this, Qin Cheng followed suit, positioning himself beside Wang Xuan to face the newcomer. The individual sported medium-length hair, not particularly handsome, yet his strikingly expressive eyes left a profound impression, exuding a certain assertiveness, a palpable aura of dominance. Kong Yi, do not instigate trouble, Qin Cheng cautioned. If anyone among the students had a poor rapport with Wang Xuan, it was undoubtedly this individual. Wang Xuan was typically composed and well-regarded by all his classmates. The conflict with Kong Yi stemmed from a past pursuit of Ling Wei, which had resulted in Wang Xuan becoming her boyfriend. Where are your thoughts wandering? Must you create discord in such a setting? Kong Yi, a domineering figure, provoked Qin Cheng, clearly displeased with his earlier demeanor. Wang Xuan intervened, raising his glass to Kong Yi, stating, "Let us drink. We are all classmates, soon to part ways. What is there that we cannot set aside? Besides, there is truly nothing at stake." Kong Yi shot a sidelong glance at Qin Cheng, then clinked glasses with Wang Xuan, downing his drink in one go. "Come, follow me. I have a rare selection of delicacies sent over from the new stars, a special treat before our farewell." Wang Xuan walked alongside him, while Qin Cheng, feeling uneasy, trailed behind, apprehensive about potential trouble. "Behold, this deep-sea dragon fish. You have certainly never tasted anything like it. A rare delicacy from the new stars. And this snow cow, raised in the grasslands at the foot of the snow-capped mountains of the new stars, boasts exquisite meat. The prime cuts can be prepared as top-grade sashimi, let alone here. You have surely never experienced it. This is reserved for a select few. Do try it. It is exceptionally fresh." Kong Yi led Wang Xuan into a room, introducing the ingredients laid out on the table, exuding the scent of alcohol. Qin Cheng found his demeanor rather intolerable, perceiving him as excessively domineering, frequently mentioning the new stars and boasting with a lack of subtlety. Thus, he retorted rather curtly, "What is so novel about this? Do you know how I savor top-grade snow cow sashimi? At dawn, as the first rays of morning light bloom, I chase cattle across the HLB grasslands. It is during this time that the beef is at its most tender." Kong Yi was momentarily left speechless, and Wang Xuan too found himself at a loss for words. As the door to the room swung open, a throng of people entered, laughter echoing around them. It was a refreshing and undoubtedly unique way to enjoy the moment. Upon returning to the new star, I shall endeavor to try it myself. Even the aloof Su Wenba cracked a smile. Kong Yi immediately discerned the situation. This group was clearly concerned, keeping a watchful eye on him, wary of potential trouble. He felt a surge of dissatisfaction and remarked, "Am I truly so unworthy? How could I possibly cause any trouble for Wang Xuan? Besides, at this stage, provoking him would only lead to my own defeat. I am no match for him." Before parting ways, I had specifically arranged for rare ingredients, all highly nourishing. Knowing his obsession with practicing ancient techniques, these items would greatly benefit his health. I can attest that Kong Yi indeed put considerable thought into reconciling with Wang Xuan before their farewell. Su Chan spoke up. Wang Xuan nodded, "I understand. Let bygones be bygones. The past is behind us. I wish you a brilliant future filled with extraordinary achievements." He clinked glasses with Kong Yi, and Qin Cheng approached, stuffing a few slices of beef into his mouth before joining in the toast, saying, "It is indeed tastier than the beef from the HLB grasslands." The three of them raised their glasses and drank heartily. "Wang Xuan, you are a decent fellow. To be honest, if it weren't for my initial pursuit of Ling Wei, your character would suit my taste perfectly. We could have become great friends," Kong Yi said, his words somewhat slurred. "It is not too late. We are classmates and friends now," Wang Xuan replied. "Ling Wei is yet to arrive. I suspect she will be a bit late," Zhou Kuan quietly informed Wang Xuan. Soon after, Wang Xuan and Kong Yi, with a hint of intoxication, linked arms, and made their way to the lawn outside, drawing the attention of many. Could these two truly coexist peacefully? With the resolution of their past grievances, the atmosphere became much more vibrant. The crowd exchanged toasts and began to feel the effects of the drink. Several individuals from the old world were soon to embark on their journey to the new star, eagerly dreaming of life there. What beautiful aspirations do you all hold? Someone inquired, sharing their own wishes. Once I settle down there, I must buy a villa in a picturesque location like this one, preferably in a more remote area with immense potential for appreciation, as the population in the new star is bound to grow. Wang Xuan chuckled, saying, if you can conceive of it, others have likely already acted upon it. Wherever your heart desires and yearns for. At this moment, Qin Sheng interjected, what I desire and long for is to have a private conversation with Zhao Qinghan. His hasty interruption twisted Wang Xian's words. Wherever your heart desires and yearns for, it has undoubtedly become a bustling thoroughfare. Around them, a group of people exchanged peculiar glances at Wang Xian. He patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder, saying, what are you rambling on about? Yet, the atmosphere remained quiet as everyone turned their gaze behind Wang Xian. He suddenly snapped back to reality, swiftly turning around to behold the stunning Zhao Qinghan. Thank you all for your support. If you still have any monthly votes in hand, please cast them for Deep Space Beyond. I am grateful to San Sheng Yuan Shuahua, Du Ko Kuan Long, Jiang Zhua Chun, Xingyu Yu Xia, Tian Geng Shang De Tai Yang, Jian Xiaofeng Ling Xiaoyan, Yan Han, and Zue Sun Tian Yi Wei and I. My heartfelt thanks to these esteemed leaders. Chapter 10. The new art. Zhao Qinghan, tall and graceful, donned a fitted white dress that gracefully skimmed her knees, unmistakably showcasing her exquisite figure with its alluring curves and long legs. The night breeze tousled her lustrous, raven locks, framing her exquisite oval face, once sweet and serene, now marred by a frozen smile. The atmosphere was hushed, with every attendee rooted in stillness. Even Zhao Qinghan, accustomed to grandeur and a woman of considerable emotional intelligence, found herself momentarily ensnared in silence, hinting at the unusual tension permeating the air. Wang Xian turned, finding himself face-to-face with her. The fiery maple trees on the mountain painted a picturesque backdrop, while the city below shimmered with radiant lights, lending a tranquil beauty to the gathering. Wang Xian had not anticipated Zhao Qinghan's sudden appearance, a moment primarily disrupted by Qin Sheng's untimely interjection that altered the mood entirely. You arrived late. You owe yourself a drink, Wang Xian declared, his calm demeanor surprising everyone as he raised his glass with a smile towards Zhao Qinghan. Though typically composed and self-assured, Zhao Qinghan felt a brief stiffness in her body. Instinctively, she raised her glass of red wine but quickly regained her composure. Midway through her gesture, a radiant smile returned to her face. Yet she refrained from speaking or clinking glasses with Wang Xian, curious to observe his response and any swift, astute reactions he might offer. At that moment, Qin Sheng interjected. Qinghan, please don't misunderstand. Wang is quite dependable. It was primarily my hasty words that caused this shift. Wang Xian, previously unflappable, now felt a surge of frustration, silently questioning his friend's lack of tact in this delicate situation. The best approach was to let the moment pass without further explanation, which was why he had maintained his composure as though nothing had transpired. Zhao Qinghan, at a loss for words, lightly tapped her glass against Wang Xian's before moistening her lips with a subtle sip of wine and turning to depart, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Did I say something wrong? Qin Sheng inquired, aware that he had inadvertently complicated matters. Wang Xian patted his shoulder, replying, you were not mistaken. In fact, your words have effectively sent her away, sparing us all from awkwardness. Qin Sheng exhaled, but my intention was to speak with her privately and share a drink. Now that she has gone, who am I to approach? Just go after her. She's still here, Kong Yi suggested, pulling Wang Xian away to the edge of the mountain, where they gazed out at the distant lights below. This time, someone is advocating for you, hoping to elevate you to new heights, Kong Yi remarked, resting his hands on the railing. Wang Xian was already aware that Professor Lin had sought investors. However, he sensed that Kong Yi's revelations extended beyond mere information, prompting him to glance sideways at him. The project leader for the old art research remembers you. Although your situation does not align with the selection criteria, your remarkable performance in old art has compelled them to consider making an exception for you. Indeed, there were hidden layers to this conversation. Kong Yi had sought him out for a specific purpose. Ling Wei's family intervened, seeking to confine you to the old soil, preventing your ascendance to the new star. These words thundered in Wang Xuan's ears, instantly rousing him from his intoxication, his gaze sharpening to a piercing intensity as he fixed it upon Kong Yi. Kong Yi, always assertive and unyielding, turned to meet his stare, stating, "If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. There will surely be traces left behind. Besides, since I am aware of this matter, others must be as well. Why are you telling me this?" Wang Xuan inquired. Kong Yi replied solemnly, "I fear that should you glean only fragments of information, knowing that someone is suppressing you, you might mistakenly attribute the blame to me. I refuse to shoulder this unjust burden." Before turning to leave, he added in a hushed tone, "Ling Wei's family is far more powerful and influential than you can imagine." As Wang Xuan watched Kong Yi's silhouette disappear into the glow of the villa lights, he remained rooted in place, his gaze drifting once more to the resplendent city below. "Have I overestimated people?" he murmured softly. Earlier, Qin Cheng had suspected that perhaps his ex-girlfriend's family was exerting pressure to keep him grounded, but at that time, he had dismissed the notion. Wang Xuan had encountered Ling Wei's father. To be precise, that middle-aged man had sought him out, exerting pressure upon him. During their first meeting, although Ling Qiming appeared stern, he revealed another facet of himself, his face etched with a father's concern and love for his daughter, apprehensive that she might choose unwisely. Wang Xuan felt scrutinized, as Ling Qiming questioned him with intensity, yet he did not harbor anger. Empathizing, he understood that if he had a daughter who had found a partner on another planet, he too would feel a pang of worry and would want to investigate the situation. Ling Qiming's commanding presence ultimately became overwhelming for Wang Xuan, especially after repeated warnings. Nevertheless, during that time, regardless of Ling Qiming's formidable aura, he did not resort to utilizing his connections against Wang Xuan, which left him with a relatively favorable impression of the man. Wang Xuan had always been reluctant to attribute malice to others, preferring to engage in empathetic contemplation. Recognizing this as a protective instinct of a powerful father, albeit excessive, yet still somewhat comprehensible. Up until now, he felt he had idealized certain individuals and circumstances. Shaking his head and exhaling a heavy breath, he turned to retrace his steps, unwilling to dwell on what had transpired. One must always look forward. "Wang Xuan, over here." Zhou Kuan called him over for a drink. Wang Xuan's expression shifted. He knew all too well that once Zhou Kuan imbibed, he would become uninhibited, as if transformed. Chattering incessantly, Zhou Kuan dismissed any concerns, saying, "Didn't I mention when I came to find you that we would indulge ourselves tonight and have a proper conversation?" Nearby, Su Chan, Su Wenba, and others exchanged glances, sensing Zhou Kuan's intention to divulge secrets. Once intoxicated, he would become a loquacious source of information, answering any inquiry. "Is he doing this on purpose?" Li Qingzhu whispered. Su Chan shrugged, saying, "Let him be. The new technique isn't exactly a secret anymore. It will inevitably reach the old soil in due time." Wang Xuan understood that Zhou Kuan was leveraging his inebriation to offer him insights. At this moment, Qin Cheng approached, his face brimming with delight. "I just had a drink with the goddess alone," he exclaimed. "She mentioned that she would come to see me on the moon sometime. By the way, she also inquired about you, Lao Wang. What level have you reached in your old techniques?" I told her it's roughly equivalent to 9.8 of Kong Yi, 12.5 of Zhou Kuan, and 11.6 of Su Wenba. Zhou Kuan, who had initially planned to indulge in alcohol, was suddenly displeased upon hearing this, retorting, "Qin Cheng, is that really a fair comparison?" Kong Yi also approached with a discontented expression, questioning, "Do you even know how to speak?" Even the typically aloof Su Wenba couldn't maintain his composure, his lips twitching slightly as he remarked, "Qin Cheng, is this how you measure things? Have I become a unit of measurement? I merely mentioned it casually. What do big men have to fuss over when drinking?" Qin Cheng interjected, grabbing Zhou Kuan's arm. "I love drinking with you. Come on, let's share a drink." Zhou Kuan shot him a sidelong glance, fully aware that Qin Cheng was intent on getting him intoxicated to extract secrets, oblivious to the fact that he himself was about to divulge secrets to Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan quickly intervened, concerned that Qin Cheng would indeed get Zhou Kuan drunk to the point of collapse. "Take it easy," he cautioned. To his surprise, after consuming half a glass, Zhou Kuan began to loosen up. "Let me tell you, there's a new technique emerging from the new star, also called the super technique, and some people are even hoping to refer to it as the divine technique. Zhou Kuan, you have quite the audacity to speak freely in public." Some matters are still confidential. Is this really appropriate? A sudden voice interrupted as a young man approached with purpose. He had short hair, a robust physique standing at about 185 centimeters, and his eyes were sharp and piercing. Yin-go, I'm drunk. I'll be more careful next time. Zhou Kuan sobered up, but was evidently unperturbed, clearly recognizing the man. This newcomer was several years older than Zhou Kuan and Su Wenba, with a sun-kissed complexion radiating vitality. He exuded an assertive presence, speaking bluntly as he focused on Wang Xuan and Qin Cheng. You both really dare to pry for information? Trying to intoxicate Zhou Kuan to extract some secrets from him? Zhou Kuan immediately interjected. Yin-go, this is merely a gathering among classmates. If you wish to drink, please go to a room. Kong Yi, Su Wenba, and others promptly moved to block his path, urging him to reconsider his approach. Who do you think you are, speaking so rudely? Have you taken a bullet or something? Qin Cheng retorted, offering no leniency. Upon seeing Su Chan, Li Qingzhu, and others approach, Yin-go chuckled. What are you all so anxious about? Am I really that unreasonable? Zhao Qinghan stepped forward, saying, Yin-go, I understand why you are here. Let us keep things cordial. Shall we? Yin-go smiled. I'm not here to cause trouble today. I merely heard that someone here is quite proficient with the old techniques and wish to engage in some sparring. Wang Xuan, aren't you curious about the new techniques? Come, let us spar. I'll demonstrate. The man referred to as Yin-go made such a bold declaration. In an instant, not only the classmates from the old school, but also those from the new star were taken aback. Could he have truly mastered the new techniques? Wang Xuan remained calm, having previously noticed that this individual had arrived via a small airship, which was parked on a slightly smaller patch of ground not far from two flying saucers. Upon his arrival, he made a beeline towards them. Wang Xuan realized that this individual was approaching him intentionally, as their gaze had repeatedly landed upon him, scrutinizing and observing. Now, the young man had directly called out his name, inquiring if he was brave enough to engage in a simple contest, a clash of the old techniques against the new. Do you have confidence? The youth, referred to as Brother Yun, asked once more. Wang Xuan regarded his face, deep in thought. In the past, had someone inexplicably challenged him to a duel, he would have likely dismissed it, disinterested. However, the current youth intrigued him. He had evidently mastered what was referred to as the new technique, and Wang Xuan was eager to discover what path it entailed. The new technique, also known as the super technique, was even referred to by some as the divine technique. A rather assertive man stood there, speaking to himself before adding, the old technique is nearly on the verge of being obsolete, with some now dubbing it the inferior technique. He beckoned to Wang Xuan, saying, Do you wish to prove something? Let us see if the old technique can still shine anew. Chapter 11. The Clash of Old and New. This is a lengthy chapter. The techniques of the bygone era, scattered amidst the dusty pages of history, are termed as the old techniques, while some call them the scattered techniques. Now, on the new star side, it appears there are those who have begun to label it as the inferior technique, indicating its gradual decline. However, anyone who immerses themselves in the study of the old techniques would find such a designation rather jarring. Under the night sky, Wang Xuan remained calm and composed. Since the other party had come specifically for him and possessed the new technique, he resolved to engage. What shall I call you? He inquired. Zhou Yun, the young man, referred to as Brother Yun, replied with a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. In an instant, he exuded a dangerously captivating aura, his gaze sharp and piercing, akin to that of a predator zeroing in on its prey, silently advancing closer. I thought your surname was Ling, Wang Xuan remarked, gazing into his eyes, unfazed by his assertive demeanor. Upon hearing this speculation, Zhou Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, yet they sparkled with an intense brilliance, growing ever more perilous. Wang Xuan, perceptive as he was, noted the fleeting oddity in his expression and chose not to probe further. Let us engage, Zhou Yun declared, new technique against old technique. Let us ascertain whether the remnants of the past truly deserve to be enshrined in a museum. He smiled, emanating a wild aura, his steps silent yet not straightforward, suggesting a wealth of practical experience. Qin Qing called out, On what grounds do you wish to spar? Where do you hail from? What is your identity? And what is your purpose? His concern for Wang Xuan was palpable. After all, the opponent had come with a clear intent, and it was unlikely he would have acted without a fair degree of confidence. Wang Xuan waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for further discussion. Having made his decision to confront the individual before him, there was nothing left to say. Zhou Kuan, Su Chan, Kong Yi, and others attempted to intervene. But Wang Xuan had already nodded in agreement to the contest, and their faces betrayed their apprehension. Let it be clear that this is merely a sparring match. No one is to hold back too much, Zhao Qing'an stated. As her words echoed, sounds arose from the distant helipad, where two mechanical beings hastily approached. These two cold, metallic robots, equipped with lethal technological weaponry, positioned themselves at the edge of the grass, fixated on Zhou Yun and Wang Xuan. Zhou Yun's pupils constricted. He understood that Zhao Qing'an was issuing a silent warning, primarily directed at him, concerned that he might incite a bloody turmoil with his advanced techniques. He nodded and said, "Very well, it's settled. I merely wish to observe whether those who practice antiquated techniques still possess a path forward, or if they have truly fallen into obsolescence." Zhou Yun stood tall, his short hair and sun-kissed complexion radiating vigor and strength, exuding an imposing aura as he assumed an offensive stance. In a fleeting moment, Wang Xuan initiated his internal cultivation method, exhaling a cloud of stale air infused with the scent of alcohol. He had indulged more than usual this evening, which was somewhat detrimental to him. "Should we take a moment to rest?" Zhou Kuan promptly inquired. Qin Sheng quickly nodded in agreement. "You're right. Having consumed so much alcohol, my neural responses are surely delayed. Please grant me a few minutes." Wang Xuan replied. He then closed his eyes, drawing upon the foundational techniques of the pre-Qin alchemists, synchronizing with a unique rhythm, envisioning the light of the stars and moon transforming into a cascade of luminescence, permeating his being. Simultaneously, he imagined the turbid energy within him being expelled through his pores, exchanging with the moonlight and starlight. Such visualizations were not uncommon. Existing records of internal cultivation and meditation encompassed similar practices, yet the distinctive frequency and rhythm were of paramount importance. The roots of the pre-Qin alchemists' methods were astonishing, with effects that defied belief. Many observers experienced a fleeting illusion, perceiving Wang Xuan as enveloped in a veil of pure light, favored by the celestial bodies, rendering him somewhat ethereal and enigmatic. This extraordinary spectacle elicited expressions of astonishment from all present. Could the ancient techniques be practiced in such a manner? Was there indeed a viable path forward? After 6 minutes, Wang Xuan opened his eyes and declared, "I am ready." He stood tall and well-proportioned, exuding a sense of calm and composure amidst the night. "That is precisely what I was waiting for." Zhou Yun surged forward, propelled by a tempestuous force. His speed was so remarkable that many failed to react, only noticing deep imprints left on the lawn. Moreover, the ground and grass beneath his feet erupted as he passed, indicating the immense strength he wielded. Bang! Wang Xuan, naturally quick to respond, lifted a long wooden table laden with self-service food and kicked it towards the oncoming figure. To the dismay of onlookers, Zhou Yun, resembling a humanoid lion or tiger, did not halt. He struck the sturdy table with a single palm, shattering it effortlessly. With a crack, the entire table exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions as the crowd scrambled to evade the debris, their expressions instantly shifting to alarm. Zhou Yun was ferocious, imbued with primal intensity. Such a force could undoubtedly threaten lives if unleashed upon a person. Wang Xuan slightly sidestepped, his agility unparalleled, narrowly evading Zhou Yun's powerful strike. As Zhou Yun lunged forward, his upper body thrusting ahead, Wang Xuan's hand sliced through the air, striking Zhou Yun as he passed, the force of the impact creating a ripple in the atmosphere. Indeed, Zhou Yun was formidable. In that fleeting moment, he launched his right elbow backward, colliding with Chu Feng's palm, producing a resonant thud. Both men swayed slightly from the impact, yet Zhou Yun surged onward. In the fleeting moment of turning around, Zhou Yun charged forward once more, leaping into the air like a ferocious black tiger pouncing on its prey, exuding an aura of danger and wildness as his fists and feet targeted Chu Feng. This time, Wang Xuan did not evade. With swift decisiveness, he spun and kicked upwards into the air. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a thunderclap, the deep and powerful sound causing a tremor in the hearts of those present. Zhou Yun was sent flying, his agile body landing with a slight wobble, yet he managed to maintain his balance on the ground. "You truly possess some skill," he remarked, gazing at Wang Xuan, a sense of surprise washing over him. "You are employing old techniques. What are the so-called new methods?" Wang Xuan inquired. Zhou Yun replied, "If I can defeat you using old techniques, would it not be more convenient? There would be no need for me to employ new methods." He still radiated a dangerous energy, his body taut and poised for another fierce onslaught. What I employ is merely the framework of old techniques. My strength does not originate from energy cultivation or internal nurturing. We have progressed with the times, having long ago integrated genetic advancements. Zhou Yun was unperturbed by the revelation of his foundation, for to him, it was merely an enhancement of physical strength and power, not the source of transcendent abilities. Nearby, those observing felt a chill, as students from the New Star understood the implications. Long ago, research into genetic optimization and editing for newborns had been conducted at New Star, albeit mostly in secrecy to avoid public backlash. Zhou Yun's formidable physical prowess stemmed not from energy cultivation or internal nurturing, but purely from genetic advancements, rendering him terrifyingly powerful and nearly insurmountable for ordinary individuals. Wang Xuan ceased his words and took the initiative to attack, since his opponent was so purposefully targeting him. He would respond directly. On the lawn, the two figures moved with remarkable speed, their strikes generating a sound akin to wind and thunder, instilling fear in many onlookers. Such force, if unleashed upon a person, would surely result in severe injury or death. With a series of resounding impacts, the ground beneath them erupted. Their feet struck the earth with such force that not only did they create deep craters, but they also shattered the surrounding grass, scattering debris. Mastery of old techniques, when taken to a certain level, indeed surpassed that of ordinary individuals, possessing immense lethality in ancient times, which is why it has endured through the ages. However, it is exceedingly difficult to master, and whether due to changing environments or the dazzling advancements of modern technology, fewer and fewer individuals can attain proficiency in old techniques, leading to diminishing effectiveness and stagnation at higher levels. Consequently, it has fallen into decline, making encounters with true masters increasingly rare. Presently, Wang Xuan's performance at such a young age was truly remarkable, even managing to suppress Zhou Yun, whose genetic enhancements were exceptional. In the arena, Zhou Yun found himself trembling under Wang Xuan's relentless assault, staggering backward, a chill running down his spine at the explosive power emanating from the other's tall frame. With a resounding impact, Wang Xuan's punch sent Zhou Yun reeling, his blood surging as he stumbled back, nearly spitting out blood. In an instant, Wang Xuan followed up with a sweeping kick, and although Zhou Yun managed to evade a critical strike, his shoulder was still grazed. He suddenly felt a searing pain. His clothes were torn, and blood had begun to flow. Had he not evaded in time, he might have suffered severe fractures in his shoulder bone. What a monstrous entity! This was his internal assessment. Even with his robust physique and formidable constitution, he could barely withstand the assault, let alone others. Despite having undergone genetic optimization, he still found himself unable to resist the opponent's formidable strikes, the force of which was terrifying. He gravely suspected that if a blow landed on his head, it would shatter like a watermelon. Exhaling a deep breath, he swiftly retreated, his demeanor shifting into something ethereal. A faint blue mist enveloped his form, exuding an air of mystery. You wish to witness new techniques? Come forth. Zhou Yun bellowed. Gasps erupted from the crowd. His state was exceptionally unique, emanating a palpable danger that instinctively compelled others to withdraw. The students from the New Star Academy felt a surge of anxiety. They understood that this was a manifestation of new skills, touching upon supernatural forces, which could unleash catastrophic consequences. Wang Xuan, if you sense something amiss, speak up immediately. Someone cautioned, sweat trickling down their brow in concern. Wang Xuan halted, refraining from launching an immediate attack, as he keenly sensed the unusual power and chose to observe quietly. Zhou Yun charged forward, the surrounding blue mist swirling, as if on the verge of luminescence, exerting all his might against Wang Xuan. Something is amiss. Wang Xuan retreated, realizing that the tempestuous assaults were merely a facade. The true threat lay in the ethereal blue mist that was gradually illuminating. Did the faint blue light warp the very fabric of space? In that instant, a chill ran down Wang Xuan's spine. Yet, he quickly recognized that space could not be distorted. Zhou Yun lacked such power. Was it merely his perception that was being warped? Wang Xuan activated the ancient techniques passed down from the pre-Qin alchemists, his spirit invigorating rapidly, piercing through the haze. He was genuinely astonished. The opponent's supernatural technique, that very blue light, could influence one's psyche. Had he made a single misstep, he would have faced defeat. He swung his right palm with astonishing force. A normal person struck would surely be sent flying, bones shattered. Zhou Yun did not retreat this time. His right fist, shimmering with a pale blue glow, collided with Wang Xuan's palm, both emitting muffled groans. Zhou Yun felt an overwhelming force crash against him, as if his fist might break, with blood seeping from the gaps in his nails, instilling a sense of dread within him. The fact that the opponent could injure him even while employing supernatural techniques was alarming. Fortunately, he had activated his own powers. Otherwise, his finger bones might have fractured. After the collision of palms, Wang Xuan felt an unusual sensation and retreated swiftly, yet a mysterious force infiltrated his body, the insidious blue light. In an instant, his arm grew numb, and discomfort spread through his internal organs, prompting him to retreat hastily. Now you understand the gravity of the situation. Supernatural techniques surpass your imagination. While old methods have indeed become obsolete, Zhou Yun proclaimed, not pausing but instead swiftly advancing, his body aglow with a spectral blue radiance. He would not grant Wang Xuan a moment's respite, intent on concluding the battle swiftly. What is that, old Wang? If you can't hold on, speak up. Qin Cheng urged loudly, glancing anxiously around and seizing a table, ready to charge forward at any moment. That is the new technique, a preliminary encounter with supernatural forces. Zhou Kuan whispered, revealing the true situation and elaborating further. In the West, such energy is referred to as the God particle, while in our context, it is known as the supernatural element. In the midst of the chaos, Wang Xuan found himself in a perilous situation, facing supernatural forces for the first time. He was utterly bewildered, his mind disturbed and his body being eroded. Suddenly, a faint rumbling akin to thunder emanated from within him. He activated the foundational techniques of the sorcerer, causing a tremor in his organs and unleashing a unique body technique. 5 organs thunder sound technique. A gasp echoed through the crowd. After all, they were all students familiar with the old techniques, and they quickly recognized the method Wang Xuan had employed. This technique was exceedingly esoteric, impossible to master through conventional means. At least none of them had succeeded, yet Wang Xuan had managed to execute it. Instantly, a special frequency of vibration resonated from his 5 organs, greatly enhancing his metabolism, which accelerated continuously, expelling wisps of fine blue light from his pores. Zhao Qinghan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she instructed the robot, "Quick, record this. He can actually unravel supernatural techniques this way." Although Zhou Yun has initially touched upon supernatural forces, it is astonishing that his first strike was neutralized by an old technique. Wang Xuan's body returned to normal as he unleashed his strongest means, the thunderous sound reverberating through him. He struck forward with hands like thunderbolts. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the cacophony of violent collisions, the thin layer of blue light surrounding Zhou Yun was shattered by Wang Xuan's force, sending him sprawling backward. Blood spilling from his mouth, Zhou Yun, who had mastered the supernatural technique, was unexpectedly defeated. This outcome profoundly shocked everyone. Wang Xuan had decisively triumphed over Zhou Yun using the old technique. Wang Xuan approached, eager to observe the dissipating blue light surrounding Zhou Yun. Suddenly, Zhou Yun, unable to restrain himself, sprang up and launched another attack. Wang Xuan seized his arm, the thunderous vibrations within him dispersing the blue light. Delivering a punch to Zhou Yun's abdomen that caused him to double over in pain, much like a bent shrimp. "You dare to strike at me after your defeat?" Wang Xuan lightly patted Zhou Yun's spine, inflicting excruciating pain and rendering him nearly immobile. Wang Xuan, drenched in sweat from the exertion of activating the 5 organs thunder sound technique, sat atop Zhou Yun, warning him not to move recklessly, lest he suffer severe repercussions. "Now, tell me your origins," Wang Xuan inquired of Zhou Yun. Just then, a small airship descended, and a middle-aged man emerged, followed by a young woman in her 20s, who appeared silent and unhappy as she walked with her head down. Upon seeing Zhou Yun pinned beneath Wang Xuan, the middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. Gratitude is also owed to Zhang Cheng, the book enthusiast Jitian, and the ephemeral passage of time, as well as to the reality of disdainful men. And to Huanyu, standing 2 decades hence to reflect upon life, and to Jiutian Miao. I extend my thanks to the aforementioned leaders for their support. Chapter 12. A gentle overlook. Zhou Yun was gripped by a searing pain in his abdomen, hunched over like a shrimp, his spine having been struck, rendering half his body rigid and immobile. Wang Xuan, weary, treated him as a stool, perching himself upon Zhou Yun's shoulder. The middle-aged man disembarking from the airship donned traditional Tang attire. Though somewhat portly, he exuded a formidable presence, his expression cooling upon witnessing the scene. He refrained from uttering a word, his gaze sharp and piercing, which most would find difficult to withstand. Yet, Wang Xuan paid him no heed, remaining seated atop Zhou Yun. Behind the middle-aged man trailed a cadre of robust individuals clad in black, evidently bodyguards armed with firearms. One of them commanded Wang Xuan to rise. Wang Xuan, silent, let his right hand fall, nonchalantly placing 2 fingers upon Zhou Yun's temple. Those present, all practitioners of ancient arts, understood the implications of such a gesture. At Wang Xuan's level of vitality, even in the face of sudden adversity, an instinctive movement could pierce a vital point. Didn't he expect you to be here as well? This is rather inappropriate, Zhao Qinghan interjected as she approached. Zhou Kuan, Kong Yi, Su Chan, and others greeted the middle-aged man politely, clearly familiar with him. The man turned, casting a cold glance at the bodyguards, who promptly retreated in silence back towards the airship. Wang Xuan had bested Zhou Yun, who was serving as a seat. The young woman trailing the middle-aged man, who had appeared lost in a daydream, now seemed taken aback. She was acutely aware of Zhou Yun's strength and frequently spoke of the extraordinary. In the past, Zhou Yun had often expressed his fervent belief that a new era had dawned, where the likes of immortal beings could emerge. To witness someone of his caliber, who had cultivated new techniques and harbored aspirations of immortality, being subdued and used as a mere seat was astonishing. Wang Xuan, rise at once, the woman commanded, her brows furrowed in anger as she glared at him. Wang Xuan remained seated, unperturbed, quietly channeling the primordial techniques of the pre-Qin alchemists. His weary form gradually revitalized under the pale moonlight. The middle-aged man, intrigued, noted that despite not practicing ancient arts himself, his extensive experiences allowed him to discern certain subtleties. You are quite young, yet you have advanced your mastery of ancient techniques to this extent, he remarked, then gently inquired if Wang Xuan could stand to converse. At this, Wang Xuan rose, shaking off his fatigue, standing tall under the moonlight, his gaze vibrant and focused. Recognizing the man's willingness to engage in dialogue, he reciprocated with a respectful demeanor, his earlier reluctance to rise merely a reflection of his stance on equality. Wang Xuan had always maintained such an approach, keeping a respectful distance from those with formidable presence who were accustomed to controlling the situation. Qin Sheng promptly approached, standing beside him. The young woman, now fully alert, rushed over to assist Zhou Yun, inquiring about the severity of his injuries. May I ask your name? Wang Xuan inquired courteously. My surname is Zhou. You may address me as Uncle Zhou. The middle-aged man scrutinized him, as if attempting to see right through him. Wang Xuan remained composed. Even the formidable presence of Ling Wei's father could not intimidate him, and the slightly lesser figure before him failed to exert any pressure. Qin Sheng nudged Zhou Kuan and whispered, Are all these people with the surname Zhou your family? Zhou Kuan shook his head, replying, Of course not. With the vastness of the new star, it is impossible for everyone with the surname Zhou to belong to our family. He is Zhou Mingxian, Ling Wei's uncle. Zhou Yun, having just begun to master the new technique, is the eldest son of Zhou Mingxian and also Ling Wei's cousin. The girl who had earlier been in a trance was Zhou Yun's biological sister, Zhou Ting. Zhou Mingxian remained motionless, staring at Wang Xuan for a full 3 minutes, his own body slightly stiffening, before finally offering a resigned smile. Youth is truly wonderful. I have long heard your name, and now that I see you, I find you quite impressive. He smiled and nodded. Wang Xuan smiled in return, considering such remarks mere pleasantries. Uncle Zhou, what brings you here today? Su Chan inquired, voicing the subtle discontent of several attendees. After all, this was a reunion for their classmates, and Zhou Yun's arrival had disrupted the gathering. Although many were aware of the circumstances, Zhou Mingxian sighed. It is all for Zhou Yun. I specifically came to apprehend him. Having just grasped the basics of the new technique, he seems oblivious to the consequences. After clashing with over a dozen people in a matter of days, he has been seeking challengers. Upon learning he was here, I immediately followed. This time, he shall face the consequences. No outings for 6 months. In the distance, Zhou Yun stood frozen. Zhou Ting rolled her eyes. Although Zhou Yun had recklessly sought trouble with Wang Xuan, it was far-fetched to say their father had decided to drag him back. On the way, he had believed that Zhou Yun would likely injure Wang Xuan and that she would later have to apologize on his behalf. Demonstrating the Zhou family's sincerity, and preventing outsiders from raising objections. Uncle Zhou, what brings you back to the old soil? Kong Yi asked. Primarily for business dealings. And to check on Ling Wei's parents, Zhou Mingxian casually replied. I heard from Ling Wei that her parents are coming over in a couple of days. Zhao Qinghan remarked indifferently. Oh, right. They will be coming shortly to personally take her back and will not be leaving with you, Zhou Mingxian said. Zhao Qinghan's beautiful, expressive eyes sparkled as she inquired. Uncle Zhou, could it be that the Zhou and Ling families have made some discoveries in the old soil? Hence your visit with so many people? Zhou Mingxian chuckled. You are quite the clever one, always imagining possibilities. However, this time it is genuinely just related to deep space trade. You know our families have substantial business ties in this area. He continued. What could there possibly be in the old soil? The graves of the immortals remain undiscovered, and the grand tombs of the preaching alchemists have all been thoroughly excavated. The underground is barren, devoid of anything. Currently, those powerful organizations, influential factions, and nations are focusing their attention on deep space, where remarkable discoveries have been made, far more valuable than anything here. He then fell silent, realizing that there were still students from the old soil present. He turned around and looked kindly at Wang Xuan, saying, I just overheard them mention your dedication to the old arts and your earnest practice. I wonder if you could demonstrate for me. In my youth, I encountered a master who could pierce steel with his bare hands. I would like to see if you possess the same fervor as that esteemed individual. If you exhibit his spirit, I shall reward you with a scripture. This middle-aged gentleman was quite generous. Indeed, Qin Chung remarked softly. Wang Xuan smiled and replied, I certainly cannot compare myself to the venerable figure you speak of. I am merely indulging in my own amusement. You are too modest. How about you perform a demonstration for me? It would be best to find someone to spar with. Of course, do not misunderstand. I do not mean for you to engage in a duel, Zhou Mingxian clarified. Let us find a standard robot that can only defend passively. You may attack at will and showcase your techniques. Wang Xuan chuckled and said, I am quite fatigued today and lack the spirit for practice. I shall refrain from making a fool of myself. Just as Zhou Mingxian was about to respond, Zhou Yan called him from a distance. He smiled and nodded at Wang Xuan before walking away. Qin Chung remarked quietly, such a person must possess formidable scriptures, regardless of his intentions. You should seize the opportunity to acquire the texts. Wang Xuan replied, do you truly believe that after I have just sparred with his son, he would gift me a preaching secret art? Even if he were to offer the old arts, I doubt their potency. Furthermore, he is the uncle of Ling Wei, aligned with her father's stance. Why would he take such an interest in me? He added, this man has many thoughts concealed beneath his calm demeanor. What do you mean by that? Qin Chung inquired. His demeanor is one of gentle condescension, presenting himself as a benevolent elder offering you an opportunity, while in reality, he seeks to undermine you subtly. What robots are present here? Aside from something akin to Zhao Qinghan, I suspect only the housekeeping robots in the Zhou family's airship room. Engaging in combat with a cleaning robot and then receiving a scripture as a reward would merely serve to enlighten you to the disparity in our levels. Qin Chung, feeling a chill, sighed. This middle-aged man is far more formidable than his son. I find it difficult to contend with him. Next time, I shall take on his son again. Nearby, Su Chong and Zhao Qinghan burst into laughter upon hearing his final remark. Wang Xuan called out into the distance, Uncle Zhou, I regret to inform you that I am unwell and fatigued today. I cannot demonstrate for you. Thank you for the scripture. Zhou Mingxuan's expression momentarily faltered before he smiled warmly and said, no matter, perhaps next time I shall witness your extraordinary mastery of the old arts. He waved his hand, instructing someone to fetch the old arts scripture from the airship. Qin Chung stood in a daze for a moment before quickly turning to Wang Xuan, exclaiming, Old Wang, you are quite clever, playing the game to your advantage. Yes, one should take what is offered. Zhou Mingxian approached personally with a gentle smile, handing Wang Xuan an antiquated paper book. Young man, you are indeed impressive. Unfortunately, you were not selected this time. However, since you remain in the old lands, make the most of your time here and strive to achieve recognition for your mastery of the old arts. With that, he turned with Zhou Yun and Zhou Ting, boarding a small airship and vanishing into the night sky. We should be on our way, Wang Xuan said to Qin Chung. Zhou Kuan then asked, aren't you waiting for Ling Wei? I surmised that she was likely detained by her uncle and others prior, and she should arrive shortly. Wang Xuan shook his head in resignation and remarked, I have stated several times that there is truly nothing between us now. We have been apart for over a year. You have witnessed the attitude of her family, They remain unyielding. It is best for us to part ways amicably and focus on our own futures. Chapter 13. The end of the old path. The mountaintop was adorned with dappled light and shadow, the nearby maple trees ablaze with fiery hues, while the distant woods cast vast shadows. In the nocturnal ambience, the occasional startled bird took flight, filling the air with its cries. That evening, many succumbed to inebriation, expressing their innermost thoughts. Some spoke with fervor and grand aspirations, declaring this a magnificent era, urging their peers to seize opportunities and become extraordinary beings, even harboring ambitions towards the divine, igniting the sacred flame and ascending the high altar. Even a typically reserved female student shed her reticence. Another male student boldly proclaimed, "What is the essence of the immortal beings? I believe they are the extraordinary ones. The myths of your may not be mere fabrications. Bodhisattvas, the three pure ones, immortals, and even monsters may still manifest. Of course, I refer to the potential emergence of beings of that caliber, not suggesting that the extraordinary figures of the past, such as bodhisattvas and immortals, still roam among us. After all, time is merciless, and that which must fade has indeed faded. The three pure ones and other such figures, now mere mortals, cannot possibly have endured to the present day. In their lifetime, they too were flesh and blood, undeniably powerful. However, based on the unearthed relics, such as stupas, temples, and various solitary documents, it appears they were far less formidable than we imagine. There is no need for excessive deification. Several prominent life research institutes have collaborated to analyze their remains. And even the most potent individuals among these extraordinary beings could not withstand modern technological weaponry. One nuclear strike would suffice to obliterate them entirely. The speaker was a male student from New Star, evidently intoxicated, divulging information previously unheard by those from Old Earth. The wealthy elite of New Star had unearthed some remarkable artifacts in Old Earth, including purported remains of a Buddha. The student added, "There is nothing extraordinary about this. No need for astonishment. For instance, in certain religious contexts, tombs beneath stupas occasionally conceal stone, iron, jade, or gold coffers containing Buddha bones and relics. Discoveries made throughout Old Earth. Moreover, unexpected findings have also emerged from the ancestral grounds of Taoism, leading to multiple explorations. These artifacts, along with the inscriptions found underground, recount many tales of the past, and combined with the analyses from several of the most prestigious life research institutes, have yielded scientifically accurate conclusions. Bodhisattvas, immortal beings, and the three pure ones were indeed flesh and blood individuals." Wang Xuan inquired of Zhou Kuan whether these assertions held any credibility. "Not particularly reliable," Zhou Kuan whispered. "The remains, hair, and various artifacts unearthed from tombs do not definitively indicate anything." Remarkably, he was still sober at this moment. He continued, "These findings diverge somewhat from the legends of the immortal beings, being regarded as powerful figures akin to sorcerers." Wang Xuan asked, "So? Does this imply that research from New Star provides conclusive evidence that even the mightiest sorcerers of the pre-Qin era could fall to technological weaponry?" "Indeed," Zhou Kuan affirmed. "Some research institutions have been fortunate to obtain a few remains of sorcerers, and testing has confirmed they were indeed flesh and blood individuals. Many technological weapons could easily vanquish them." Wang Xuan sighed, a rare expression of emotion for him. For those dedicated to the study of ancient arts, the conclusion reached, despite their resolute spirits, brings a sense of melancholy. The most powerful sorcerers of the pre-Qin era represent the zenith of ancient practices, a pinnacle that can be reached no further. With the rise of technological civilization, it becomes alarmingly easy to extinguish even the most formidable individuals among ancient humanity. In this age of brilliant technology, the once resplendent ancient arts are overshadowed. A single neutron bomb can obliterate all, be they legends or the mighty sorcerers perched atop the pyramid of power. "What of the immortal sages?" Wang Xuan inquired. Zhou Kuan responded, "Upon thorough investigation, some posit that the immortal sages are merely the apex sorcerers, or perhaps individuals slightly more potent than their pre-Qin counterparts, mythologized through oral tradition. Yet, they remain human, unable to escape death in the face of technological weaponry." Wang Xuan sighed for a second time. Living in this era, it appears that those who immerse themselves in ancient arts face a dismal fate, with a bleak future that reveals itself all too clearly. You wouldn't desire to reach the end of this path and become a sorcerer of the pre-Qin era, would you? Zhou Kuan regarded him with astonishment, then shook his head, saying, "To tread this path now is to see the conclusion laid bare. The outcome has long been predetermined." Certain conglomerates and organizations that have historically invested in ancient arts do so not for its offensive capabilities, but rather for the pursuit of longevity. In terms of lethality, it pales in comparison to modern technology. He added, moreover, with the advent of new practices involving supernatural forces, ancient arts have been entirely supplanted even in the realm of longevity. In a hushed tone, Zhou Kuan remarked, "New practices hold immense potential. The future may yet herald divine recognition. Some research institutions are already preparing for investigations in this direction. Once I master these new techniques, if the opportunity arises, I will send you some materials to see if you can embark on this path." After sharing this, he emphasized his inebriation, claiming ignorance of what he had said. Nevertheless, he continued unabated. Discovering the path of new practices is merely a serendipitous outcome. The true treasure lies in the revelations at the edge of deep space. If I were to tell you that some wish to embark on risks backed by formidable technological civilization, would you believe it? Though I remain skeptical, whispers of such endeavors occasionally surface. Having spoken thus, he declared himself dizzy and intended to retreat to a room for a respite. After Zhou Kuan had departed for quite some time, Wang Xuan remained silent, contemplating the path of ancient arts. Is the end truly visible? The outlook is grim. Yet, I yearn to continue onward, to gaze upon that terminus, to explore further. Wang Xuan murmured to himself. Qin Sheng approached closely, stating, "Old Zhou is quite generous," subtly imparting a wealth of information. Wang Xuan nodded in agreement. Before long, he bid farewell to Qin Sheng and the others, departing the premises. "I must attend to my emotions. Old Wang, I will vanish for 2 days to stabilize my affairs," Qin Sheng muttered en route. In his inebriated state, he was naturally unable to drive, with a designated individual escorting them home. In fact, by midday the following day, Qin Sheng reappeared before Wang Xuan, his eyes reddened. Exuding an unusual sense of despondency, his emotional side fully unveiled. "I am delighted to inform her that I would be heading to the new moon, with the prospect of migrating to the new star in the future." However, she coldly responded with a mere 2 words, "Break up." I assured her that I would certainly return to take her along, yet she replied that she would not wait for me. How heartless. She did not elaborate, summing it all up in just 6 words, succinct and resolute. Qin Sheng was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Wang Xuan found it amusing, considering the girl quite intriguing, particularly since he had met her. Currently a junior, he recognized her reliability. "Did you not have the patience to inquire why?" "I did." And she expressed her desire to avoid squandering time, preferring not to let us become strangers, rather than endure such a fate. She deemed it better to part ways early and decisively. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan couldn't help but admire her. She was indeed remarkable, resolute, possessing character, unpretentious. And her words rang true. The future is fraught with uncertainty, and with your temperament, who knows how quickly you might forget her. "Old Wang, you underestimate me," Qin Sheng exclaimed, distressed. "I genuinely like her." Wang Xuan chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further. Qin Sheng, growing anxious, insisted, "You cannot possibly believe I have feelings for Zhao Qinghan, can you?" "Absolutely not. When I referred to her as a goddess, it was merely in admiration. Who would choose her as a wife? She is suited for distant admiration. Who would keep a statue at home? It is simply impractical for close companionship. Besides, even if I were to harbor intentions, she would undoubtedly avoid me. I am well aware of my place. I suspect, if she had to choose, it would be you, Old Wang, and not me. Do you even know how to speak? Your words imply that I am a fallback option, as if I would be the second choice. Don't drag me into this." Wang Xuan remained unperturbed. "Old Wang, I never noticed how conceited you are. Perhaps I should tell the goddess Zhao that she should choose you. You might not even agree to it." Wang Xuan chose to ignore him. Seeing Wang Xuan's calm demeanor, Qin Sheng grew anxious and urged, "Old Wang, please offer me some advice. If my backyard is in turmoil, I would be reluctant to leave. Help me devise a plan." Wang Xuan nodded. "I have met this girl, and we have dined together. She is indeed wonderful. You must strive to win her over. Do not miss this opportunity." "How can I pursue her?" "The primary obstacle is the geographical distance between you. However, your family's business is related to deep space trade, being one of the suppliers below. You could certainly leverage connections to find someone who can regularly convey letters, photos, and audio messages between you, indicating that since you can maintain contact, there is no need to part ways now. You could always issue a decree later. All right, I'm off. Qin Cheng turned and dashed away, disappearing in an instant. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Xuan exited the campus, walking alone along the sidewalk lined with ancient ginkgo trees, their golden leaves carpeting the ground. He arrived at the end of the road before a tall building and entered directly. Although the structure was quite imposing, it was sparsely populated, lending it a somewhat desolate atmosphere. Just as he approached the elevator, someone intercepted him. Wang Xuan said nothing and presented a business card crafted from pure gold. The individuals near the elevator narrowed their eyes in surprise, one of them silently gesturing for him to proceed, assisting him in pressing the elevator button. Wang Xuan nodded and stepped inside, with someone following closely beside him. The two descended together in the elevator. At last, the elevator halted at the 13th subterranean level, a rarity indeed. Upon stepping out, Wang Xuan took a moment to acclimatize to the dimly lit environment, where illumination was scant. This place bore little resemblance to modern architecture. Rather, it resembled a cavern hewn from the very bedrock. Guided by another, he navigated through the winding passages of the underground grotto until he finally entered a stone chamber, where the light became resplendent. The layout here was strikingly contemporary, akin to that of an opulent office, with a man seated behind a rosewood desk. "You have finally arrived," he remarked. The man sported a thick mane of short black hair and wore a cerulean mask. His voice suggested he was in his 40s, a middle-aged individual. "I have graduated and departed from the old technique experimental class. I am now a free agent," Wang Xuan replied calmly. Ding! The middle-aged man in the cerulean mask produced a sound like the chime of gold striking against gold. Wang Xuan's pupils constricted in an instant as he discerned what the man was toying with: 2 golden bamboo slips, which Professor Lin had once spoken of in reverence. "Oh, you are familiar with such artifacts? Since you have made your choice, allow me to gift you one." The masked man lightly tossed a golden bamboo slip into Wang Xuan's hand, its weight palpable and imposing. As Wang Xuan lowered his gaze, he was astonished to find intricate carvings adorning the golden slip. A narrative twist was about to unfold, and a tender new tale sought support. If anyone possessed monthly votes, their contributions would be greatly appreciated. The bamboo slip, utilized since the pre-Qin era, varied in length from mere centimeters to over half a meter, inscribed with characters using a blade. The piece in Wang Xuan's hand was golden, emanating a gentle luster under the light. Measuring 8 centimeters in length, 3 in width, and 2 in thickness, it was comparatively short, yet substantial, suggesting that it would sink immediately upon immersion in water. The carvings were not written words, but rather depicted several figures of a being with a human head and serpentine body, showcasing various postures. It sported long hair, rendering its gender indiscernible, at times coiled like a serpent, at others depicted rolling upon the ground. And one carving illustrated the serpent's tail upright, like a sword piercing the heavens. There were no inscriptions on the bamboo slip, only these enigmatic images, which seemed to lack any connection to the old techniques. At least, Wang Xuan could not discern its value. "I have been unable to comprehend or fathom it over the many years it has been in my possession, treating it merely as a piece of jade," spoke the middle-aged man, who sat quietly with his thick, short hair. "I have received far too little. A multitude of golden bamboo slips have fallen into the hands of the tycoons over at Xinqing. In my time, I only managed to procure 2. His tone was flat. Yet Wang Xuan was convinced he was a master in the old techniques, with accomplishments likely astonishing. The audacity to seize treasures from the clutches of the tycoons and walk away with 2 was no small feat. Such bamboo slips were regarded as rare artifacts even among the tycoons of Xinqing. Once acquired by the major organizations, they were kept secret, studied in the shadows, and seldom seen by outsiders. "Has anyone at Xinqing deciphered their significance?" Wang Xuan inquired. "Unclear," came the reply. The short-haired middle-aged man spoke tersely, unwilling to continue on the subject. An immediate silence enveloped the room. 2 years prior, Wang Xuan had encountered him, and it was then that he first learned of the shadowy aspects lurking within this seemingly tranquil city. In the depths of a landmark building, 9 stories underground, a brutal underground combat competition took place every Friday night, where combatants engaged in fierce battles within a steel cage, resulting in bloodshed, with the vanquished often suffering severe injuries. Outside the cage, a throng of masked spectators, men and women alike, observed the intense confrontations, their shouts and screams merging into a cacophony of excitement and chaos. Wang Xuan categorically rejected the middle-aged man on that occasion, firmly stating that he would never tread the murky paths of such brutality. While he appreciated the study of ancient arts, he had no intention of exhibiting them in a gory spectacle for the masses. The short-haired middle-aged man merely laughed, explaining that he was only there to reveal to Wang Xuan another facet of the city, emphasizing that the true world was far removed from what he typically perceived. The gruesome cage fights were of little concern to them. They merely sought to identify promising talent. As for themselves, they were a group of adventurers, embarking on experiences that were far more thrilling, stimulating, mysterious, and even terrifying than mere cage matches, for they had ventured into the cosmos, unbound by the constraints of the old world. The middle-aged man asserted that, in terms of future prospects and capabilities, adventurers were far more illustrious and incomparable to those who lurked in the gray areas. They conversed several times during that period, yet Wang Xuan maintained his refusal. The short-haired man left him a golden business card, urging him to seek him out should he change his mind after graduation. Remarkably, 2 years ago, he had foretold the disbandment of the ancient arts experimental class, predicting that this investment venture would be abandoned. "Why did you seek me out?" Wang Xuan had once asked him seriously. The middle-aged man replied that it was primarily the allure of the ancient arts experimental class that caught his attention. And through observing the members, he ultimately focused on just 2 individuals. The others lacked conviction and harbored doubts about the ancient arts. Even if they continued down the established path, their achievements would be limited. Indeed, after embarking on the journey of ancient arts, Wang Xuan rapidly progressed, successfully harnessing energy and nurturing himself within just a few years. The middle-aged man believed that Wang Xuan possessed great potential and was likely to achieve extraordinary success in this realm. This organization, while relatively free and loosely structured, held undeniable power and an air of mystery, with its reach having already extended into the cosmos, rivaling new stars. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. You may call me Aoki." The short-haired man in the azure mask finally broke the silence. "Does this mean I am now a member?" Wang Xuan inquired. "Not yet," Aoki responded. "You are one of the promising candidates I have selected over the years, but not the only one. Will there be any tests to undergo?" "Indeed. That is the established protocol. While I hold you in high regard, I cannot alter the rules," Aoki informed him, stating that an expedition would take place within 2 days, serving as his assessment, and inquired if he wished to participate. "I will participate." Wang Xuan nodded affirmatively. "Upon joining us, you may have had a rough idea of what to expect, yet I must emphasize the essence of adventure. It inherently entails danger, and even the potential for loss of life. You must contemplate this carefully." Wang Xuan replied, "No problem, I have considered it thoroughly." Aoki, with grave seriousness, declared, "You shall reside here. We must ensure that no information leaks prior to this mission, as it is of utmost importance." Wang Xuan acknowledged this, agreeing to stay. Holding a golden bamboo slip, he gazed at Aoki, who sat behind the mahogany desk, and inquired, "May I pose a few questions?" Aoki responded, "It depends on the nature of your inquiries. Should they pertain to astonishing secrets, even upon your successful induction, an equivalent exchange will be required." Wang Xuan asked, "Is the end of the old arts road not the pinnacle of the practitioners, a point where no further path exists?" Aoki sighed. "I understand your sentiments, as I too commenced my journey with the old arts. However, this path is exceedingly arduous, demanding countless efforts and years of toil, with achievements remaining elusive. The theoretical summit is indeed the practitioners, and the terminus is well defined." The answer mirrored the conclusions drawn from the life studies conducted by the Nova faction. In truth, the most disheartening aspect is that, despite knowing where the path leads, few can traverse that distance. Since the Qin dynasty's demise, those who attain the level of practitioners have dwindled, and since antiquity, they have become utterly non-existent. The old arts are in decline, and practitioners have become mere legends, shrouded in mystery. Is there no one who dares to continue exploring beyond the practitioners? Wang Xuan queried. Aoki shook his head bitterly. It is easier said than done. Throughout history, even true practitioners have not re-emerged, and how can later generations dare to contemplate such matters? In ancient times, there were indeed some audacious individuals who aspired to extend the path, but regrettably, none succeeded. Why were those practitioners able to refine the old arts to their zenith, leaving successors forever unable to surpass them? Wang Xuan posed. Do you believe it was merely the result of a few practitioners' efforts? No, it was the cumulative refinement by generations of powerful practitioners. Eventually, there was simply no further path to pursue. and the apex of practitioners may well represent the strongest individuals among ancient humanity. That evening, Aoki arranged for a variety of equipment necessary for Wang Xuan's expedition, including alloy knives, daggers, protective suits, lifelike human masks, and, additionally, firearms. The following morning, they set forth, first arriving outside the city to board a small spacecraft at a clandestine estate, destined for Qingqing Mountain. This advanced spacecraft was undetectable by the satellites of the old Earth. For Wang Xuan, it was his inaugural experience aboard such a vessel, and while everything felt novel, he maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from unnecessary inquiries. He realized that there was much for him to learn. Aoki's direct involvement in the mission underscored its significance. Apart from Wang Xuan, four others accompanied him, all donning realistic human masks, concealing their true expressions. Aoki Dao, our destination is Qingqing Mountain, where a consortium from New Star has dispatched personnel to secretly excavate. Our objective lies there as well. What could have been uncovered in Qingqing Mountain to attract the attention of New Star's magnates? One inquired. Prior to the operation, everything was shrouded in secrecy. Even they were unaware of the destination until recently. Aoki replied gravely, stating that it seems some remarkable records have been discovered from a bamboo slip left by a certain preaching alchemist, which directly points to Qingqing Mountain. Are they still interested in the alchemist's legacy? A voice questioned, noting that New Star has developed advanced techniques while the old arts have been officially abandoned. Aoki, with utmost seriousness, remarked that the deciphered bamboo slip contains certain secret matters, indicating that Qingqing Mountain harbors something that excites and invigorates even the alchemists, prompting the consortium's clandestine return. The group felt a surge of excitement. Even Wang Xuan felt a thrill in his heart. Could there be a new discovery in Qingqing Mountain? Something that has captured the alchemist's attention. Could it be related to the celestial immortals? The pinnacle of alchemists is believed to be the celestial immortals, yet some argue that there exist beings even more mysterious and powerful than them. Members of the Zhou and Ling families have indeed unearthed the target within the underground palace. Aoki whispered, having just received the latest intelligence. Wang Xuan's heart raced. Could it be those two families? The time was not lengthy as they approached their destination. Qingqing Mountain, renowned as one of the 4 sacred mountains of Taoism and one of the 5 great immortal mountains, is also considered one of the birthplaces of Taoism. Zhang Daoling once preached on Qingqing Mountain, and it is said that he ultimately ascended to immortality in these very hills. Chapter 15. Ascension with fewer than 5,000 words. It cannot truly be called a lengthy chapter. Thus, I shall refer to it as a medium-length chapter. Check your gear. Aoki's voice was low as he reminded the others aboard the spacecraft to prepare, as the operation was about to commence. The spacecraft's screen displayed the topography of Qingqing Mountain, lush and verdant, with dense forests and peaks rising like fortifications. Wang Xuan donned his protective suit, feeling its slight weight. It offers a degree of defense against bullets and melee weapons, potentially saving his life in critical moments. The alloy knife he carried was exceptionally sharp, a formidable weapon for close combat, while the dagger proved invaluable in tight quarters, a deadly fang capable of delivering fatal blows. There is a piece of equipment I am unsure how to use, Wang Xuan admitted, pointing to a small canister of liquid. Aoki explained that it contained an artificial iris, which, when worn, could prevent the disclosure of identity. Following Aoki's instructions, Wang Xuan looked into a small mirror, watching his pupils transform into a pale blue hue. Coupled with a lifelike mask, he now appeared as a Westerner. Given Qingqing Mountain's connection to Taoism and its rich aura of mystery, could they truly unearth something extraordinary? Black Tiger, one of the participants in this operation, expressed his intrigue. They all referred to one another by code names, never uttering their true names. The hawk declared, "This time we must stop them. We cannot allow them to succeed in taking away our findings. The old Earth is nearly hollowed out by them, and all the treasures have been transported to New Star, becoming private collections of those research institutions and consortiums." Mentioning this, each of them wore expressions tinged with resentment. In the present day, the ancient lands have been thoroughly scoured, with all renowned mountains and rivers subjected to relentless excavation. Even Qingqing Mountain is not exempt, having been unearthed countless times. The recent discovery genuinely astonished the few involved. As a novice, Wang Xuan inquired, will such an offensive provoke retaliation and ultimately incite a large-scale conflict? Aoki shook his head and replied, no, despite the decline of the ancient lands. It is not within the power of a mere handful of conglomerates to stir up turmoil. Furthermore, the relationship between the ancient lands and the new star remains amicable, as they share a common origin. You must have faith in the organization. We have already ventured deep into the cosmos and are not afraid of them, Heihu remarked. First and foremost, the conglomerate's covert excavations are inherently unjustifiable. They cannot complain when faced with resistance. In time, the storm will subside, and all parties will treat it as if nothing occurred. Of course, this does not imply a lack of danger. On the contrary, the conflicts will be fierce, and casualties are to be expected. Wang Xuan fell silent, realizing that this adventure diverged from his initial intentions. He had once believed he would merely be exploring hidden locales and delving into perilous, uncharted territories. High-energy weapons were established in the mountains, and the second and third teams could handle the situation. A voice crackled through the comms. Aoki responded, "Ensure everything is resolved. Do not allow us to be trapped inside the underground palace." "No problem. The fourth team is on standby," came the reply. Wang Xuan felt a sense of gravity. This expedition had escalated into a minor battle, far exceeding their small group. Aoki remained calm, seemingly aware of his thoughts, and explained in a measured tone. "This involves matters that could excite and thrill even the ancient alchemists. Should it truly relate to the celestial immortals, the value would be immeasurable. Hence we must proceed with utmost caution and deploy multiple teams. Old Mu, you must concentrate and be ready to unleash a powerful electromagnetic pulse to disable the robots and corresponding weaponry within the underground palace." Old Mu would remain on the spacecraft, tasked with ensuring their safe extraction and dismantling any potential doomsday devices. "Will they have countermeasures?" Wang Xuan, eager to learn, asked. Aoki responded earnestly, "Rest assured, we are highly professional. Afterward, you may take your time to study our procedures and preparations." Qingqing Mountain, evergreen throughout the seasons, is adorned with stone stairways and winding paths, with ancient pathways hidden among cliffs and dense groves. This place is steeped in legend, renowned as a Taoist paradise. Regrettably, for decades, even centuries, the underground here has been nearly excavated into a web-like structure, making this new discovery truly remarkable. Aoki, Heihu, Yaozi, Fengzheng, and Wang Xuan entered the forest, leaving Old Mu to guard the spacecraft. Little Wang referred to Wang Xuan, his codename within the team. Leading the way, Aoki moved with the stealth of a tiger or leopard through the woods. The others, all adept in ancient arts, followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the entrance to the underground palace, situated on a relatively remote hill at the edge of Qingqing Mountain. Explaining why it had been overlooked in the past, some robots tirelessly excavated, delving deep into the mountain's belly and extracting copious amounts of earth and stone. Though they stood at a considerable distance, the vague outline of the underground palace was already discernible within the mountain's depths. Aoki gestured for his companions to remain patient, instructing them to lie in wait while the Zhou and Ling families ventured into the tomb to retrieve their treasures. It was unwise to enter and risk danger at this juncture. Amidst the mechanical clamor, multiple stone doors were forcibly breached, revealing the vastness of the tomb. Voices echoed within, exclaiming the discovery of an altar upon which rested a golden box. Excitement surged as a crowd erupted in cheers. Those guarding the entrance could no longer contain themselves. As the noxious fumes dissipated, many rushed inside, eager to witness what might pertain to the relics of the transcendent beings. The black tiger, the kite, and the wind were all breathless, being practitioners of ancient arts who held the relics in even greater esteem. Aoki, however, remained remarkably composed, silent as he awaited the opportune moment. The kite remarked that these rare artifacts from ancient soil had been nearly depleted over the course of centuries, and this time, they could not allow the families to succeed. "It's nearly time," Aoki communicated discreetly with Old Mu, commanding, "Now, proceed." He then instructed teams 2 and 3 to engage and neutralize the high-energy weapons hidden within the mountains. Initially, all the automatons near the tomb malfunctioned, some collapsing while others sparked and crackled with energy. If not dealt with beforehand, these machines would pose significant trouble, as they were impervious to blades and bore formidable energy weapons. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave reverberated through the mountains as the Zhou and Ling families' advanced weaponry was neutralized. "Are they all eliminated?" Wang Xuan's expression darkened, for many lives were at stake, an experience he had never encountered before. Aoki replied calmly, "Not entirely. Most are merely incapacitated. Our primary objective was to disarm them. In the next instant, an explosion erupted outside the tomb, causing earth and stone to cascade down and completely seal the entrance. Faint roars of anger echoed from within the tomb, trapping everyone inside. The surroundings fell silent, with no one coming to the aid of those ensnared. After a brief pause, Aoki began issuing further commands. Teams 5 and 6, come forward and await the opportunity to enter the tomb. Are we going to suffocate them all? A chill crept over Wang Xuan. This expedition diverged significantly from his expectations. The Black Tiger shook his head, stating, "No, under normal circumstances, we do not take lives. We will wait until they succumb to asphyxiation before we breach the entrance." Aoki expressed a fervent hope to uncover a legacy more powerful than that of the practitioners. For without such a discovery, their future seemed bleak. Even masters of ancient arts felt vulnerable against modern weaponry. Suddenly, he discerned an unusual sound. They were attempting to excavate the mountain wall with energy weapons, seeking an alternate escape. Aoki sprang to his feet, ordering teams 5 and 6 to converge, while also summoning teams 2, 3, and 4 to encircle the area. The Black Tiger scoffed, "How far can they tunnel? This is an imposing mountain. Do not forget, Qingqing Mountain has been excavated countless times, leaving its underground hollowed out, with numerous web-like pathways. Perhaps they could unearth a route, making our pursuit exceedingly troublesome." Boom. The entrance was blasted open, and the path was cleared. At this moment, several other groups also arrived. Wang Xuan silently prepared himself, bearing an alloy knife and wielding an energy gun, a weapon capable of adjusting its energy output to deliver either lethal or incapacitating effects. Although still inexperienced, having only recently acquired it, he opted for the lower power setting to induce unconsciousness. As they had yet to breach the mountain's core, let us proceed cautiously. Charge in, Qingmu commanded, sweeping his energy gun into the darkness. Amidst muffled groans, the sound of bodies collapsing echoed from within the mountain. Suddenly, Qingmu lunged forward, and at the same instant, Wang Xuan felt an icy shiver run down his spine, prompting him to drop to the ground. With a sickening thud, a gaping, translucent wound appeared in the chest of the hawk beside him, blood gushing forth, rendering even the protective gear ineffective. The hawk fell lifelessly to the ground, not even uttering a sound as he succumbed. The impact on Wang Xuan was profound. Witnessing a life extinguished before his eyes was a harrowing experience. Despite his maturity, he was deeply shaken, grappling with the stark reality of mortality. Just moments ago, they had stood shoulder to shoulder. Now, he lay bloodied and lifeless on the ground. He questioned whether he had made a hasty decision in choosing this path. It was entirely different from his expectations. He had parents, loved ones waiting for him at home. He could not afford to perish here. Wang Xuan steeled himself, reminding himself that his foremost priority was survival. An adventurer's primary mission is to ensure their own safety. We have yet to strike. They could not restrain themselves. There is nothing more to discuss, Qingmu growled, adjusting the energy gun to its lethal setting. He unleashed a sweeping barrage, displaying remarkable prowess, darting through the darkness while skillfully evading multiple beams of energy. Wang Xuan was astonished. Qingmu was indeed an extraordinary warrior, a formidable master. With a flash, the blade gleamed as Qingmu charged into the fray, wielding his alloy knife with terrifying skill, wreaking havoc among the adversaries. "Charge!" commanded Black Tiger, along with several other groups who followed suit. Wang Xuan also joined the fray, still utilizing the incapacitating effect of his energy gun, managing to take down several foes despite his initial unfamiliarity with the weapon. Cautiously, he maneuvered along the mountainside, taking cover behind the rocky terrain of the underground palace, narrowly avoiding energy beams on multiple occasions. However, the energy beams soon dissipated, and the two sides clashed in close combat. "Qingmu, I have encountered a supermaster. This individual wields profound new techniques. I cannot withstand it." Black Tiger shouted, bloodied and battered. A figure with glowing palms struck towards Black Tiger, unleashing a torrential cascade of radiant light, leaving him half-drenched in blood. With a fierce roar, Qingmu surged forward, engaging the formidable opponent in a fierce confrontation. Bang! At that moment, the mountain wall shattered, and someone smashed through the rocks, tumbling into a passage. Indeed, just as Qingmu had surmised, there existed a network of subterranean pathways nearby, remnants of past excavations. The individual who had been locked in a fierce confrontation with Qingmu clutched a golden box and swiftly turned to flee, leaping into the passage, followed by a throng of others. Chase them, Qingmu commanded, leading the pursuit, with the others closely behind. Kite shouted to Wang Xuan, "You're still getting the hang of using firearms. A few shots earlier nearly hit our own people. Stay here and don't follow." Wang Xuan nodded, though he believed his senses were sharp enough to avoid hitting allies. Regardless of whether the warning stemmed from concern for his novice skills or genuine doubt in his marksmanship, he chose not to dispute it and remained behind. The underground chamber fell silent, bodies strewn across the ground, some lifeless, while others lay unconscious from energy gunfire, though none were gravely harmed. With caution, Wang Xuan concealed himself behind a massive boulder, keenly observing and sensing his surroundings. Indeed, among those feigning unconsciousness, one individual nearby was breathing erratically, clearly awake and seemingly anxious. Wang Xuan squinted in surprise, recognizing none other than a familiar face, Zhou Yun. He had anticipated that Zhou, a legitimate scion of the Zhou family, would be present. It was likely he was regretting his choices, having never expected such calamity to occur. After all, past excavations by various financial conglomerates had typically gone smoothly, often enjoying overwhelming advantages, and even disruptions had seldom resulted in catastrophic failures. Wang Xuan silently muttered, "Little Zhou, forgive me. I cannot deal with your formidable father, Zhou Mingxian. As Qin Cheng said, every time I see you, I shall give you a beating." What struck him most was Zhou Yun's unusual attire. He appeared to have hastily donned ordinary black clothing instead of high-grade protective gear, clearly attempting to evade detection. Furthermore, Wang Xuan noticed something concealed beneath his shirt. Stealthily, Wang Xuan picked up a stone and silently hurled it, producing a thud as it struck Zhou Yun's head, causing him to leap up with a cry, blood streaming from his wound. Wang Xuan did not intend to kill. He was merely a recent graduate, with no deep-seated enmity towards Zhou. Like a gecko skimming along the wall, Wang Xuan darted past the rocky surface, swiftly tearing open Zhou Yun's shirt and snatching away a jade box hidden within, before retreating behind the boulder. Indeed, his decision not to use the energy gun against Zhou Yun had been prudent. Zhou's own pain had startled him, preventing those feigning unconsciousness from firing recklessly. It was only after Wang Xuan had seized the jade box and withdrawn that energy beams began to shoot in his direction as Zhou Yun struggled to escape. "Seize him. The jade box that was once in my possession has now been taken by him," Zhou Yun bellowed. Boom! As Wang Xuan sheltered behind the boulder, the altar nearby was struck, shattering into pieces and subsequently collapsing with a thunderous crash, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Beneath the altar lay an expanse of space. Against one side of the stone wall, there was a mat upon which sat a figure clad in feathered garments. His long black hair cascaded down, and his complexion was rosy and radiant, suggesting he was no older than 30. Clad in these ethereal vestments, he was a pinnacle among sorcerers, his corporeal form still existing in this realm. The living inhabitants of the underground chamber were astounded. Most remarkably, this eminent sorcerer held a scroll made of silver beast hide, his gaze fixed upon it, exuding an aura of life, as if he were perpetually alive. Those affiliated with the powerful families understood the truth. They were well aware that this individual had, in fact, long since passed away. Suddenly, several shadows swooped down, utilizing the rocky terrain as concealment, drawing near to the legendary sorcerer. In an eerie turn of events, the black-haired man disintegrated into dust, his feathered attire scattering, as though he had transcended the mortal coil and vanished without a trace. In a shocking spectacle, all 6 cloaked figures who rushed forward inexplicably shattered, their blood and remnants of feathered garments staining the ground crimson. As the garments disintegrated and turned to dust, only the silver beast hide scroll remained, glimmering softly on the ground. This astonishing scene left Wang Xuan utterly stunned. The period of double points was drawing to a close. Did anyone still possess monthly votes? Please lend your support to the new book. Thanks to the support of the leaders, Daigua Sauce and Heavenly Emperor Fist. Chapter 16. The Silver Beast Hide Scroll. Wang Xuan felt a chill. Had he not maintained his composure earlier and leapt down to contend, he would surely have met a similar fate, shattering beneath the earth. This sorcerer had once been immensely powerful, and even in death, his transformation into dust triggered such a terrifying occurrence upon the approach of others. He was beginning to believe that the sorcerer's divinations were not mere exaggerations, nor were they ethereal legends, but rather entirely attainable truths. Was that phenomenon a form of transcendence? Wang Xuan pondered this query. The sorcerer's state was exceptionally peculiar. Upon first glance, his hair was jet black, his complexion vibrant, exuding life, only to vanish in an instant. It was as if he floated, detached from the world, ascending to immortality. Even historical figures have composed verses expressing their yearning for such a state. In various texts, the terms transcendence and ascension are often used in conjunction. What he had just witnessed seemed to align with the age-old beliefs of achieving immortality. Wang Xuan reflected, feeling the truth unveiled was somewhat harsh. Certain existing religious texts bore striking resemblance to what he had witnessed. In ancient times, a great sage had secluded himself, entombed within a stone chamber, awaiting future generations to unlock the underground realm, while his presence had long since faded. Upon witnessing such, the descendants revered him, believing he had transcended to immortality. Wang Xuan remained silent within. This was not a case of celestial ascension, but rather the dissolution into ashes, both form and spirit scattering amongst the dust. Undoubtedly, this was grim news for practitioners of the ancient arts, further affirming that the notion of transcendence was a mere illusion. The stark reality was that the revered sages had perished. With a crash, a corpse was thrown down, landing beside the beast-hide scroll, the faint silver light shimmering. Yet no anomaly occurred. 3 figures then leaped down, entering the underground chamber once more, charging towards the silver beast-hide scroll, draped in feathered garments. The foremost adept among the practitioners remained engrossed in his studies until his last breath, his expression rapt and entirely absorbed, ultimately transcending into a state of enlightenment without awareness. One can surmise that the silver scripture was extraordinary, likely possessing immense significance. Wang Xuan was resolute in his desire to possess it, eager to uncover the secrets inscribed within. Nearby, debris erupted as 2 individuals opposite him unleashed gunfire, attempting to suppress him with overwhelming force, their energy beams shattering the rocky walls and enveloping the area. Wang Xuan remained unperturbed. While targeting the 2 in front posed a challenge from his position, he held a distinct advantage over the 3 in the lower crypt, making it convenient for him to act. Grasping his energy gun, he patiently took aim, honing his skills and acclimating to the precision of the weapon. Bang! One adversary was toppled, collapsing to the ground. After several shots, the second was struck by a beam, convulsing violently before swiftly losing consciousness. However, the 3rd individual in the lower crypt successfully seized the silver beast-skin scroll, taking refuge behind a rock, motionless. Wang Xuan exhibited remarkable patience. Time was on his side. And soon Qingshu, Heihu, and others would undoubtedly return. He had no reason to be anxious. Indeed, before long, Zhou Yun could no longer contain his impatience, exclaiming, "Throw the beast-skin scroll wrapped in stone up here." The cloaked figure below complied, and with a flash of silver light, the scroll was hurled into the chaotic pile of rubble above. Zhou Yun grew agitated. The scripture lay a distance away, and due to the angle, it was challenging to deliver it directly. Wang Xuan, still composed, began to fire additional rounds at the fallen figures in the upper crypt, ensuring that regardless of their true state, he would incapacitate them thoroughly, even those feigning unconsciousness. The crypt was subjected to a comprehensive cleansing at his hands, and now he felt reassured. Crack! During this process, nearby rocks occasionally exploded. The 2 assailants across were remarkably accurate, continuously firing and creating a mounting pressure that troubled him. Zhou Yun, anxious, feared the imminent return of Qingshu and Heihu, whispering, "We have no time," while he is suppressed and unable to expose himself. "We must send someone to retrieve the beast-skin scroll." The 2 hesitated. Although the intent of their adversaries was not lethal, merely employing the incapacitating effects of the energy guns, who could predict whether this was a deliberate ploy to entice them into recklessness? Under Zhou Yun's insistence, one individual reluctantly charged forward, only to narrowly evade a beam, swiftly retreating, fortunate for his agility. Time was not on their side. With determination, Zhou Yun resolved to leap from behind the rock himself, seeking to utilize his nimbleness to seize the scroll. Yet, a beam grazed past his ear, sending a chill of dread coursing through him, prompting an immediate retreat. Wang Xuan, sensing the dwindling time, decided to take the initiative. Otherwise, with Qingshu, Heihu, and the others returning prematurely, he might miss the opportunity to study the beast-skin scroll. Thunderously, the scene unfolded. Wang Xuan pushed forward a massive stone, smooth and devoid of sharp edges, as a means of defense, charging towards the silver beast skin scroll. This fellow possessed considerable strength, and we followed suit, propelling our own boulder ahead. 001 exclaimed, as he single-handedly pushed one stone while the other two collaborated to move another. During this endeavor, as they advanced, the angle shifted, allowing Wang Xuan to successfully deal with the individual lurking in the lower dungeon. Gradually approaching the beast skin scroll, Wang Xuan was about to confront the adversary opposite him. The two who had combined their efforts to push the boulder calculated when they would collide, preparing to shoot from different angles, confident in their numerical superiority. However, the situation unfolded contrary to their expectations. They underestimated Wang Xuan's strength. Suddenly, he accelerated the stone, transforming its earlier sluggish pace. Now, with both palms firmly against the boulder, Wang Xuan surged forward like a roaring train, crashing through with a thunderous sound. Bang! The two stones collided violently, and the pair misjudged their timing, being abruptly hurled away by an overwhelming force, sustaining significant injuries. One of them groaned as the back of his head struck the adjacent rock wall, blood streaming down, his vision darkening, succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. The other was sent flying, firing continuously in midair. Wang Xuan deftly evaded and retaliated, yet his aim proved inadequate. Several beams of light swept past, failing to strike the man, leaving him feeling embarrassed. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a dagger, which embedded itself into the man's shoulder with a sickening thud, eliciting a scream of agony. Wang Xuan remained silent, realizing that his energy gun was less accurate than a cold weapon. He crouched, evading Gao Yun's barrage, and seized a rock, smashing it down upon the man, whose shoulder was pierced by the dagger, bloodied and unconscious without a sound. "Hey!" 001 exclaimed, both anxious and exhilarated, for he had seized the beast skin scroll, clutching it in his hands, unable to suppress a shout of triumph. However, this was not the moment for jubilation. He steeled himself, taking cover behind the boulder, continuously firing toward Wang Xuan's direction. Wang Xuan retaliated, but with little effect. He crouched behind a piece of bluestone, setting down the energy gun to draw his long knife, which he flung directly. 001 remained concealed behind the boulder, not daring to reveal even his head, occasionally raising an arm to take a shot. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling presence. As he raised his energy gun, a sharp crack echoed, and the weapon snapped. Reacting swiftly, he withdrew his hand, only to witness a brilliant blade of light slicing through, an alloy knife that severed his energy gun and grazed his hand, blood pouring forth, sending a cold sweat cascading down his spine. Had he reacted even a moment slower, his hand would have been severed, and the alloy knife nearly cleaved his head, narrowly missing his scalp. Observing this, Wang Xuan leapt forward, closing the distance between him and 001. He did not bother retrieving the fallen energy gun, believing that at such close range, his old techniques were more reliable. 001, witnessing this, broke into a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, ominously declaring, "You dare to engage me in close combat? You won't even know how you met your demise. I practice super techniques." He too leapt into action, filled with confidence, convinced that the opponent's reliance on antiquated methods was merely an invitation to death. He stood tall at 185 centimeters, his physique robust. At this moment, a faint blue mist enveloped him, and blue light emanated from his fingertips. 001 sneered as he directed his attack towards Wang Xuan, believing that his supernatural technique could effortlessly pierce through his opponent's body, overwhelming him with an unstoppable force. He was convinced that he had merely brushed the surface of supernatural matter. In 001's eyes, their previous encounter had been nothing short of a fluke. It was exceedingly rare to find a young individual who could achieve such mastery through traditional techniques. This blue-eyed hybrid before him, attempting to resist him with outdated methods? He deemed it a request for punishment, awaiting annihilation. Wang Xuan remained composed, not even furrowing his brow. This time, he refrained from employing the 5 organs thunder sound technique, for that subtle thunder was all too conspicuous. Instead, he utilized another martial art known as the golden garment technique. He had once consulted Qingmu regarding effective means to counteract supernatural techniques. Qingmu had mentioned the golden garment technique, a martial art reputed to render one impervious to blades and bullets at advanced levels, particularly effective against supernatural forces. Wang Xuan had previously practiced it and attained a degree of proficiency. Now, as he invoked it, his body instantaneously tensed, a faint golden radiance shimmering across his form. Boom! Zhou Yun felt as though he had collided with a mountain, his body soaring through the air, while his palm throbbed in pain, the blue light dissipating from him. A wave of frustration washed over him. Having mastered traditional techniques, he had been defeated by 2 young opponents in the span of merely 2 days, and most grievously. One of them was a hybrid. He roared in anger, staggering as he landed on the ground, only to leap back up again, seeking to retaliate. However, the opponent's gloved hand came crashing towards him once more, resulting in a resounding impact that left Zhou Yun's hands bloodied, the skin between his thumbs torn, and his nails nearly ripped off. Bang! Zhou Yun felt an agonizing jolt as he was struck on the forearm, a clear crack resonating in his bones. The next moment, he sensed a chill at his chest, as his clothing was torn anew, and the silver beast hide scroll was snatched away. No! Zhou Yun felt an unbearable frustration, unable to suppress his furious shout. Yet, in the following instant, he fell silent as Wang Xuan's fist connected with his nose, the sound of breaking bone echoing as he was sent flying. Upon witnessing Wang Xuan approach, hefting a stone the size of a basketball, all of Zhou Yun's rage evaporated, and he no longer dared to shout. Covering his nose, he forced a smile, saying, "Friend, you are formidable, surpassing even someone named Wang I know. I, Zhou Yun, concede. Let us befriend one another. Spare my life, for I hail from the Zhou family, the son of Zhou Mingxian. You may not care, but it is wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. If I were to perish, the Zhou family would undoubtedly pursue the matter." Then, he saw that blue-eyed hybrid suddenly hurl the basketball-sized stone towards his head. Bang! Zhou Yun screamed, his voice abruptly cut off. He realized he had not died or felt excruciating pain. The stone grazed his scalp before crashing to the ground, ringing in his ears and leaving him drenched in cold sweat, utterly terrified. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. "Friend, I thank you for sparing my life." He was unexpectedly moved, feeling that life was truly wonderful, a wave of emotion almost bringing him to tears. Suddenly, with a thud, Wang Xuan's foot struck his head, rendering him unconscious. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xuan unfurled a silver animal skin scroll, knowing there was no time to waste. He had to memorize its contents immediately. It was the last day of the double points period, and he reminded his fellow readers not to forget to cast their votes. Expressing his gratitude. Chapter 17. Interception. The animal skin scroll, a foot square, shimmered with a silvery sheen, adorned with hundreds of densely packed characters. These were not inscribed with ink, but meticulously carved with a blade. Wang Xuan's fingers glided over the surface, feeling the intricate patterns, each character imbued with profound meaning and aesthetic beauty. Yet, to his dismay, he could not decipher a single one. What kind of cryptic symbols were these? The strokes were numerous and exceedingly complex. He attempted to align them with the ancient bronze inscriptions, but found no resemblance. He glanced left and right. This was not oracle bone script either. What era did these characters belong to that he recognized none? Employing his mnemonic techniques, he focused intently on the hundreds of characters, visualizing them like photographs, striving to imprint them in his memory. Not knowing their meanings at present was inconsequential. He could always research and seek someone to decode them later. The priority was to firmly engrave them in his mind. For the sake of confidentiality, everyone was prohibited from bringing devices that could connect to the outside world. Otherwise, Wang Xuan could have simply taken photographs. Though he possessed a miniature scanner the size of a button, provided by the expedition organization, it would likely need to be surrendered in the end. Wang Xuan committed the characters to memory, finding the task daunting, as he did not recognize any of the intricate symbols and could only resort to rote memorization. Fortunately, over the years, he had honed his skills. Mastering the foundational techniques required him to visualize various complex scenes without the slightest oversight. He now regarded the entire silver animal skin scroll as a complex painting, embedding it deeply in his mind, continuously visualizing it. He was confident that he had successfully memorized the entire content. Nevertheless, he ultimately activated the miniature scanner, scanning the characters from different angles, wary of hidden nuances in varying perspectives. Even if it had to be surrendered, he hoped Qingmu would permit him to create a backup. Wang Xuan was not inclined to monopolize the knowledge. He believed it was a collective achievement, and he was aware that greed often led to dire consequences. Since he had the scanner, it was possible that it had already been recording the entire process of this expedition. In this world, there are many marvelous techniques and treasures abound. Tycoons have scoured ancient sites for artifacts, even acquiring wondrous items like golden bamboo slips, yet no one had reportedly mastered anything. Ultimately, it depended on the individual. Only those who could truly comprehend the essence of what was recorded would prevail. Wang Xuan harbored serious doubts that anyone could master this scripture in a short time, or even decipher its profound mysteries. After all, even that figure clad in feathered robes, regarded as an unparalleled master among magicians, had studied this very scroll until his dying breath, which spoke volumes. Then, he retrieved the jade box. The so-called jade box was a stone container, predominantly pure white and smooth, crafted from exquisite jade, with only one side marred by speckles of blood, a relic of antiquity. Within the collection lay several sheets of gold leaf, affixed together, resembling a slender tome of gilded pages. Wang Xuan observed that there were merely 5 pages, each adorned with human figures, lacking any textual annotations. The illustrations were coherent, providing a sufficiently detailed account. He was convinced that this represented a form of body technique, appearing rather profound, involving intricate movements that engaged the internal organs, undoubtedly complex in nature. He began to memorize the content diligently. Overall, these familiar human figures were considerably easier to recall than the characters inscribed on the silver hide scroll. Ultimately, he employed a scanner to capture the entirety of the golden tome, ensuring comprehensive documentation. He understood that the hide scroll might not yield insights anytime soon, at least not in the short term. Such knowledge was reserved for the most skilled practitioners. Perhaps, at this moment, the value of the golden tome surpassed that of the hide scroll. Wang Xuan sought a concealed spot, leaning against a stone wall, armed with an energy gun, and once more scrutinized the golden tome and the silver scroll. Time passed quietly. Qingmu and Heihu had yet to return, evidently struggling within the labyrinthine underground passage, which had been excavated by predecessors like a spider's web. After an indeterminate period, an inexplicable chill coursed through Wang Xuan, prompting him to act without hesitation. He raised his hand and swept the energy gun, unleashing a blinding beam that shattered the surrounding stones, sending debris flying. A figure, agile and fierce like a tiger or leopard, evaded the intersecting beams with remarkable speed, darting aside, and then leaping like a hawk to conceal itself behind a rock. Wang Xuan's demeanor turned grave. This was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Just moments ago, the individual had approached within a mere 5 meters before he sensed their presence, and with lightning speed, had evaded his barrage. Such agility was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This person was likely on par with Qingmu, having mastered an exceptionally potent ancient technique, their strength terrifying. An ally. From the distance, a middle-aged man's voice emerged from behind the rock, revealing a portion of his form clad in protective gear akin to Wang Xuan's. Wang Xuan remained silent, hiding behind the rock formation, his energy gun poised and ready to fire. The individual exuded danger, especially given how silently he had approached, causing Wang Xuan's hair to stand on end. For it was evident the intent was to confront him. Shadows flickered. Outside the underground palace, a dozen individuals arrived, all wielding energy guns, taking cover behind rocks and around corners. A woman spoke up. "We are old acquaintances of Qingmu. Do not misinterpret, nor make hasty judgments. Quickly hand over the items. The discoveries here are of paramount importance and cannot be compromised. We are the ones tasked with your support, aiming to escort you swiftly through the underground palace. If we delay any longer, reinforcements from the Zhou and Ling families may arrive." Wang Xuan inquired, "If you are indeed the ones tasked with support, why did you attempt to attack me earlier?" He was certain that had it not been for his ever-ready energy gun and his remarkably keen reflexes, he might have fallen victim to a successful assault by that formidable expert. The middle-aged man who had initially struck spoke. "You have misunderstood. We must remain vigilant while entering the cave. I led them stealthily, necessitating caution against potential threats. You were concealed in the shadows, and I initially failed to recognize you as one of our own. Nevertheless, young man, your reaction speed is indeed astonishing. Well done." Wang Xuan remained unmoved, producing a hoarse imitation of a voice, stating, "Since we are comrades, let us await the return of Qingmu and Heihu together." The woman appeared somewhat impatient, retorting, "Why do you refuse to heed advice? It has been said that members of the Zhou and Ling families are on their way. If you are unwilling to leave, promptly hand over the beast skin scroll, and we shall escort it away first." Wang Xuan's trust in them diminished further, having already witnessed the beast skin scroll. How could they not see the protective gear he donned? Their approach was still shrouded in secrecy, intent on ambushing him. Wordlessly, he utilized the boulders and other defenses to stealthily navigate deeper into the underground palace. As those behind him detected his movement, they hastened their pursuit. Wang Xuan was unyielding, wielding his energy gun to issue a warning shot. "Qingmu, Heihu, have you returned?" Wang Xuan called out loudly, still using his horse imitation. Sounds echoed from afar, indicating that after a considerable time, Qingmu, Heihu, and their companions were on their way back. "Catch up," the woman commanded, prompting her group to swiftly follow suit. The formidable middle-aged man among them was particularly fearsome, silently closing in on Wang Xuan multiple times, only to be repelled by his energy gun each time. A roar emanated from the depths of the underground passage, unmistakably Qingmu's voice, indicating he sensed the disturbance and was hastening towards them. The intricate network of tunnels below resembled a spider's web. Wang Xuan abruptly halted, seeking a concealed spot to hide, then fired towards the front. Indeed, amidst the radiant beams, he spotted the middle-aged man maneuvering from another path, poised to ambush him. "Jinchuan, what brings you here?" Qingmu's voice reached him, quickening in pace as he confronted the middle-aged man. Wang Xuan promptly interjected, "Qingmu, I have acquired the silver beast skin scroll left by the preaching alchemist. This group claims to have come to aid us and seeks to take the scroll from me." He conveyed the situation succinctly and directly. "Jinchuan, how audacious of you to intercept us here. Is this not excessive?" Qingmu exclaimed, his voice tinged with anger. Simultaneously, he felt a flicker of joy. While they had only obtained an empty golden box, Wang Xuan had stumbled upon the genuine legacy. Jinchuan expressed a hint of remorse, stating, "Qingmu, we both understand the significance of this item. Do not hold it against me. You have come armed to seize it, yet you expect me not to resent you?" Qingmu scoffed. Jinchuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Rest assured, I will only glance at it, then return it to you immediately. I swear I will not seize it." "That is unacceptable. You have crossed my boundaries, and I cannot allow you to inspect it." Qingmu firmly refused. With a wave of his hand, Jinchuan signaled his group to encircle Wang Xuan's hiding place. Qingmu coldly declared, "You truly dare to act against us? Do not forget, our expedition organization abhors internal strife and bloodshed. Should anyone dare to do so, the other factions will unite to hunt you down. Whether you hide in the old lands or flee to the new stars, there will be no escape." Jinchuan shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to spar with you. The individuals I brought seek to engage in friendly competition with young Wang. There will be no bloodshed." As he spoke, he commanded the others, "Do not draw your weapons. To demonstrate our sincerity, place them on the ground." At that moment, Black Tiger and Kite were not far off, shouting warnings to Jinchuan's group to refrain from rash actions. Qingmu called out, "Xiao Wang, safeguard your possessions. According to our organization's agreement, you need only surrender half of your finds from the expedition. Thus, the rest is your own spoils. Ensure that no one intercepts them." Wang Xuan nodded. He harbored a strong disdain for these latecomers. Had it not been for his vigilance, he might have been overwhelmed, though survival was likely. The treasures of gold and silver scrolls would certainly have been seized by these individuals. Wang Xuan would not indulge them. They sought to snatch his spoils and now disregarded him entirely, treating him as inconsequential. Those who had discarded their energy guns and were advancing, leveraging the terrain, closed in on Wang Xuan, tightening their encirclement. Wang Xuan remained silent, patiently awaiting the moment of attack. When someone lunged at him, he brandished his weapon and unleashed a fierce sweep. Thud, thud. Several fell to the ground, unconscious, while some skilled fighters swiftly retreated, successfully evading his onslaught. "This young man is lacking in decorum. We agreed to engage in barehanded combat using traditional techniques, yet he resorts to firearms." A voice protested. Wang Xuan paid no heed. Decorum was the last thing on his mind. This group intended to ambush him and claim his treasures, and now they questioned his methods? Finally, Black Tiger and Kite arrived first, launching into a fierce attack using traditional techniques against their adversaries. "Xiao Wang, show them a thing or two," Qingmu urged, maintaining his standoff with Jinchuan, seemingly confident in the situation. Wang Xuan observed that a few of Jinchuan's younger subordinates had yet to engage, and notably, they were unarmed. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, unleashing a storm of blows with the power of his withdrew fist, penetrating the ranks of the few. In an instant, the area was engulfed in the force of his strikes, the ground cracking beneath him. The sheer ferocity of his attack astonished them. A young master of traditional techniques was indeed a rarity. Bang! In mere moments, one woman was struck in the face and sent sprawling, blood spilling from her mouth as she crashed against the stone wall, lying motionless. Crack! Next, a young man was caught by Wang Xuan's punch, shattering his shoulder and causing him to groan as he collapsed among the rubble. In the chaos, a third adversary was sent flying by a powerful kick, 3 ribs fractured, blood foaming from his mouth as he lay unable to rise. In a brief span, Wang Xuan dispatched 5 foes and surged toward the opponents of Black Tiger and Kite. They had returned swiftly, each engaged with multiple adversaries. Wang Xuan charged in, striking one man and sending him hurtling 7 or 8 meters away, where he coughed blood and struggled to rise. This was a group of middle-aged individuals, seasoned practitioners of traditional techniques, yet they were still bested by Wang Xuan. Some suffering broken arms and fractured ribs. Enough. Upon perceiving the unfavorable situation, 001 immediately called for a halt, exclaiming, "I didn't realize this was a newcomer, so formidable. The most critical aspect is that their hands are rather dark. Even my seasoned subordinates cannot withstand this. I miscalculated. Aside from myself, I did not bring any experts along. Aoki, shall we settle this matter here? I owe you a favor, and I shall repay you next time." 001 lowered his stance. Aoki nodded and replied, "Very well. Next time, let me have a look at the family heirloom scriptures, the White Tiger true interpretation, shall we? Get lost." 001 departed with his entourage. "Let us also take our leave." Aoki gathered his team and swiftly exited the underground palace. Shortly after, they boarded their spacecraft and successfully vacated Qingqing Mountain. The double time frame was about to expire, and he called for monthly votes, urging fellow readers to contribute if they could. Gratitude was extended to the 2 leaders, Wu Maxing and Bai Tang. Chapter 18. A chance encounter. 001 infiltrated the underground palace to intercept, and Wang Xuan anticipated a fierce and bloody confrontation. However, after a brief clash, both parties retreated hastily. Wang Xuan discerned the complexity of their relationship. On the return journey, the atmosphere inside the small spacecraft was heavy. There was a significant wound in the Hawk's chest, his upper body drenched in blood, and the body had already grown cold. Other groups had also suffered casualties, each carrying their fallen comrades away. Aoki spoke, "I will privately send a sum to the family of the Hawk," his face concealed by a blue mask. His expression was indiscernible. He spoke calmly. One becomes accustomed to such sights over time. Those who survive are adventurers, while the deceased are merely transient souls. Wang Xuan remained silent. That was a vibrant life, once as robust as a tiger or leopard, now draped in a shroud. This form of exploration transcended mere tension, thrill, or mystery. It gradually unveiled a terrifying facet, with participants teetering between life and death. Regarding the Qingqing Mountain operation, the exploration organization had previously assessed that its danger index was not substantial. Aoki revealed that some expeditions occasionally encounter supernatural phenomena that defy rational explanation, which is truly frightening. Black Tiger was sharpening an alloy knife, while Feng Zheng had his eyes closed, and Lao Mu sighed. Their spirits were low, and they were reluctant to speak, evidently having endured such experiences more than once. They had lost count of how many comrades had come and gone. "I shall save for another 2 years, and then retire completely," Feng Zheng suddenly remarked. The return journey proceeded smoothly, and the spacecraft landed at a manor on the outskirts, from which several vehicles conveyed Black Tiger, Lao Mu, and others to their respective destinations. Within the manor, Aoki retained Wang Xuan for a conversation. "You may keep the 5 pages of golden scriptures. They could be a powerful form of body technique. But I suspect they belong to a category that is exceedingly difficult to master, so prepare yourself mentally." Aoki had only glanced at the first page of the Golden Book and felt overwhelmed. It involved the resonance of internal organs, force application, blood transformation, and rebirth, concepts he had previously heard of. Long ago, there was a master in the domain of ancient techniques from the New Star region who practiced something akin to this, only to ultimately perish in the process. Wang Xuan was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Studying ancient techniques, and one could actually practice themselves to death. The notion of blood transformation and organ rejuvenation, though merely targeting the activation of certain organs, held immense allure for masters. Once perfected, it could undoubtedly extend one's life by several decades. Such was a master, yet he still met his demise, which is indeed chilling. In modern times, the ancient arts have long since waned. Those who ascend to the esteemed rank of master are exceedingly rare. It is likely that in this current era, it would be nearly impossible to find another. Do not doubt it. The new star has long since excavated many valuable treasures, and naturally, some have achieved remarkable feats through their practice. However, over the past few decades, the ancient arts have increasingly fallen into disrepute, rendering this domain utterly desolate. The information relayed by Aoki corroborates the news from New Star, suggesting that decades ago, they had already made discoveries regarding supernatural phenomena and were diligently pursuing their exploration. You must remain calm. Such matters cannot be mastered merely by fervent desire. Just on this first page, I attempted to engage with it, and the experience was unbearable, as if my internal organs were being sliced by a blade. Aoki was trembling. He, adorned with a cerulean mask, turned away to swiftly remove it and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. A fleeting glimpse of his profile revealed an alarming pallor, devoid of color. He strove to stabilize his tumultuous emotions, returning the golden tome to Wang Xuan. Although reluctant, he managed to suppress his feelings, for he was no ordinary individual. Do not experiment recklessly. This is a death talisman. Aoki cautioned once more. Unable to bear the thought of peering at the subsequent pages, fearing that he might succumb to temptation and ultimately bring about his own demise. Wang Xuan's expression turned grave as he realized, for the first time, the inherent dangers of practicing body techniques. It was far more perilous than mastering foundational methods. The foundational methods represent the roots of the ancient arts, enhancing one's intrinsic physique and spirit, whereas body techniques manifest one's prowess. Akin to the trunk and branches of a tree. If one were to trace back to antiquity and elevate the discussion to myth, descriptions of body techniques become even more extravagant, showcasing feats such as throwing an elephant or parting rivers. Wang Xuan presented the silver beast skin scroll, which was the objective of the expedition organization. Aoki intended to take the silver manuscript for assessment. Should its value exceed expectations, Wang Xuan would receive compensation. Wang Xuan articulated his request. If you decipher those texts, please provide me with an annotation. No problem. After all, you discovered and retrieved it, Aoki assured him, noting that the expedition organization is generous toward its own. As they parted, Aoki reiterated his warning to Wang Xuan, urging him not to act recklessly. The body techniques inscribed in the Golden Tome could be of significant consequence, and practicing them without caution could indeed be fatal. He harbored serious doubts that the materials might have been left behind by Zhang Daoling. Wang Xuan inhaled sharply, truly astonished. Could the 5 pages of golden paper be connected to him? Upon further reflection, it seemed plausible. There exists a legend that Zhang Daoling resided on Qingqing Mountain in his later years, ultimately achieving transcendence there. Wang Xuan suddenly perceived that the 5 pages of golden paper might rival the silver scroll, and he solemnly stowed them away, vowing to conduct a thorough and careful study upon his return. Aoki consented to his taking the scanner and arranged for transportation to return him to the city. Upon his return to campus, Wang Xuan gathered his belongings in preparation for departure, for today marked the final deadline. The ancient arts experimental class had come to a complete conclusion. He possessed only a few changes of clothing, lacking any substantial luggage. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he was ready to depart, simple and swift. Wang Xuan cast one last glance at the familiar surroundings, the towering teaching building, the crystalline Ling Lake, and the verdant garden scattered with falling leaves. Before he turned and left, everything behind him had come to an end. Henceforth, he would officially immerse himself in the vast sea of society. The apartment had long been rented, and just 2 days prior, he had arranged for a cleaning service. Wang Xuan went directly to purchase bedding, towels, toothpaste, and various daily necessities. He felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him, realizing that he now had to toil for his livelihood. This evoked a strange sensation within Wang Xuan, for he had only recently departed from Qingqing Mountain, where he had been exploring, battling others, and navigating the thin line between life and death. Now, upon returning to the city, he was consumed with the mundane tasks of acquiring towels and toothbrushes, and in just 2 or 3 days, he would commence work, busying himself for survival. He experienced a disorienting juxtaposition of space and time. The adventures at Qingqing Mountain and the daily grind of a 9-to-5 existence were both integral to his life's journey, leaving him with a complex array of emotions. He refrained from immediately discussing his new venture with Qingmu, for he had only just joined this exploration organization and had yet to make any contributions. To present such lofty expectations seemed rather unrealistic. However, an opportunity would soon arise. Once they completed the assessment of the silver beast skin scroll, he could engage Qingmu in conversation. Wang Xuan efficiently gathered all necessary items in one swift shopping trip, managing everything with a single taxi ride. His rented accommodation was located in an older community, which boasted a pleasant environment, with towering trees planted long ago now reaching majestic heights, creating a tranquil atmosphere. The downside was that the facilities were somewhat antiquated and lacked modernity. He had rented a one-bedroom apartment, recently renovated every 2 years, and overall, it was quite satisfactory. Wang Xuan quickly arranged his daily necessities, laid out the bedding, poured himself a glass of water, and sat down to rest. His phone had been turned off for a day, and upon powering it on, he was greeted with a plethora of messages and missed calls. He first called his parents to inform them that everything was going smoothly and that he would be starting work in a couple of days. Shortly thereafter, a call from Qingsheng came through. "Old Wang, where have you been? I was frantic. You've been unreachable for over a day. I thought that scoundrel Zhou Yun had harmed you. I'm rallying our classmates to seek revenge and demand an explanation," he exclaimed, his voice a cacophony that nearly hurt Wang Xian's ears. Qingsheng was genuinely concerned, fearing Zhou Yun might retaliate against Wang Xian. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Xinqing consortium. Wang Xian longed to inform him that Zhou had sustained serious injuries, with a broken nose and fractured arm, likely consumed by hatred towards a mixed-blood individual and unable to think of anything else. However, he refrained from sharing this, fearing that Qingsheng, the loudmouth, would spill the news to the world by the following day. Wang Xian lowered the volume of his phone and held it at a distance, telling him he was meditating, and that this time his focus had been profound enough to keep his phone off. "I'm about to leave, and I couldn't find you. Let me treat you to dinner tonight at the top of the Tsangding building," Qingsheng proclaimed with enthusiasm. The restaurant within the Tsangding building boasted higher prices the further up one went, and as a freshly graduated student, Wang Xian felt a twinge of insecurity about dining there on his modest salary. Wang Xian chuckled. "Are you celebrating because you've won your girlfriend back?" He was not concerned about Qingsheng's finances, well aware of his affluent background. "Alas, the future is not looking bright. What can alleviate our worries? Only indulgence and feasting. See you tonight." Wang Xian sat in the room, perusing the golden tome with meticulous attention. Ultimately, he could not resist the urge to follow the initial illustrations on the first page, resonating with his internal organs, and then exerting force in a peculiar rhythm. In an instant, a twinge of pain coursed through his 5 viscera, affirming Qingmu's assertion that such practices were exceedingly arduous. Yet, he harbored some doubts. After his practice, he did not appear as pale as Qingmu had described. The discomfort he felt was not intolerable and seemed bearable. Caution was prudent, however, he dared not be careless. For this technique might have originated from Zhang Daoling, a figure of immense significance. Taoism has existed for centuries, encompassing ideologies such as those of Huanglao. In contrast, Daojiao emerged later, founded by Zhang Daoling himself. Undoubtedly, even if Zhang were placed in the pre-Qin era, during a time when ancient arts flourished, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite practitioners. Glancing at the time, Wang Xian noted that the sun was nearing the horizon. It was time to venture out. The vicinity of the Tsangding building was bustling with life, housing a well-established commercial district teeming with patrons. Upon arrival, he proceeded directly to the elevator, ascending to the top floor. There, 3 restaurants awaited. Although the prices were exorbitant, all enjoyed thriving business. He surmised that Qingsheng must have made a reservation, likely at the establishment known as Flowing Golden Years, as he had previously dined there and deemed it the most authentic. As he approached, he was suddenly taken aback. Had the place been reserved in its entirety? Indeed, Flowing Golden Years was fully booked. Such wealth was astonishing. A single table's expenditure here would require several months' wages for an average person, yet someone had booked the entire venue. Peering inside, he noticed several private rooms were unoccupied, suggesting that a wealthy patron had opted for exclusivity, thus reserving the entire space. Wang Xian. Suddenly, someone called out to him, their tone decidedly unfriendly. The vast interior of Flowing Golden Years allowed several women to approach him from another direction. Among them, he recognized 2. One was Zhou Mingxuan's daughter, Zhou Ting, who was also the cousin of his former girlfriend. Today, she appeared vibrant, devoid of her usual dazed demeanor, adorned in a fitted long gown that accentuated her graceful form. radiating beauty. The other was a university classmate of Wang Xuan, born in the old earth, now chosen to journey to new star. He had not anticipated encountering her here. Which Wang Xuan? It can't be the one associated with Ling Wei, remarked a woman in a white evening gown, her expression far from amiable. That would be him, Zhou Ting affirmed with a nod. The women were attired quite formally, predominantly in evening gowns, their figures and appearances striking, some youthful and vivacious, others exuding cool elegance. The woman in the white gown, her high-heeled shoes adorned with crystals, scrutinized Wang Xuan's face, her gaze piercing as she spoke. Could you exhibit a bit more masculinity? It has been over a year since your breakup. Why come here to create discomfort? Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, beginning to grasp the situation. Yet he could not be blamed for his ignorance of the circumstances prior to this moment. The woman in the white gown lifted her chin haughtily, casting a dismissive glance in his direction and declared, "You are not welcome here. This is not a place for you. Please leave immediately." Wang Xuan was not accustomed to tolerating such individuals. After hearing the words, he calmly spoke, "Why should my affairs concern you? Moreover, what significance do you hold?" Chapter 19. The ex-girlfriend, the woman clad in a white evening gown, was breathing heavily, her elevated bosom rising and falling dramatically, threatening to burst the seams of her attire. It must be said, her temper was considerable, nearly prompting her to hurl the exquisite limited edition handbag in her grasp. "Wuyin," someone beside her steadied her arm, offering quiet consolation. Wang Xuan stood there, remarkably handsome, displaying a relaxed demeanor. His expression was serene, and his eyes clear as he regarded the group with an air of tranquility, devoid of emotional turmoil. The young woman in the white evening gown, named Wuyin, took note of his composure, inhaling deeply to temper her rising ire. "Since your fates have run their course, it would be wise not to linger. The sky is vast. Let us soar in our separate directions, leaving behind beautiful silhouettes and ample space for one another, for that is far better than anything else," Wuyin declared. Wang Xuan shook his head, replying, "You have become too immersed in your role, lost in your emotional realm, imagining me to be the villain. Do not embellish your narrative. I am merely a passerby, invited here for a meal." The emotions that Wuyin had just managed to quell surged forth anew, her breathing becoming noticeably heavier, her complexion reddening, not from shyness, but from genuine indignation. Never had anyone dared to characterize her in such a manner. To vocalize such an imagination was to imply she had issues of her own. Initially, Wang Xuan had not paid her much heed, but now he stole a second glance. This woman, Wuyin, appeared to possess a remarkable figure, her evening gown straining against her intensified breaths. Objectively speaking, Wuyin was quite beautiful, particularly with her stunning curves. Though her words were irksome, she was indeed an attractive woman. Unable to contain herself, Wuyin's gaze sharpened as she retorted, "I have never encountered a man like you. It has long ceased to matter. What purpose do you serve by being here? I refuse to believe that a recent graduate would come all the way to the top of Tsangding Tower merely for a meal. You must have rushed here upon hearing some news. Save yourself the humiliation." Wang Xuan had intended to turn and leave, but as a young man freshly liberated from the confines of academia, he was still brimming with youthful vigor. Although he did not exhibit anger, the smile that once graced his face had vanished. "Your temper is quite alarming. There must be something amiss with your health. Have you been experiencing insomnia or anxiety lately? Though you appear furious, your complexion is pale, hinting at possible anemia. Moreover, your emotional fluctuations are severe. Clearly, there are unsettling matters weighing on your mind. It seems both your body and spirit require nurturing, lest your temper escalate further. Do not thank me, nor be startled. I am a scholar of ancient practices, well-versed in the art of health preservation. Additionally, there seems to be a faint scent of blood about you, suggesting a recent altercation. Well then, farewell." At this juncture, Wang Xuan abruptly ceased his pathological analysis, having inadvertently revealed a potential truth that might provoke her ire. Indeed, Wuyin was initially taken aback, her expression a mixture of astonishment and suspicion, for she had been grappling with those very issues. Yet, upon hearing the last comment, she could no longer contain herself. Gripping her limited edition handbag, she hurled it towards Wang Xuan in a fit of indignation, exclaiming, "Rogue." Beside her, Zhou Ting remained speechless. Wang Xuan, not only astonishing in his mastery of ancient arts, also exhibited a silver tongue that nearly caused her friend Wuyin to explode with frustration. Zhou Ting felt that she would be unable to endure such a situation, The most embarrassing moments of her life had been scrutinized and critiqued with an air of seriousness, which was indeed infuriating. She swiftly grasped Wu Yin's arm, aware that today was special and that they must avoid causing a scene. Wang Xuan swore he had no malicious intent. He had merely made observations based on her irritable demeanor and pallid complexion. Who could have anticipated such a coincidence? Wang Xuan, cease your words and depart at once. Another woman interjected, believing it prudent to send away this rather handsome young man before matters escalated. Yet, even without their urging, Wang Xuan had no desire to linger and turned to leave. Do not leave, Wu Yin exclaimed indignantly, breaking free from Zhou Ting. Her formidable skills were evident, hinting at a significant background in ancient arts. Most notably, a faint blue mist emanated from her alabaster arms, a sign of someone who had attained extraordinary mastery. At this stage, any young individual capable of such prowess undoubtedly possessed an impressive lineage. Wang Xuan paused, casting a glance in her direction. Do not attempt to harm me. Should my instincts perceive you as a threat to my life, I would defend myself, regardless of your gender. He had no intention of engaging in conflict there, but merely sought to intimidate her. At this point, he also glanced at Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting pursed her lips in annoyance. This insufferable Wang Xuan disregarded their friendship, forcing her to intervene on behalf of her friend while also bringing up matters concerning her brother. Sister Wu Yin, please refrain from confronting him. My brother was injured by him, Zhou Ting whispered in counsel. The thought of her brother Zhou Yun, who had recently been carried home due to injuries, left her at a loss for words. It was said that her brother bore no resentment towards Wang Xuan, considering him a decent person for not having inflicted severe harm upon him in their encounter. Presently, however, he harbored intense animosity towards a mixed-blood individual, having lamented over it countless times within just half a day. Indeed, in a 7-star hotel, Zhou Yun was still lamenting, that blue-eyed mixed blood. I shall eventually break you limb from limb. Do not let me see you again. On the top floor of the Grand Ding building, Wu Yin stiffened slightly, fearing an encounter with a brutish individual who might not hesitate to assault her, which would be quite embarrassing, especially without the company of robots or bodyguards. At that moment, Wang Xuan's university classmate Lu Yun approached, tugging at his sleeve. Let us not prolong this conversation. Let it be as it is. Ling Wei is meeting with her parents and the family of her suitor. Indeed, this aligned closely with Wang Xuan's earlier conjectures. He nodded in silence, recognizing that since they had already parted ways, he had no right to interfere in others' lives. Lu Yun then quietly informed her of a few details, including the surname of the suitor's family, Wu. Suddenly, Wang Xuan comprehended why Wu Yin had displayed such hostility upon his arrival. The Zhou Ling and Wu families seemed to be entangled in significant business troubles today, which had undoubtedly affected Wu Yin's mood, rendering her temperament unusually irritable. She was not typically like this. Lu Yun softly clarified. Wang Xuan regarded her with newfound respect. This female classmate, though seemingly delicate, possessed a remarkable aptitude for social interaction and emotional intelligence. Through her connection with Ling Wei, she had quickly forged close bonds with Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and others, becoming intimate friends in a remarkably short time, a feat not to be underestimated. Simultaneously, he recognized that members of the Wu family had also been involved in the altercation at Qingqing Mountain today. He could only express his apologies for disrupting the business of their 3 families. With this thought, Wang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to Wu Yin and said, I'm sorry, farewell. He felt no desire to linger, deeming it unnecessary to dwell on past grievances. Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback, her anger on the brink of eruption. Yet she had not anticipated his light-hearted apology. She replied coolly, Wang Xuan, you have remained in the past. I hear you are working in this city. It would be wise to settle down, focus on your work and life, and refrain from entanglements. I wish you all the best. Wang Xuan halted in his tracks, then turned to face her. Although he had not intended to speak further, he now deemed it essential to awaken this woman to reality. First, I had no knowledge of Ling Wei meeting her parents here, thus I cannot be accused of pursuing her. Second, in such a situation, if you believe it appropriate, feel free to continue your onslaught. The embarrassment would not fall upon me. However, I believe that even if misunderstandings exist, we should grant each other grace. Third, life presents us with individual choices. Should we unexpectedly cross paths, a simple greeting suffices. There is no need for hysteria. I wish Ling Wei all the best. Of course, as for you, regardless of any misunderstandings or other reasons, we shall part ways from this moment forth. Fourth, farewell. Upon concluding his remarks, Wang Xuan cast a glance toward the restaurant, just in time to see Ling Wei looking their way, evidently alerted by the commotion outside. He nodded at her, not pausing for a response, and strode away decisively. Behind him, a silence enveloped the group of women, none daring to speak for a brief moment. Wang Xuan, over here. At that moment, Qin Sheng approached, striding forward while grumbling, I wonder which nouveau riche reserved the entire Lu Jin Suiwe venue. How extravagant. We should head to the Jianshi Qianyan restaurant on this floor instead. He pulled Wang Xuan along. In the distance, Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and Lu Yun exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Oh, Goddess Zhao, are you joining us for dinner? Qin Sheng exclaimed upon spotting Zhao Qinghan, who was approaching from the elevator, flanked by two women who resembled bodyguards or perhaps friends. Shall we go together? Qin Sheng asked with unabashed boldness. Zhao Qinghan, still remarkably beautiful and wearing a radiant smile, replied, what a coincidence. However, I cannot tonight, as I have prior dinner plans with friends. Qin Sheng, ever enthusiastic, responded, very well. Let us gather another time. When you pass by Xinyue, do not forget, it's my territory. There will be opportunities to ascend the moon and enjoy the scenery. Zhao Qinghan smiled and nodded, promising to visit him in the future. She then turned to Wang Xuan with a warm smile, saying, classmate Wang, we might have a chance to collaborate in the future. Here is my contact information. With a sweet smile, she approached him, handing over her business card. Noticing Qin Sheng's eager gaze, she also smiled and offered him a card. Until Zhao Qinghan walked away, Qin Sheng was still marveling at her exceptional ability to navigate social situations. She possessed both beauty and a nuanced understanding of human interaction. Truly a rare gem. Wang Xuan smirked and remarked, a mere business card has left you in a daze. I believe it's necessary to inform your girlfriend, lest you find yourself weeping in clarity once more. Oh no. They entered the earthly dining establishment, the 1,000-year restaurant, and settled into their private booth. Qin Sheng remained somewhat unconvinced. Setting aside all else, and disregarding mere appearance, I genuinely believe Zhao Qinghan is a remarkable person. Each encounter with her feels like a refreshing spring breeze, utterly delightful. Wang Xuan nodded in agreement. This is inevitable. Have you considered her background? While you were still naive and unknowing in your youth, she was already accompanying her parents to various significant events. Qin Sheng countered, I maintain that human nature is innate. She is the epitome of beauty and kindness. Wang Xuan felt compelled to enlighten him. You must look beyond the surface to grasp the essence. Her smile and sweetness have become second nature. Remember, she has undergone extensive training from a young age. Everything from etiquette to emotional regulation has been meticulously cultivated, ensuring she leaves a lasting impression. Qin Sheng remained skeptical, saying, Old Wang, are you not overestimating Zhao Qinghan's cunning? When I see her, I can't help but feel her smile has a healing quality, so pure. Wang Xuan rolled his eyes and replied, you seem rather naive. Her demeanor must be nothing short of professional. Different individuals elicit different facets of her persona. He recalled an instance when he observed Zhao Qinghan outside of school, exuding an air of icy aloofness, commanding presence as she reprimanded a well-known successful figure who appeared to shrink under her authoritative gaze. At that moment, her expression was cold, her words carefully chosen. It was evident that her psychological maturity far surpassed the image of a healing goddess Qin Sheng spoke of. She was, without a doubt, an elite queen. After recounting these observations, Wang Xuan sighed. Thus, the goddess's self-cultivation spans academics, eloquence, social skills, and various other techniques, each indispensable. Having endured a tumultuous journey akin to a landslide, you are too inexperienced to compare yourself to her. Qin Sheng exclaimed, Goodness, old Wang, after hearing your words about Zhao Qinghan, I can't help but feel you are not entirely virtuous yourself. You seem a bit dubious. Wang Xuan's expression darkened. I am merely offering you some well-intentioned advice. So, should you be wary of her in the future? Qin Sheng inquired. Wary of what? You possess neither the value nor the need for her to exploit. Wang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Old Wang, that stings. I shall sever ties with you. Qin Sheng feigned outrage. I am simply attempting to provide you with a correct understanding. Do not gawk foolishly at Zhao Qinghan all day. She can embody both innocence and aloofness, be pure yet alluring, maintain a clear sense of self-awareness. After saying this, Wang Xuan began to order food, wishing to end the conversation. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss upon raising his gaze. He noticed Qin Sheng was giving him a frantic signal. In an instant, Wang Xuan turned around to discover Zhao Qinghan had unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of their booth. Chapter 20. Young Wang's Ferocity. Has he flipped again? Wang Xuan found himself speechless. The previous incident could be excused as a mere consequence of Qin Chang's unwarranted interruptions. But this time was markedly different, as he was caught in the act. At the entrance of the private room stood Zhao Qinghan, poised and elegant, adorned in a luxurious fitted dress that accentuated her waist, hugging her curves from hips to just above the knees, showcasing her exquisite figure. However, unlike her previous demeanor, she did not wear a smile. Her originally delicate and sweet visage was now frosted with an air of coldness, exuding an ethereal beauty that was strikingly different from her usual self. "Why are you still standing there? Come in quickly," Wang Xuan greeted, rising to meet her with his tall frame and radiant smile. "I've informed Qin Cheng that there's no rush to order. Zhao will surely arrive soon, and we shall see what delights you prefer. As the host of this city, it is my duty to treat you well before you depart." Qin Cheng opened his mouth, eager to interject, "It's me who's treating." However, upon observing Zhao Qinghan's frosty demeanor, he found himself utterly captivated. A glance at Wang Xuan led him to silently muse, "Old Wang, may fortune favor you. This time, I cannot bear the blame." Zhao Qinghan's long, lustrous hair framed her delicate, fair face, which now bore a chilling intensity rather than sweetness, as if she were a distant star. Her striking eyes fixed upon Wang Xuan with an unsettling intensity, devoid of the softness they once held, emanating a palpable pressure, while her glossy red lips enhanced her regal allure. In that moment, she wore no smile, slightly raising her alabaster chin as she scrutinized Wang Xuan. Nevertheless, she entered the private room, her crystal-embellished heels resonating against the floor, the only sound in the hushed atmosphere. Qin Cheng stood, pulling out a chair, yet she chose not to approach but instead settled on a nearby sofa, remaining silent. Rather than sitting demurely, she elegantly elevated her legs, placing them on the coffee table, her thighs perfectly aligned, unbothered by modesty concerns. One could not deny the striking length and grace of Zhao Qinghan's legs, a testament to her stunning physique. This image and demeanor starkly contrasted the goddess of Zhao that Qin Cheng was accustomed to. She indeed embodied the queenly presence Wang Xuan had described, shattering all preconceived notions of her. Silent and arms crossed, she inadvertently accentuated her curves, fixating her gaze on Wang Xuan, challenging him to provide a reasonable explanation. Twice, she had caught him red-handed. Her current look toward him bore no trace of warmth. Though she remained beautiful, her aura was now one of aloofness and subtle ferocity. Wang Xuan rose, approaching Zhao Qinghan with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng found himself unexpectedly composed, relishing the sight of old Wang's dismay, eagerly anticipating how he would navigate this predicament. "Apologies," Wang Xuan uttered as he drew near, astonishingly offering an apology. Qin Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He relished the unfolding drama, hoping to witness old Wang's performance, for in his eyes, Wang Xuan had always been unorthodox. Yet, the next moment left him wide-eyed in disbelief, nearly shouting in astonishment. Truly, it was Wang Xuan who dared to take action against the goddess Zhao. As Wang Xuan uttered the two words of apology, his right hand struck fiercely towards Zhao Qinghan's neck, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of thunder. The sheer force astonishing and the speed remarkable. The air resonated with a booming sound as turbulent currents swept through, sending napkins from the coffee table flying. Qin Cheng, taken aback, recognized Wang Xuan's unpredictable nature. Yet, this time it was shockingly ruthless, showing no mercy towards the goddess Zhao. His heart raced with anxiety. Mouth agape in disbelief. What kind of script was this? The old Wang was extraordinarily fierce, seemingly intent on inflicting harm upon a delicate flower. Zhao Qinghan, equally astonished, felt her beautiful visage shift in hue. Wang Xuan's unpredictability was beyond comprehension. How dare he engage in such fierce combat against her in this setting? Reacting with remarkable swiftness, her right hand gleamed with a radiant light, resembling a pearly dagger as it aimed for the descending strike of Wang Xuan's palm. Although she initiated her move afterward, her speed was breathtaking, causing the air to quiver. Simultaneously, her left hand formed a fist, delicate yet powerful, producing a sonic tremor as it surged towards Wang Xuan's heart. Wang Xuan, undeterred, also responded. His right hand maintained its offensive posture while his left reached out to seize Zhao Qinghan's pristine fist with a fierce intent. The impact was explosive, The coffee table shattered into pieces merely due to Zhao Qinghan's slight exertion of her legs. She attacked with both hands, twisting her slender waist with force, her long legs striking out like the whip of a wind god, targeting Wang Xuan's head and chest with precision and ferocity. Wang Xuan's reflexes were extraordinary. He advanced, raising his right knee to block her legs while his hands clashed against her palms and fists, attempting to secure her in a lock. Qin Cheng, watching in shock, felt as if springs had been installed beneath him, propelling him towards the door, hastily shutting it to avoid being seen. With a swift movement, Zhao Qinghan gracefully sidestepped from the sofa, escaping Wang Xuan's assault range. The carpet beneath her high heels bore the marks of her power, revealing the terrifying strength contained within her taut body. Her expression was filled with deadly determination, a stark contrast to her usual delicate sweetness, as she assumed an exceptionally formidable battle stance. Qin Cheng swallowed hard, disbelief washing over him. Wang Xuan had previously informed him that his skills were no match for Zhao Qinghan, a claim he had doubted. Yet witnessing her hold her ground against Wang Xuan left him utterly flabbergasted and completely in awe. However, this was not the time for contemplation. He swiftly unplugged a power cord from the room and whispered to Wang Xuan, "Shall we restrain her?" In the delicate balance between brotherhood and the goddess, he unhesitatingly chose the former, prioritizing the subjugation of Zhao Qinghan. Wang Xuan, speechless, exhaled slowly, allowing his hands to drop, relinquishing his aggressive stance. Zhao Qinghan shot a fierce glare at Qin Cheng, retracting her previous aggressive posture, relaxing her taut body as she twisted her waist, the sound of her heels striking the ground echoing in the air. Wang Xuan remarked, "Impressive. You have indeed mastered the art of energy cultivation." He had always believed that Zhao Qinghan might be exceptionally formidable, yet without any direct confrontation, he remained unaware of her true strength. It was only after their brief encounter today that he became convinced of her extraordinary abilities. Whether during their last meeting or today, Zhao Qinghan had silently appeared behind him, only perceptible when she was alarmingly close. Although the relaxed atmosphere of both occasions had left him unguarded, it nonetheless indicated her remarkable stealth. Particularly notable was the fact that Aoki from the Exploration Organization had once expressed interest in two students from the experimental class, deeming their potential immense and believing they could become masters of great prowess. At that moment, Wang Xuan realized there was a hidden powerhouse among them. However, his interactions with Zhao Qinghan had been scant, as she frequently absented herself from school for 10 days to half a month, averaging only a few days on campus each month. Thus, he had previously been unable to ascertain the extent of her mastery of ancient techniques. Zhao Qinghan, brushing her hair back, teased him lightly, "You truly are unconventional, refusing to be constrained by rules. After mocking me twice, you dare to lay a hand on me directly?" Qin Cheng hurriedly intervened, saying, "It's all a misunderstanding. Let's sit down, enjoy some tea, and discuss the past and grievances over a cup." Zhao Qinghan cast a glance at the power cord in his hand, contemplating giving him a beating for his audacity in trying to help Wang Xuan bind her while calling her a goddess at the same time. The unkind glare she directed at Qin Cheng made him feel exceedingly awkward, prompting him to swiftly toss the power cord into a corner behind him. "Let us order. We can chat while we eat," Wang Xuan said with a smile. Zhao Qinghan raised her elegantly arched brows slightly and remarked, "Are you overly ambitious? Or do you believe my heart to be so vast that I harbor no grudges?" Wang Xuan replied, "I must admit, I do have a rather expansive heart." He glanced at her and added, "You are not one to dwell on trifles. In my eyes, you possess a generous spirit, a lovely figure, and striking beauty." In an instant, Zhao Qinghan's expression hardened, her demeanor turning decidedly unfriendly as she crossed her arms and sat down, casting him a series of cold smirks. Wang Xuan smiled and said, "Since you have mastered the ancient techniques and possess remarkable skill, you must understand that individuals like us are highly perceptive. I feel you have been watching me from a distance, uncertain of your intentions, but it seems you view me as prey, attempting to draw me into your schemes. Hence my vigilance toward you." Zhao Qinghan felt a pang of frustration, wishing to retort, "Is that vigilance? You are blatantly scheming against me from behind. The last time was one thing, but now you even mention my innocence and allure, truly deserving of a reprimand." Wang Xuan then said, "Zhao, please do not take offense. Come, have a seat. We can discuss the possibility of collaboration over a meal." Through their few encounters, Wang Xuan was convinced that she sought him for a reason. as she had been on the verge of leaving the old world and had no need to extend an olive branch to him otherwise. You certainly possess confidence. Zhao Qinghan decided to set aside her grievances for the moment and prepared to converse with him. When the waiter entered, he was momentarily speechless. It was unclear whether the trio had come to dine or to dismantle the place. The tea table was shattered, and the floor was riddled with small holes from high heels, necessitating a room change for them. The goddess Zhao displayed great magnanimity, not bringing up the earlier incident. But she stepped out briefly to return with a coat, as she still felt that Wang Xuan's earlier remarks were amiss. Seated together, the atmosphere was harmonious, filled with laughter and conversation, effortlessly brushing aside the earlier incident as if nothing had transpired. Wang Xuan spoke with utmost seriousness. Classmate Zhao, your interest in me likely stems from my skills. Let me be clear, if you are contemplating engaging in illicit activities, do not drag me into it. I abide by the law and have never erred, a model citizen of the old world. I have never harmed anyone in my life. Oh, except that time at the class reunion when I had to defend myself against Zhou Yun. That was purely self-defense. Zhao Qinghan regarded him skeptically, unable to believe that this unconventional classmate could be as disciplined as he claimed. A closer examination would surely reveal some darker truths. Remaining calm and composed, she shifted to serious matters, exhibiting a wealth of experience without haste, discussing some secret knowledge regarding supernatural arts. Supernatural arts, which some might refer to as divine techniques, were merely unexpected discoveries from explorations into certain realms. She spoke slowly and deliberately about these subjects. Suddenly, she stated, some harbor ambitions and, without thorough investigation, contemplate igniting divine flames. Others even entertain the notion of becoming Buddhas or ancestors. How laughable. They should first address their own limited lifespans. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan realized something and remarked, you don't mean to seek out individuals for exploration, do you? Those who venture forth initially are merely cannon fodder. Don't count on me. I'm not going. Zhao Qinghan smiled brightly, saying, your thoughts are quite extravagant. As classmates, would I deceive you? This is an unpredictable, great opportunity. Wang Xuan was entirely uninterested, rejecting the idea from the depths of his heart. Rest assured, it is entirely different from what you imagine. It is an opportunity, not a crisis. However, as you are currently bound to the old world and unable to reach the new stars, discussing this now holds little significance. They exchanged light-hearted banter and continued their conversation. Finally, Wang Xuan directly asked, classmate Zhao, if you insist on inviting me, then so be it. May I inquire if there will be an upfront payment? Do you possess any secret scriptures from the Taoist ancestral temple? Zhao Qinghan felt a surge of annoyance. How dare he mention the secret texts of the Taoist ancestral temple? What was he thinking? Wang Xuan continued, what about golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin period? Zhao Qinghan's expression darkened. She sensed the conversation was reaching an impasse. Wang Xuan clearly displayed his disinterest, deliberately demanding exorbitant terms, effectively closing off that avenue. Qin Cheng sighed, marveling at Wang's audacity. He had previously confronted the goddess Zhao and now was unyielding in discussing collaboration and business, igniting a fire in Zhao Qinghan's eyes. He hastily intervened, saying, let us drink. One must revel in life's triumphs. By the way, Qinghan, I never imagined you had cultivated the old arts to such a level that you could contend with Wang Xuan. How did you achieve this? Zhao Qinghan casually replied that it was merely to maintain her physique, necessitating daily practice. Qin Cheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him, lowering his head to drink in silence, wanting to retreat from conversation. He felt like crying, while she effortlessly mastered the old arts to maintain her stunning figure. He had endured years of hardship, shedding blood and tears, yet had not succeeded in his own pursuits. Who could he turn to for solace? Chapter 21, Prohibition of Transcendence. Subsequently, the two shared a tacit understanding and refrained from further discussing their exploration, leaving open the possibility of future collaboration. Their conversation shifted to ancient arts, with Wang Xuan primarily inquiring about various matters, such as the golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin era. Zhao Qinghan candidly informed him that he should not dwell too much on such extraordinary artifacts, for over the years, only 4 pieces had been unearthed, 2 of which were fiercely contested and subsequently dispersed. In reality, only 2 complete specimens of the golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin era remained, securely locked in the most robust vault of the largest bank in the New Star district. Wang Xuan felt a tinge of regret. Such treasures seemed forever out of reach. Even though ancient arts had waned, organizations and financial conglomerates showed no intention of relinquishing their hold, and for the time being, hope appeared elusive. Zhao Qinghan further elucidated that not only the golden bamboo slips, but any inheritance from preaching practitioners was exceedingly rare due to their scarcity. So, ordinary preaching bamboo slips are worth a fortune as well? Wang Xuan inquired. Zhao Qinghan shot him a glance and replied, "There is no such thing as an ordinary bamboo slip related to preaching practitioners." Wang Xuan then realized how precious the translated bamboo slip gifted to him by Professor Lin truly was. In fact, Professor Lin had nearly lost his life over this slip, narrowly escaping from a preaching tomb, fortunate to survive. He had heard tales of a master from New Star who had ultimately perished due to the excessive strain of practicing a particular physical art. Just how formidable was someone at that level? Zhao Qinghan was somewhat surprised, perceiving that he was not entirely uninformed, as he even knew of such matters in New Star, leading her to conclude that he must have other sources of information. Upon finishing his thoughts, Wang Xuan knew she would likely have various interpretations, yet he was unconcerned. Soon, they would part ways, and under normal circumstances, their intersections would be minimal. At present, he had no desire to wade into the murky waters of Zhao Qinghan's exploratory plans. Zhao Qinghan felt a surge of emotion, acknowledging that the path of ancient arts was extraordinarily rugged and fraught with difficulty, as few could attain any significant achievements. The master she referred to had practiced a secret scripture from the Taoist ancestral court, which was precisely what Wang Xuan had been contemplating. And the outcome had cost him dearly. His internal organs had decayed as if boiled, leading to a tragically grim demise. Wang Xuan was taken aback. Was it truly that perilous? He became increasingly cautious and reverent towards the golden scripture in his possession. Recognizing that what Zhang Daoling had left behind was undoubtedly on par with the secret scriptures of the Taoist ancestral court, Qin Sheng lamented, "What folly! Having reached the level of a master, he still ended up in such a disastrous state. Humans are perpetually insatiable. You speak lightly of it." Yet as he aged day by day, discovering that achieving success in that physical art could rejuvenate his aging organs and extend his life by decades, do you think he could withstand such temptation? Such remarkable benefits? I would be tempted to try it myself. Qin Sheng nodded, wistfully yearning. How distant is the level of a master from that of preaching practitioners? Wang Xuan inquired. They are not even on the same scale. The disparity is vast, rendering comparison impossible, Zhao Qinghan replied matter-of-factly. She then turned her gaze toward Wang Xuan and remarked, "It seems you are quite eager to pursue the path of ancient arts. Is your goal to become a preaching practitioner?" Wang Xuan responded, "I am one who has been abandoned, unable to access new arts. Thus, I can only tread the path of ancient arts." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng felt a deep sense of empathy for his friend's plight. Zhao Qinghan perceives that Wang Xuan possesses remarkable talent in the realm of ancient arts. Yet the future remains uncertain. Qin Sheng, however, shakes his head and remarks, "Old Wang is a man out of time. Had he lived in antiquity, he might have risen to unparalleled heights, becoming a legend or even a myth. Yet in this era, where technological civilization flourishes, what significance does his mastery of ancient arts hold? It cannot withstand the might of modern weaponry. The stars still shine brightly. Yet the likes of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu have long turned to dust. Those tasked with seeking the elixir of immortality have succumbed to the ravages of time. The path of ancient arts is fraught with difficulty, offering little hope. This discussion bears a heavy weight. In this age, ancient arts indeed seem dim, with scant prospects for revival. No matter how potent the ancient techniques may be, a single elite soldier wielding advanced technology suffices to eliminate masters of the old ways. Zhao Qinghan glances at Wang Xuan, noticing his calm demeanor. He is evidently a man of profound inner strength and conviction. Does he truly believe there is a future for ancient arts? Thus, Qin Sheng resumes his discourse, directing his gaze towards Zhao Qinghan, and states, "It would be a tremendous loss if old Wang were to remain overlooked. Zhao Goddess, do you have any connections that could assist Wang Xuan? Perhaps in the practice of new techniques, or by introducing him to the new star?" After all that has been said, his plea is a humble entreaty for Zhao Qinghan's assistance on Wang Xuan's behalf. Wang Xuan raises a hand to halt Qin Sheng's words, placing a reassuring pat on his shoulder, and asserts, "I am well aware of my path." He does not express his gratitude to Qin Sheng, understanding his intentions. Yet he prefers not to seek help in such a manner. Zhao Qinghan informs him that upon her return to New Star, she will advocate for this matter. though she cannot guarantee results. Wang Xuan expresses his gratitude but politely declines, wishing to ponder his own path further. Zhao Qinghan nods and smiles, soon rising to take her leave, saying they will meet again in the future. Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng stand to see her off. Qin Sheng remarks, "Old Wang, it seems you wish to maintain some distance from her. Rejecting her assistance feels like a missed opportunity. If she is willing to help, she could likely facilitate your journey to New Star." Wang Xuan shakes his head. She is a high-level player, already embarking on an exploration of some mysterious region, which I cannot afford to engage with at present. Qin Sheng nods in agreement. That makes sense. What is this place you speak of? She mentioned someone harboring ambitions to ignite divine flames. What does that entail? Currently, the information is scant, leaving much uncertain. Yet it sounds as if it pertains to the Western belief in deification. No way. Qin Sheng exclaims, astonished. In this age, can anyone truly harbor the delusion of becoming a god? They must be mad. Wang Xuan responds, who knows what they have uncovered? Did she not also mention others dreaming of becoming Buddhas and ancestors? Qin Sheng reflects. It appears that remarkable events are indeed unfolding in the depths of the cosmos. I can almost sense the winds of change stirring there. The vastness of stars and oceans, a new era awaits. It's exhilarating. And I feel an urge to rush there at once. After the establishment of the nation, no transformations into spirits are permitted. Wang Xuan's sudden interjection leaves Qin Sheng speechless, finding the remark somewhat humorous, yet rather cold. Wang Xuan remarked, what I mean is that in this era of advanced technology, it is one thing for certain tycoons on the New Star side to indulge in fanciful notions, but should they dare to overstep their bounds, they would likely meet a grim fate. Other organizations and major institutions would undoubtedly intervene, and the state would not stand idly by. Those who defy the prevailing tide shall be crushed into dust by all sides. That evening, Wang Xuan returned to his residence and meticulously examined the bamboo slips gifted to him by Professor Lin, earnestly seeking to absorb the latent power embedded within the annals of time. Qin Sheng's words resonated with him. In this era, where technological civilization shines brightly, even the most adept practitioners of ancient arts cannot withstand modern weaponry, leaving them at a loss for a path forward. The galaxy sparkles, and humanity has traversed a millennium. As the times have changed, can the old arts be reborn? Setting aside the bamboo texts, he turned to the martial techniques inscribed in the Golden Book, practicing briefly according to the illustrations on the first page. However, upon feeling a slight pain in his internal organs, he ceased, unwilling to push himself too hard. He understood that the teachings left by Zhang Daoling were undoubtedly invaluable treasures, yet he could not afford to be overly eager. What reassured him was that this pain felt different from what Qingmu had described. He seemed capable of gradually acclimating to it. After a brief respite, he resumed his practice. Half an hour later, feeling he had reached his limit, he decisively halted, no longer practicing the techniques from the Golden Book. He then recalled the ancient scriptures gifted to him by Zhou Mingxian. A couple of days prior, at a gathering with classmates, he had received a secret manual of ancient arts from Zhou Mingxian, yet he had not yet taken the time to peruse it thoroughly. He did not harbor high hopes, doubting that his counterpart would provide him with anything remarkable. To his surprise, he found it akin to the golden body technique he had been practicing, perhaps even a continuation of it. Intrigued, he began to study it closely. This martial art, named golden body, seemed to possess formidable effects, according to its accounts. In its later stages, one could face the weapons of humanity without fear. Wang Xuan was taken aback. The descriptions within the text appeared somewhat exaggerated. If such astonishing effects truly existed, how could Zhou Mingxian possibly part with it? As he continued reading, his expression shifted dramatically, and he slammed the secret manual onto the table. Old Zhou, do not blame me for taking it out on your son. If the opportunity arises, I shall confront him. He felt as though he had been deceived by Zhou Mingxian. What a worthless manual this was. The contents were evidently dubious and utterly unreliable. No wonder old Zhou had given it to him. This golden body technique, as stated, would significantly enhance one's resistance to blows after mastering its first tier, which would require approximately a year of dedication. Moreover, the manual clearly indicated that each subsequent tier would demand double the time for advancement. What manner of person could possibly train in such a technique? Wang Xuan was nearly incensed enough to seek out Zhou Yun immediately, according to this calculation, without living for several hundred years. Aspiring to attain a profound mastery of this martial art was merely a pipe dream. Turning the pages, he discovered there were not merely 9 tiers, but a staggering 13. No, upon closer inspection, there were even conjectured 14th and 15th tiers. What on earth? Wang Xuan gasped, dazed. Calling it a few hundred years was an understatement. Was this truly a martial art designed for practitioners? Old Joe, you continue your games, and just wait. With that, Wang Xuan cast aside the ancient, yellowed tome that resembled a relic of antiquity. Chapter 22. A brush with death. Wang Xuan set down the aged martial arts manual and picked up a piece of golden bamboo inscribed from the preaching period. It measures only 8 centimeters in length, yet possesses a remarkable weight, unlike bamboo, with a smoothness akin to jade. This was a gift from Aoki upon joining the exploration organization. According to Zhao Qinghan, over the course of several decades, only 4 golden bamboo slips have been unearthed, 2 of which have been fiercely contested and subsequently dispersed. Wang Xuan estimated that a complete golden bamboo slip should comprise dozens of fragments, rendering the task of gathering them all exceedingly arduous. He gazed at the engraved image above, depicting a creature with a human head and serpent body, vividly rendered yet perplexing in its meaning. Currently, the samples are far too few for comprehension. He set the bamboo slip aside, recognizing that the path of ancient arts necessitates gradual accumulation, and there is no need to fixate on the extraordinary artifacts of the pre-Qin era from the outset. At dawn, Wang Xuan practiced the foundational techniques of the way of the adept, cherishing the tranquility of his current life as he prepared to return to work in 2 days. Upon returning, drenched in sweat, he could not resist approaching the golden scripture on his desk once more. After meticulous examination and discernment, he was convinced that the yellowed text was indeed an ancient artifact, not merely a product of aging, though its content proved to be quite misleading. Ultimately, unable to suppress his curiosity, he freshened up and replaced his phone card with a special one to discreetly contact Aoki, seeking his guidance. Upon hearing Wang Xuan's rough description, Aoki erupted into laughter, remarking, "The ancients had a penchant for exaggeration. Claims of hundreds or even thousands of years are often inflated. Merely to showcase the uniqueness of this body technique, take it with a grain of salt. Wait a moment. It occurs to me that the golden body technique is quite renowned, first emerging during the Northern Song dynasty, though I cannot recall the specifics." Wang Xuan felt a sense of admiration. Aoki, well-versed in the origins of this scripture, exemplified the caliber of those who have achieved mastery in ancient arts. "You may practice this body technique," Aoki advised, "but remember not to place blind faith in it. Even to master the initial 7 or 8 levels requires centuries. Who are they trying to deceive? Just consider, if the original author truly achieved what the scripture claims, where is he now? He lived during the Northern Song dynasty. If he had indeed attained the 13th level, wouldn't he still be alive today?" Yet it seems someone later discovered his tomb. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xuan's emotions were mixed. Initially, he had harbored some unrealistic aspirations. If the golden body technique held even a modicum of credibility, the end of ancient arts might not lack new horizons. However, Aoki's words clarified just how unreliable the ancients could be. "I shall remember the original author of the golden body technique, and you too, Zhou Mingxian." Shortly thereafter, Wang Xuan ventured out, as his classmate from the New Star was set to traverse the galactic river tomorrow, with Professor Lin aboard the same interstellar vessel returning home. Naturally, he wished to pay Professor Lin another visit before their parting, as he would be unable to approach the spacecraft the following day. Professor Lin, with graying hair and a slightly plump physique, still exuded good health, his face radiant and laughter vigorous. Do not complain too much, the ancients often exaggerated. Nevertheless, the golden body technique is indeed formidable. It is said that once mastered, one becomes impervious to blades and arrows. Its founder, Zhou Yunkong, is a legendary figure, with flesh far more resilient than the finest armor, living over 150 years before ultimately passing away on Mount Shu. During the Ming Dynasty, tomb raiders invaded his burial site, allowing the secret techniques of the golden body to resurface. This individual was indeed formidable, as evidenced by historical records. Wang Xuan was at a loss. How could a person who lived for over 150 years have developed a martial art that supposedly required thousands of years to master? He sighed, recognizing that among the ancients, there were indeed many charlatans. However, it was rather unfortunate that Zhou Yunkong fell victim to grave robbers. Wang Xuan held Professor Lin in high regard, as he had thoroughly excavated the origins of the golden body technique, possessing even more knowledge than Qingmu. One must not underestimate the golden body technique. Its ability to extend Zhou Yunkong's life to over 150 years speaks volumes. Additionally, it is said that when the grave robbers unearthed him, his body remained remarkably intact and resilient, impervious to even iron swords. Despite having been deceased for 2 to 3 centuries, Wang Xuan felt a surge of anticipation. In this era, a single firearm could obliterate masters of ancient techniques. Mastering the golden body would fortify one's very existence. Zhou Yunkong and Zhou Mingxian both bore the surname Zhou. Could the former be an ancestor of the Zhou family? Yet, Wang Xuan quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing the improbability. Moreover, if it were a family heirloom, Zhou Mingxian would not have gifted it to another. The manuscript's paper suggested it dated back merely 200 years, likely a transcription by later generations. Yet upon my study, I believe it to be authentic scripture. Since Professor Lin could no longer engage in practical combat, he had shifted his focus to theoretical research, diligently examining various ancient techniques. His discerning eye and accurate judgments were commendable. Wang Xuan lamented, "The impact of this manuscript on me is profound. If it exaggerates so greatly, could other ancient texts also be similarly inflated?" This inquiry formed the crux of his discussion with Professor Zhou, as Zhou Mingxuan's gift had unsettled Wang Xuan's thoughts. Are the legends surrounding ancient techniques still credible? For instance, the practitioners of the pre-Qin era, might their teachings and paths have also been excessively embellished? Professor Lin shook his head, explaining, "It is not as dire as you imagine. Instances of exaggeration, such as with the golden body technique, are merely exceptions. Only a handful of scriptures exhibit such tendencies, primarily influenced by the historical context of their time. For example, even official battle reports from that era were similarly inflated, claiming thousands of enemy casualties when in reality, only a few hundred had perished. If the officials were so prone to exaggeration, one can only imagine what folklore and unofficial histories might entail." Wang Xuan fell silent, pondering the implication that mastering ancient techniques necessitated an extensive understanding. Beyond delving into the Taoist canon, did it also require a thorough study of history? Professor Lin added, "As for the prowess of pre-Qin practitioners, only after thorough examinations by various life research institutes have we arrived at conclusive insights. Wealthy families and research organizations have unearthed a few pre-Qin corpses of practitioners, which have been analyzed, yielding credible conclusions. Thus, do not doubt the brilliance of ancient techniques. To pursue this path, confidence is paramount." Wang Xuan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I have lost my way and fallen to a lower state of understanding. Initially, my interest led me to join the ancient techniques experimental class, but it has since evolved into a desire for continuous exploration. In the realm of ancient arts, he had never succumbed to superstition. Initially, he sought to tread the path laid by his predecessors, yet ultimately, he aimed to validate this journey through his own experience." Professor Lin expressed his sentiments, remarking that in this era of dazzling technological civilization, practitioners of ancient arts are perpetually besieged by immense pressure. Wang Xuan nodded, yet his conviction grew ever stronger. Should he reach the end of the path and find it devoid of direction, he aspired to leave a mark of significance. That evening, Wang Xuan delved into the study of physical arts at his residence, contemplating fundamental principles. Finally, he descended to the grove outside his community, where he embraced the moonlight to cultivate his inner energy. He emptied his mind, achieving an unparalleled clarity as the soft and pristine moonlight enveloped his spirit. At that moment, he felt a profound connection between his inner and outer selves, heightening his perception. Suddenly, Wang Xuan sensed an unusual tightness and swelling in his forehead, as if something sharp were poised to pierce through. A chill coursed through him, and his heart raced with trepidation. Instinctively, he shifted his body, moving with a speed born of reflex. A faint sound pierced the air. He felt a surge of heat at his temple as a menacing current of air brushed past his ear, severing several strands of hair and leaving behind a charred scent. In the next instant, Wang Xuan, akin to a swift leopard, vanished into the dense thicket of the community's forest. This was an aged neighborhood, where trees planted decades ago had matured into towering giants, their foliage lush enough to conceal his presence instantaneously. Now, Wang Xuan's eyes gleamed like sharpened blades, coldly surveying a specific direction, while his heart thudded violently in his chest. Just moments ago, he had been shot at. Death had lingered perilously close. For had he not instinctively evaded, his skull would have surely been breached. In that fleeting moment, he felt the terrifying wave of air as the bullet whizzed past, the wind gusting fiercely against his temple and countless hairs severed in its wake. Who dared to fire a weapon in a residential area? Such audacity was beyond comprehension. A flagrant disregard for safety. The regulation of firearms in this land was notoriously stringent. Ordinary citizens rarely worried about random shootings, as public order was traditionally well maintained. Yet now, Wang Xuan found himself embroiled in a life-and-death crisis, confronted by a grave and malicious act. Someone was intent on killing him, with no regard for the sanctity of the community. The assailant's firearm was equipped with a silencer, ensuring that the commotion went unnoticed by others, while Wang Xuan sought to identify his adversary amidst the silence. He refrained from charging out, uncertain of how many assailants lurked in the shadows or how many firearms were aimed at him. In a sudden motion, he discarded his outer garment, casting it beyond the trees. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, he heard 3 faint sounds as his discarded clothing was punctured by bullets, revealing the sniper's formidable skill and astonishing reflexes. Wang Xuan's expression hardened. At least 3 exceptional marksmen lay in wait just outside the community's fence, poised to take his life. He had already deduced their positions, but chose not to confront them directly. Instead, he retreated deeper into the woods, seeking refuge behind a tree, wary of the potential presence of additional hidden assailants. He did not wish to become a target on this moonlit night. In that critical moment, the first thought that surged to his mind was the golden body technique. If he were to master this martial art, he would undoubtedly disregard the presence of others lurking in the shadows, launching a direct counterattack and hunting down his enemies under the moonlight. Wang Xuan remained composed, refraining from any rash actions. He switched to a special phone card to contact Qingmu, succinctly and swiftly outlining the situation. You did well. Without firearms, find cover and hide. Professionals will arrive shortly, and I will join you to deliver some equipment. After hanging up, Qingmu's expression was icy. Even he felt the audacity of those individuals. This was a major city in the old lands, where such a heinous shooting incident had occurred. In the wild, certain large organizations or conglomerates might clash fiercely over treasures. But one fundamental rule they adhered to was never to fire within the city, ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens. Otherwise, society would descend into chaos. This was an unspoken understanding, a customary regulation that all organizations and institutions followed, with few daring to provoke disturbance. Otherwise, the state would educate those organizations on proper conduct. Although the old lands had fallen from grace, certain boundaries remained intact. Wang Xuan ascended a large tree, contemplating who might wish to kill him. Just after leaving campus, he found himself embroiled in such turmoil. He reflected on recent individuals and events, considering all those related to him, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Firstly, he had joined an exploration organization and had undertaken an operation at Qingqing Mountain yesterday. He pondered whether any clues had been left that might have incited someone's murderous intent. The forces involved included the Zhou family, the Ling family, and the Wu family, while individuals such as Jin Xuan from the exploration organization also came to mind. Wang Xuan included Wu Yin, whom he had encountered for the first time last night, in his considerations. Beyond these individuals and forces, he traced back further in time, recalling his personal entanglements with Zhou Yun. Furthermore, Zhou Yun's father, Zhou Mingxian, was quite formidable. Additionally, he remembered that someone had tried to keep him confined to the old lands, preventing his departure to the new stars. Although this incident might not be directly related, he still revisited it in his mind. Wang Xuan seethed with murderous intent as he speculated and deduced which of these individuals or forces dared to brazenly commit murder in a residential area of the city. Who was so ruthless and audacious as to attempt to eliminate him? If he were to perish, would anyone silently erase the traces, avoiding any disturbance to the outside world and preventing any ripples? The assailants and their forces seemed to possess considerable confidence. Chapter 23. Extrasensory perception. Wang Xuan vanished among the branches like a divine ape, changing positions as he traversed from the forest to the other side. At this moment, his eyes burned with murderous intent, driven by an impulse to hunt in the night. The audacity of those who dared to kill him in the city stirred a tempest within him, despite his usual calm demeanor. He felt as though a ferocious dragon was imprisoned in his heart, yearning to unleash its fury and strike at the hidden gunman. Never before had Wang Xuan felt such a fierce desire to unleash his power against his enemies. He is usually low-key and serene, yet not timid. When others come to harm him, how could he remain indifferent and refrain from retaliating? Indeed, there are others. Wang Xuan's perception has become extraordinarily acute. After narrowly escaping a gunshot that grazed his temple, his inner vitality surged, and his metabolism accelerated, placing him in an extraordinary state. The surrounding flora became remarkably distinct. The calls of nocturnal birds and the footsteps of pedestrians on the street seemed to draw near to his ears in an instant. He fixated on the fence on the opposite side of the old residential complex, where he discerned the cold muzzle of a gun aimed at the thicket. Wang Xuan's current condition was exceedingly unusual. His visual, auditory, and olfactory senses were alarmingly sharp, akin to possessing extrasensory perception. In the realm of ancient arts, this was the awakening of the super-self, an instinctual release to confront the malevolent external threat. From a modern medical perspective, this exemplifies an extreme stress response, characterized by heightened sympathetic nervous system activity, increased secretion of pituitary and adrenal cortex hormones, and a rapid surge in cardiac output, an all-encompassing enhancement of both physical and mental faculties for self-defense. For practitioners of ancient arts, the situation is inherently more complex. Wang Xuan's extrasensory perception is remarkably acute, with visual and auditory acuity beyond ordinary comprehension. In a fleeting moment, he shifted positions within the forest, meticulously attuning himself to the activity outside the complex, gradually calming his mind, refraining from launching an attack. Outside, at least 7 individuals lay in wait, poised to strike should he emerge from the thicket. Had he mistakenly assumed only 3 were present and confidently ventured out to hunt them, he would likely find himself in peril. Crucially, he sensed that even farther away, there were dark muzzles trained on the woodland. Wang Xuan continued to alter his position to avoid being targeted, yet merely remaining on the defensive left him with a sense of dissatisfaction. Regardless, he aimed to hold these individuals at bay for a while longer, buying time for his comrades in Qingmu. He picked up a fist-sized stone from the roots of a tree, weighing it in his hand. Wang Xuan self-deprecatingly acknowledged the primitiveness of his weapon, akin to the Stone Age facing modern firearms, yet he truly had no alternative. His sole reliance lay in the intensifying extrasensory perception, with his eyes gleaming like 2 bright stars in the night. Despite the considerable distance, he distinctly discerned the position of the gunman, even noting the eyes beneath the mask and the tattoos visible on the exposed arm. He could not venture out of the thicket, otherwise, the adversary would immediately lock onto him. In the open, without the cover of thick tree trunks, the opponent would not be at a disadvantage compared to his heightened senses, wielding formidable firepower. However, he ultimately awaited an opportunity. The gunman outside the fence would never suspect that someone in the darkness could perceive everything about him so clearly. At that moment, Wang Xuan's physical and mental state harmonized, his extrasensory perception becoming even more terrifying. In his mind, the movements of that individual were vividly etched. He anticipated that the person would make a move to rise, ultimately underestimating him, a practitioner of ancient arts. With all his strength, Wang Xuan hurled a fist-sized rock, its velocity and force astonishing to the ordinary observer. Thud! In the fleeting moment that one of the assailants leaned forward, the stone struck him squarely on the forehead. He fell backward without uttering a sound, landing with a soft thump. The 2 nearby individuals turned abruptly, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their companion's skull was caved in, blood gushing forth. They opened their mouths, utterly confounded and unable to accept such an outcome. It was akin to a pilot bombing ancient warriors only to be pierced by a spear, an inconceivable reversal. They were elite marksmen, professionals tasked with eliminating an adept practitioner. Yet here they were, felled by a mere stone, having executed countless missions and dispatched numerous masters of antiquated techniques. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Bang! 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 As Wang Xuan repositioned himself, several bullets whizzed past, some striking tree trunks, others embedding into the ground, producing faint sounds. He ventured deeper into the woods, taking refuge behind a massive trunk. Sensing an ominous stir, the assailants outside appeared incensed, relentlessly firing into the foliage. They no longer hesitated, opting for a brutish barrage. Wang Xuan moved with grace and agility, swiftly reaching the rear of a large boulder, a natural bench for passers-by now serving as his best cover. Rattling echoes of gunfire erupted as bullets chipped away at the rock. Wang Xuan's gaze was sharp as a blade, his heart ablaze with fury. These individuals displayed no restraint, disregarding the established norms, brazenly entering the city to kill, culminating in indiscriminate shooting. How audacious must one be to act thus? Afterward, what sort of power could possibly shield them from the consequences? Dare I learn your identities, and I shall uproot you without mercy. Be you an organization or a financial consortium, a reckoning shall come. Wang Xuan lamented his failure to master the golden body technique. Otherwise, he would have charged forth without hesitation. Suddenly, silence enveloped the woods. He observed a few figures retreating with the fallen man, their movements swift and agile. Instantly, Wang Xuan leapt like a nimble cat to the electrical room hidden within the forest, seizing a steel rebar over half a meter long, the only implement within reach. He glided through the underbrush, honing his heightened senses to their utmost potential, then swung his arm, producing a thunderous crack through the air. Among the retreating figures, one man stumbled forward, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with shock as he emitted a sound of anguish. A gaping wound marred his chest, his heart brutally torn asunder. The steel rebar had pierced through, landing 20 meters away and resonating with a crisp metallic clang upon impact. The expressions of the remaining individuals shifted dramatically. What immense power was required to achieve such a feat? To hurl a steel rebar over such a distance, penetrating one of their most vigilant veterans, sent chills coursing through the others. Quickly, we must flee. Whispers filled the air as they hoisted a fallen individual from the ground, their movements swift and unwavering as they retreated. Others along the road were dousing the bloodstains with something, clearly the work of professionals. Wang Xuan seethed with rage, yet he ultimately refrained from pursuing. Instead, he repositioned himself within the forest, sensing the ominous glare of distant gun barrels aimed at the trees. He understood that should he emerge, he would be met with snipers. It dawned on him that the men from Aoki were approaching, and those gunmen were either frighteningly well-informed or had specialized sentinels stationed afar, thus retreating hastily. Wang Xuan suppressed his impulse to chase and stood silently in the woods, awaiting their arrival. Before long, the men from Aoki indeed arrived, displaying remarkable speed and efficiency since Wang Xuan had contacted them. Unfortunately, that group was exceedingly vigilant and had already withdrawn. Pursue them. Investigate thoroughly. How audacious to commit murder in the city, particularly in a residential area. I shall uncover which dragon has crossed the river. Aoki himself arrived, accompanied by a contingent, instructing them to follow the leads. He then reached out to Wang Xuan. Entering the woods alone, he came equipped with the finest gear available. Wang Xuan immediately donned a heavy outfit, consisting of 3 layers of bulletproof vests, all encased upon him, complemented by a specially designed trench coat that provided a measure of protection. Additionally, he wore a baseball cap that, while appearing unremarkable, was surprisingly weighty. Though not fond of such attire, he now fully armed himself with the trench coat and cap, grasping a firearm, ready to stride towards the forest's edge. The day's events ignited a flame within his chest. Having been cornered by audacious foes intent on his demise, he could hardly contain himself. Wait, I too shall change my attire and accompany you, Aoki declared, removing his azure mask to join Wang Xuan. However, his unveiled visage was not his true face, as he still bore a lifelike mask beneath. He did not allow his cadre of professionals to enter. Instead, he and Wang Xuan departed together, pursuing the trail. The two concealed their firearms and, following Wang Xuan's initial predictions, sprinted down a singular path. Regrettably, the old soil was influenced by the new star, with many advocating for privacy protection, resulting in a significant reduction of surveillance along the roads, leading to numerous blind spots. Had it not been for this, Aoki could have leveraged his connections to access the surveillance footage directly. Wang Xuan profoundly appreciated the strength of the exploration organization, which had managed to mobilize a cadre of professionals to track the gunmen in such a brief span. You single-handedly incapacitated 2 gunmen with merely a stone and a steel rod? Aoki expressed astonishment. For this was a novice, a young man barely in his 20s, yet remarkably skilled and seasoned, surpassing Aoki's own prowess in his youth. Wang Xuan maintained his composure, his gaze fierce as a torch, arriving at a bustling area thrumming with life, flanked by bars, where the nightlife was just commencing. Aoki furrowed his brow and remarked, "This place is a chaotic mix. It teems with all manner of businesses, and each establishment ensures the safety of its patrons upon departure, making it difficult to locate anyone." Wang Xuan had long since realized that the group was well prepared. Most likely, they had been picked up midway, rendering their pursuit fruitless. However, as he raised his gaze, He unexpectedly spotted familiar faces on the bustling bar street. Not far off, Zhou Yun, Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and several others were approaching, embodying the quintessence of youthful beauty, intent on entering a renowned establishment along the thoroughfare. Upon noticing Wang Xuan, Zhou Yun promptly made his way over. Tall and imposing, his somewhat wild gaze could intimidate most. Yet it held no effect on Wang Xuan, who had faced him before, and not just once. Your attire seems rather incongruous with your recent style. You look quite cool today. Planning to seek a romantic encounter tonight? Zhou Yun inquired nonchalantly. Yet, in his current state, he exuded little authority. His head was bandaged, his fractured arm encased in a splint, his shattered nails smeared with ointment, and his nasal bone had been treated following an injury. You're a veritable bundle of injuries, wrapped up like a dumpling. Who did you spar with to end up like this? Wang Xian's words instantly ignited a spark in Zhou Yun's eyes. His thoughts drifted to the mixed-blood individual with the blue eyes. He had ceased to harbor resentment towards Wang Xuan, channeling all his bitterness towards that hybrid. Yet Wang Xian's remark pierced through his heart. Wang Xuan continued, "You truly are something else. Just a few days, and you've been in constant conflict. It seems as though you're either engaged in battle or en route to one. Surely, you're not planning another rendezvous for a fight, are you?" Zhou Yun nearly choked on his indignation, almost spitting out blood, pointing at Wang Xuan, momentarily rendered speechless. Wang Xuan was deliberately provoking him, seeking to elicit an authentic emotional response. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to scrutinize the group of young people before him. Such a coincidental encounter would not escape his suspicion and vigilance. It was difficult to ascertain who might be targeting him that evening. In Chapter 24, the correct method to open the preaching bamboo slips. Wu Yin possessed a striking beauty. Her casual sweater, though slightly loose, could not conceal her alluring curves. Unlike the last occasion when her attire nearly burst at the seams, she remained silent, casting a cold glance at Wang Xuan before redirecting her attention to the throngs of people on the bar street, revealing little emotional fluctuation. The two young women beside her surveyed Wang Xuan with a hint of astonishment. Did he not fear the notoriously unruly Zhou Yun's reprimands? In this youthful phase, vitality was their greatest asset. The two women had fair skin and enviable figures, radiating exuberance. One sported short hair, undeterred by the autumn chill, clad in a short skirt that showcased her flawless legs. The other had slightly curly long hair and enticing red lips, appearing exceptionally striking under the streetlights. Capturing the attention of passers-by. "Wang Xuan, have you taken leave of your senses today?" Zhou Ting interjected protectively on behalf of her brother. Her vigilance heightened as she scrutinized both Wang Xuan and her brother, genuinely concerned that he might be provoked into action, risking another beating. "Ah, so you are Wang Xuan?" The woman with long, slightly curly hair moved gracefully forward, her enchanting phoenix eyes captivating. As she approached, her crimson lips appeared even more striking, and with a smile, she introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Qingxian." "Qingxian, do not go too far," Wu Yin interjected, knowing well that this Li Qingxian had always been at odds with Ling Wei, clearly intending to stir trouble. Wang Xuan nodded at her and promptly excluded her, along with Zhou Ting and Zhou Yun, from the conversation. Two composed young men stood nearby, contrasting Zhou Yun's penchant for provocation with their calm demeanor. "Wang Xuan, today I am exercising restraint. Are you trying to provoke me?" Zhou Yun, nearly choking on his indignation, felt a pang of discomfort at the public acknowledgement of his recent confrontations. "Could you not be a bit more tactful in front of so many people?" Wang Xuan approached earnestly, saying, "I apologize. I simply encountered someone radiating a faint red aura tonight, quite imposing. But let us drop it. My mood isn't the best tonight. Farewell." With that, he turned and walked away. Apart from Zhou Yun, the others remained serene and composed, revealing little of their thoughts. "Ah, you've encountered someone with a red glow? That is indeed unfortunate." Zhou Yun finally chuckled, a knowing look crossing his features. He believed he had discerned Wang Xuan's predicament, likely having faced a setback before a certain master of extraordinary arts, explaining his current agitation. A subtle smile graced his lips as he indulged in various speculations, his spirits lifting considerably. In light of this, he adopted a magnanimous attitude, choosing to overlook Wang Xuan's earlier jab and even offering a few words of advice. "Little Wang, allow me to impart some wisdom. Do not cling to outdated techniques. The new arts far surpass the old. Soon, individuals surpassing masters will emerge." You are ensnared in the old ways, lacking in experience. What a pity. With his head wrapped in white bandages and a fractured arm supported by a splint, Zhou Yun still exuded an air of superiority, even using the term Little Wang in their exchange. Wang Xuan sighed, indulging Zhou Yun's inflated sense of self before turning to leave, wishing to avoid further listening to his boasts. Brother, perhaps it would be wise to exhibit a bit more humility. Zhou Ting glared at him disapprovingly. In just a few days, you've been bested twice. You truly have a knack for attracting trouble. Wu Yin observed Wang Xuan's retreating figure and remarked, one must be cautious of this individual. He warrants attention. Zhou Yin responded, Wu Yin, I must say, one should be magnanimous. Wasn't it just the other day that he conducted a pathological analysis on you? It was not done with malice. Wu Yin felt an impulse to stride over and crush his fractured arm with her high heel. Her intention to provide a gentle reminder thwarted by his accusation of her lack of generosity. To her, it seemed that Wang Xuan had first provoked Zhou Yun and then, with a few words, inflated his sense of superiority, possibly testing or observing him, before departing without a trace. Frustrated, Wu Yin thought to herself, what business is it of mine? I care not for your fate. I shall offer no further reminders. Her annoyance led her to ignore Zhou Yun. Brother Zhou, what is the matter with that Wang Xuan? Li Qingxian inquired sweetly, her delicate hand curling her curls, her enchanting phoenix eyes glancing sideways as she engaged in subtle inquiry. You mentioned that although Xiao Wang and Zhou Yun are rebellious and prone to instigation, they are by no means lacking in intellect. Zhou Yun's earlier provocation of Wu Yin was a deliberate attempt to unsettle her. His dissatisfaction with the Wu family's recent aggressive demands to meddle in the affairs of Qingqing Mountain stems from a desire to prevent the Wu family from reaping the benefits, which is why the Zhou and Ling families have hesitated to engage in excavation. Consequently, things have gone awry. Li Qingxian, with a radiant smile, remarked, why not elaborate? My family is preparing to assemble an expedition team to that area, seeking skilled individuals. Upon hearing this, Wu Yin felt overwhelmed. She initially intended to caution Zhou Yun about Li Qingxuan's intentions, but ultimately chose silence. Out of sight, out of mind. Let them stir up trouble. It was none of her concern. After turning around, Wang Xuan concealed his previous demeanor and adopted a grave expression, his gaze slicing through the bar street like a blade. Scrutinizing every passerby, many felt a pang of anxiety under his gaze, as though briefly ensnared by a mountain tiger, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. That night, Wang Xuan and Qing Mu frequented various bars, yet they ultimately found no trace of the individuals they sought. It was evident they had already made a successful escape. Do not fret, this matter is far from over. Regardless of who is responsible, we must escalate this issue, for its nature is exceedingly vile, and it must be reported to the relevant authorities, Qing Mu stated, eventually advising him to return home early and rest, promising to bring him a firearm permit the next day. Those individuals will not dare to reappear for the time being. I will ensure someone keeps watch. Qing Mu patted his shoulder before taking his leave. Though the hour was late, Wang Xuan still made a phone call to his parents. Once reassured that all was well on their end, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, recognizing that the threats were primarily directed at him, intent on erasing his existence. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Xuan extracted the technique of the golden body. This night was particularly unique for him. Even his study of this martial art felt different, allowing him to grasp deeper insights. In his room, he continuously stretched his body, practicing the golden body according to the ancient texts. The recent shooting incident had profoundly impacted him. In the face of modern weaponry, even seasoned practitioners of old seemed fragile. Had he reacted a moment slower, he could have met a fatal fate. Even now, a chill lingers along his spine. A strand of hair had been singed away by the bullet's passage, a perilous experience indeed. This night, he was struck by the profound realization that life could wither in an instant, and he found himself ill-equipped for self-defense, reliant on Qing Mu for salvation. He yearned for strength, particularly a fervent desire to master the golden body technique, aspiring to cultivate a formidable physique capable of withstanding gunfire. Had he made even slight progress in the golden body technique, he would not have allowed those individuals to escape. If he could merely shield himself from bullets, making them less lethal, he would have confidently pursued them, assured of his ability to eliminate them. The first level of the golden body technique was not unfamiliar to Wang Xuan, resembling the golden garment technique, allowing for an effortless transition. Soon, He commenced practicing the second level of the golden body technique, which theoretically required 2 years to master. However, Professor Lin had previously mentioned that one should not be overly concerned with time, as the texts tend to exaggerate the difficulty. The practice of body techniques primarily revolves around honing the physical form through specific frequencies, which resonate with the internal organs, accelerate metabolism, and transform one's constitution. This process may activate the adrenal and pineal glands, among others. In essence, the art of achieving a golden body facilitates a metamorphosis of both the physical and spiritual realms, ultimately rendering one impervious to bullets. The foundational techniques seek to enhance the self in myriad dimensions. Professor Lin has repeatedly emphasized to me that the roots of various body techniques must be firmly anchored in these foundational practices. After a period of practice, Wang Xuan paused to extract the translated texts of ancient bamboo slips from the preaching era, engaging in meticulous study. This evening, having remained in a heightened state of awareness for an extended duration, he felt an acute sense of anticipation, as if something momentous were about to occur. This intensity was a profound intuition gifted by the heightened state. After completing his golden body techniques, he delved into the teachings of the preaching alchemists that Professor Lin had bestowed upon him. Indeed, his state this night was extraordinary, allowing him to comprehend concepts beyond the ordinary. As he contemplated and nurtured his inner self, he realized that everything had shifted. He felt as if he had been drawn into a unique space, enveloped in profound silence. The abruptness of it all was striking. Wang Xuan felt no fear or panic. Rather, he maintained a calm demeanor that surprised even himself, akin to an outsider observing the world. Time flowed on, yet the silence remained absolute. While his thoughts surged with vitality and sharpness, his memory astonishingly acute. In an instant of reflection, the entirety of the golden body techniques imprinted itself in his mind, to the extent that he could recite them backward with ease, as if he were perusing the secret tome from end to beginning. He then attempted the same with the translated texts of the ancient bamboo slips, discovering he could similarly recite them in reverse, and could easily recall specific passages. This was far beyond a mere heightened state. To him, it felt like a transcendent state of being. What realm was this, and how had he attained such clarity? Most crucially, the environment felt like a secluded space, devoid of any sound, akin to a desolate universe stripped of stars, eerily cold and silent. In this state of uncertainty, he sought guidance from the scriptures, able to recite them backward with ease, let alone engage in a detailed study once more. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon a passage within the preaching alchemical teachings that resonated with his transcendent intuition, indicating that the answer lay within that segment. This particular excerpt was located toward the latter part of the translated bamboo slips, previously inaccessible to Wang Xuan, as a higher level of understanding was required to grasp its meaning. However, his current state aligned perfectly with this passage. Within this text, concepts of emptiness, tranquility, and the clarity of time were discussed, rendering it quite esoteric and fragmented, challenging to comprehend. Professor Lin himself had struggled with this passage, ultimately resorting to providing the ancient original text from the preaching period. Under ordinary circumstances, Wang Xuan would have found it difficult to unravel its true significance. But the current transcendent state rendered his mind exceptionally alert and perceptive, gradually leading him to discern certain truths. Soon, various teachings and interpretations of practice emerged in his consciousness, including meditation, the inner landscape of the Huang Ting, the extremes of emptiness, and the steadfastness of tranquility, all of which helped him progressively clarify the true meaning of this ancient preaching scripture. In the realm of meditation, there exists an achievement deemed supreme, one that even the most venerable masters find elusive, a pursuit that may elude a lifetime's endeavor. This pinnacle of meditation, often referred to as the highest meditation, entails a person entering this domain, dwelling in their own void of tranquility for years or even decades, while in the external world, mere minutes may have passed. At this moment, if one were to interpret it through the lens of meditation, Wang Xuan finds himself in a state of ultimate meditation. Conversely, if we draw from the Huangting Jing, he has now entered a unique inner landscape. The Tao Te Ching also alludes to this. Reach the utmost emptiness. Hold fast to stillness. Clearly, this serves as an allegory, depicting a special state of tranquil emptiness along the path of ancient practices, elucidating the condition of the inner landscape. Whether viewed from the perspective of meditation or the Taoist teachings of Huangting, this state is shrouded in mystery, difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Reflecting upon it, Wang Xuan realizes that what is considered the highest level of meditation and the description of the inner landscape in Huangting are merely expressions of a certain state derived from the methodologies of preaching alchemists. Even amidst this extraordinary state, he is momentarily lost in thought, astonished that the highest meditation and inner landscape of Huangting are simply the correct practices recorded in ancient bamboo slips. He is profoundly shaken, if his understanding is accurate. Does he now possess ample time? Interpreting it through meditation, he could remain in this special void for several years. From the perspective of Taoist theory, he has entered the inner landscape, existing in a state of clarity and timelessness, able to linger indefinitely. Wang Xuan does not feel exhilarated or overly excited. Rather, he maintains a transcendental calmness and resolves to give it a try. Thus, he commences his practice of the golden body technique. Chapter 25. Encountering the mysterious once mastered. The golden body technique elevates one's essence, endowing a physique that surpasses that of ordinary beings, from initial resilience against blows to an impenetrable form, culminating in an indestructible body. A marvel to the eyes of the uninitiated. Wang Xuan immerses himself in the practice, repeating it tirelessly. In the meditative void, time stretches infinitely for him. Here, he can contemplate with ease, adopting the most precise postures of the technique, with any slight imperfection corrected intuitively. Although engaged in the golden body technique, Wang Xuan discovers that he retains a state of detachment, allowing for calm introspection, his mind unclouded. The highest level of meditation, entering the void, is where my spirit resides. Manifesting the golden body technique, Wang Xuan understands that this silence resembles the desolate expanse of the universe, belonging to an extraordinarily unique realm that evokes an intensely authentic sensation. His true self cannot manifest here. However, this practice seems to reverberate within his physical form. With clarity both inward and outward, his spirit remains tranquil, as if transcending, observing all aspects of himself. Throughout the practice of the golden body technique, his errors diminish significantly. Ultimately, his movements align flawlessly with the texts, devoid of any flaws. At this juncture, through the veil of void and silence, he faintly senses his external body, seemingly adapting to various changes, striking one posture after another. His physical form outside executed the most standard of movements, embodying the perfection of the golden body technique. However, the motions were exceedingly slow, as if etching a memory into flesh, rather than engaging in the countless trials and rehearsals characteristic of the void realm. In this state of absolute tranquility, Wang Xuan pondered the nature of the highest level of meditation. While mere minutes might pass in the external world, here, it could equate to years. Yet, could the fruits of this realm truly be carried beyond? If he were to depart, the insights gained on a spiritual level should pose no issue for transference. Within the void realm, the passage of years primarily pertained to the spiritual domain. Yet, would the external body, despite retaining such sensations, keep pace with the changes experienced here? He believed that the physical form would inevitably lag behind the transformations occurring in this space. This realization was somewhat regrettable, yet it felt profoundly authentic, for the body had not journeyed to this level. If one's spirit were vigorous, bearing all insights and the immaculate memory of the golden body technique upon returning to the tangible world, could it expedite the formation of the golden body? Nevertheless, Wang Xuan also noticed some peculiarities. As he examined himself, he could vaguely perceive the external physicality moving outside the void realm, executing the golden body technique with the utmost precision. Was this merely the subconscious at play? In his current state, endowed with superlative sensitivity, he swiftly recognized that he had seemingly overlooked something. In the meditative world of the void realm, after several days, he began to feel an unexpected weariness. He furrowed his brow. Was it not said that the highest level of meditation could allow one to linger here for years, perhaps even longer? What had he neglected? Where had he gone awry? He contemplated calmly, observing his own practice of the golden body technique, as his movements slowed, threatening to reveal imperfections. This was not how it should be. He murmured softly, sensing a slight fatigue in his spirit. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered in his nearly indifferent eyes, and he discerned the source of his dilemma. Why was he able to enter this place? It was solely because he had activated the foundational principles inscribed in the preaching bamboo slips, while in a state of heightened perception, which allowed his presence here. In the next moment, Wang Xuan transformed. He ceased to practice the golden body technique with a weary spirit and instead re-engaged the foundational principles left by the preaching alchemists. In an instant, everything shifted. His spirit began to flourish, fatigue gradually dissipated, and even his perception was on the rise, with his condition rapidly improving. Soon, his spiritual awareness and acuity were significantly enhanced. Subsequently, his transcendent perception fully restored and began to expand outward, reaching towards something elusive. By activating the foundational principles of the preaching alchemists, he had summoned a certain mysterious substance. He made an accurate and immediate assessment. It was an inexplicable, enigmatic element scattered throughout the void realm. It was precisely the descent of this mysterious factor that rejuvenated his spirit, rendering it increasingly vibrant. Wang Xuan, in the highest echelon of meditation, became aware of an incomprehensible substance entering the void realm, which transformed his state to an unprecedented level of well-being. It was as though divine nectar had fallen from the heavens, nourishing both the void realm and his spirit. As time flows, he perceives not only a transformation of the spirit, but also a subtle change in his corporeal form. He realizes that the highest level of meditation is insufficient to articulate the phenomenon before him, and that it necessitates an elucidation through the concept of the Huangting Neijing. This realm, rooted in Taoism, embodies absolute emptiness and tranquility, existing within the clarity of time, drawing forth ineffable mystical essences. The Neijing, silent and void, resembles a desolate expanse. Yet, standing within it, one can attract substances profoundly beneficial to both spirit and body. Wang Xuan comprehends that the foundation of ancient arts lies within the Neijing. In that instant, he becomes further convinced that the most accurate path to unlocking the secrets of preaching alchemical traditions is to embark upon this journey within the Neijing. He even harbors doubts that the origin of these ancient arts is intrinsically linked to this sacred space. Why were the preaching alchemists so powerful? Because to practice their methods, one must first arrive here in a state beyond perception, thus allowing for the attraction of mysterious materials. Throughout the long ages, few have ascended to this place, resulting in the fading of the ancient arts, making it increasingly difficult for successors to rival the achievements of the alchemists. Achieving the highest level of meditation while rooted in the Neijing is a prerequisite for mastering the profound root techniques found in the ancient bamboo slips, a threshold that has obstructed countless individuals throughout history. Soon, Wang Xuan sensed external changes. Indeed, his physical form reaped the benefits, transcending the confines of the tranquil realm of the spirit. As time progressed, the mysterious substances descending from the Neijing became saturated, rendering further practice of the alchemical root techniques futile. Consequently, Wang Xuan resumed his practice of the golden body technique. This time, he observed meticulously, and the results were undeniably superior to those of earlier attempts. Within the Neijing, he executed the golden body technique flawlessly, and with each passing day, his physical prowess grew stronger. Simultaneously, he vaguely sensed his corporeal form also moving, nourished by the mystical substances, with the golden body technique gradually advancing. He discerned that the mysterious essences drawn from the Neijing could permeate the physical realm, assimilated by his body. This revelation signified that the achievements of the golden body he acquired during the highest level of meditation could be entirely transposed into the real world. Even as Wang Xuan remained in an absolute state of calm and detachment, a fleeting tremor coursed through him, but soon all emotional fluctuations were quelled, restoring the Neijing to its serene state. 1 year, 2 years, within this tranquil expanse, Wang Xuan diligently practiced the golden body technique. Whenever fatigue dared to encroach upon him, he would once again invoke the root techniques from the ancient bamboo slips, attracting indescribable mystical essences to nourish this realm until saturation was achieved. After 2 years, he had mastered the second level of the golden body technique within the Neijing and sensed a transformation in his external form, shedding a layer of skin. All of this stemmed from the inexplicable substances drawn from the Neijing, ensuring the elevation and transformation of his corporeal being in harmony with his spiritual domain. During his 2 years in the Neijing, Wang Xuan not only practiced the golden body technique, but also endeavored to master the physical arts inscribed upon several pages of golden paper. After all, the allure of this method was irresistibly potent, a legacy left behind by the founder of Taoism. Throughout this process, he uncovered a chilling truth. This technique could inflict harm upon the body. The physical arts described in the golden texts were indeed terrifying, exceedingly difficult to master. Previously, the ignorant had no fear. This is Wang Xuan's reflection on his earlier practice of this martial art before entering the inner realm. Here, he gazes upon himself with profound perception, almost transcendent in nature, and discovers a rather alarming truth. During his training in this martial art, any slightest twinge of pain indicated that his internal organs were indeed suffering. Within the inner realm, one could discern the subtle traces of bleeding within those organs. In the external world, such minute changes would likely require the most sophisticated instruments to detect. This injury is so faint that it could easily be overlooked. However, for practitioners of this martial art, such long-term accumulation of slight injuries could inevitably lead to dire consequences. Previously, Wang Xuan thought that since it was not a tearing pain, it could be endured, believing that with a bit more persistence each day, he would gradually acclimatize. Now, grounded in the inner realm, he comprehends that he had nearly wandered into a forbidden zone. The martial art inscribed in the golden text could only be mastered upon entering the inner realm. Wang Xuan noted that when there was even the slightest bleeding of the organs, a mysterious substance within the inner realm would begin to permeate, nurturing the organs until they healed. The legacy of Zhang Daoling is indeed remarkable. The starting point is exceedingly high, and without access to the inner realm, one cannot practice this martial art at all. Moreover, over the span of 2 years, Wang Xuan had only managed to master the first engraving on the first page of the golden manuscript. This time, he refrained from hastily attempting to practice all the engravings on the first page, as he had done in the external world, and instead focused on mastering one particular engraving. Indeed, after enduring continuous bleeding of his organs and the refinement of 2 years in the worldly realm, he finally perfected the first engraving. No matter how he struggled with it, his organs no longer sustained injury. The difficulty was immense. Wang Xuan believed that this martial art was not suited for his current stage. It was entirely an achievement born of his relentless injuries and perseverance. The first engraving was challenging enough, and he could only imagine the increasing difficulty of those that would follow. He resolved to first enhance his golden body technique, reserving the teachings left by Zhang Daoling for a time when he had reached a higher realm. As time flowed within the inner realm, 3 more years passed, and Wang Xuan advanced his golden body technique to the 3rd layer. He felt that with a few more months of dedication, he would completely perfect this layer. At that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, and he instantly recognized that the highest level of meditation had concluded, and he was about to exit the inner realm. Indeed, the once tranquil void was no longer silent. Sounds gradually emerged. He could hear his own heartbeat, the gentle whisper of the wind outside, and the distant hum of cars passing along the street. As the inner realm faded away, Wang Xuan's spirit returned entirely to reality. He immediately sensed the transformation within himself. Having shed 2 layers of skin, his new physique was both lustrous and resilient, and his constitution had evidently improved, becoming stronger than before. In the reality of the external world, his golden body technique had reached the 3rd layer. He glanced at the time, astonished to discover that while 5 years had elapsed in the inner realm, only a few minutes had passed in the external world. Chapter 26. Lack of universality. The subtle sound of yellow leaves falling outside reached Wang Xuan's ears, and he clearly perceived the trajectory of night birds crossing the dark sky with his keen eyes. There has been a notable transformation, even without being in a heightened state. His auditory and visual perceptions have significantly improved, drawing him closer to the world around him. As he glides his fingers across his skin, he instantly feels a remarkable flexibility. With increased pressure, his flesh quivers and resonates, ultimately causing his fingers to slip away. At this stage, Wang Xuan's fingers can leave deep impressions on tree trunks and engrave inscriptions on furniture, yet now they are thwarted by the resilient surface of his body, repelled instead. Is this the most immediate effect brought by the golden body technique? He is well aware that the benefits extend beyond this. He keenly perceives the surging vitality within his flesh, a clear indication of his comprehensive physical enhancement. It is reasonable to surmise that should he sustain injuries, his wounds would accelerate in healing, significantly reducing recovery time. Moreover, his senses and mental acuity surpass their former selves. The golden body technique is indeed extraordinary. Especially in this era, it holds profound significance for him, capable of thwarting bullets and shielding him from lethal attacks. This alone is sufficient for Wang Xuan to pursue the mastery of the golden body technique at any cost. If that group dares to reappear, none shall escape. Most importantly, the effects of the golden body technique reveal the value of ancient practices. Although they have waned, there are surely many treasures yet to be unearthed within the dusty tomes. In the long-lost epics of antiquity, there were tales of various extraordinary skills and secret arts, some of which are steeped in legend. The mere thought of discovering and mastering the finest among them stirs excitement within the ordinarily composed Wang Xuan. He quickly regains his composure. Realizing that indulging in such thoughts is unproductive at this stage, he must proceed steadily, step by step. The third tier of the golden body technique already provides substantial defensive capabilities. While it may not yet stop bullets, cold firearms are no longer as deadly to him. Wang Xuan is confident that the resilient barrier of his flesh will effectively diminish the harm inflicted by firearms upon his body. As long as the shots do not strike vital areas like the heart, it will be exceedingly difficult to fell him in a short span. Should that group of gunmen emerge again, Wang Xuan believes he could eliminate them all in a brief period, provided he is willing to pay the necessary price. Do not let me discover you. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Wang Xuan will persist in his investigation, determined to uncover who harbors the intent to kill him. The third tier of the golden body technique still seems insufficient. Should he advance directly to the sixth or seventh tiers, bullets would likely prove ineffective against him. Of course, larger caliber firearms would still pose a threat, yet if he were to elevate the golden body technique beyond the 10th tier, the outcome would become uncertain. As for the perfected realm of the golden body technique, it remains beyond speculation. After all, even Zhou Mingxian of the Northern Song dynasty did not achieve mastery. Leaving only scriptures derived from theoretical deductions, Wang Xuan calms his emotions, emptying his mind, yearning to immerse himself once more in that extraordinary state, to enter the highest echelon of meditation and establish himself in the inner landscape. However, despite his best efforts and numerous attempts, he has repeatedly failed. Even after circulating the foundational methods from the preaching bamboo slips dozens of times, he cannot sense that serene inner landscape, finding himself unable to enter once more. He engaged in meditation numerous times, yet he yearned to attain the highest level of enlightenment, hoping to dwell in the realm of emptiness for several years. An aspiration that seemed increasingly unattainable. Wang Xuan sighed softly, mentally preparing himself to accept this outcome. After all, even the most esteemed masters in the realm of meditation spent their lives in pursuit of the ultimate state, yet few ever achieved true success. At the very least, in modern times, he had never heard of anyone accomplishing such a feat from the perspective of Taoist inner landscape. The challenge appeared even more formidable. Wang Xuan believed that since the end of the ancient era, no one had ever entered the inner landscape. Consider the fact that a master of ancient techniques emerged from the new star, only to perish due to the secret scriptures of Taoist ancestry, resulting in the decay of his internal organs. Had he been able to access the Taoist inner landscape, such a tragedy would have been averted. In the inner landscape, one could clearly observe the fluctuations of the internal organs, with mysterious forces descending to nourish them. Even if one failed in their practice, death would not ensue. Wang Xuan harbored serious doubts that, in modern times, those studying ancient techniques were even aware of this enigmatic realm. Even if some ancient sects still spoke of it, most treated it as mere legend, and future generations were unlikely to believe that the human spirit could reach such a unique domain. Wang Xuan was not in a hurry. Having entered once, he believed there would be further opportunities. Moreover, he had a general idea of how to access that mysterious place, for he had experienced it firsthand and understood every detail. It likely required a state of heightened perception, followed by the application of the foundational methods of preaching alchemists to succeed. How could one induce such a heightened state? He pondered whether it could be triggered by extreme external danger, resulting in a severe stress response that resonated with ancient techniques, thereby inadvertently awakening the heightened state. There was no need to rush. He could gradually stimulate this state through various means. He even contemplated participating in various adventurous activities, as such experiences would significantly increase the likelihood of triggering a stress response and activating the heightened state. Wang Xuan rose, gathering the skin he had shed. The scene was indeed peculiar. What kind of power had surged through his body in mere minutes to cause such a drastic transformation and consequence? Regrettably, his consciousness had been in the inner landscape at that moment, leaving him with only a vague sense of the extraordinary metamorphosis, unable to clearly capture that fleeting yet astonishing change. Nevertheless, he understood that all living beings in the world are in a constant state of evolution, a process that has remained unchanged throughout history. Species that cannot keep pace are ultimately doomed to extinction. However, there are rare historical periods when certain species undergo rapid evolution and significant enhancement. For instance, humanity experienced an incredible period of explosive development when it diverged from other life forms, evolving at an astonishing speed in a short span, thus achieving a qualitative leap in the essence of life. Many speculate that some inexplicable event triggered this sudden and intense evolution, leading to the brilliance that followed. In Wang Xuan's perspective, those who tread the path of ancient arts are, in essence, navigating through various tribulations, often significantly abbreviating the original metamorphosis process. For instance, during the pre-Qin era, while ordinary individuals trembled at the sight of tigers, leopards, and wolves, the practitioners of esoteric arts could already command rivers, cast elephants, and carve mountains. What formidable power enabled such feats? How could one attain this in such a brief span? As for the immortal beings, they must have possessed even greater strength and undergone more drastic transformations. Now, having ventured into the realm of inner landscapes, Wang Xuan's perception of these immortal beings has subtly shifted. He contemplates that such individuals may indeed exist. Nevertheless, he continues to hold the belief that immortals are still human and, as such, are subject to mortality. After taking a cold shower and donning a loose-fitting nightgown, he peruses the Huang Tingjing, seeking knowledge pertinent to the inner landscapes. Regrettably, he finds no new revelations. The texts are vague, with occasional cryptic phrases requiring personal enlightenment. The true foundational methods lie within the bamboo slips of the pre-Qin period. The later texts serve merely as auxiliary materials for comprehending the terminology and nomenclature of ancient practices. Wang Xuan, unwilling to relent, continues to scour other resources. Yet, despite exhausting numerous texts, he cannot uncover a method to instantaneously awaken a heightened state of perception. There must exist some conventional approach. Otherwise, the pre-Qin practitioners could not have been so formidable. Only through frequent immersion in the inner landscapes could they achieve accomplishments unattainable by subsequent generations. Wang Xuan resolves to pay close attention to all pre-Qin bamboo slips, diligently collecting and studying anything pertaining to these practitioners. He believes that within certain dusty tomes, there may be accounts of the conventional methods for entering the inner landscapes. Alas, such valuable knowledge resides within the hands of the new stars, within life research institutes, and among elite financial magnates. If only he could peruse their bamboo slips and classic texts, he would undoubtedly discover what he seeks. Wang Xuan feels a twinge of regret, coupled with an increasing desire to reach these new stars. However, he quickly adjusts his emotions, striving for tranquility and maintaining a serene mindset, an essential quality for those pursuing the ancient arts. One should be content within mere minutes. He has attained an achievement that others might take 5 years to realize. Reflecting on this temporal ratio is indeed astonishing, should it be disclosed. Even amidst the rise of new techniques, it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous upheaval. Upon regaining his composure and rationality, Wang Xuan further assesses that he may have been overly optimistic. Even the pre-Qin practitioners could not consistently access the inner landscapes. Otherwise, spending prolonged periods within would allow them to attain immortality, despite the absence of such beings in the world. A few minutes equate to several years. And how many years accumulate over the course of a single day in reality? Over the span of a year? A lifetime? Wang Xuan contemplates that even the pre-Qin practitioners could only enter the inner landscapes at intervals. Moreover, he surmises that the methods for entry may not be universally applicable, remaining within the grasp of only a select few. Could this be the reason for the decline of ancient arts, with their exceedingly high demands on individuals? He then speculates whether, over time, certain external factors have shifted, altering the broader environment and making it increasingly challenging for subsequent generations to access the inner landscapes. Wang Xuan speculated that, since modern times, he might be the sole individual to have ventured into the inner realm. Although he dwelled there for 5 years, he felt no erosion of time, nor did he experience the profound sense of having been separated from the world. Rather, his spirit flourished. Both his physical vitality and mental vigor were enhanced, as if he were imbued with the essence of rebirth. Wang Xuan discerned that during his 5 years in the inner realm, his mind remained untarnished, primarily due to his complete immersion in the understanding of ancient arts. Isolated from the external world, his heart was pure, untainted by worldly distractions, and this state of being was undoubtedly significant. Moreover, the mysterious elements that fell from that desolate place nourished both his spirit and body, which may have been the most crucial factor. That night, despite having survived a shooting and an ambush in a residential area, Wang Xuan slept soundly, having found his path. Most importantly, he was confident that should those assailants return, he would be able to confront them all. At dawn, Qin Cheng sent a message. "Brother, I am leaving, farewell." He had departed for the new moon, leaving the old land behind to journey into the depths of space. "Take care," Wang Xuan silently replied. At 9 in the morning, Professor Lin informed Wang Xuan that he was about to embark on his journey back to the new star, leaving Wang Xuan with the address and contact number for the new star. This indicated that the students heading to the new star were also preparing to depart, embarking on new adventures. Indeed, Wang Xuan soon received several farewell messages from Zhou Kuan, Kong Yi, Su Chan, and others. Half an hour later, he received a letter from an unexpected sender. Li Qingxian, a representative from the new star, warmly invited Wang Xuan to join her family's expedition team, providing an address and contact information for her family's base on the old land. She promised generous compensation and offered assistance in facilitating his journey to the new star. Should he agree? Wang Xuan recalled their encounter the previous night on the bar street. Her long hair had a slight natural wave, and her captivating Danfeng eyes exuded an innate allure, while her crimson lips were undeniably sensual, a strikingly youthful and radiant young woman. However, he had little connection with her. Having only met once, why would she seek him out? Did she genuinely wish for him to join her expedition team? Wang Xuan cast the letter aside and pondered silently. Zhao Qinghan had also invited him to collaborate, and it seemed that organizations and tycoons in the new star were preparing for something significant. Wang Xuan had obtained a lead. Should he pursue the hunt against them? At noon, Aoki called to inform Wang Xuan that he had discovered the hideout of the group of gunmen. Having just mastered the 3rd layer of the golden body technique, he felt compelled to personally partake in the hunt. These individuals were not ordinary, according to the latest intelligence. Their intent to kill him was merely incidental. They had pinpointed the location of the tomb of the immortals and were approaching it. In concluding his message, Aoki's voice quivered with excitement. If the information proved accurate, it would be profoundly shocking. Many people had long dismissed the existence of the immortals, and now, someone had located the grand tomb of such beings and intended to excavate it. Chapter 27. The immortals' tomb. This group was not to be underestimated. Was the act of killing Wang Xuan merely a trivial matter to them? Upon hearing such a response, Wang Xuan deftly swept his right hand, effortlessly cleaving the yellow leaves that drifted before him into 2 equal halves, which then fell to the ground. At noon, he was strolling outside, preparing to partake in lunch. As he was outdoors, he refrained from elaborating much, merely informing Aoki of his involvement in the forthcoming operation. Though their conversation over the phone was brief, Wang Xuan had gathered a general understanding that the individuals in question hailed from an organization known as the Grey Blood, which engaged in hiring, exploration, and even assassination. According to Aoki, this organization wielded considerable power, primarily operating within the new star, and had previously intercepted a significant discovery made by Aoki's own expedition team. Upon learning of their arrival, Aoki promptly reported to his superiors, and soon, a formidable team would be dispatched, gathering strength to exact revenge for past grievances. Moreover, even in the absence of previous animosities, the mere identification of the tomb of the celestial immortals was bound to stir considerable turmoil on the old earth. Anyone who caught wind of the news would find it impossible to remain passive, inevitably drawn into the fray. Should the Grey Blood organization conspire to eliminate me, they would not be short on funds and would prefer to remain concealed. However, I shall gradually unearth your identity. Faced with an inexplicable ambush that nearly cost him his life in the city, Wang Xuan could hardly maintain his composure until he could uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. He could not dismiss the possibility of further complications. Soon enough, he became captivated by the striking news of the celestial immortals' grand tomb, discovering such a significant site on the old earth. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding its authenticity. Over the years, numerous claims had emerged regarding the discovery of the burial site of the celestial immortals, all ultimately disappointing in their divergence from expectations. The earlier tombs that had been excavated were later confirmed to be the final resting places of the foremost practitioners of preaching alchemy. If this time the claims held true, the unearthing of scriptures and artifacts pertaining to the celestial immortals and Guan would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. Wang Xuan pondered that in an era when ancient arts were steadily declining, the emergence of such relics could potentially alter this dismal trajectory. After lunch, he opted for a sharp, stylish haircut, ensuring that the freshly trimmed strands no longer appeared out of place, as he was set to commence work officially the following day. While contemplating the matters concerning the celestial immortals, ready to venture into the depths of the forest to participate in the operation, he was simultaneously preparing to start his job. The stark contrast between these experiences and thoughts rendered Wang Xuan's emotions quite peculiar. Fortunately, Aoki did not seek him out the next day, allowing Wang Xuan to avoid taking leave on his first day of work and to commence his employment smoothly. This was a branch of a design institute under a subsidiary of the Interstellar Group, a title that sounded grand, yet in reality was far from impressive. Nowadays, any endeavors related to deep space exploration and interstellar travel necessitated reliance on new star, as the technological capabilities on old Earth were woefully inadequate. The Design Institute, part of the subsidiary, had not produced any significant results in many years, nearly overgrown with neglect. As for the branch of the Design Institute where Wang Xuan reported, it was even more desolate, having effectively become a retirement haven, with the daily pace extraordinarily languid. On his first day at work, Wang Xuan discovered that several desks in the office were unoccupied, with only 5 or 6 individuals present. As he attempted to greet his colleagues, he noticed one gentleman, donned in black-rimmed glasses, nearly dozing off while fixated on the computer screen, engrossed in the morning news. The only lively spirit among them was a young lady, who was applying lipstick while glancing into a small mirror. She recognized the newcomer and warmly extended her greetings. Observing the listless demeanor of his colleagues, Wang Xuan felt a pang of disillusionment. He had chosen this workplace under the impression that it would be relatively leisurely. However, he could hardly fathom the extent of idleness, as 2 women were already discussing plans to play mahjong after work early in the morning. As for the older gentleman in his 50s, he was engrossed in a phone conversation for over half an hour, arranging a fishing trip for the weekend. Nevertheless, these individuals were quite amiable towards Wang Xuan. Showing no signs of exclusion, the rare arrival of a newcomer prompted them to offer him a welcoming lunch, foregoing the evening for the occasion. Wang Xuan, wishing to make a favorable impression as a newcomer, proposed to treat them, only to be met with unanimous opposition, which dissuaded him from that notion. In the morning, Wang Xuan sought to find some tasks to occupy himself, only to be informed that he should first familiarize himself with the work environment, as there was no urgency. He realized that this place was truly a haven for retirement. The only younger colleague, Lu Shui, who was quite fond of dressing up, was the most vivacious person in the office. According to her, she had joined the company in July, a few months prior to Wang Xuan, drawn by the promise of a relaxed atmosphere. Throughout the morning, Wang Xuan utilized his time by studying Taoist texts on the computer, reflecting that such a job was indeed commendable, as many would envy such an opportunity. During lunch, a minor incident occurred. Lu Shui, ever enthusiastic, attempted to fetch a trench coat for Wang Xuan. With a loud thud, the coat, weighing over 20 kilograms, slipped from her grasp and nearly landed on her foot, prompting a startled scream. She could hardly believe that a trench coat could be so heavy. Staring at Wang Xuan as if he were a curiosity, she skeptically retrieved the coat from the ground, discovering its astonishing weight. The others soon gathered around, each taking turns to lift the coat with expressions of astonishment. Wang Xuan quickly clarified that he had been training at the gym recently, and the coat was a specially customized piece designed for weight training during his daily commutes. The group, enlightened, praised Wang Xuan's determination, expressing admiration for such a fitness regimen. When Lu Shui offered to fetch a cap for him, Wang Xuan preemptively donned it. As it was also crafted from specialized materials, capable of withstanding bullets and weighing a hefty 2 pounds, the lunch gathering was filled with camaraderie, and Wang Xuan's initial intention to humbly inquire about work procedures dissipated, as his colleagues advised him to simply enjoy the relaxed pace. After their meal, the already sparse office saw a further reduction in personnel, as the bespectacled gentleman announced he was leaving due to a hangover, while the other 2 departed for similar reasons. Wang Xuan was left speechless. In this workplace, there were no clock-ins, no facial recognition checks, and no supervision. a truly liberating environment. He sighed. Although the environment was quite pleasant, conducive to his study of ancient arts, he knew his stay would not be prolonged. A practitioner of ancient arts inevitably attracts peculiarities. Fortunately, he was acutely aware that he would soon be departing for the new star, and for the time being, he could refrain from revealing his true self. The overarching atmosphere led to a remarkable calm among the office veterans when Wang Xuan requested a leave of absence merely 2 days after starting his duties, as they appeared to find it entirely normal. Wang Xuan was driven away, returning once again to the manor outside the city, where he collected his equipment, donned a human skin mask, and set off promptly. Naturally, he did not remove the 3-layered, reinforced bulletproof vest. He merely exchanged his trench coat for protective gear, a weight that most would find unbearable. This time, he intended to actively hunt, which would likely prove far more perilous than his previous encounter on Qingqing Mountain. Hence his heightened attention to safety. On the journey, Aoki announced their destination, the Greater Xing'an Mountains, where a grand tomb of the immortals was purportedly discovered in a deep forest. This was contrary to Wang Xuan's initial assumptions, as he had imagined they would be visiting a renowned mountain range steeped in myth and legend. The day's destination turned out to be a seemingly ordinary mountainous region within the Greater Xing'an, rumored to be inconspicuous, yet somehow pinpointed as the resting place of immortal remains. Old Mu piloted the ship while Black Tiger and Kite sharpened their blades and inspected their energy guns. Aoki, have you ever experienced an extraordinary sharpness of the senses? An acute intuition? Wang Xuan inquired during their journey. At this juncture, he dared not reveal to anyone that he had entered an inner realm. Should the conglomerates and research institutions discover this, the consequences were unfathomable. However, he wished to subtly inform Aoki, hoping he would explore this himself. Before Aoki could respond, Black Tiger interjected, recounting a past experience of heightened sensations that led him to feel as if he were transcending to a celestial realm. Wang Xuan, taken aback, asked when this had occurred. If Black Tiger had truly elicited such an extraordinary state, perhaps he could do so again, and Wang Xuan would not mind offering indirect guidance. It must have been 10 years ago, during my time with my first love. Since then, I have not experienced it again. Once one has tasted the vast sea, it is difficult to find the same waters again in this lifetime. Black Tiger sighed. Wang Xuan was momentarily lost in thought, contemplating whether to slap him for his solemn demeanor. Was he seriously speaking of the wisdom of sages? Noticing Kite's desire to contribute to the conversation, Aoki playfully tapped the back of his head, saying, "While it is essential to relax before a great battle, let us not stray too far off course." Wang Xuan, have you had any insights while practicing your ancient arts? Aoki, perceptive, noted that Wang Xuan seemed different upon their reunion. His strength appeared to have surged significantly. I believe I entered a particularly unique state last time, where my visual, auditory, olfactory, and instinctual senses were extraordinarily acute and powerful. Wang Xuan was still organizing his thoughts on how to disclose his experience in the inner realm, but before he could articulate it, Aoki spoke up, seemingly astonished, yet ultimately sighed in response. Aoki Dao, such a situation is an exceedingly rare anomaly. Under normal circumstances, even a grandmaster would find it difficult to evoke such a state. Among various ancient sects, there exist distinct terminologies for this phenomenon. Some refer to it as the realm of the illumined bodhisattva, while others call it the unity of heaven and man. It is said that in ancient times, should a powerful sorcerer provide guidance, or if a figure of paramount significance from a sect were to offer assistance, one could gain immense benefits from such an encounter. However, in the present age, barring an extraordinarily rare occurrence, no one can elicit that state, an elusive realm beyond the reach of even the most accomplished masters. Moreover, where can one find preaching sorcerers today? The founders of various religions have long since vanished. Who remains to offer guidance or bestow advantages? Upon concluding his thoughts, Aoki felt a twinge of sympathy for Wang Xuan, recognizing that his lack of mentorship and guidance had caused him to miss a significant opportunity. In ancient sect lore, this would have been a considerable chance. Wang Xuan was somewhat taken aback. He discerned valuable information from the conversation, realizing that to trigger a transcendent state in antiquity, one required a supreme being to facilitate entry into the inner realm. This suggested that his current experience was indeed unique. For the moment, he refrained from discussing the matter further, intending to revisit it with Aoki at a later time. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in the primordial forest of the Greater Xing'an Range, meticulously observing a mountainous region. It was not long before the other members of the expedition organization were also in position, significantly outnumbering their previous exploration of Qingqing Mountain. At the very least, Aoki had brought along 12 of his own teams, while the other members were all elite and seasoned. "Look, something strange is happening over there," Old Mu exclaimed. In the distance, the mountains were enveloped in an inexplicable radiance, the entire area appearing distorted and blurred, exuding an eerie yet sacred atmosphere. Could it truly be the presence of immortals? Aoki felt a rush of trepidation, his unease palpable even from afar. Chapter 28. Fishing in the dense woodlands of the greater Xing'an Range, a misty haze enveloped the landscape, giving the mountains a warped, indistinct, and chaotic appearance. Supernatural forces. Aoki gasped, convinced that a powerful, extraordinary energy was surging. Over the years, the expedition organization had encountered numerous anomalies and had become quite experienced. Aoki commanded everyone to remain still and observe the unfolding events. A roar echoed through the fog, resonating in the tranquil depths of the mountains. As leaves whirled and reverberations cascaded like thunder. Although they were distanced from the source, the experience was still profoundly immersive. Wang Xuan was astonished. Could there truly be some extraordinary beast lurking in the primordial forest, potentially concealing the remains of an immortal? In this day and age, if mythical species or the fearsome creatures of ancient lore existed, they should have long been discovered. As the mist dissipated, the distorted and blurred scenery returned to normalcy. In the distant mountains, an enormous creature emerged, partially obscured by the dense foliage, its cold eyes glancing in their direction before it turned and vanished. "Black tiger," someone cried out in surprise. "What is it?" The black tiger beside him queried, tilting its head. The kite shook its head, stating, "I did not call upon you. I was referring to that monstrous creature we just encountered, a black tiger, measuring around 5 to 6 meters in length. Its gaze was utterly terrifying, radiating an aura of ferocity. It was not just me. Wang Xuan and Qingmu also bore witness to it, harboring doubts that it might indeed be a black tiger. Its massive form cloaked in a dark, glossy coat adorned with faint patterns. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts surged through our minds. The vicinity of the immortal's tomb was shrouded in radiant hues and billowing mists, and then, out of nowhere, appeared a black tiger from ancient legends. This was undeniably peculiar. I had previously harbored skepticism towards such phenomena, yet after joining the expedition team, I sensed that I would inevitably come to embrace these myths. Today, I encountered such a creature. The kite whispered, evidently shaken to its core. If this were to occur elsewhere, it might be bearable, but here, amidst the immortal's grand sepulchre, with the clouds swirling and the scene appearing extraordinary, it felt different. Wang Xuan gazed ahead and remarked, "This is the greater Xing'an Range, where northeast tigers are known to roam. Perhaps this creature is merely a mutation." The beast moved with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight. Qingmu cautioned, "Regardless of whether it is a mythical species or a mutated northeast tiger, it appears formidable. Its gaze seems unsettling. We must remain vigilant if we decide to approach." Once he calmed himself, he was not overly concerned. As long as it was a living creature, it could certainly be subdued with the weapons aboard the spacecraft. Even if the information proves accurate and we are indeed facing an immortal's grave, it is not particularly daunting. After all, the immortal has long since passed, buried there. What other creatures could surpass them in power? The kite murmured softly, "What if this is a black tiger that the immortal kept during their lifetime? After thousands of years, it may still be alive. Did you see? Just moments ago, it could conjure clouds and mist, and the very space seemed to distort. It might be even more formidable than the immortal of yore." "Silence," Qingmu admonished, delivering a sharp retort. "Today, all factions are gathered here. Even if a mythical creature were to emerge, we could reduce it to mere rubble." Had the Grey Blood organization miscalculated the excavation site? Suddenly, someone emerged from the mountain's depths. Old Mu fixed his gaze on the screen, observing the movements of their adversaries. The Grey Blood organization had already arrived, employing towering machines to penetrate the mountain's core, and now they were all underground. They heard the roar of the tiger, and a portion of them emerged, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Eventually, several machines were dispatched towards a canyon, as the Grey Blood personnel speculated that they might have misjudged the excavation direction, advancing towards the area where the black tiger had vanished. This could be entertaining. Witnessing the clash between these individuals and a mythical creature could lead to unforeseen consequences. The kite felt a surge of excitement. This time, The mantis capturing the cicada had invited the yellow sparrow to follow, at last. It was their turn against the Gray Blood Organization, and he felt a sense of impatience. A thunderous roar resonated through the dense forest bordering the profound canyon, accompanied by mist, as if a supernatural force was reverberating. Crackling sounds erupted. A number of machines unexpectedly emitted electric sparks, malfunctioning and collapsing onto the ground. The black tiger flickered on the screen before vanishing from the forest. Was it responsible for this? This revelation startled even Qing Mu, as the black tiger's appearance, amidst the mist and supernatural vibrations, had caused a significant number of machines to falter. Old Mu, let us keep our distance, Qing Mu urged, recognizing that since such power affected the machines, it could also disrupt the spacecraft. Now he felt a twinge of apprehension. Could it truly be a mythical creature? It appeared to be rather formidable. Old Mu remained fixated on the myriad of surveillance data displayed on the screen, assuring, rest assured, we are at a sufficient distance. Moreover, the spacecraft has detected anomalous energy, predominantly caused by that cloud of mist, which has a far greater impact on the machinery than that of the black tiger. Aoki inquired. So, you mean the supernatural forces emanating from the tomb of the immortals are primarily responsible? At that moment, the members of the Gray Blood Organization fully retreated from the mountain's depths. Some piloted small spacecraft toward the forest, intent on exterminating the black tiger. Additionally, a contingent of advanced robots, impervious to pulse interference, ventured into the clouded area without succumbing to the supernatural forces. Aoki remarked, the Gray Blood Organization has truly invested heavily this time, deploying an elite cadre of advanced robots, which are said to significantly mitigate the influence of supernatural substances on themselves. Wang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Could these be the newly developed robots from the New Star? Aoki explained, ever since New Star successfully harnessed elements of supernatural power, they have been specifically modifying the robots, yielding impressive results. A roar echoed from within the forest. A robot wielding a several-meter-long alloy sword swung fiercely. A flash of blinding light slicing through the air, landing squarely upon the fierce tiger. Despite the black tiger's agility, it could not completely evade the strike, resulting in a gaping, bloody wound that nearly exposed bone. Wang Xuan gasped. The so-called mythical creature was merely flesh and blood, evidently unable to withstand the advanced robots. Bang! A small energy cannon unleashed a beam, piercing the nearly 6-meter-long black tiger, which emitted a fierce roar as it staggered and collapsed to the ground. An advanced robot stepped forward, its lengthy alloy blade sweeping through, decapitating the massive tiger's head, blood gushing forth and staining the terrain crimson. It was dead. A mythical creature had perished just like that. The kite cried out in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality. Within the spacecraft, the black tiger muttered, what ill fortune. Wang Xuan too was lost in thought. Was it truly a mythical creature or merely a mutated Siberian tiger? It seemed far less formidable than anticipated, swiftly dispatched. The Gray Blood Organization pressed on, delving into the profound valley, where the clouds roiled and thick fog enveloped the area, rendering it increasingly bizarre. Boom! The small spacecraft unleashed its firepower, energy cannons bombarding the valley, causing an earthquake that shattered the surface and ruptured the rock walls, leaving chaos in its wake. Suddenly, a blinding ray of light erupted, severely impacting the small spacecraft, which began to sway violently, retreating from the area. Meanwhile, a number of advanced robots, burdened with alloy swords and energy weapons, malfunctioned, sparking erratically. A potent radiance of supernatural energy permeated the valley. Old Mu spoke with a grave expression. Even they could not traverse easily, lest they be struck by the force. Within the valley, shadowy forms emerged, revealing a host of colossal creatures, a pack of massive, densely furred apes, each towering at least 3 to 4 meters, charging forth from the thick fog. The Gray Blood Organization's contingent advanced with a mechanized pathfinder at the forefront, followed by individuals clad in protective suits. Upon encountering this unexpected scenario, they swiftly retreated. In the distance, a spacecraft approached rapidly to provide assistance. A fierce energy beam erupted, reducing dozens of rampaging beasts to mere pulp within the valley. Something felt amiss. Mu frowned. The creatures suspected of possessing supernatural abilities were utterly ineffective against modern weaponry, utterly obliterated and incapable of obstructing the Gray Blood personnel. The only threat to the mechanized units and spacecraft emanated from the shimmering light rising from the depths of the canyon. However, that supernatural force appeared to be unsustainable. Seemingly nearing exhaustion, the gray blood operatives pressed forward with energy weapons, and advanced mechs appeared, rendering the protective suits rather perilous within the canyon. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. The deceased immortals fare no better, mused Qingmu. Suddenly, his body trembled, and his expression turned grave as he received a secure communication from the upper echelons of the exploration organization. Qingmu, your spacecraft's cloaking mechanism is commendable, with robust self-defense capabilities. Now pay attention. Implement the highest level of self-protection and stealth. The voice belonged to an elder. Wang Xuan stood nearby, his hearing remarkably acute. And since Qingmu did not deliberately obscure their conversation, he faintly caught the exchange. This slow, deliberate voice felt oddly familiar. He recalled his old colleague, who, on Wang Xuan's first day at work, had spent half an hour on the phone discussing plans to go fishing. The similarity was striking. Did the person conversing with Qingmu not employ a voice modulator? It seemed they were well acquainted and held a high degree of trust. What does this mean? Qingmu inquired. Another contingent from the Gray Blood Organization is on its way, preparing to encircle you. A medium-sized warship is nearing the greater Xing'an Mountains, the elder informed, unhurriedly. Qingmu felt an urge to curse. Their escape route had been cut off, and the Gray Blood Organization intended to annihilate them. Wang Xuan also listened, and the languid tone of the elder made him want to confront the old man in a fit of rage. Were they being hunted in reverse? Your investigation into the Gray Blood Organization has stirred the hornet's nest. They intentionally leaked information to you, waiting for your forces to mobilize before unleashing their aerial firepower to eliminate you all. Qingmu's body turned icy with dread. If the opposing medium-sized warship had been deployed, they were not merely in a predicament. Most would likely perish here. Has the old land turned to a sieve, allowing them such audacity to come and go at will? Qingmu exclaimed, agitated. Wang Xuan could no longer remain composed. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. They were being hunted, purposefully lured into a trap. At that moment, even if he had mastered the third level of the golden body technique, it would be insufficient. The road ahead was still arduous, and without achieving a dozen levels, his safety was not assured. The elder spoke again. Do not worry. Everything is proceeding as planned. Activate the highest level of stealth and defense. Relevant departments have already mobilized and are preparing to act. What is going on? Clarify this for me. Aoki felt completely in the dark throughout the entire ordeal. The elder remarked, from the outset, we decided to collaborate with the relevant authorities to combat the Gray Blood Organization and to seize the secret research facility in the greater Xing'an range that has been conducting immortal experiments. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted in the distant sky beyond the greater Xing'an range, followed by a violent explosion as spacecraft were obliterated. Boom, boom. Under the intense and ferocious energy beams, the Gray Blood Organization's vessels and warships disintegrated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What on earth is happening? Aoki felt disgruntled. The elder gently explained the situation, saying, there exists a formidable research institute on the Nova side, which has unearthed something in the greater Xing'an range and has been clandestinely conducting experiments there for years without reporting to the old land. Naturally, the relevant authorities are prepared to have a conversation with them. This time, they leaked information to the Gray Blood Organization, prompting them to probe the specifics of that underground testing site, while also educating them that they must adhere to the rules in the old land. Of course, the Gray Blood Organization is quite cautious and only dispatched a small contingent. Hence, we had to use you as bait to attract their attention. Bastard! Aoki cursed vehemently. Chapter 29, The Living Female Sorceress. With the danger averted, the Gray Blood Organization's warships were entirely obliterated. Upon receiving this news, Aoki exhaled in relief, as did Black Tiger, Old Moo, and Kite, whose taut nerves finally relaxed. They had nearly been turned from hunters into prey, and today had been exceedingly perilous. Wang Xuan remained silent, feeling quite unsettled, as his safety was entirely out of his control, dictated by others, which was not what he desired. From the elder's perspective, it was understandable. The fishing had been successful, and this operation was executed with precision and elegance, severely depleting the Gray Blood Organization's strength. However, from Wang Xuan's viewpoint, had there been any slight mishap today, their spacecraft would have been reduced to mere scrap metal, and none of them would have survived. Any thoughts? Aoki, being a master of ancient arts, possessed heightened perception and sensed Wang Xuan's low spirits. Wang Xuan did not conceal his feelings, stating, although the fishing was successful today. As the bait, we are always at risk of being devoured by a larger fish, with our fates resting solely on luck. Black Tiger, Kite, and Old Moo remained silent, yet shared his sentiment. Having faced numerous crises, they had grown somewhat accustomed to it. I will report this matter to the higher-ups, Aoki spoke, momentarily deflecting the issue. Wang Xuan pondered silently. Although the exploration organization was powerful and consistently reaped substantial rewards from each mission, being a mere pawn, subject to the whims of others and determining his fate, left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable and tempted to withdraw. He yearned for the freedom to explore the realm of ancient arts without becoming a mere piece in someone else's game. Deep within the canyon, clouds billowed as energy cannons continued to bombard. The contingent from the Grey Blood organization remained oblivious to the fact that their escape route had been severed and that their medium-sized warships had been utterly destroyed. Yet they continued their advance. However, they soon encountered trouble, as the depths of the canyon concealed a plethora of modern high-energy weaponry, which launched a fierce counterattack against the invading Grey Blood organization. It was only at this moment that they realized something was amiss. If this were indeed a celestial grave, how could it be equipped with such an abundance of advanced weaponry, far exceeding their own? High-ranking automatons emerged, brandishing energy guns and relentlessly firing upon them. The members of the Grey Blood organization sensed the precariousness of their situation and swiftly retreated, immediately attempting to contact their command for support, but to no avail. "Who are you, and why have you set an ambush against us?" The Grey Blood members shouted. The individuals lurking deep within the canyon were enraged. "You dare to attack our underground research facility and yet claim that we are targeting you? How absurd." The two factions engaged in a fierce confrontation, threatening to reduce the canyon to ruins. Some automatons surged to the forefront, not only unleashing beams of energy, but also wielding alloy-long swords. The battle was extraordinarily brutal. The Grey Blood organization still had small spacecraft in the vicinity, but upon witnessing the chaotic mingling of both forces within the canyon, they felt utterly helpless to intervene. Ultimately, despair overcame the Grey Blood members, and they began a frantic retreat. They initially attempted to flee in their ships, but before they could distance themselves, they were struck and met with successive explosions. Personnel from the relevant departments stood at a distance, while the exploration organization had been waiting patiently. Upon seeing the Grey Blood members in disarray, they showed no mercy. The individuals deep within the canyon fell silent. They realized they were being targeted by more than one faction encroaching upon the greater Xing'an Mountains. They had an inkling that they would not be able to withstand this confrontation, surmising which faction had arrived, and could only blame themselves for conducting their clandestine research here for so many years without reporting to the relevant agencies. However, surrendering and relinquishing all their research achievements left them deeply dissatisfied. They resolved to showcase the extraordinary nature of their findings to facilitate forthcoming negotiations. While communicating with the opposing side, they unearthed some items from the depths below, astonishingly revealing a segment of golden bamboo, still adorned with leaves and brimming with vitality. Most remarkably, as they activated it with a certain instrument, a radiant glow erupted, unleashing a formidable supernatural power. In an instant, nearby spacecraft experienced disruptions. As if struck by a shockwave, the source material of the golden bamboo, Wang Xuan was moved, standing before the ship's large screen, unable to tear his eyes away. The leaves of this bamboo shimmered with golden light, cascading like rain, disrupting the various precision instruments in the vicinity. Qingmu was astonished. The supernatural energy was released through that bamboo, unidirectionally ensuring that their own location remained unaffected. What secrets lay beneath this ground? The Research Institute from the New Star had boldly showcased such extraordinary flora. Over the years, major organizations and tycoons from New Star had discovered for golden bamboo scrolls in the old Earth, yet they had never encountered this living, primal bamboo. Did it truly exist beneath the greater Xing'an Mountains? Boom. Clearly, the senior members of the exploration organization and personnel from the relevant departments received reports. Swiftly moving to eliminate the remnants of the Grey Blood organization, before ceasing fire to accept the connection from the underground research facility and commence negotiations. Qingmu, you and Jinchuan accompany the personnel from the relevant departments to the canyon to investigate the nature of the underground research facility. At that moment, the elder once again communicated with Aoki, instructing him to take a few capable assistants deep underground. Undoubtedly, The exploration organization had maintained close ties with the relevant authorities. Otherwise, such collaboration would not have materialized. He Hu, Feng Zhong, and Lao Mu gazed earnestly, all eager to venture into the Grand Canyon to discover what this research institute from New Star had unearthed and the scientific achievements it had accomplished. They understood that entering now posed no danger, as the skies were filled with spacecraft and various high-energy weapons were aimed at the canyon. Only a madman would initiate conflict from below. Xiao Wang. Hey Hu, you two come with me, Aoki declared, descending from the spacecraft first. He then selected 6 individuals from other groups to accompany him as they proceeded forward. Feng Zheng and Lao Mu felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet they comprehended the necessity of choosing those with superior skills for this endeavor. Jin Chuan also arrived with 8 individuals, awaiting at the entrance of the Grand Canyon. 7 representatives from the relevant department approached, led by a man in his 40s responsible for liaising and initial negotiations, wearing black-framed glasses. Upon catching a glimpse of his profile, Wang Xuan's heart raced. Ever since he had overheard the elder conversing with Aoki, he had been plagued by doubts about whether this could be his former colleague. Now, seeing the middle-aged man with the same style of black-framed glasses as his old acquaintance, he found himself almost overcome with suspicion. Fortunately, he was certain that, even if this individual wore a lifelike mask, he could not possibly be that old friend. As a master of ancient techniques, he possessed a strong intuitive sense. Beside the man in glasses stood 2 military personnel, both experts in the realm of ancient techniques. The remaining 4 were professionals in the field of life sciences, primarily accompanying the group to observe and confirm findings. The Grand Canyon had been ravaged, and a small spacecraft appeared, leading them deeper until they entered a vast cavern. After disembarking, they beheld an underground facility, meticulously constructed and equipped with modern amenities. The lighting was bright, the subterranean area expansive, exuding a contemporary ambience, reminiscent of the interior of a skyscraper. Within the underground expanse, there were extensive living quarters and the most advanced laboratory sections. The group took an elevator that descended over 100 meters before halting. They then exited the modern underground area and proceeded towards a cavern. It is here that we made the most astonishing discovery. Since we have decided to share with the old Earth, there will be no concealment. Accompanied by personnel from New Star, who provided explanations along the way. Their organization was quite significant, enjoying a considerable reputation in New Star, known as the Origin Life Research Institute. While it may sound like merely a research institution, it actually spans various fields and possesses substantial industry. Otherwise, they could not possibly sustain such a vast experimental facility on old Earth. At the very least, they were unafraid of the Grey Blood mercenary organization, as the Origin Life Research Institute had sufficient security forces at its disposal. How did you find this place? Inquired the middle-aged man in black-framed glasses during their journey. Here lies the Greater Xing'an Range, a realm of dense primordial forests, devoid of renowned mountains or rivers, and lacking in mythic tales. To venture here without purpose would be folly. Digging deep into the earth could lead one to madness or foolishness. A female researcher from New Star elucidated. We have deciphered an ancient bamboo slip from before the Qin dynasty, which led us to this place. After years of exploration, we finally arrived. What secrets does the bamboo slip hold, warranting such a pursuit? Inquired a man with black-framed glasses. Wang Xuan, standing nearby, shared a keen interest in these inquiries. The slip mentioned a female alchemist, renowned in her time, who aspired to attain immortality. Although the slip is damaged and the text incomplete, it references this location, prompting our search. New Star had previously unearthed several fragmented remains of pre-Qin alchemists, extracting anomalous substances from their bones and hair, which held remarkable scientific value. The prospect of discovering an alchemist with aspirations of immortality was irresistibly enticing. It is essential to understand that the pinnacle of alchemists are akin to legends, embodying the extraordinary, making their relics exceedingly rare. Any news regarding them, even in this era of emerging new techniques, garners immense attention from various institutions. Moreover, the elusive immortals are often believed to be the very essence of the legendary sages. Have you located that female alchemist? The bespectacled middle-aged man asked. Indeed, we have, replied the female researcher accompanying him, affirmatively as she instructed the team to open the stone chamber ahead. With a resonating rumble, the stone door swung open, unleashing an enigmatic aura. In truth, even before entering, Wang Xuan was convinced by the researcher's words. he experienced an uncanny familiarity, as if he stood within a sacred realm, sensing the presence of mysterious elements, which seemed to slowly descend around him. Then, a wave of astonishment swept over everyone. Before them lay a golden bamboo, a meter in diameter, split open to form a small vessel, within which rested a youthful woman, seemingly in a gentle slumber, perfectly preserved. This woman embodied modern standards of beauty. Her delicate skin was alabaster and luminous, her raven hair glossy, and her features flawless, exuding an extraordinary allure. She still radiated vitality. Qingmu's expression grew grave, and he spoke with a hint of anxiety. Despite her closed eyes and stillness, an ethereal essence emanated from her, inducing a sense of trepidation akin to that felt by prey before a predator, an overwhelming urge to flee. Wang Xuan too gazed intently at the woman within the golden vessel, undeniably sensing a formidable life force. Her body showed no signs of decay, and her attire bore a strong resemblance to the styles of the pre-Qin era, remarkably preserved over the years. Indeed, it seemed her being was still animated. The female researcher from New Star nodded solemnly in affirmation. Gratitude is extended to Lord Silver, San Yuan, the hunter, and to Miss Juron for becoming an ally and offering support. Chapter 30. The failure to ascend to immortality over the years. Various organizations from the authorities and the New Star have unearthed extraordinary artifacts from the old Earth, yet a golden bamboo with a diameter of 1 meter remains unprecedented. It has been meticulously hollowed out to form a small vessel, a remarkable feat even in the pre-Qin era. In the past, the major institutions of New Star engaged in fierce competition over a few golden bamboo slips, and now they have encountered a living bamboo brimming with vitality. The bamboo boat is adorned with several branches, each bearing leaves, intermittently showering golden light upon the tranquil figure of the female alchemist, who lies in a serene slumber. A female researcher from New Star elucidates that the bamboo branches brought to the surface were severed from the small vessel. Are you suggesting that there remains a possibility for her revival? The bespectacled man, identifying himself as Qianlei, diligently seeks to understand the situation. The higher-ups place great importance on this site. Any matters pertaining to immortality are of significant concern, not only to the financial magnates of New Star, but equally so in the old Earth. It is implausible. She has been deceased for millennia, and her self-awareness, a fundamental trait of humanity, has long since dissipated, her biological electrical activity in the brain having disintegrated. Zhou Yu, one of the project leaders, is acutely aware that the female alchemist has been dead for at least 3,000 years. The only enigma lies in the continued vitality of her corporeal form. Subsequent tests and analyses led them to a consensus that this phenomenon is intertwined with the golden vessel and her inherent supernatural powers. Please elaborate, Qianlei inquires, seeking a comprehensive understanding, as the old Earth is destined to partake in the ongoing research of this subterranean experimental site. The researchers from New Star provide a broad overview of their findings, detailing the discovery of this underground relic, the research directions pursued in recent years, and the preliminary results obtained thus far. Zhou Yu, as one of the project leaders, adds insights, fully aware of the interest that some individuals from the old Earth hold. Upon examination, it was determined that her physiological age at the time of death was approximately 25. So young? Qianlei is taken aback, being in a specialized department. He possesses far greater knowledge of pre-Qin alchemists than the average individual. To become a top-tier alchemist at such a young age is indeed unheard of. No, to be precise, her 20-something years reflect merely her biological vitality, through various testing and analyses. Scientific calculations reveal that her actual age at the time of death was approximately 230 years. This is astonishing. From the frequency of cellular division to mitochondrial depletion, her metrics far exceed those of an ordinary individual. The maintenance of youthful vitality at such an age renders Qianlei's demeanor exceedingly grave. Adjusting his glasses, he queries, "Is the data reliable?" Zhou Yu understands that he, or rather those behind him, harbors certain hopes. Throughout history, the quest for immortality has remained an everlasting and enigmatic topic, captivating countless heroes from ancient times to the present, perpetually repeating tales of yore. However, the tycoons of this era are more direct, publicly investing vast resources, and have already achieved preliminary results. Zhou Yu remarked, her cause of death remains unknown, but it was certainly not a natural demise. Based on her bodily vitality, It is estimated that she could theoretically live to at least 700 years, with an upper limit around 950. Qianlei felt a profound unease within. He understood the implications of this. Once reported, this underground laboratory would become one of the most significant facilities in the Old Land, with security elevated to the highest level. Several researchers from the Old Land were perusing data reports, nodding in agreement, visibly excited. This underground facility had conducted numerous experiments utilizing the blood, bone marrow, and muscle fibers of the female practitioner, with data that was robust and conclusions that were credible. Wang Xuan attentively listened and observed. The 230-year-old female practitioner still exhibited the vitality of one in her 20s, which was indeed astonishing. He was acutely aware that such a remarkable practitioner must have ventured into the inner realm. Her mitochondrial telomere length far exceeded that of an ordinary person, theoretically significantly extending her lifespan. Several researchers in the Old Land were envious, eager to participate in this project immediately. Zhou Yu stated, "We have extracted a miraculous substance from the blood of the female practitioner that can extend the lifespan of ordinary individuals to a certain extent." Upon hearing this, Qianlei's expression turned serious as he inquired, "Do you have any phased results?" "I am asking about clinical trials or real cases. How much longer have normal individuals lived?" "Indeed. We have a very important client on the Nova side who is also one of our investors. 30% of the funding for this underground facility comes from him. We injected the active substance extracted from the female practitioner's blood into him, and after over 2 years of tracking observation, it was discovered that he, originally with a limited lifespan, could theoretically live for another 15 years or more." Zhou Yu's revelation astonished the individuals from the Old Land. Even Wang Xuan marveled inwardly. Although the female practitioner had been deceased for more than 3,000 years, her body still harbored elements of longevity, truly extraordinary, akin to the legendary flesh of the Tang monk. Qianlei's countenance immediately changed as he asked, "Do you have any other clients like this? Just how much of such active substance have you extracted from the female practitioner?" Zhou Yu replied, "There are several major clients awaiting our samples, but we do not wish to exhaust our resources. Over the years, we have attempted to artificially cultivate the cells of female practitioners, but with unsatisfactory results. For instance, her blood contains supernatural powers. Once removed from her body, its properties become extremely unstable, leading to several laboratory explosion incidents. We also have an experiment prepared to attempt uploading the memories of a volunteer from Nova into the brain of the female practitioner, aiming to reactivate the biological electricity within her brain to see if we can utilize her extraordinary vitality to enable another person to experience a rebirth." "No." Qianlei, in a moment of agitation, raised his voice in protest. Wang Xuan, too, was taken aback, astonished that such an experiment even existed. On the side of the new star, such technologies have accumulated to a certain extent. From the perspective of researchers, all individuals are essentially indistinguishable from robots, with the only difference being our finer nuances. The cerebral activities of the human brain are merely a complex set of programs, and theoretically, they can be replicated. Qianlei spoke solemnly. "The experiment project you mentioned must be paused. This cannot proceed." He then inquired, "Who is the volunteer?" He believed that an ordinary person would never have the opportunity. This was an attempt to resurrect the female practitioner's body, aiming for immortality spanning centuries. "It is Ms. Zheng, the founder of our Origin Life Research Institute," Zhou Yu calmly informed him, adding that 60% of the funding for this underground experimental facility came from Ms. Zheng. Qianlei remarked, "Since we are to collaborate, we need to devise the most prudent plan. Your experiment is too perilous and should not proceed at this stage. In truth, I personally do not support the revival of another person's consciousness within her. I lean towards a different proposal, one that involves a comprehensive dissection of the female practitioner, utilizing the most advanced life instruments from New Star to record and decipher her genetic information, fundamentally analyzing and compiling the microscopic structure of a being that could potentially transcend the limits of human life." Wang Xuan, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Mourning for the female practitioner who had been dead for thousands of years, yet still found no peace, often subjected to blood draws, and now faced with dissection. Qianlei was taken aback. This seemingly gentle woman was surprisingly audacious. He quickly interjected, "Do not act recklessly. Certain experiments must be suspended until our plan is formulated. Collaboration necessitates mutual benefit. This bamboo possesses supernatural powers and exhibits remarkable vitality upon refinement. We discovered that the life factors it contains are no less than those found in the female practitioner's body. When the discussion turned to the thick bamboo, transformed into small boats, Zhou Yu, the female researcher, appeared invigorated. Wang Xuan could not restrain his curiosity and asked a nearby researcher, "Are there no other discoveries, such as bamboo slips, within this underground cavern?" It is improbable that such a powerful female practitioner left no other artifacts. The researcher shook his head and replied, "No. When we entered, the underground stone cave seemed to have experienced a massive explosion, with many areas charred black. Any bamboo slips present have turned to ashes." Based on his description, whether it was Qing Mu, the two experts from the Old Earth military, or the already formidable Qian Lei, their expressions were exceedingly grave. Qing Mu spoke solemnly. "Your account bears a striking resemblance to the records left by other practitioners from the pre-Qin era." Indeed. The expert from the Old Earth military nodded in agreement. This closely resembles descriptions of catastrophic explosions resulting from failed transcendence. Regarding transcendence, there has been much debate throughout the ages. Some believe that embarking on that path signifies a knowledge of impending death, where one, aided by supernatural forces, incinerates oneself. Others assert that transcendence represents the ultimate manifestation of ascension, pushing the levels of existence to their zenith, thereby achieving true immortality. Unfortunately, throughout the long passage of time, there has been no empirical evidence. All individuals associated with transcendence have been confirmed dead upon discovery. Even the archaeological team dispatched by the New Star's financial magnates once unearthed humanoid ashes of such individuals in ancient soil, their demise lacking dignity. The woman before them was mentioned in other pre-Qin bamboo slips and was regarded as a preeminent figure among the alchemists, aspiring to ascend to the ranks of immortals, naturally seeking the path of transcendence. Regrettably, it now appears she too has failed, which elucidates why she perished despite having a considerable lifespan remaining. From the perspective of scientific analysis, no injuries were discerned, and the cause of death remains a mystery. However, through the lens of ancient practices, it can be argued that her spiritual essence was shattered and utterly extinguished at that moment, rendering her incapable of revival. Wang Xuan found himself captivated. Yet another instance of failed transcendence. Chapter 31. The plan for eternal life. There are countless legends surrounding the immortals, yet upon earnest investigation, one discovers they merely achieve transcendence, not true immortality, especially in this splendid era of technological civilization. Numerous life research institutes and financial conglomerates of the New Star have scoured the ancient Earth in pursuit of longevity, having indeed uncovered figures recorded in records of the immortals. Upon opening the ancient tombs, witnesses were awed by their remarkably lifelike forms, yet shortly thereafter, a sense of sorrow and regret would ensue, as the legendary figures would swiftly turn to ash, directly confirming their failure to attain immortality. For instance, Qi Shuzi, a genuine immortal mentioned in the records of the immortals, was found in his tomb during ancient times, leaving behind but a pile of ashes. Additionally, Guan Lingyun's coffin was excavated, and the artifact has graced museums for many years. Wang Xuan was indifferent to whether the existence of immortals was disproven. What he gleaned today regarding the lifespan limits of alchemists was of paramount importance to him. The woman lying in the bamboo boat, as a foremost alchemist, could at least live to the age of 700, with an upper limit of 950, indeed a considerable lifespan. Historical figures such as the illustrious Peng Zhu, who allegedly lived to 800, fall well within this range. Filled with newfound confidence, Wang Xuan contemplated that if he were ever to step into that realm, he would possess ample time to ponder the questions that lie beyond the terminus of ancient practices. However, as he calmed his thoughts, he began to consider various inquiries. For instance, why would this woman, despite having sufficient lifespan remaining, be so eager to transcend? What transpired in her past? Was it a matter of personal concern or a reflection of broader circumstances? He pondered extensively. Her failure to ascend, yet retaining her physical form and the vitality of her former life, was intricately linked to the substantial golden bamboo. Zhou Yu explained that the research institute had named this golden bamboo transcendental bamboo, imbued with rich supernatural essence and vibrant life force. Qian Lei inquired, "Do you have any other research plans or experiments in different directions?" "Indeed, there exists another plan, which we have titled the Eternal Life Species. Do tell. Qianlei was aware that the personnel at the New Star Research Institute would surely hold back some information, yet time was abundant for gradual exploration. Apart from her dissipated spiritual consciousness, the female alchemist exhibited remarkable bodily vitality, as if she had been in a deep slumber until now. Her physiological age appeared youthful, right at the prime stage for marriage and procreation. Upon hearing this, even the two composed experts from the military were taken aback, rendered speechless. Astonished by the audacity of the researchers at the New Star, Qianlei found himself momentarily dazed, instinctively adjusting his black-rimmed glasses as if fearing they might fall. He could not help but inquire, "Are you suggesting that, after 3 millennia, we would allow a female practitioner to bear a child?" "Indeed," Zhou Yu replied fervently, her enthusiasm surpassing even her previous excitement regarding the dissection of the female practitioner. "She is, in essence, the closest we have come to achieving immortality, shattering the limitations of human lifespan. The genetic material she bequeaths to her progeny is of tremendous significance and worthy of experimentation." As the head of a department within the exploration organization, Aoki was typically calm and collected, yet he now found himself startled. He suddenly realized that the scholarly researchers, once ignited by passion, could be more formidable than he had anticipated. Wang Xuan felt a sense of incredulity wash over him. Is this truly possible? To remain restless for 3,000 years after death and still pursue procreation? Resolute in his thoughts, he decided that if he failed to navigate the path of ancient techniques before his time was up, he would undoubtedly choose to incinerate himself. He now harbored grave doubts about whether other esteemed practitioners had similarly foreseen this day and had chosen to transcend their existence in flames. Qianlei spoke earnestly, his expression grave. "At this juncture, we cannot proceed with such an experiment." Zhou Yu, one of the project's key leaders, though possessing significant authority, did not insist on immediate action upon hearing this. She nodded and remarked, "We had no intention of initiating this soon. Although the maternal entity is sufficiently robust, we have yet to identify a suitable paternal counterpart. Perhaps in 10 years, if an appropriate individual emerges along the path of new techniques, we may reconsider. As for the ancient methods, they are no longer viable. We are unlikely to encounter practitioners of the caliber seen in preaching times. This path grows increasingly impractical in our current era, yielding minimal results and lacking universality." Wang Xuan sighed inwardly, relieved that the female practitioner had, for now, evaded a calamity in her life. Yet he quickly shook his head. For one who has passed, the notions of honor and disgrace hold little significance. Qianlei engaged in lengthy discussions with Zhou Yu and the other leaders of New Star, ultimately requesting to take a segment of the ethereal bamboo for further study. Zhou Yu and her colleagues appeared to have anticipated this, graciously gifting him the severed piece. Aoki, feeling unsettled, contemplated voicing a request on behalf of the exploration organization for a segment of the golden bamboo. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the representatives from New Star preemptively addressed the matter. "We can no longer extract branches of the ethereal bamboo from the bamboo vessel," they stated, "as we fear it may severely compromise the vessel's vitality and, more critically, jeopardize the stability of the female practitioner's health. If that occurs, all experiments will falter and become unfeasible." Aoki found himself at a loss for words. The opposing party had effectively closed off all avenues. To insist further would be to jeopardize the greater picture and obstruct the experiments. Zhou Yu, displaying an apologetic demeanor, then presented a single golden leaf, indicating that this was the best they could offer. Aoki felt a pang of dissatisfaction as he glanced at the piece of bamboo in Qianlei's possession and then at the leaf resting in his palm. Without comparison, there was no shame. Very well, he consoled himself, resigned to the situation. Wang Xuan then spoke up, "I sincerely apologize. But may I excavate a few stones from this cavern?" The individuals present were taken aback, while those from the New Star organization exhibited expressions of confusion. Wang Xuan promptly elucidated, "I am a practitioner of ancient arts, deeply revering the wisdom of my predecessors. The notion of ascension is akin to myth for me. To witness such relics firsthand brings me immense satisfaction. However, I wish to take with me a few fragments of stone as mementos to inspire myself. The path of ancient arts is indeed viable, capable of leading one to the realm of ascension, a proximity to the divine." Qing Mu was astonished, for he understood Wang Xuan well and knew of his lack of reverence for the immortals. Had he truly altered his demeanor today? Remarkably, he intended to take some stones for display. The middle-aged man from the military smiled, a formidable practitioner of ancient arts himself. He nodded approvingly and remarked, "Young man, you are commendable, a true martial enthusiast. You remind me of my younger self. Let us stay in touch. Although I am now transitioning towards modern techniques, I have not entirely forsaken the old ways. Should you encounter any questions, feel free to seek me out for a meaningful discussion." Wang Xuan immediately donned a sincere smile, expressing his gratitude, and proceeded to exchange contact information with him, ensuring he provided the number designated for liaising with the exploration organization. The project leader from New Star and the other researchers, witnessing his actions and the military man's endorsement, merely nodded, adopting a nonchalant attitude. In truth, they had thoroughly scoured the area long ago. While the female practitioner had indeed left behind some artifacts, most had been incinerated, leaving nothing of value. Moreover, they had employed the most advanced instruments to scan the caverns multiple times, uncovering no layers or other special substances or energies. Wang Xuan casually pried several stones from the cracked cavern walls with his bare hands, astonishing those from New Star with his strength. Although the cave had been cleared, the fissures still bore charred marks, which appeared not to be from ascension, but rather from lightning strikes. With an impassive expression, Wang Xuan collected a total of 6 stones, then silently stepped back, assuming a tranquil demeanor, though internally he was quite exhilarated. Qing Mu sighed. "I too am a practitioner of ancient arts, yet regrettably, I lack the requisite prowess. While I revere my predecessors, my own capabilities are insufficient, compelling me to pursue modern techniques. I shall take 2 stones as keepsakes." What could those from New Star say? They merely offered him a single leaf, as it would be unreasonable to show favoritism even in stones. Alas, our path of the ancients has reached its end. We must henceforth place our hopes in modern techniques. The middle-aged man from the military stepped forward, visibly somber, and also took 2 stones. How lamentable! Jin Chuan sighed, quietly pocketing 2 stones of fist-sized dimensions. Wang Xuan stood in a daze. Yet he was convinced that these 3 individuals truly understood nothing, following his lead without comprehension. Were they simply being foolish or blindly imitative? Those from New Star chuckled, perhaps seeking to exploit them? It was downright ludicrous. This cavern had been thoroughly examined, tested countless times. If any valuable items existed, would they have left them for you? You all. Qian Lei sighed and shook his head. Qing Mu, Jin Chuan, and the military man felt a tinge of awkwardness, sharing a moment of embarrassment. As they were all aware of the reality, Qian Lei took the lead in turning away, and soon they ascended to the surface via the elevator, subsequently being conveyed out of the canyon by a small spacecraft. "Young brother, I see you have collected quite a few stones. It suddenly occurred to me that if my comrades were to ask me for some, I would only have 2 pieces to spare. Would you be so kind as to part with 1 or 2 more?" The middle-aged man from the military looked at Wang Xuan with a sincere expression. Wang Xuan sighed. This man, who had been so courteous earlier and resembled his youthful self, had spoken at length, only to leave him feeling ungrateful. Qian Lei adjusted his glasses and said, "Young brother, do grant me a piece as well, for it is a rock from the site of the great explosion. I need to take it back for specialized testing." Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. They were indeed not simple characters, all actors in their own right. However, he remained indifferent, having anticipated certain possibilities. He had taken several stones, but only cared for 2 of them. Thus, he said nothing and silently tossed a piece to the middle-aged man and another to Qian Lei. Noticing Qing Mu's hesitant expression, he proactively threw him a piece as well. Jin Chuan immediately interjected, "Brother, we belong to the same exploration organization." Before he could finish, Wang Xuan decisively refused, stating, "No way. I have not forgotten that you attempted to ambush me last time." Jin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, intending to clarify that it was merely a case of interception, but ultimately chose silence and turned away, unwilling to provoke further conflict. Wang Xuan looked at the group of middle-aged men and remarked, "Are you all overthinking this? I genuinely intend to bring these back for display, as a constant reminder that ancient techniques can be remarkably powerful. What are you all thinking? Haha, such is the wisdom of life." The military man remained composed this time, refraining from further theatrics. "Time to leave, we should head home." Qing Mu patted him on the shoulder. Shortly thereafter, they boarded their spacecraft and returned smoothly. Although this mission had been more thrilling than perilous, Wang Xuan had begun to feel a desire to withdraw, unwilling to place his fate in the hands of others. Presently, his mood was not somber. On the contrary, he was quite exhilarated. clutching the stones with a longing to return to his residence immediately. Even with his normally composed demeanor, he could hardly contain his excitement, indicative of the stone's value. Upon returning to the city, he wasted no time and headed straight for his abode, eager to arrive. Time flew by, and as the month progressed, he sought support for his new venture, expressing gratitude to those who had contributed: Yi Wei, Chongxian, Yi Ban Huahua, Xiao Mao, Ai Air Tiankong, and Ba Zhonghe. He thanked the aforementioned allies for their support. Chapter 32. Curious objects. The night sky was devoid of clouds, the stars shimmering brilliantly, and the cosmos exuded a profound depth, evoking boundless imagination. A flying saucer streaked across the city like a meteor, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a faint trace of its trajectory, moving with astonishing speed. Soon, another battleship soared through the sky, its alloy hull radiating a chilling glow. A behemoth capable of traversing the depths of space, hurtling towards the distance at breakneck speed. Wang Xuan chewed on his food, with a meat sandwich in one hand and soybean milk in the other, hurrying back to his old neighborhood under the stars. He looked up just in time to witness this spectacle. He felt a twinge of surprise. Was there some operation underway? Even a large battleship had been deployed, traversing the city's skyline as it departed. While still en route, he was nearing the conclusion of his dinner, his thoughts consumed by those two precious stones. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Aoki calling. What could possibly be the matter so soon after their parting? Wang Xuan hastily finished the last morsels of his meal and answered the call, immediately greeted by Aoki's laughter, which suggested he was in high spirits. The Grey Blood organization had been eradicated from their stronghold on Old Earth, with no ships or war vessels escaping. The relevant authorities had intervened, issuing stern warnings to organizations that defied the customs of Old Earth. Starting tomorrow, those from New Star would adopt a more discreet approach. Wang Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing this news. He had not forgotten that fateful night in this very forest when he was ambushed with a cold shot. Now, that organization had finally been dismantled. Ascending the stairs to his room, he placed the stones on his desk, scrutinizing them under the light. He was particularly interested in two of them, setting the third aside. Each stone was about the size of a fist, slightly charred, as if scorched by fire or struck by lightning, with signs of melted crystallization on their surfaces. Astonishingly, they were imperceptible to the dense aura of mystery that surrounded them. This is why I am so eager to bring these two stones back, Wang Xuan murmured to himself, his heart racing. At that moment, they had been right before him. Yet Aoki, Qianlei, and the military experts were oblivious to them, and the New Star individuals were even less aware, despite having lingered there for years without a clue. Wang Xuan believed this was largely due to his prior experiences in the inner scene. His initial encounter with the mysterious essence had occurred within the inner scene, which, though desolate and silent, could attract enigmatic substances through the primordial methods of the ancient practitioners. These substances had the power to nurture both spirit and body, descending from the void into the inner scene. Earlier that day, upon entering the subterranean cavern where the female practitioner lay in deep slumber, Wang Xuan sensed a thin veil of the mysterious essence permeating the air. He was astonished, initially believing he was close to the inner scene. Soon, he realized that, apart from the faint emanations from the woman aboard the golden bamboo vessel, there were also traces emanating from the rock walls. At that moment, he discerned that the others seemed entirely unaware of these phenomena, perceiving the special essence from the inner scene as mere air. Despite their formidable abilities, Qianlei, Aoki, and Jin Chuan failed to notice anything amiss, their attention solely captivated by the ethereal golden bamboo and the female practitioner. Wang Xuan speculated whether only those who had entered the inner scene and absorbed its essence could detect such anomalies. Ultimately, he became convinced that those individuals in the cavern had indeed failed to capture the essence, regarding this extraordinary substance as inconsequential. While his face remained calm, his heart surged with excitement as he focused intently on the rock wall, pinpointing the core location with heightened perception. Fortunately, he encountered no mishaps and successfully excavated the two stones. Throughout the entire rock wall, wisps of the mysterious essence flowed forth, yet these two stones were particularly exceptional. He had confirmed that the stones housed an exquisite substance so rich it could not be dissolved. Moreover, he seemed to have brushed against the very edge of the inner scene, which was the true source of his racing heartbeat and the tumult in his soul. Moreover, he had come to a certain realization. Although the new stars had discovered supernatural materials, they remained blissfully ignorant of this distinctly enigmatic factor. Their most advanced instruments could not detect anything of significance. It appeared that the contents of the inner realm were extraordinarily unusual. Wang Xuan caressed 2 stones with his hands. They were rough, marked by scorch marks, and exuded a comforting essence that flowed into his body. The remnants of ascension, the relics of immortals. Let us name them the Ascension Stones. He found this designation quite fitting. He recalled the group of middle-aged men who not only followed the trend of mining stones, but, crucially, insisted on acquiring those in his possession once they emerged, truly cunning. A smile crept across Wang Xuan's face, thankful for his foresight in guarding against them. Nonetheless, he believed those men had also benefited. The entire cave was infused with strands of mysterious essence, and the stones they possessed bore some trace of it. Wang Xuan speculated that the woman's failed ascension had triggered a cataclysmic explosion of transformation, violently releasing the mysterious substance she had brought from the inner realm, scattering it everywhere. Years ago, the cave had melted, with vast amounts of rare materials sinking into the rock layers, rendering the entire cave a treasure trove. Unfortunately, as time passed, the cave was incessantly battered, riddled with countless cracks, through which the mysterious essence eventually seeped out. Otherwise, the Ascension Stones would certainly not be limited to just 2. There would undoubtedly be many more. Wang Xuan was convinced that, to those truly knowledgeable, these 2 Ascension Stones were priceless treasures, irreplaceable by any means. Holding the 2 stones, he felt a deep sense of anticipation. Even before he shattered the Ascension Stones, wisps of mysterious essence had already entered his body, nourishing his spirit and purifying his sinews and bones. Most importantly, he could once again vaguely perceive the edges of the inner realm. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xuan centered himself, preparing to activate the foundational techniques of the preaching alchemists. Filled with eager anticipation and a fervent desire for exploration, the sound of leaves rustling outside reached his ears, followed by the patter of raindrops tapping against the window. As autumn rain began to fall, suddenly, Wang Xuan opened his eyes, swiftly placing the 2 Ascension Stones in an inconspicuous corner before darting to the balcony, silently crouching down. He heard an unusual sound. Beneath the balcony, subtle noises indicated someone was climbing. Though faint to the ordinary ear, the rain effectively masked all. Yet Wang Xuan's hearing was extraordinarily acute, far surpassing that of an average person, particularly since the last time he triggered his extrasensory perception and ventured into the inner realm. His strength had significantly increased. Not only had he advanced the golden body technique to the 3rd tier, but his spirit had also grown more vigorous, making his intuition remarkably sharp. Who, then, had the audacity to approach the balcony on this rainy night? As Wang Xuan fully expanded his senses, he detected other faint sounds. In the corridor outside his door, there were subtle footsteps approaching, slow and deliberate. 2 individuals had come to a halt just outside his door. Had his golden body technique not been elevated to the 3rd tier, and his spirit not so robust, he might have overlooked these signs entirely. But now, everything was different. He caught these nearly imperceptible sounds, sensing danger drawing near. In silence, a hand emerged on the balcony, gripping firmly as it revealed half a head, followed by the ominous sight of a dark gun aimed squarely at the room. Wang Xuan could not discern the assailant's face, yet from his crouched position on the balcony, he had a clear view of the gun's barrel pointed within. Should the 2 men outside force their way in, and the individual on the balcony suddenly fired, the situation would turn dire. It was evident to him that this was a professional. Someone had come to assassinate him, and these were formidable killers, far more capable than the last group he had faced. This night, the Grey Blood organization was uprooted from its stronghold, leaving Wang Xuan to wonder if these killers were driven to desperation or if their employer had increased the bounty, compelling those remnants of the Grey Blood to strike amidst the chaos of the night. Regardless of the reasoning, it ignited a fierce resolve within Wang Xuan. He had always been benevolent, priding himself on never wronging anyone, yet he found himself the target of repeated assassination attempts. The rain poured ever heavier, pattering against the window, while droplets, carried by the wind, fell onto the balcony. The assassin clinging outside was evidently struggling, drenched from head to toe. Ultimately, with a nimble twist akin to that of a weasel, the intruder vaulted onto the balcony, intending to conceal herself behind the curtains and ambush the occupant within. However, she was mistaken. Before her landing could be completed, a hand seized her gun-wielding arm, the sound of a snap echoing as her bones shattered, rendering her unable to hold the weapon. She barely had time to utter a warning when, in that same instant, Wang Xuan's other hand struck with terrifying force against her mouth and face, stifling her voice while causing blood to stream from her orifices, nearly rendering her unconscious. To Wang Xuan's astonishment, despite his confidence in his own strength, bolstered by the third layer of his golden body technique, which rendered his physical form exceptionally powerful, this female assassin did not succumb entirely to unconsciousness. A potent force surged within her, compelling her to fight back. She was, after all, a practitioner of an ancient skill, having successfully begun to cultivate her energy. Coupled with her firearm, she would have posed a significant threat had she been prepared. Yet, Wang Xuan, now formidable in his abilities, knew that a mere slap would suffice against someone who had just begun to harness their energy. With another strike, her already decent features contorted grotesquely, fine cracks appearing on her forehead as darkness clouded her vision. Just before she collapsed, a chill gripped her heart. This man was far more powerful than the intelligence had suggested. He had not targeted her vitals, yet a casual blow to her face rendered her helpless, akin to a ferocious Siberian tiger pressing down on a helpless rabbit. Wang Xuan grasped the female assassin with one hand while deftly retrieving her gun with the other, nimbly returning to the sanctuary of his room. Simultaneously, the door emitted a subtle sound before opening silently, and two figures darted in like monkeys, tumbling rather than entering upright. Wang Xuan's gunfire went awry, failing to hit its mark. However, the female assassin, in her fervor, collided with one of the intruders. That individual, exhibiting remarkable ferocity, delivered a powerful kick to the assassin, sending her sprawling, before springing up with one hand bracing against the ground and hurling a dagger towards Wang Xuan's face. As Wang Xuan evaded, the assailant lunged at him directly. Almost concurrently, the other intruder arrived, demonstrating astonishing skill, far surpassing that of the earlier woman, revealing that they were both masters within the realm of ancient techniques. They were unarmed, one wielding a short blade, while the other approached barehanded, intent on eliminating their target. Wang Xuan sighed. He truly needed to practice his shooting skills, as he had fired multiple shots without success, his aim decidedly lacking. In truth, it was primarily due to the extraordinary prowess of these two individuals, their movements agile and refined, having trained their physical skills to an exceptionally high degree. Both had not only harnessed their energy, but had also cultivated their internal strength over many years. Had this been a week prior, Wang Xuan would have found himself in dire straits against them, perhaps even facing grave danger. However, after the ambush he endured last time, he had entered a new realm. And everything had changed. He discarded his firearm and confronted the two with bare hands. Bang! One of the assailants swung his palm forcefully towards Wang Xuan, only to be met with a vigorous slap from Wang Xuan's right hand, blocking the attack with a dull thud. The assassin was astounded. No one understood the sheer power of his strike better than he did. Should it land, it could shatter bones and sever tendons of those who had mastered energy and internal cultivation. Yet, the young man remained unscathed. Wang Xuan, somewhat astonished, noted the assailant's palm was unusually thick and broad. He recognized at a glance that this was a practitioner of the iron sand palm technique, whose hands had been deformed, with bone density increased significantly, rendering his strikes potentially lethal. Bang! The assailant suddenly exerted considerable force, shattering Wang Xuan's desk, convinced of the effectiveness of his iron sand palm. Yet, he wondered why his strike had failed to impact the young man before him. Wang Xuan's expression darkened. If they came to kill him, they should engage directly rather than destroy his belongings, a blatant act of disrespect. The two assassins were taken aback. They had initially sensed no change in Wang Xuan's demeanor when they attempted to kill him, yet now he radiated fury, striking back with unrelenting force. They were unaware that Wang Xuan had just begun his job and had yet to receive his first month's salary. Now he was faced with the prospect of compensating his landlord for a destroyed desk, leaving him financially strained. The two could scarcely believe that this tall young man possessed such terrifying strength. When he struck them, it felt as though they had been hit by a charging rhinoceros, launching them into the air repeatedly, the sound of cracking bones echoing, many fractures sustained. As their iron sand palms collided with the young man's hand, he felt nothing, while their own coarse palms shattered, blood gushing forth. Bang! Bang! The two individuals fell to the ground, rendered motionless, their arm bones, leg bones, and sternum all fractured. They harbored grave suspicions that the organization had sent them to their demise. Were these truly the individuals who had just successfully extracted gas and nurtured their inner strength? Surely, the intelligence department must be blind. Wang Xuan spoke. You destroy my desk and hinder my pursuit of transcendence. What nonsense is this? What is a broken desk worth? And what is this path to ascension? The two assassins felt a chilling sensation in their hearts, coupled with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 33. A shortcut to the inner realm. The two male assassins, appearing to be in their 40s, bore ordinary features. Both had trained in the iron sand palm technique. Their physiques robust, with their right hands particularly striking, rough and large, resembling bear paws. Yet now, they were shattered and bleeding profusely. Having practiced their martial arts for over 30 years, they had only just begun to achieve remarkable feats at this age. Yet they found themselves defeated by a young man barely in his 20s, an outcome they struggled to accept. Not far away, the female assassin regained consciousness, her face and arms throbbing with pain. Wang Xuan approached her, seized her, and with a swift motion, he snapped her other arm. The sound of the break echoed, and she nearly cried out in agony. Wang Xuan reasoned that all three were desperate criminals, assassins who might harbor ulterior motives if he did not incapacitate them fully. He feared they might produce a weapon or unleash a drug at any moment. His cautious demeanor, however, was perceived quite differently by the trio, who increasingly regarded him as a formidable adversary, one who treated human life with utter disdain. Just put us out of our misery, one of the men, his voice hoarse and body battered, pleaded. Which organization do you belong to? Wang Xuan inquired. Gray blood, was the unexpected and forthright reply from the man on the ground. There was no hint of concealment. Wang Xuan's expression remained impassive, though he was somewhat taken aback by the willingness of his captors to divulge their origins. The assassins, feeling uneasy, noted his casual brutality, having witnessed him disfigure the face of the once attractive female assassin. They feared they might suffer a similar fate and deemed it wiser to confess, as they possessed no secrets that could jeopardize the Gray Blood organization. Thereafter, the trio answered all inquiries without hesitation. They were not die-hard loyalists, but merely professional killers who worked for remuneration, pledging no absolute allegiance to anyone. The Gray Blood organization had suffered significant losses this night, as their stronghold in the old land had been systematically dismantled, though some individuals remained hidden and scathed. The three had been tasked to eliminate Wang Xuan amidst the chaos of the night. Regardless of the outcome, they were aware that they could not act recklessly come dawn. Wang Xuan's expression was cold. The intimidation of the old land had been effective, yet these assassins dared to approach him with such audacity. Did they truly believe him to be so easily subdued? Indeed, someone has increased the bounty on your head, but we genuinely do not know who. They had merely been instructed to carry out the assassination, completely unaware of the identity of the benefactor behind the substantial remuneration. Regarding the inner workings of the Gray Blood organization, they remain utterly inaccessible to outsiders. The organization has implemented stringent protective measures, ensuring that even in the event of numerous assassins being captured, its operations remain unperturbed. Time and again, being targeted has its limits. Even a clay figurine has its nature, let alone Wang Xuan. The persistent attempts by unseen forces to enlist the Gray Blood organization to eliminate him have become intolerable. Observing the three incapacitated individuals lying on the ground, he raised his hand and gestured briefly, yet did not proceed to strike them down. Fundamentally, these three are mere instruments of murder, far removed from the mastermind behind it all. Their demise would scarcely affect the elusive figure orchestrating these events, nor would it significantly impact the Gray Blood organization. In the moment of the assassination attempt, Wang Xuan was consumed by a surge of murderous intent, yet now, in a state of calm reflection, he found himself unable to execute them within the confines of his own abode, creating a gruesome scene of bloodshed. He felt a twinge of revulsion. Where are the individuals who attempted to kill me last time? Wang Xuan inquired. They have all withdrawn. One has become a vegetable, while another has received an artificial heart, effectively rendering him a shell of his former self. Even the typically cold-hearted middle-aged man felt a chill at the thought of the fates of the previous assassins. The prospect of this young man unleashing his wrath was indeed chilling. Wang Xuan was somewhat astonished. The stone he had hurled previously had caved in one assassin's skull. Yet he had not perished, instead becoming a vegetable. Another had been impaled by a steel rod, with his heart torn asunder, yet he too had survived. Fortunately, I have never taken a life, Wang Xuan lamented, though to the three assassins, this sentiment seemed tinged with a hint of mockery. Gazing down at them, he proposed, "Why not end your own lives, or perhaps assist one another in this endeavor?" The three assassins' expressions shifted dramatically, their nerves fraying at the suggestion. Was this truly the language of a human being? He did not wish to sully his hands directly, but was evidently contemplating their demise. He was undeniably a figure of great menace. They misinterpreted his intentions. Wang Xuan genuinely did not desire to kill, yet he felt it would be unwise to show unwarranted mercy, especially since they had come to kill him. The three assassins lay there, their bodies stiffening, unsure of how to proceed. Should they truly take matters into their own hands? A sense of melancholy enveloped them, as they believed Wang Xuan was subtly tormenting them and could resort to other means. "Enough, my conscience cannot bear this," Wang Xuan finally sighed and shook his head. "After all, I have never taken a life, and I do not wish to make an exception now." Upon hearing this, the three assassins felt as though the oppressive clouds shrouding their lives had been pierced by a ray of sunlight, illuminating their bleak existence. Could fate truly take such a turn? Wang Xuan cast a glance at them and remarked, "What are you thinking? Your hands are stained with the blood of others. To release you would be to condone your malevolence. I shall not grant you the opportunity to continue your wicked ways. It would be best to leave your fate in the hands of professionals who can see you on your way." He promptly contacted Qing Mu for assistance, recognizing that merely dealing with the three corpses would be a considerable hassle, as he had always prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. The three individuals on the ground began with a glimmer of hope, only to be swiftly engulfed by despair, their emotions oscillating tumultuously, enduring profound torment. They unanimously concluded that he was a harbinger of doom, tormenting their very souls in a manner far more terrifying than a swift death. Truly a masterful player. Meanwhile, Wang Xuan remained completely unfazed, not contemplating the gravity of the situation, and lamented, "I am still kind-hearted and soft-handed." Upon hearing this, the three on the ground felt even worse, as if they had plummeted into the depths of hell, increasingly convinced that he was a devil incarnate. Upon receiving the news, Aoki rushed over in person, his ire ignited. Just recently, he had spoken with Wang Xuan, informing him that the Grey Blood organization had been uprooted from the old land, and that all parties should maintain a low profile the following day. Yet, on this very night, the Grey Blood organization had returned to attempt to kill Wang Xuan. Was this a final act of madness or an audacious overreach? When Aoki beheld the scene in the room, he grimaced. Wang Xuan's methods were indeed ruthless. What had happened to the face of that female assassin? Given the state she was in, why had he not dealt her a finishing blow? "I have never killed anyone." Wang Xuan emphatically refused. Aoki, with a wry smile, replied, "Very well. I shall personally interrogate them and then dispose of them." With a wave of his hand, several individuals entered to carry the three assassins away, while others began to clean the room, erasing the bloodstains with remarkable professionalism. Wang Xuan inquired whether the silver beast skin book obtained from Qingqing Mountain had been appraised yet, and when he would receive his additional compensation. Aoki had previously mentioned that the tome was extraordinary and would certainly exceed the usual rewards from their expeditions, promising compensation according to the organization's internal regulations. Not yet. It is still being deciphered. That cryptic text has stumped many scholars, leaving them bewildered and unable to comprehend it. "Why, are you in dire need of funds?" Aoki expressed his astonishment. Wang Xuan sighed. "You see, the landlord mentioned that this desk is made of mahogany. As a freshly graduated student, I have yet to receive even a month's salary. I simply cannot afford the damages." Aoki observed his serious demeanor and then glanced at the three incapacitated assassins being dragged away, feeling an inexplicable sense of absurdity. "All right, I will personally lend you some funds," Aoki said, requesting his account details. He then turned back to ask, "Have you not considered other methods? You have three assassins at your mercy. Why not have them transfer you funds?" Wang Xuan replied, "I fear attracting the attention of the relevant authorities. I refuse to engage in any illicit dealings. It must be through my own legitimate means." "You are quite principled," Aoki remarked, patting him on the shoulder, utterly speechless, before turning to leave with his entourage. As silence enveloped the room, Wang Xuan tidied up and murmured, "I hope the two feathered stones do not disappoint me." It was precisely due to his recent mastery of the golden body technique that his strength had become formidable enough to confront the three assassins without fear. What the future held was uncertain. He knew he must rise swiftly to confront all challenges, including the Grey Blood organization. As long as he was sufficiently powerful and stood tall enough, he would eventually unearth the puppet masters behind the scenes. Once he reached a certain level of strength, instilling fear and dread within the Grey Blood organization, they might even voluntarily divulge the identities of those who operated from the shadows. Wang Xuan believed that, at all times, he should ensure that his true capabilities surpassed external expectations, thus enabling him to safeguard himself and combat his adversaries more effectively. A smile graced his face as he held two ethereal stones, brimming with anticipation, hoping for a delightful surprise. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with a rich essence of mystery flowing through the stones into Wang Xuan's being, nourishing his spirit and cleansing his sinews. Soon, he once again beheld the hazy edge of the inner realm, just a short distance away, drawing him closer. The ethereal stones proved to be wondrous artifacts. Though he had not entered a heightened state of perception today, he still glimpsed that desolate void. Wang Xuan was consumed with longing. If he could enter once more, it would undoubtedly yield immense rewards. However, despite his vigorous spirit and the operation of ancient Taoist techniques, he could not draw nearer to that nebulous domain. Although it was visible, a chasm of distance remained between him and that realm. With a decisive crack, he shattered one of the ethereal stones, instantly engulfed by a profound mystery, and the distance between him and the inner realm diminished significantly. Crack! Without hesitation, he shattered the second stone, and an even denser wave of enigmatic essence enveloped him. In an instant, Wang Xuan found himself within the inner realm. He had indeed succeeded, though this time it appeared somewhat different from his previous entry. Chapter 34. You have disappeared. Silence reigned. Desolation stretched infinitely, resembling a starless and barren universe. This was the inner realm. At the pinnacle of meditation, mere minutes outside equated to years within this domain. The Taoist interpretation of the Yellow Court's inner landscape was most fitting. In this void of tranquility, one could linger long, maintaining detachment and composure, shrouded in the inscrutable. Wang Xuan entered for a second time, his heart aflame with excitement. For he understood the significance of this place. It was the very essence of the ancient Taoist sage's formidable power. There were traces of lightning strikes. Wang Xuan focused intently, observing that the once dim and chilly inner realm had areas of charred blackness, a stark contrast to his previous visit. Soon, his spirit settled. Upon entering this space, his perceptions sharpened, and he ascended into an extraordinarily serene state of mind. He cautiously traversed the charred expanse, feeling as if the remnants of destruction were seeping forth. Though anchored in stillness, a suffocating pressure weighed down upon him. With a thunderous roar, it felt as if history were unfurling, and he once again beheld the cataclysmic lightning that had once rent the skies of the pre-Qin era, its grandeur reminiscent of a comet colliding with the earth, obliterating all in its path. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though an ethereal immortal, clad in flowing white, stood proud and powerful, yet could not withstand the force of that thunderous strike, shattered into a cascade of luminous rain that spanned across ages, dispersing into the heavens. Wang Xuan was struck with dread. How could humanity possibly contend with such power? In this state of absolute transcendence, he swiftly returned to tranquility and silence, observing in silence. The inner realm bore vast swathes of charred remnants, still crackling with residual lightning, far beyond his imagination. In Wang Xuan's understanding, the void of tranquility was severed from the present world. Only the spirit could delve deep within, while the physical body remained bound to the external realm. What lay before his eyes was desolation, an eerie stillness, and an almost suffocating sense of lifelessness. The lingering flashes of lightning vanished, returning to the charred earth, shattering his perception. As he stepped forward, a gentle breeze stirred beneath his feet, heralding a violent transformation ahead. The expansive, blackened landscape, along with the remnants of lightning, swiftly dissipated, akin to a sandcastle succumbing to the waves, collapsing and disappearing in an instant. With each step Wang Xuan took, every sight that diverged from the past crumbled into ash, the darkness fading, the lightning extinguished, nothing remained. He halted, observing the nearby terrain reverting to a barren and desolate state. Lost in contemplation, was the inner realm not subject to the interference of the present world? What he had just witnessed, as he advanced, had all turned to dust, a testament to decay. Standing still, he sensed the surroundings in silence and eventually sighed. What he perceived was merely a reenactment of history, not a reflection of reality. As these words left his lips, The inner realm grew increasingly desolate and lifeless. Wang Xuan began to grasp that what he had seen was merely a vestige of the female sorceress's once formidable spiritual energy, not the grand thunderbolts that had truly struck in the past. The feathered stone was an extraordinary rarity, a priceless treasure. His eyes deepened with insight, and he felt more confident in pursuing the path of ancient techniques, envisioning numerous possibilities for the future. In that moment, he fully comprehended why he found himself here. Once, the female sorceress had been immensely powerful, aspiring to ascend to the celestial ranks, yet ultimately her attempt at transcendence had failed, her essence scattered by the overwhelming thunder. In that subterranean cavern, a terrifying explosion of transcendence had occurred. Her mental prowess and the enigmatic elements she had extracted from the inner realm had all fragmented. The mysterious substances, along with remnants of her spiritual energy, had impacted the rock layers, most dissipating, leaving only a trace that became the feathered stone. Thus, Wang Xuan, without activating his extrasensory perception, had vaguely glimpsed the edges of the inner realm, ultimately returning here once more. For within the feathered stone lay remnants of spiritual energy, a legacy of the female sorceress. Even in death, her lingering essence remained significant for posterity. This residual spiritual energy resonated with the inner realm she had once opened, and when awakened by a seeker, it could potentially lead one deeper into the void. The enigmatic elements of the inner realm were crucial. Wang Xuan surmised that this mysterious substance encased the residual spiritual energy, integrating within the stone, preserving it all. Simultaneously, his ability to sense and discover the feathered stone, allowing him to re-enter the inner realm, was intrinsically linked to the mysterious elements he had previously absorbed. Wang Xuan unraveled the causal relationships. Yet he remained perplexed by the true nature of the inner realm. In truth, no one has been able to elucidate the secrets of the void. It is barren, eerily silent, and profoundly elusive. There were sights in the distance, yet Wang Xuan refrained from advancing immediately. He had not forgotten the original purpose of entering the inner realm, to rise swiftly, to grow stronger, so that he might face the challenges of the present world with composure. Today could be deemed a shortcut. He was uncertain whether it mirrored his previous experience in the realm of clarity and enlightenment, where he could hone his physical skills and swiftly augment his prowess. Wang Xuan silently recited the golden body technique, executing it directly, progressing from the first layer until he reached the latter stages of the third layer. The same level he had attained previously. Effective. He felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, his posture aligning impeccably with the descriptions of the golden body technique. Flawless and executed with remarkable precision. Immersed entirely in his practice, he lost awareness of everything else, his thoughts solely revolving around the golden body technique, thereby enhancing his physical constitution. He continued until fatigue beckoned him to pause, subsequently engaging in the foundational methods of the preaching alchemists. Mysterious energies descended from the void, enveloping his inner landscape, rejuvenating his spirit and dispelling weariness. He felt a resurgence of vitality. He exhaled deeply, encountering no surprises or disruptions, although he had traversed clandestinely. The inner landscape remained intact, allowing him to practice and elevate his strength. He was already on the brink of the fourth layer of the golden body technique. And when he practiced it again, everything flowed seamlessly. His body radiated golden light, erupting momentarily in a blinding beam, exceedingly bright before settling back to normalcy. Simultaneously, his spirit resembled a flickering flame of golden fire, which gradually regained its tranquility. He had successfully reached the fourth layer of the golden body technique. Wang Xuan was assured that the inner landscape here had not lost its mystery. Being anchored in this place was akin to entering the highest realm of meditation, filling his heart with an even deeper sense of peace and serenity. He strolled forward to behold the distant scenery. Before him lay a collection of buildings amid the decay of a bygone era, dried-up lakes, collapsed pavilions and towers. Was this the residual energy of the female alchemists? Only a few structures stood resiliently, surrounded by crumbling walls, in a state of decay. One room had its window ajar, revealing a long table piled high with bamboo scrolls from the preaching era, among which was a single golden scroll. Wang Xuan's eyes widened. Even in his transcendent and tranquil state, he felt his heart race and his breath grow heavy. How many scriptures were contained within those preaching scrolls? What profound levels of foundational methods and physical techniques did they encompass? And a golden scroll, how could it not stir his heart? Yet, his body hesitated to move, fearing that even the slightest stir might reduce the entire scene before him to mere dust. After observing for a long while, he sighed softly. Even if he could approach, what would it matter? All the scrolls remained unopened, and should he attempt to peruse them, he would likely be left with nothing but fleeting shadows and decayed dust. This sensation was disheartening, for he could only gaze longingly, unable to draw near or touch, fully aware of the priceless scriptures laid out before him, yet beyond reach. Never mind, he reassured himself. I already possess the foundational methods of the preaching alchemists and the physical techniques bequeathed by Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism. These are profound and unfathomable, requiring me to dedicate extensive time to study. There is no need to be greedy. Even if the scrolls on the table were granted to me, I would have no time to practice. Wang Xuan consoled himself and took a step back, suddenly feeling as though the horizon had expanded, his spirit seemingly elevated. He marveled. Had he attained enlightenment? Soon, he was horrified to realize that the situation was far from what he had anticipated. The surrounding scenery had transformed. No longer were there mere buildings, but rather a truly magnificent expanse of grandeur that evoked a sense of awe. What was this condition? He had not yet departed from the cluster of structures. Why had the scene shifted of its own accord? Was it the residual spiritual energy of the female sorceress at play? This possibility instantly crossed his mind. He stood there in silence, practicing the ancient techniques of the preaching sorcerers. In an instant, everything reverted to its original state. Still the remnants of crumbling walls and the desolate old scenery. Within the stillness of the room lay priceless bamboo scrolls on a long table. Suddenly, he sensed an eerie atmosphere. Something was amiss. Abruptly turning around, in that fleeting moment, his pupils constricted sharply, and he involuntarily recoiled. Before his eyes stood a pair of blood-red shoes, suspended in mid-air, level with his gaze, unmistakably belonging to a woman. The dim ruins, with such an anomalous sight, caused his heart to race, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. Blood dripped from the shoes, grotesquely almost splattering on him, prompting him to step back. Then, he witnessed a blinding flash of lightning descend from the heavens, akin to the Milky Way cascading down, piercing through the crimson shoes. In that brief moment, a pair of snow-white jade feet emerged from within the red shoes, followed by long, straight, pristine legs, and in an instant, accompanied by a flowing white gown, she descended, draping over her form. Haunted, Wang Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, though he had yet to discern the womaness face. He sensed an undeniable connection to the female sorceress. In this desolate, lifeless place, enveloped by an ominous atmosphere, he found himself uttering, almost unconsciously, "You are exposed." Upon saying this, he wished he could silence himself. In a state of absolute stillness, devoid of deceit, he had expressed his thoughts openly, only to be filled with regret for his words. Chapter 35. Approaching immortality and demons. What had he just said? Wang Xuan felt a pang of annoyance. In such a barren, terrifying environment, one must refrain from speaking recklessly. Not a sound could be heard as a pallid moon suddenly emerged high in the sky. Amidst the dim ruins where weeds thrived, the scene grew increasingly unsettling. The woman, her hair disheveled, obscured her face, suspended in the night sky. Barely a few feet away from Wang Xuan, the vivid red shoes right before him. His heart raced. Was this a remnant of the female sorceress's spiritual energy? And why had the moon appeared? It bore no resemblance to purity. Rather, it resembled a bloodless, ghostly visage. He fell silent. At such a critical juncture, silence was golden. A means to counter the unpredictable. He invoked the ancient techniques of the preaching sorcerers, channeling mysterious forces from the void, which scattered like stardust amidst the eerie and terrifying remnants of the collapsed walls. The woman in midair remained still, suspended there, her white attire striking against the night. Although her figure was graceful and beautiful, her long hair concealed her face, resembling a faceless specter, silent and chilling. Wang Xuan waited for a moment. The woman, enveloped in the pale moonlight, remained silent and motionless, standing in stark opposition to him. He felt that continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. With utmost seriousness and sincerity, he spoke. "I mean no offense. I have inadvertently entered this inner realm. As a person from a later time, my words and actions may not align with the etiquette of the preaching era. Yet this does not stem from a lack of respect, but rather from the evolution of time, as people converse in this manner today. If you deem it necessary to observe certain courtesies, I am willing to comply. However, Amidst the overgrown ruins, silence reigned. The woman showed no reaction. Wang Xuan pondered whether he should make a move. A gentle breeze stirred beneath his feet. Perhaps the residual spiritual energy of this bygone era would dissipate. He contemplated bypassing the woman and leaving the ruins. As he did so, the debris and partially collapsed walls around him began to vanish. Yet the woman remained suspended in the air. She was silent, and at the moment he attempted to circumvent her, she abruptly reappeared before him. Her vivid red shoes aligned with his brow. Wang Xuan sensed something amiss. Chills crept down his spine. Something was indeed wrong within this inner realm, and the woman seemed peculiar. How had she appeared moments ago? A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, blindingly bright, and then she manifested. If she were truly a malevolent spirit or ghost, she should fear the thunder. What was her condition? Was she merely a dense remnant of spiritual energy? Wang Xuan avoided her, walking towards the exit of the ruins, only to find that she followed closely, perpetually hovering before his brow. He felt a growing unease. Had he become the target of her fixation? What did she intend? Upon reflection, he found courage. After all, she had been dead for 3,000 years. What could the lingering spiritual energy possibly do? He dismissed the idea of fear, stepping out of the ruins, focusing instead on cultivating his golden body technique, pretending not to notice her. His energy circulated around him, flickers of golden light shimmering in his vision. His spiritual strength was robust, calm, and composed. If there were any truth to the existence of ghosts, his vitality should be overwhelmingly potent, given his youth and vigor, rendering him fearless of apparitions. Wang Xuan remained unflappable as he practiced the golden body technique, which naturally involved grand movements. On one occasion, he inadvertently brushed against the woman in the red shoes and white dress. With a swift motion, she vanished, disappearing from sight. Wang Xuan remained calm, devoid of elation. He maintained his own pace, unfazed by the peculiarities. What is strange shall ultimately falter. His power steadily grew, standing firm within the luminous passage of time, which was of utmost significance to the pre-Qin practitioners, as it constituted one of the sources of their strength. Not to mention Wang Xuan at this stage, as time elapsed, his surface vibrated, emanating a faint golden hue while executing his formidable techniques. It was not until he grew immensely fatigued and paused that he realized he should invoke the foundational methods to channel the mysterious energies. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly. A chilling breeze swept past his neck, and it was only then that he noticed the woman, who had been suspended before him, was nowhere to be seen. He had been so engrossed in practicing the golden body technique that he had overlooked everything external. Turning around in astonishment, he discovered the woman in a flowing white gown and glaring red shoes standing right behind him. The gust of wind caused his heart to race. The situation was increasingly dire. Could the residual spiritual energy of this female practitioner manipulate the inner realm? He turned around, only to find the woman shadowing him, always lingering behind, her red shoes almost brushing against his shoulder. It was an unsettling sensation, akin to having a thorn in his back, making it increasingly unbearable. He began to analyze the situation. Theoretically, when a person dies, their essence extinguishes, leaving no trace. The woman had perished 3 millennia ago. If she could truly come back to life, she would not have waited until now. He was convinced that the residual spiritual energy was the crux of the issue. Was it originally dispersed within this inner realm, or had it recently been brought in by him? The latter possibility sent a shiver down his spine. Had he shattered the feathered stone, allowing the mysterious elements and the woman's lingering spiritual energy to surge forth, resulting in this anomaly? In theory, one cannot resurrect after death, yet the inner realm deviates from the mundane world, remaining incomprehensible. Ancient texts offer no clear descriptions, shrouded in mystery. Thus, if there were to be any irregularities here, it would not be entirely implausible, regardless of whether she was originally here or brought in by him. What intentions or desires did she harbor? Could she not convey them to him? Following him incessantly was hardly a viable solution. With his back turned to her, he refrained from looking again, eager to comprehend what this residual spiritual energy sought. He harbored no fanciful notions, any thoughts of romantic entanglement, or the idea that a woman 3 years his senior could elevate him to celestial ranks, were far from his mind. If the woman's spiritual energy were indeed troubled, it could lead to his swift demise. Alas, she remained silently suspended behind him, the scene unnerving. Disheveled hair, clad in white, with red shoes, her face obscured, reminiscent of a ghostly figure hanging in the pallid moonlight. After several attempts to elicit a response, he abandoned the notion of communication altogether. If there were matters at hand, let them unfold. He would no longer concern himself with her. Within this inner realm, mysterious substances drifted down. As his spirit regained vigor, he resumed his practice of the golden body technique, allowing the woman to float behind him. Thus, years passed. Wang Xuan felt as though he had been here for 7 or 8 years, advancing to the latter stages of the 4th layer of the golden body technique. His strength had genuinely surged, and occasionally, a golden radiance flickered in the depths of his eyes. Ordinary daggers would hardly pierce his flesh. His once cold heart now burned fervently. Each time he entered this inner realm, his power would significantly increase. For him, this place was enigmatic and unknown, imbued with hope and formidable strength. The drifting mysterious elements suggested that the increasingly decayed old techniques might yet experience a transformation. The ancient arts of the pre-Qin era were exceptionally radiant, with powerful practitioners potentially wielding powers that approached the ethereal. In the early days of Taoism, various mythologies abounded. As time flowed, in this contemporary era, few still tread the path of ancient techniques. The emergence of a master has become exceedingly rare in recent times, let alone a transcendent figure. Suddenly, the inner realm began to sway, becoming unstable. Wang Xuan recognized that the time had come for him to depart this desolate space. The 2 feathered stones had allowed him to linger here for 7 or 8 years, proving to be of remarkable value. Wang Xuan spoke earnestly, "I must take my leave. Should my strength permit, I shall endeavor to protect your corporeal form once I am outside, striving to prevent any harm from befalling you." As he prepared to depart, he hoped fervently that this woman would not cause any disturbance, allowing him to exit smoothly. His words were not mere platitudes. He genuinely believed that if, in the future, he were to master his ancient techniques and intervene in the experiments beneath the greater Xing'an range, he would undoubtedly extend his assistance. For he truly felt sympathy for the female practitioner. Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, and the pale moon descended, transforming into a blood-red moon that cast an otherworldly glow upon the woman, rendering her appearance increasingly enchanting. As the thunder crackled, she lifted her head, her long hair billowing, revealing her true visage, a female practitioner, her skin as white and translucent as snow. Her stunningly beautiful face seemed almost ethereal, like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Flawless in every aspect, clad in white robes and red shoes, she hovered before the blood moon, exuding a unique aura that straddled the line between divinity and enchantment, leaving a profound impression on Wang Xuan. A woman who had perished 3 millennia ago gazed at Wang Xuan from within the inner realm. In the final moments before the space dissipated, whether it was an illusion or reality, he perceived her smiling amidst the distortion of light and shadow. Her celestial yet demonic presence, marked by unparalleled grace and distinct charm, sent a shiver down Wang Xuan's spine, evoking an inexplicable sense of otherness. In the next instant, he fully departed from the inner realm, abruptly opening his eyes. At that moment, 2 faint golden rays of light seemed to streak across the room. Wang Xuan rose, the golden light in his gaze receding, as he felt the immense power coursing through him in reality. Indeed, his bodily techniques had ascended to the latter stages of the 4th level of the golden body technique. He grasped a dagger and drew it across his arm, only to have it bounce back swiftly, leaving merely a faint trace of blood. The vigorous life force surged forth, and the blood quickly dissipated. The 4th level of the golden body technique not only significantly enhanced the resilience of his flesh, but also invigorated his mental acuity, rendering it more potent and robust. Furthermore, it granted him remarkable regenerative abilities, infusing him with vitality and elevating his overall physical prowess. As for his offensive capabilities, they surpassed his former self without question. Wang Xuan smiled, reveling in his accomplishments, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment and tranquility. More importantly, due to the 2 feathers of ascension stones, he had unearthed a viable path that might allow the slowly manifesting ancient techniques to shine anew within him. The enduring legends of ancient temples, where virtuous monks are said to transcend into rainbows, beg the question, does this equate to ascension? In certain revered Taoist mountains and their ancestral grounds, tales of ascension abound, suggesting that extraordinary artifacts may remain. Wang Xuan theorized that any place that had experienced a cataclysmic event of ascension would likely bear the remnants of such stones. Thus, that night, he drifted into slumber with a contented smile, awakening at dawn still grinning. However, he soon had to hastily dress and prepare, for he had to return to work after only 1 day of leave. Any further delay would lead to tardiness. Gratitude is extended to Wang Linxiu, Chkui 1203, Yixing Yongwei, Eternal Lullaby, and the Fond Beef Enthusiast. Thank you for the support, esteemed allies. Chapter 36. An incident occurred the morning was bustling with the sounds of honking cars, crowded buses, hurried commuters, and students sprinting with their backpacks. These scenes intertwined, heralding the commencement of a new day filled with tension and busyness. With time still on his side, Wang Xuan found a quaint little eatery by the roadside, where he ordered a pancake, a cup of sweet soy milk, and a bowl of savory tofu pudding. He mused that the debate over sweet and savory between the North and South could finally be laid to rest. Arriving early, he discovered that he was the first to reach the office. It was not until several minutes later that Lu Shui, a youthful colleague fond of dressing up, made her appearance, followed by others trickling in half an hour later. The morning was relatively uneventful. Wang Xuan exchanged a few emails and briefly reviewed a couple of blueprints before delving back into his understated study of Taoist texts. Meanwhile, he kept a watchful eye on his old colleague, Qin Yongjia, who was notorious for incessantly making phone calls to arrange fishing trips. A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Xuan as he noted the unusual frequency of Qin's calls, each concerning fishing. While the stormy weather of the previous night was mentioned along with the pleasant calm of the morning, to Wang Xuan, the old colleague's words seemed laden with cryptic implications. Fishing was not even worth discussing. He had witnessed the tumultuous events in the greater Xing'an range firsthand. The reference to last night's storm was undoubtedly about the elimination of the Grey Blood organization, while today's serene weather hinted that various factions were adopting a low profile. Wang Xuan's suspicion deepened as he observed those around him. For instance, there was a bespectacled gentleman engaged in a conversation about an all-night spree of carnage, yet he appeared lethargic. Two ladies who enjoyed playing mahjong were softly discussing the cyclical nature of fortune, suggesting that luck would eventually shift in their favor for the next round. Then, there was the sentimental colleague who often composed poetry, who greeted the morning with a verse. I use the sky as my curtain, hanging a string of fireworks. With a bang, they explode in resplendence, dazzling the world. Wang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. What manner of people were these? Had they all participated in some covert operation last night, piloting warships against a fleet of hostile spacecraft? Lastly, even the young woman, Lu Shui, who was applying lipstick in front of a small mirror, seemed off-kilter. She lamented that the shade of her lipstick was not right, expressing a preference for a hauntingly vivid red that bore an air of melancholic beauty, as if it embodied a serene detachment from the world. Listening to the room filled with such cryptic discourse left Wang Xuan feeling overwhelmed. He sat quietly, forcing himself to concentrate on his studies of Taoist texts. At last, lunchtime arrived, and the atmosphere among his colleagues was buoyant as they invited Wang Xuan, the newcomer, to try out a newly opened restaurant outside the Design Institute. Wang Xuan found the meal bland and his mind elsewhere, torn between the desire to inquire about their conversations and the fear of appearing overly intrusive. After lunch, his more measured old colleague approached him privately, yet nearly sent him fleeing with a single inquiry. Would he care to join in a fishing trip? Having narrowly escaped a perilous encounter with the Grey Blood Organization's spacecraft in the greater Xing'an range, Wang Xuan was resolute in his aversion to wading into such murky waters again. Young man, the colleague said, you are still youthful, brimming with passion and vitality. Cherish it. Wang Xuan, maintaining a stoic expression, retorted, are you suggesting I become bait once more? What are you thinking? I merely invited you to fish at the abandoned mechanical factory behind the Design Institute, where lies a modest lake now overgrown with reeds, teeming with plump wild fish. Wang Xuan eyed him with suspicion, as if his old colleague had vaguely acknowledged being one of the senior figures in the exploration organization. It is I. As if aware of his thoughts, the colleague readily confessed, let us go. We just had lunch. We can chat as we walk and fish for a while. He was well prepared, with an array of fishing gear stowed in the trunk of his old red car. On the way, Wang Xuan couldn't resist inquiring about the identities of their colleagues in the office. His old colleague, Qin Yongjia, first appeared lost in thought before bursting into laughter, saying, where do you think we are? Do you truly believe our retirement office is a den of extraordinary talents, inhabited solely by abnormal beings? They are merely a bunch of ordinary men and women who enjoy gaming, playing mahjong, composing melancholic poetry, dressing up, and watching horror films. The only abnormal ones here are you and me. Wang Xuan was left speechless, struggling to regain his composure before finally retorting, "You are the one who is abnormal. I am perfectly normal." Chen Yongjia shot him a surprised glance and remarked, "Normal? I heard you once slapped a beautiful woman so hard that it left her face bruised, and you killed 5 people in just a few days. That is slander and defamation. I have never killed anyone." Wang Xuan quickly corrected him, insisting he abided by the law and had merely injured 5 individuals in self-defense. "It's all quite similar," the old colleague nodded knowingly. Wang Xuan decided against further explanation and instead sought to discern his colleague's true identity and why he worked in such an inconspicuous place. The old colleague led him to the lakeside of the deserted factory, setting up his fishing rod. "I am the master of Qingmu, traversing between the old and the new. Regardless of where I am, I must maintain a tranquil job as a disguise. Don't you enjoy it here?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan understood instantly. Qingmu had long been prepared and cautious, having nudged him towards his mentor right after graduation. Even if Wang Xuan had initially chosen not to join the exploration organization, having an old colleague like this around would likely have led him to be drawn in eventually. "This is premeditated," Wang Xuan sighed. But what more could he say? His old colleague had revealed his identity, demonstrating sincerity. "Do not harbor any grudges. After our meticulous calculations and arrangements, the ships of the Grey Blood Organization pose no threat to you. Should they dare to show themselves, they will be dealt with. Let us not dwell on that. I heard you practice the golden body technique. Allow me to present you with a gift." The old colleague handed him a book that appeared quite aged, imbued with the essence of time. Wang Xuan accepted it and flipped through the pages, revealing an expression of astonishment. The book chronicled various plants, minerals, and peculiar creatures. "Is this reliable?" he pondered, flipping through several pages and suddenly feeling as though he had unlocked an entirely new realm. For instance, it detailed moonlight silver, an exceedingly rare and unique mineral. When struck, this or released a silvery liquid that needed to be consumed immediately. Otherwise, it would evaporate swiftly, dissipating like the radiant moonlight. For an ordinary person, consuming some could vitalize their flesh and blood, while for practitioners of the golden body technique and iron cloth, it served as an exceptional tonic, significantly accelerating their physical enhancement. There exists a peculiar golden mushroom, which, when ground into powder and brewed into a soup, is said to enhance bone density and nourish the bone marrow, consequently invigorating the newly formed blood and gradually improving one's overall constitution. Wang Xuan found this increasingly absurd. He had never encountered such claims before and doubted their existence even when consulting encyclopedic illustrations. For instance, the text later mentioned a certain mountain snail, said to dwell within rocky terrains, classified as a rare mountain treasure. It was alleged that if caught, dried, and ground, consuming merely a small amount daily for half a month could extend one's life by 5 years. The more Wang Xuan read, the less he believed. He had perused texts like the Compendium of Materia Medica in his leisure, but had never come across such bizarre phenomena. His old colleague, Chen Yongjia, interjected, "Do not dismiss these claims. They are documented in the ancestral halls of Taoism and ancient Buddhist temples. This book merely compiles such accounts, along with references to extraordinary items mentioned in preaching bamboo slips." Wang Xuan paused, questioning, "But after all these years, who has witnessed any of these? They have long since vanished. The old soil may no longer reveal its treasures, but deep space still holds mysteries." His colleague smiled enigmatically. Wang Xuan keenly noted the distinction of deep space over new stars, sensing a subtle implication. His colleague abruptly tugged on his fishing rod, shaking his head in disappointment as the fish had eluded capture. He continued, "In recent years, some of these extraordinary items have resurfaced, albeit in limited quantities, causing quite a stir. Indeed, there are even rumors of the earth immortal herb, though regrettably, it remains unharvestable." Wang Xuan swiftly turned the pages to the section on the earth immortal herb, its description evoking a sense of serene longing. Consuming a single plant could extend one's life by 200 years. Thus, on the side of the new stars, some must be driven to madness. An additional 2 centuries of life equates to 2 rebirths for an ordinary individual. The elderly magnates and heads of life research institutes were all on the brink of frenzy. Taking action. Wang Xuan felt a tumult of emotions, yet he quickly grew wary. This old man was fond of fishing, and it seemed he might be harboring ulterior motives. It sounded quite lively over there. You gift me this book and share such tales, dangling my curiosity. What is your true intent? Speak. Today's youth are full of ideas. Unlike our era, which was characterized by innocent youthfulness, you are overthinking things. His old colleague shook his head and then abruptly yanked the fishing rod, finally reeling in a turtle. What a mess. I'm fishing here. The elderly man discarded the turtle, declaring that it was clearly recently released and not a worthy catch. Opportunities to venture to the new stars are scarce. Young man, you must strive, he remarked as they prepared to return. However, ever since hearing his colleague's revelations, Wang Xuan felt a sense of caution towards him, contemplating that it might be wiser to pursue the new stars without involving his old colleague. Upon returning home that evening, he practiced ancient techniques, pondering the metamorphic stones, and recalled the peculiar flowers, herbs, and various minerals mentioned in that book. Engaging in the study of Taoist texts by day and honing his ancient craft by night was a satisfactory routine. He decided to consider a journey to the new stars later, prioritizing the search for metamorphic stones in the meantime. There lay an ancient temple outside the city, and Wang Xuan intended to visit it soon. Tomorrow is Saturday, and he plans to return home early to visit his parents. The distance is not great, and he typically makes the journey every 2 weeks. In my hometown, there is a mountain steeped in legend, seemingly connected to some celestial being. A thought stirred within Wang Xuan. Although he could not visit the ancient temple at this time, he could still explore the mountain upon his return home. However, plans often falter, and that night, Wang Xuan was plagued by a nightmare. He dreamt of a woman clad in white with red shoes, her long hair cascading down, and her beautiful face marred by 2 streaks of blood, drawing ever closer to him, almost brushing against his own face, awakening him in terror. Since practicing the ancient arts, he had enjoyed undisturbed slumber, never having encountered a nightmare, but tonight felt distinctly eerie. Wang Xuan took a moment to adjust his breathing and calm his mind, soon drifting back into slumber. Yet an hour later, he awoke again, feeling a chilling breeze on his face, and once more, he dreamt of the woman with blood tears gracing her visage. He realized something was amiss, and he had stumbled into significant trouble. Though he had always regarded such matters with skepticism, the reality was that once he fell into a deep sleep, he would dream of that woman. It seemed he would not be returning home tomorrow. Confusion enveloped him. He did not wish to return blindly, as he felt he had become tainted by something malevolent. Throughout the night, Wang Xuan slipped in and out of sleep, awakening repeatedly until dawn broke. He promptly reached out to his old colleague, Qin Yongjia, feeling that Qingmu could not assist him in this predicament. Is such a thing possible? His colleague responded gravely, not dismissing his concerns. As a seasoned explorer, he had encountered inexplicable phenomena himself, which remained beyond explanation. Do not worry, I will send you a talisman shortly, crafted by an ancient Taoist who has lived for over a century. It will prove useful. True to his word, his colleague had it delivered that afternoon. However, as night fell, the unsettling occurrences resumed, and the talisman ignited spontaneously, nearly igniting Wang Xuan's bedding and hair, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. The latter half of the night grew even worse. After finally drifting into slumber, he was jolted awake by an icy sensation, feeling something furry in his embrace, accompanied by a pair of terrifying eyes that were now wide open, fixated upon him. Chapter 37. The Celestial Companion. In sleep, Wang Xuan's hair stood on end. Instinctively, he knew that no one could approach him without his awareness, even in deep slumber. It was the dead of night, and he awoke in terror to find a creature covered in fur beside him, sending chills down his spine. Particularly alarming was the fact that when he looked down, those cold, eerie eyes were already locked onto him. A piercing, harrowing scream erupted, sharp enough to cause pain to Wang Xuan's eardrums, especially in the stillness of the night, with darkness enveloping the room. If an ordinary person were to experience such a fright upon waking, they would likely faint from shock. Without hesitation, Wang Xuan slapped at the creature, his hand capable not only of obliterating a face, but perhaps even crushing a skull. The creature, however, was agile, letting out a scream as it leapt away, moving with a swiftness far surpassing that of a human. At the final moment, Wang Xuan hesitated, for he discerned the nature of the entity before him, an imposing black cat, its coat glossy and dark, eyes gleaming a vivid green. It weighed nearly 9 pounds, approaching the size of a small dog. How did it manage to enter? He turned on the light to seek clues, ultimately discovering that the window had not been securely closed, allowing the large feline to squeeze through the gap. You must leave now, should you dare to return. I shall flatten you with a single slap, he admonished, opening the window to expel the cat. Meow. The cat darted out, leaping onto the branches of a large tree that extended toward the window. Before departing, it emitted a piercing cry and glanced back at Wang Xuan, its gaze chillingly aloof. Its mouth twisted in an eerie semblance of a grin. A sudden impulse surged through him, urging him to chase after it and deliver a slap. For it struck him as decidedly uncanny. The creature bore an unsettling aura. In the dead of night, first came a woman in white with red shoes, her hair disheveled. Weeping blood, followed by a harrowing scream echoing from beneath the covers. Who could endure such torment? Wang Xuan splashed water on his face and sat in contemplation, conjecturing that the cat might be linked to the woman of the supernatural arts, perhaps even summoned by her. A truly bizarre scenario. I have promised to assist you in rescuing your physical form when my strength permits, but I am not yet worthy to intervene, he spoke aloud, regardless of whether she could hear him, feeling it necessary to reiterate his intentions. Surely, no one has drawn blood from you again, he pondered with growing suspicion. This was all too sinister. He had always believed that death extinguishes life like a snuffed candle, yet here he was, disturbed by the antics of the supernatural woman in the dead of night, rendering him restless and uneasy. Wang Xuan practiced his foundational techniques for a while before beginning to visualize the woman of the supernatural arts, imagining her visage adorned with streaks of blood. Traditionally, this would evoke the image of a rosy-skinned skull, but now he hypnotized himself, envisioning her as serene and pure, exuding unparalleled grace. If Qingmu were aware of this, he would undoubtedly marvel at Wang Xuan's audacity, for he could transform even the most terrifying specter into a celestial maiden. Having completed his visualization, Wang Xuan succumbed to sleep. In the latter part of the night, the disheveled woman indeed reappeared within his subconscious realm. You have come? He greeted her in his dream before drifting back into slumber. The woman seemed momentarily taken aback, but continued her approach, clad in red shoes, her alabaster face marred by distressing bloodstains, nearly pressing against Wang Xuan's face. Gazing intently at him, is the celestial maiden accompanying me into slumber? In a state of self-induced hypnosis, Wang Xuan beheld a face, strikingly beautiful in the present moment. Drawing closer without any sense of horror, instead, he found her gentle eyes to be soothing, reaching out to caress her. The woman of the supernatural arts was on the verge of exploding in disbelief. What was happening? Despite her ghastly appearance, he seemed delighted and entranced, even daring to touch her. Suddenly, a thunderbolt cascaded from the heavens, resplendent and white, akin to a falling starry river, reverberating throughout Wang Xuan's consciousness, causing his ears to ring and jolting him awake. What is occurring? Is there a storm outside? He drew back the curtains, revealing a moonlit night, scattered with stars. How could there possibly be thunder and rain? He pondered over the visions that had visited him in his dreams and realized that the female practitioner had struck him with lightning from his subconscious, awakening him from slumber. Wang Xuan cast a glance at his right hand. It seemed to brush against a delicate, luminous face, soft and elastic, yet devoid of any trace of blood. A sense of certainty enveloped him. Despite her unparalleled beauty and former stature as a preaching master, she had ultimately transcended. Unable to intervene in the earthly realm at this stage, merely traversing through dreams and leaving remnants of her extraordinary powers in his subconscious, Wang Xuan entered a meditative state once more, envisioning the bloodied female practitioner as a celestial being, while transforming the blinding lightning into ethereal melodies. He embellished the scene with various landscapes, accompanied by verses of poetry and dance. He then buried himself in sleep again, hoping to endure until dawn. The female practitioner arrived even sooner than he had anticipated. Scarcely had he drifted into slumber when she appeared, clad in flowing white garments, seemingly suspended in the air before him. This time, she did not dare approach too closely, her palms beginning to glow. However, as the thunder approached with a resounding roar, both she and the surroundings morphed. In an instant, scenes of revelry unfolded, blossoms cascading like rain, an aromatic atmosphere enveloping the air, as crystal petals drifted down from the void amidst the flickering lightning. Nearby, women danced, musicians played stringed instruments, and hermits perused ancient texts, while others recited, Delicate clouds weave intricate patterns, shooting stars convey sorrows. The silver river flows silently across the heavens. When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. The female practitioner stood entranced, her snow-white gown billowing in the wind. Despite the glow emanating from her palms, she refrained from unleashing the lightning, lost in the mesmerizing spectacle of song and dance. It took a while before her gaze regained its clarity. She evidently recognized that this was the realm of Wang Xuan, where all sights and sensations had been preordained by him. She glided closer to him, gazing down, her palms still aglow, the hint of thunder lingering. "You have returned?" Wang Xuan, still in a dreamlike state, perceived her as a celestial being. Though it was his subconscious at play, this was his domain, where thoughts and feelings materialized instantaneously. He grasped the delicate hand of the female practitioner, exuding the joy of meeting a celestial being. Boom! The lightning in her hand struck him directly, causing Wang Xuan to cry out and awaken abruptly. Sitting up to quickly assess his body, upon introspection, he found no damage to his essence or spirit. With this realization, he felt at ease. It appeared the female practitioner could only reach this extent, incapable of harming his physical form or spirit. "Celestial beings accompany my dreams," Wang Xuan declared before drifting back into sleep, no longer fearful, regarding it merely as a spiritual journey through consciousness and encounters with the divine. Though he awoke several times that night, his newfound confidence instilled a sense of calm and composure. In contrast, the female practitioner seemed somewhat dazed, vanishing completely before dawn. When the sun rose, Wang Xuan refreshed himself and had his meals before hastily seeking out an old colleague. Despite his tranquil demeanor in dreams, exclaiming about celestial beings accompanying his slumber, he knew that enduring such experiences every night would be untenable. Although the female practitioner could not directly affect the earthly realm, being repeatedly stirred from sleep was quite the vexing predicament. His old colleague, preferring solitude, resided in a secluded courtyard outside the city, practicing martial arts at dawn. "Old Chun, you must think of a solution swiftly. I cannot continue to dance with her in my dreams every day. We are from different worlds and cannot perpetually meet." Wang Xuan refrained from mentioning the inner realm, but merely stated that the female practitioner had sought him out. 2 consecutive nights were tolerable. But if this were to continue daily, who could endure it? The Daxing Mountains lie thousands of miles away, yet she is capable of pursuing me here. Furthermore, has she not been dead for 3,000 years? Could she truly stir up unpredictable troubles? It seems she is indeed extraordinary. Old colleague Chen Yongjie took a seat, deep in contemplation. "It is strange that nothing has occurred in the underground of Daxing, old Chen mused. Wang Xuan pondered, thinking it wise not to rush. Most likely, the spiritual energy released from the feathering stone had surged into the inner realm, now following him. Perhaps, at some point, it would restore itself and seek out others in dreams. Old Chun, could you leverage your connections to inquire whether they have drawn blood from her again? Is it possible to pause this? I fear a grave situation may arise. You are aware that she can now influence people's subconscious. Who knows when she might extend her influence to the present world?" Wang Xuan attempted to convey the seriousness of the matter. "Do not worry. I will ask around and simultaneously consider how to address this," Old Chun replied, making a phone call. He soon returned, nodding at Wang Xuan and confirming that the underground laboratory in Daxing had indeed drawn blood recently. "Did you convey the gravity of the situation to them?" Wang Xuan questioned, hoping Old Chun would communicate that this project harbored certain risks. Yet, in his heart, he was also inclined to assist the female practitioner. After a moment's thought, Old Chun said, "I have not discussed much with them. Perhaps, if you behave well, I could offer you the opportunity to accompany me on a business trip to the new star, allowing you a temporary escape. Surely, she cannot pursue you to the new star, can she?" He quickly added, "This does not grant you a permanent position. It is impossible for you to remain there indefinitely. Such considerations are out of the question. It is merely a business trip." Wang Xuan became alert. Could this old man be deliberately using this opportunity to send him there for some mysterious expedition? Ever since Old Chun had given him that book, he felt that the old man was laying the groundwork for something. At the same time, thoughts of the goddess of his class, Zhao Qinghan, and the enchanting beauty, Li Qingxian, with her captivating phoenix eyes, from the new star surfaced in his mind. It appeared that both of them, or their respective families, were forming an expedition team and had previously sought his collaboration. The individuals from the new star, from tycoons to life research institutes, along with various alliances and organizations, were becoming restless, including Old Chen before him. Were they all eyeing that celestial herb? If you go to the new star, there are two decent options to disguise your identity. One is to serve as a bodyguard for a wealthy heiress, and the other is to be a driver for a renowned and beautiful widow, Old Chen said slowly. He then assumed a serious demeanor, adding, "Young man, you must strive hard. Many renowned adventurers who journey to the new star do not receive such opportunities. Although it is merely a temporary position to conceal your identity, it is coveted by many." The more Wang Xuan listened, the more uneasy he felt. What was it with these heiresses and alluring widows? Why did it all feel so familiar? He stared at Old Chen and remarked, "Grandpa Chen, your determination to bring me to New Star is quite impressive. What is the matter? Is it not good? I am merely considering your desires, a young person with exceptional skills and ancient techniques. Is it not the kind of work you would relish?" Wang Xuan was at a loss for words, pondering from where this old man had drawn such conclusions. The more Old Chen endeavored to send him to New Star, the less inclined he felt to go, fearing he would unwittingly become embroiled in unpredictable adventures, potentially becoming collateral damage. "Please help me resolve my current issues and refrain from rambling. My parents are reluctant to let me travel far. It is impossible for me to go to New Star at this moment. You must seize the opportunity, young man," Old Chen urged, patting his shoulder before turning away to make a phone call. That morning, two elderly monks arrived, chanting scriptures and sprinkling water over Wang Xuan, which took a good part of the day before they departed. Once they left, Wang Xuan inquired, "What was that water? Why did it make me so filthy?" "It seems to be ash from the incense burner in front of the Buddha, mixed with water and sprinkled upon you," Old Chen calmly explained. "These esteemed monks were brought here from the ancient temple outside the city, and they only came personally due to my reputation." Wang Xuan looked at his soiled, grimy clothes in silence before bidding farewell and departing. In the evening, Qingmu called, asking whether he intended to go to New Star and preparing to transfer an exploration compensation of approximately 5 million old currency in advance. Wang Xuan was instantly exhilarated. Having just graduated, he had never encountered such a sum. With that money, he could provide for his parents, ensuring a degree of security even if he decided to leave. However, he quickly regained his composure. Old Chen had subtly laid the groundwork before enticing him. There must be ulterior motives behind his desire to send Wang Xuan to New Star, and he could not agree to it hastily. Should I still seek the Featherstone? I am already facing issues. If I were to acquire more, would I not attract even more old monsters? What with fairies, monks, female practitioners, old Taoists, and female demons? If they all converged, who knows what might transpire? Wang Xuan sighed, realizing that he dared not act recklessly without first addressing the matter of the female practitioner. That night, the female practitioner indeed reappeared. Wang Xuan, feeling helpless, said, "There is no use in seeking me. I currently lack the authority to intervene in the underground laboratory of the greater Xing'an range. You would be better off consulting Old Chen." Whether it was due to the female practitioner's understanding, the night remained tranquil after his explanation. She did not show up again, and he slept soundly. It was not until dawn that Old Chen personally came to knock on his door, rousing him from sleep. Upon seeing Old Chen's appearance, Wang Xuan found it exceedingly strange, fighting back laughter. Old Chen, with dark circles under his eyes and a fiery glare, looked as if he had not slept well at all, and what was most alarming was that he was covered in talismans. "What on earth happened? Why is she tormenting me?" Old Chen gritted his teeth. Wang Xuan, astonished, replied, "How would I know? Perhaps she has realized that your words carry more weight than mine. Why not lend her a hand?" Old Chen forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, turned, and departed, seeking ways to rescue himself. After a considerable time, Wang Xuan came to his senses. Had his dilemma truly been resolved? The ups and downs of life are truly unpredictable. The next day at work, Wang Xuan noticed Old Chen's heavy dark circles and that he was hastily carrying a bagua, his clothing plastered with talismans. "What has happened to you, Old Chen?" a colleague inquired. "I've recently developed a keen interest in the I Ching and am studying it in conjunction with the bagua diagram," Old Chen replied with calmness. For 2 consecutive days, Old Chen's spirit dwindled further until the 3rd day, when he failed to show up. Qingmu called Wang Xuan, directly asking, "What has happened to my master?" Wang Xuan replied, "What could I possibly do? I am still perplexed. Hasn't he come in today? Where could he be?" Qingmu sighed, stating that Old Chen had fled, boarding an interstellar spaceship to the New Star early that morning, exclaiming, This child harbors great terror. I must leave to avoid disaster. Wang Xuan was momentarily stunned. Old Chun had indeed fled to the new star for refuge. Was this his way of shielding Wang Xuan from misfortune? Suddenly, Wang Xuan recalled that 500,000 old coins were about to be credited to him, and without any troubles on his hands, he could likely acquire 2 more feather stones. His spirits lifted considerably, filling him with delight. To the cherished readers, may you all experience daily joy and support with your monthly votes. Thank you. Acknowledgements. Sui Ran 00, Chinmi Bayu, Book Friend 1409131958223655. Thank you to the above-mentioned leaders for their support. Chapter 38. Seeking immortality in the rain and the twilight's glow, Qingmu leaned against the car door, chain-smoking while waiting for Wang Xuan to emerge from the Design Institute after work. He felt troubled. His master had fled to the new star in haste. This was a rare occurrence after many years. What could have transpired? He yearned to uncover the truth. Wang Xuan was in good spirits, having unburdened himself of a great weight, and he walked out with his colleagues, chatting and laughing. Xiao Wang, over here, Qingmu called out. Someone is looking for me. See you tomorrow. Wang Xuan exchanged greetings with a few nearby and swiftly moved forward. Under the evening glow, a flock of migratory birds departed, deepening the autumn atmosphere, and the sky appeared vast. Qingmu drove Wang Xuan out for dinner, continuously inquiring along the way. When he learned that Old Chun had a recent appointment with the feathered immortal, he nearly collided with a car ahead from the sudden acceleration. Watch the road. Steady it out. Wang Xuan quickly cautioned. The streets were congested with vehicles due to the end of work hours, and Qingmu felt a similar blockage in his heart. What on earth had happened? Had Old Chin been frightened away by the female practitioner? He knew well that Old Chin's ancient skills were formidable, a rarity among the exceptionally powerful, and he was typically astute and capable, rarely at a loss. It was astonishing that he had recently faltered. Wang Xuan remained relaxed, taking the opportunity to admire the fiery maple trees lining the roads, their leaves glowing fervently in the evening light. He pondered that the absence of the female practitioner might indeed mean that Old Chun had fled to the new star. What do you think will happen to my master? Qingmu asked, having grasped the situation. He found it somewhat absurd that someone who had passed away 3,000 years ago could still send dreams. Old Chun is a good person. He will surely be fine, Wang Xuan reassured him. Aoki has never been short of funds. He chose a high-end restaurant with an expansive, tranquil private room. After placing their orders, he began to quietly inquire about the details of the situation. Are you saying that Old Chun shielded you from disaster? Aoki was momentarily choked by his own smoke, feeling rather speechless. Don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with me. The woman's spirit, it could be said, haunted those who had participated in the underground experiments at Daxing Amling. None were truly innocent. Old Aoki, you should be cautious lately. Wang Xuan, feeling refreshed and with a hearty appetite, kindly advised Aoki while relishing the delightful cuisine. He suggested that Aoki should prepare some talismans, as Old Chun had considerable experience in this regard. After the incident, he had produced a plethora of them, affixing them all over himself. Simultaneously, he privately lamented how stingy Old Chun was when he sought assistance over the weekend. He had only received a single talisman, yet now, in his own crisis, he plastered himself with them to the point of almost being entirely covered. Listening to Wang Xuan's unreasonable complaints and warnings, Aoki grimaced, his emotions entwined, and exhaled a smoke ring without uttering a word. With great power comes great responsibility, Wang Xuan remarked. Aoki shot him a glare, bemused by his absurdity. This fellow was taking advantage of the situation and acting innocent. How can we assist him? Aoki furrowed his brow, genuinely worried about Old Chun, who was after all his mentor. Wang Xuan replied, I don't think it's a significant issue. Old Chun has gone to the new star. The woman's spirit there will surely be unfamiliar with the surroundings, and she will likely struggle to adapt. Sooner or later, she will bring Old Chun back. Listen to yourself. What nonsense is that? Aoki glared at him, then proposed discussing sending someone to New Star to support and look after Old Chun. Wang Xuan immediately refused, asserting, just escaped from the fire pit. Who would willingly jump back in? He glanced at Aoki and added, don't worry about Old Chun. You ought to be more concerned about yourself. What do you mean? Aoki extinguished his cigarette. Wang Xuan looked at him and said, what do you think I mean? Old Chun has fled. He has gone to New Star and cannot assist the woman. If she returns, I reckon it will be your turn. Your words are venomous. Silence yourself. Aoki felt a twinge of uncertainty, suspecting that Old Chun had indeed been targeted in this manner. He seriously doubted that the woman had sought out Old Chun without being influenced by Wang Xuan's nonsensical ramblings. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Sternly warning Wang Xuan, "Let us eat and leave promptly. For the time being, do not contact me, and refrain from aimlessly muttering about my name." Old Aoki. That's rather unfair. It sounds as if my tongue is enchanted, Wang Xuan protested, feeling aggrieved, arguing that this matter had nothing to do with him. He was also a victim. Let us not say anything more. We shall temporarily delineate our boundaries, and you are not to reach out to me. Aoki resolutely decided to settle the bill and depart, wishing to leave without delay, having scarcely touched his food. Wang Xuan called after him, "Don't be in such a rush to leave. When will my 5 million be deposited? That is compensation earned through life and death struggles on Qingqing Mountain. It will arrive tomorrow." After Qingmu finished speaking, he stood up. Regarding the provision of the funds, he was rather straightforward. Although the silver beast skin scroll had yet to be deciphered, the expert group unanimously believed it to be of immense value. Otherwise, a transcended alchemist would not have been fixated on it until his last breath. Splendid. Wang Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. For a recent graduate, receiving such a substantial sum was indeed a delightful surprise. "You should at least have a bite," Wang Xuan urged Qingmu, adding, "Are you really leaving? Won't you see me off?" Qingmu ignored him and quickened his pace, soon disappearing from sight, having resolutely decided to avoid Wang Xuan's vicinity for the time being. The following day, Wang Xuan received a text message from the bank, notifying him of a considerable deposit. He counted the zeros. There were 6 in total, amounting to 5 million. His mood instantly soared. However, he soon recalled a pressing concern. Had taxes been paid? He hurriedly sought Qingmu's clarification, but to his dismay, Qingmu rejected his calls 5 times, refusing to respond. Finally, perhaps unable to endure him any longer, Qingmu sent a text to inform him that he had already settled the taxes, leaving Wang Xuan with 5 million post-tax. "Old Qing, you are truly remarkable." Wang Xuan quickly typed a response. Upon seeing this, Qingmu promptly blocked him, feeling that any further association with him might lead to trouble. The more he pondered this notion, the more convinced he became, recalling Old Chun as a cautionary tale. That evening, Wang Xuan called his parents to inform them of his return that weekend, preemptively softening the news by stating, "I won a lottery." In the subsequent 2 days, Wang Xuan immersed himself in the study of Taoist texts and practiced his techniques, contemplating the matter of the transcendent stone. He resolved that upon returning home, he must visit the mountain to see if anything remained. On Friday after work, Wang Xuan hurried to the station. His home was in a neighboring small town, a mere 100 kilometers away, relatively close, indeed. Upon arriving home that evening, although his parents were initially thrilled, they soon exhibited a calmness that exceeded his expectations. As old Wang put it, "What use is so much money? As long as it suffices for our needs, that is enough." This mindset may have contributed to Wang Xuan's own carefree disposition. "Keep it for yourself, buy a house for your future wife, and marry her soon," old Wang said cheerfully, not forgetting to urge him about marriage. Wang Xuan returned home every couple of weeks, so although his parents were happy to see him, their demeanor remained remarkably composed. "I just graduated, it's too early. Let us wait for 2 years. I'll transfer the money to you first." With that, Wang Xuan proceeded to complete the transfer without hesitation. After dinner, he inquired about the legends surrounding the Great Black Mountain, located several miles away from the small town. He recalled tales of a celestial maiden associated with that place. In his childhood, there had been a Taoist temple atop the mountain, but it had fallen into disrepair over the years, eventually collapsing without a single priest remaining. He wondered what had become of it now. Old Wang reminisced, "Indeed, there were legends. The incense offerings were quite popular in my youth. However, after the village below was demolished, the residents moved away, mostly to the city, and the offerings gradually ceased. Eventually, even the Taoist priests disappeared, and now the place is overrun with weeds. I've heard that the temple's foundation is no longer even discernible." Wang Xuan remarked, "Tomorrow, I plan to invite 2 childhood friends for a stroll. It has been a while since I ventured into the Great Black Mountain. Autumn is the perfect time to see if any hazelnuts or walnuts are around." That evening, he began to make arrangements, and his 2 friends, delighted by his return, eagerly agreed. One promised to prepare a vehicle for the journey, while the other mentioned borrowing a few local dogs to chase rabbits in the mountains. Unfortunately, the weather did not cooperate. The forecast predicted a sunny day turning cloudy on Saturday, but instead, it began to rain steadily, and the downpour intensified. Regretfully, the two friends rescheduled their trip to the Great Black Mountain for Sunday. However, Wang Xuan was restless. Even the heavy rain held no sway over him. A practitioner of ancient arts, he donned his rain gear, stepped out of his home, and left the small town, then began to sprint toward the Great Black Mountain. This was partly due to the legend of the immortal maiden, which seemed to be connected to the rain, making this a fitting opportunity for his exploration. Having mastered the fourth level of the golden body technique, distances of several dozen miles posed no challenge for Wang Xuan. Eventually, he entered the mountains. Where the rocky terrain appeared dark, devoid of vegetation, it resembled a wash of light ink from afar, hence its name, the Black Mountain or Great Black Mountain. Following his memory, he headed directly toward a particular peak and quickly ascended. However, upon reaching the summit, doubt crept in. No temple was in sight. Even if it had collapsed, there should have been remnants of its foundation and debris. Instead, the area was bare. Had he mistaken the location? Wang Xuan searched other summits, climbing several peaks in succession, yet found no sign of the fallen temple. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. A blinding flash of lightning cut through the rain, illuminating the dark sky and briefly brightening the entire Great Black Mountain. Unintentionally, Wang Xuan looked up and beheld something unexpected. The very peak where he had anticipated finding the collapsed temple was home to a creature not insignificant in size. A hound, bearing a rider, was descending the mountain. As the hound galloped down, the ground trembled slightly beneath its weight, heading directly toward him. Chapter 39. The Battle of the Black Mountain. The thick black clouds roiled with thunder and lightning, while torrential rain fell like a deluge, stinging his face. Wang Xuan moved with agility, leaping into the dense forest, disappearing completely from sight. After the thunderclap, darkness enveloped the earth once more. Though they were far apart, Wang Xuan discerned that the rider on the black hound was indeed a man. In the desolate expanse of the Great Black Mountain, amidst the ancient, dense woods, and with the presence of a menacing beast, an unsettling chill pervaded the atmosphere. To an ordinary person, such a sight would surely invoke terror, evoking the eerie sensation of encountering an ancient corpse in the deep mountains. For decades, the inhabitants near the Great Black Mountain had vacated the area, resulting in increasingly sparse human presence. Yet today, a rare creature approached, carrying a rider. Wang Xuan moved silently, swiftly navigating through the forest, maneuvering in a serpentine manner, acutely aware of an impending danger. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the woods, as a colossal shadow lunged forward, snapping branches as it charged toward Wang Xuan. With a resounding thud, Wang Xuan leapt 6 or 7 meters away, narrowly evading the ferocious assault. The ground trembled violently behind him, the sound of snapping branches reverberating, accompanied by the thunderous roars of the beast drawing nearer. A flash of lightning illuminated the dimly lit forest, revealing the creature's form. It measured 5 meters in length and stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body cloaked in dense black fur, exuding a menacing presence. Its gaping maw, lined with dagger-like teeth, was a stark white. With another thundering strike, it swung a massive paw forward, missing Wang Xuan but effortlessly snapping a tree trunk as thick as a bowl in half, causing it to crash to the ground. Wang Xuan sidestepped the attack and swiftly moved to the creature's flank, delivering a forceful palm strike. The massive beast staggered, emitting an enraged roar that echoed louder than rolling thunder, causing a deafening buzz in Wang Xuan's ears. At the same moment, a figure leapt from the black hound, moving with the swiftness of lightning, aiming a vicious kick at Wang Xuan's chest. Reacting with remarkable speed, Wang Xuan not only evaded the creature's fearsome maw, but also retreated to avoid the heavy, powerful kick. The assailant, having missed, landed on a nearby tree, snapping the trunk with a resounding crack, using the momentum to propel himself back toward Wang Xuan with a fierce kick. Simultaneously, the black hound charged with astonishing ferocity, its colossal form shaking the forest, branches splintering beneath its weight. Wang Xuan's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Cornered by both man and beast, he leaped into the air, delivering a kick toward the ferocious creature while simultaneously moving his palms to counter the incoming foot of the assailant. Despite its formidable size, the 5-meter-long beast found maneuvering through the densely packed forest somewhat cumbersome, hindered by several stout trees. Its gaping maw failed to catch Wang Xuan's foot. Instead, he struck its nose with a powerful kick, eliciting a horrific howl from the creature as blood gushed from the injury, causing its massive head to sway dizzily as it stumbled backward, trampling low shrubs in its retreat. This was also a testament to the extraordinary power behind Wang Xuan's kick. A mere mortal would scarcely have been able to inflict such damage, even on the hound's vulnerable nose. At that same moment, Wang Xuan's palm collided with the assailant's foot, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the woods like distant thunder. Wang Xuan felt a tingling in his right hand, yet he showed no signs of retreat, pressing forward with his left hand to strike at the man's lower leg. The assailant reacted quickly, his agility reminiscent of a monkey as he seized a branch mid-air, retracting his leg to evade the most vulnerable bone in his shin and instead delivering a powerful kick back at Wang Xuan. With another resounding impact, Wang Xuan was propelled several meters into the air, crashing down and shattering numerous low shrubs, even fracturing some rocks beneath him. The ferocity of their clash was palpable. Wang Xuan endured a tremendous force that would have left many seasoned practitioners of qi cultivation gasping for breath, their hands shattered or bones splintered under such brutal impact. Wang Xuan shook his hands, feeling a slight numbness and considerable pain. However, his tiger's mouth remained unshattered, and his bones were intact. This was a manifestation of the fourth layer of the golden body technique, demonstrating a level of defense so formidable that even a mere dagger would struggle to breach his skin. Yet, this also served to further underscore the strength of the individual before him, whose agility and ferocity were remarkable, exhibiting tremendous force with each strike. The man appeared equally astonished. Even taken aback, based on his gathered intelligence, he had greatly overestimated Wang Xuan's prowess, believing him to be exceptionally strong for his age, his palm strength surpassing that of the iron sand palm, marking him as a rare young master in the realm of ancient arts. Only upon engaging in combat did he realize that his estimation was misguided. This young man managed to withstand 2 of his assaults. Roar! The black hound bellowed, shaking the very mountains and forests. Despite the torrential downpour, Wang Xuan discerned the figure of a man and his beast from such close proximity. The man appeared to be in his 40s, his complexion ruddy and his hair jet black, yet the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes betrayed his true age. He likely was in his 50s. As for the fearsome black beast, it was not a native species of the old earth, but rather a creature bred by the new star, resembling the legendary hound of myth. It was said that in the new star, this breed had only been successfully cultivated and tamed within the past 20 years, boasting greater strength than lions and tigers, and had quickly gained favor among the affluent of that realm. In recent years, some individuals from the old earth had begun to keep such fierce beasts, though it was evident that only the wealthy could afford their sustenance, requiring no less than 100 pounds of high-quality fresh meat daily. The hound before him was not only larger but also more ferocious than others of its kind, clearly an exceptional breed, rare in its savagery. Many masters of the ancient arts would struggle to withstand its onslaught. Young man, you are truly remarkable. At your age, I was nowhere near your level. After years of practicing ancient arts, I have only achieved a fraction of what you have. If you continue on this path, you have the potential to become a master in the realm of ancient arts, perhaps even to shine with a brilliance that revives the legendary achievements of the past. The man, clad in black, seamlessly blended into the shadowy woods. Though he may have been in his 50s, his physical strength was impressive, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. His voice resonated like the striking of a bell, clear and thunderous. Wang Xuan's gaze was icy. It was evident that this was a premeditated ambush. The man had foreseen his arrival at Dahe Mountain, lying in wait. Just last night, he had contacted 2 childhood friends to inform them of his plans to enter the mountain, and yet this figure in black was already aware. Having ridden his black hound into the woods to intercept him, Wang Xuan trusted his friends, for it was impossible for the man in black to have uncovered every detail. How could he have anticipated Wang's intent to seek out his friends? He suspected that someone had been eavesdropping on his conversation. The Grey Blood Organization? He inquired coldly. In recent times, he had faced 3 assassination attempts and had reached his limit of tolerance. The man in black replied nonchalantly, "No, I am somewhat disappointed in them. Their stronghold in the old earth was uprooted, and those who escaped have been hiding, afraid to face the light of day. Thus, I have taken matters into my own hands." Upon hearing the news, Wang Xuan's murderous intent surged, revealing the hidden adversaries. A seething anger ignited within him. Repeatedly attacked without provocation, did they truly believe him to be so easily manipulated and bullied? He considered himself devoid of any significant enmity, convinced he should not be subjected to assassination attempts. The relentless pursuit of his life was intolerable. Since the principal had come forth, it was time to settle the score. I do not know you, nor have I ever had any conflict or animosity with you. Why, then, do you persistently target me? Wang Xuan inquired solemnly. Suddenly, he lunged to the side, snapping a small tree, thick as an arm, with a resounding crack. The trunk shattered, and the crown collapsed with a thunderous crash. Wang Xuan's gaze turned icy. The figure in black exhibited formidable skill, and it was evident that they had employed a sniper, as their earlier conversation merely served to keep him at bay. Clearly, today's downpour had caught these individuals off guard. They had presumed Wang Xuan would take refuge in a cave to evade the rain. It was only when the keen-eyed figure in black spotted him that they commenced their pursuit, seeking advantageous terrain. Among them, the middle-aged man riding the black hound acted with the utmost swiftness, believing that once he engaged personally, Wang Xuan would be swiftly dealt with. Having entered the inner realm twice and advanced his golden body technique to the latter stages of the 4th level, Wang Xuan's mental acuity had heightened remarkably, allowing him to sense danger with exceptional sharpness. Abruptly, he lunged forward once more. A horrifying bullet hole appeared in a large tree, the bullet having spiraled in, causing the trunk to explode, clearly a prohibited special round. In a short span, 2 assailants had already fired at him. The principal adversary was now stepping into the fray. Wang Xuan hesitated not for an instant, charging toward the figure in black and the ferocious hound. Resolute in his belief that the hidden assailants could not so precisely avoid both the figure and the beast while targeting him. Their movements were too swift, and with such a formidable creature launching an assault, the challenge to eliminate him was considerable. Wang Xuan resolved to first vanquish the black hound and the figure in black before seeking out the marksman. Undoubtedly, the figure in black was exceptionally strong. His hands gleamed with a faint golden hue, having mastered an ancient technique of immense power. His strikes could shatter tree trunks with terrifying force, and his feet were equally potent, capable of fracturing rocks. When he leaped against the trunk of a tree, it would crack ominously as it succumbed. This was the first time Wang Xuan encountered such a formidable opponent since achieving proficiency in ancient techniques. Had he not attained the 4th level of the golden body technique, he would surely have perished today. The two moved rapidly, shattering numerous trees, with even the hound struggling to keep pace, nearly colliding with its master on several occasions. With a thunderous crash, yet another tree, thick as a barrel, splintered and fell as the two continued to maneuver, their fists and feet colliding like thunderclaps echoing through the forest. Wang Xuan discovered that his tiger's mouth had split open, with blood trickling down in a steady drip, leaving him profoundly astonished. The opponent's fists were excessively hard. Even the 4th level of the golden body technique struggled to withstand the force. "The great diamond fist," he exclaimed, his expression revealing his realization of the opponent's training. He himself had practiced the diamond fist, albeit only at a rudimentary level. The complete form was the great diamond fist, a formidable martial art rooted in esoteric Buddhist scriptures. The cloaked man, exuding an air of coldness, did not respond. His movements were more agile than a monkey's and more ferocious than a lion's, as he lunged at Wang Xuan once again, causing Wang's arms to tingle and redden, exacerbating the injury to his tiger's mouth. Suddenly, Wang Xuan accelerated, his fist striking with ferocity, ultimately colliding his entire body into the black-clad man's embrace. After a long wait, he finally seized the opportunity. With a sharp crack, he used his body to shatter 2 of the man's ribs, forcing him to cough blood and be propelled backward. The black-clad man, in excruciating pain, was deeply shocked. He had assumed that Wang Xuan, like himself, had mastered some secret technique, possessing remarkably hard fists and astonishing strength. Moreover, Wang Xuan had intentionally concealed his true capabilities, refraining from directly opposing the great diamond fist, thus creating the illusion of vulnerability. The 4th level of the golden body technique. He gasped, finally comprehending the source of Wang Xuan's extraordinary resilience. The hardness of his fists was not merely due to his technique, but primarily attributed to the enhancement from the golden body technique. With a roar, the black hound, sensing its master at a disadvantage, lunged fiercely at Wang Xuan, baring its bloodied maw with brutal intent. Thud! Wang Xuan landed atop the beast, delivering powerful blows to its nose and forehead, blood erupting in sprays as he forcefully created a gaping wound in its head. The creature let out a heart-wrenching howl before collapsing with a resounding thud. Gratitude. Opai Ovo. Book friend 20210417051813882. Pi Pi Chin Source. Thank you to the aforementioned supporters for their backing. Chapter 40. Paving a path for the old technique, the rain persisted, casting a dim light in the forest. The black hound lay trembling on the ground, still clinging to life with remarkable tenacity, yet no longer a threat. The cloaked man stood across from Wang Xuan, his body swaying as he swiftly rejoined his fractured ribs. He did not hide his astonishment, stating, "The golden body technique is indeed powerful, yet few dare to practice it. The reasons are twofold. It takes decades to yield results, and any misstep could lead to severe bodily harm." He fixed his gaze upon Wang Xuan, noting that his mastery of the golden body technique had evidently reached the late 4th level, a feat that typically required over 30 years of dedication. Yet this young man was barely in his 20s. How did you achieve this? His eyes sparkled with intensity, a profound longing surging within him, eager to uncover the secret. "For whom do you seek to kill me?" Wang Xuan inquired calmly, as he did not recognize this black-clad man, who appeared to be in his 50s, and they had never crossed paths before. He suspected that the man was acting on behalf of someone else, a mere instrument of a greater scheme. The cloaked man's expression remained composed as he replied, "If you win today, let this matter be resolved and cease any further investigation. I am the one who sought out the Grey Blood organization to assassinate you, and I am also the one who will ultimately execute the deed. You may regard me as the mastermind behind the scenes, and indeed, that is the truth." A fleeting glimmer of golden light shone briefly in the depths of Wang Xuan's eyes, a manifestation of his mastery of the golden body technique, which only intensified the black-clad man's desire to uncover how he had achieved this level of prowess. The man in black was not interested in practicing the golden body technique. Rather, he sought to ascertain whether there existed any secret methods or shortcuts. If he were to truly unveil the truth, the ancient arts might very well experience a renaissance in this era. He had diligently practiced the old techniques for decades, and having reached this juncture, he was considered one of the rare masters in this field. Yet, he profoundly understood that at this level, one's path was nearly at its end. Wang Xuan remained cold and detached, stating, "You come to kill me yet refuse to reveal the identity of your benefactor. By what right do I owe you any disclosure?" The black-clad man stretched his body, loosening his muscles, and replied, "As a practitioner of the old arts, I have observed your remarkable progress at such a young age. I offer this counsel. Should you survive this encounter, and should you uncover my identity, let this be the end of the matter. Live out your days in tranquility, without the burden of unveiling any truths. No one shall pursue you further." A surge of anger rose within Wang Xuan, though he typically preferred a low profile and shunned conflict. The relentless attempts on his life compelled him to question why he must endure this and refrain from seeking answers if it meant ensuring his safety. The black-clad man sighed softly. "Those of us who tread the path of the old arts face tremendous challenges, especially in this age when our practices are on the brink of obsolescence, soon to be supplanted by the new techniques. I find this deeply unsatisfactory and hold on to an almost delusional hope of carving out a new path, an obsession that borders on madness." It was evident that he was not merely posturing. His reflections on the old arts ran deep. He did not rush to action, but continued. "Since learning of the rumored ancient scripture from our field that has been neglected and relegated to mere artifacts, I could no longer contain my desire to approach it, yearning to glimpse its true essence and uncover the secrets of transcending to immortality." Wang Xuan remained silent, listening intently. Thus, I intentionally drew near, aware that there were those who harbored grievances against you, wishing for your demise. I took it upon myself to engage with them subtly, suggesting that as a scholar and professor, I might educate you, while also hinting at my desire to peruse their ancient tome. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, reflecting on the acquaintances he had made, yet he could not fathom who might bear such animosity towards him, as he had never harbored any profound enmity. To this day, he remained oblivious to who he had offended to the extent that they sought his life. Simultaneously, he was somewhat astonished to discover that the man in black was indeed a scholar, a professor, suggesting a rather intricate identity. The black-clad man seemed to discern Wang Xuan's thoughts, remarking, "There was a time when the old arts were not yet in decline. As a researcher of these ancient techniques, I taught several students at a university in the New Star, and on occasion, I was invited to enlighten some distinguished elders on matters of health cultivation. I could say I enjoyed a measure of renown back then. He chuckled at himself and shook his head. Wang Xuan comprehended that prior to the comprehensive revelation and rise of the new techniques, the old methods had indeed been excavated for a considerable time. At the very least, ancient texts such as the preaching bamboo slips had been thoroughly divided among the financial magnates and various research institutes. For several years, the newcomers had hoped to harness supernatural forces through the old techniques to bridge into the new ones. Thus, it was not surprising that the man in black had become a guest of honor among certain tycoons. His identities as a scholar and professor were hardly astonishing. On that day, after I expressed my interest, he discreetly retrieved a rare ancient text from his home and showed me its first page. I was immediately captivated, for I recognized it as an invaluable treasure, aligning perfectly with my years of exploration, piercing through a veil that had obscured my path and opening a new window. It is worth noting that even that mere first page encapsulated the essence of my life's work and pursuits. What marvels might follow? In the hands of those individuals, it was akin to a gem dulled by dust. Although they had studied it, they could not truly comprehend it. My desire intensified, as I felt confident in my ability to resurrect the legendary scripture and allow it to shine with unparalleled brilliance in an era where the old techniques had seemingly reached their limits. At this juncture, the man in black's gaze ignited with fervor, as if flames danced in his eyes, and his emotions surged intensely. Unfortunately, I had only glimpsed the first page. Eventually, he gradually regained his composure, the fire in his eyes extinguishing, and turned his attention back to Wang Xuan, saying, "I seem to have discovered something even more extraordinary about you. Have you practiced the golden body technique since childhood? And do you possess an unfathomable shortcut that has enabled you to reach the 4th level at such a young age? Or is it even more astonishing than I imagined?" His eyes emitted 2 piercing beams of light as he continued, "According to my investigations, that secret tome of the golden body technique was gifted to you by Zhou Mingxian at a gathering. How could you achieve the 4th level in such a brief span? There must be something amiss." Wang Xuan remained calm and said nothing. In this era, no one could enter the inner realm. In ancient times, those who walked the path of the old techniques needed the assistance of preaching sorcerers or the guidance of ancestral figures to first trigger their extrasensory perceptions and seek entry into the inner realm. However, Wang Xuan's initial foray into that domain was not facilitated by another. He had ventured there of his own accord. Speaking of this would undoubtedly astound those privy to the truth. My obsession had led me to a state of madness. For the sake of the legendary scripture, I had even contemplated taking a life to obtain it. In retrospect, it is somewhat tragic that we practitioners of the old techniques often see no hope. The man in black sighed, then fixed his gaze upon Wang Xuan, advising, "Thus, I urge you to cease your inquiries. That individual may have merely expressed a momentary rage and threatened to kill you, but in time, he may not pay heed to this matter again. Consider it as though nothing has transpired. Some individuals and forces are far beyond the reach and contest of people like you and me. After all, this is no longer the preaching era of sorcerers manifesting their celestial brilliance." Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. Beams of radiant light shot forth from his eyes, and his internal organs resonated, producing a thunderous sound. A faint luminescence emanated from his blood, enveloping him in a halo. In an instant, he vanished from his position, moving with unparalleled speed toward Wang Xuan. Although Wang Xuan perceived that this individual harbored an obsession with ancient techniques rather than merely feigning it, he remained vigilant. Human nature is intricate. Despite the black-clad man's dedication to antiquity, he could not be deemed purely benevolent. At the very least, the grievous state of his black hound, on the brink of death, elicited no visible response from him, revealing a hardened heart. Boom! Wang Xuan swiftly evaded, fully enhancing his golden body technique to confront this formidable foe. In the spot he had just vacated, the man materialized, and with a resounding thud, his feet struck the ground, creating a substantial crater, the force behind it truly terrifying, even more so than moments prior. The black-clad man breathed heavily, his internal organs resonating. A faint luminescence blossomed within his blood, manifesting as a delicate halo around him, remarkably augmenting his strength. Wang Xuan was profoundly shaken, suspecting this phenomenon might correlate with the first page of the scripture the man so desperately sought. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Xuan sidestepped the man's fierce onslaught, targeting his arms and body. yet he still felt the overwhelming might of his opponent. In that fleeting moment, the black-clad man proved nearly insurmountable. During their brief contact, Wang Xuan felt his fingernails torn back, blood freely flowing, his arms nearly breaking, and his bones throbbing with excruciating pain, rendering even the golden body technique ineffective. The situation grew dire, as Wang Xuan was hurled through the air by successive blows, coughing blood, on the verge of being thoroughly defeated. Observing the black-clad man's condition, Wang Xuan recalled a particular body technique he had previously practiced, the 5 pages of golden scripture left by Zhang Daoling. He had managed to manifest the first illustration within his inner realm, merely a preliminary stance at the time, not realizing its latent power. Now, witnessing the black-clad man's formidable prowess, he instinctively grasped a similar force, intricately linked to the activation of his internal organs. Boom! Wang Xuan fought with all his might, blood spilling from his mouth, fully invoking the body technique depicted in that illustration, inciting a vigorous resonance within his organs. In this life-and-death moment, he discerned something extraordinary. As his flesh strained to the breaking point, his organs trembled violently, and a novel power surged within him, swiftly expanding through his sinews. Thud, thud, thud. He sensed his heart's rhythm was remarkably robust. His blood surged like a river, radiating a delicate golden glow, allowing him to withstand the black-clad man's ferocious assault. His arms and bones were finally preserved from shattering. Ultimately, the black-clad man could no longer endure. Following the resonance of his internal organs, he coughed blood, and with a tremendous crash, was sent flying several meters, his chest caving in, revealing a dreadful puncture wound that pierced through to his back. Furthermore, the excessive secret power generated by his internal resonance began to fracture, manifesting visible cracks as he completely lost his combat capability, on the verge of collapse. I never imagined you have also practiced similar scriptures, he gasped, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, ultimately sighing. You are still so young. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope for you to carve a path for ancient techniques in the future. His words faltered, his mouth foaming with blood, breath coming in labored gasps, rapidly succumbing to weakness. Wang Xuan was in considerable distress. Although he swiftly ceased the martial arts recorded by the golden scripture, he still felt excruciating pain in his internal organs. He had expended an excessive amount of energy and felt utterly drained, reluctant to move a muscle. However, the presence of nearby snipers posed a grave danger. Indeed, he suddenly sensed himself ensnared in a life-or-death predicament. A sharp pain radiated from his brow, as if a piercing weapon were poised to penetrate him. Was he being targeted for assassination? Wang Xuan felt that death was perilously close, a proximity he had never experienced before. Enduring the excruciating pain, he struggled to turn his body, narrowly evading one fatal blow as a bullet whizzed past, striking the very spot he had just occupied. In that instant, he realized multiple areas of his body were again engulfed in agony. He was completely locked onto. Yet, his condition was exceedingly dire, making it challenging to react swiftly. Was he to perish? He felt a deep sense of unwillingness as the ancient techniques of the pre-Qin alchemists activated within him. He did not wish to surrender. He still aspired to roll over. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Time seemed to slow down, his body shrouded in the shadow of death. Under the extreme pressure that nearly suffocated him, he entered a state of heightened perception. Even so, could he evade this calamity? He remained uncertain. Gratitude is due to the esteemed patrons, Rongbu Chiu Da, Gachang Ovo, Luan Lasishu, Reader 139, 42360708, 40274944, and Luochuan Yuming. Thank you for your support. To all my fellow readers, I deeply appreciate your steadfast encouragement. I strive to write diligently and will gradually adjust the update schedule back to normal. Chapter 41. The first time in life on the brink of despair. With only a thin veil separating him from the decay of life, Wang Xuan had already caught a whiff of death. In this dire situation, his heightened perception was astonishing. Yet he still feared he would be struck by a bullet, uncertain if he could evade this fate. However, since his awareness had surged in this critical moment, revealing the inner landscape, he felt no need to deliberate further and plunged into it. His entry was not for the sake of enhancing his power. Rather, it was to draw in mysterious elements that would swiftly restore his severely injured and exhausted body. The realm of void remained unchanged, perpetually steeped in a lifeless atmosphere, devoid of any sound. Without triggering heightened perception, One could spend an eternity here without ever reaching this place, while mere minutes passed in the outside world. Here, it spanned years. Wang Xuan stood resolutely in this space, without a hint of hesitation, and began to harness the ancient techniques inscribed on the bamboo slips of the preaching era. Although time flowed slowly here, he was but a breath away from death in the outside world and could no longer afford to linger in this realm for years as he had in the past. He sighed, feeling a twinge of regret, yet he bore no sorrow. After all, the primary objective of triggering heightened perception was to preserve his life. Standing within the clarity of timelessness, he began to attract mysterious substances, which silently descended into his inner landscape, invigorating and empowering his spirit. Meanwhile, in the external world, his body was swiftly infused with rich, mysterious elements, revitalizing his flesh and blood, and in an instant, his weary form was imbued with strength. Simultaneously, Wang Xuan furrowed his brow within the inner landscape. Was it not yet time? Could he break free? He had never attempted such a thing proactively before. After all, the opportunity to enter this place is a rare stroke of fortune, not easily attained, and he had never contemplated an early withdrawal. With a resounding crash, through Wang Xuan's proactive endeavor, he discovered that exiting was not as arduous as he had imagined. His spirit withdrew, returning to his corporeal form. In the brief moments spent in this inner realm, the passage of time in the external world appeared to be suspended. He once again sensed that vital points across his body were under threat, as if bloodied spears were pressed against him. The difference was that his body no longer felt fatigued or depleted. Rather, it brimmed with rejuvenating vigor. In an instant, he made a decisive judgment and rolled in a particular direction. Yet, he sensed that time was slipping away, that he was running out of it, and certain trajectories of bullets were unavoidable. Nevertheless, at this critical juncture, he made some choices, deliberately avoiding areas such as his head and heart. Moreover, he consciously evaded regions where he felt acute pain, suspecting that they might be targeted by specialized bullets, capable of obliterating one's torso with a single shot. The ground beneath him erupted, rocks and mud flying about, along with the shattering of underbrush. Simultaneously, as Wang Xuan rolled out, he was struck by 2 bullets, the force of the impact causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. His shirt exploded apart, followed by the sequential disintegration of 3 layers of bulletproof vests. One bullet was intercepted during this tumult, yet another penetrated his flesh, embedding itself within him. Ultimately, it was thwarted. A trickle of blood emerged from Wang Xuan's surface. With a slight effort, he dislodged the bullet, which fell to the ground, accompanied by a spray of blood that shot forth several feet away. Indeed, it was a specialized bullet, possessing tremendous power. Recently, he had worn 3 layers of bulletproof vests, and with the added protection of his golden body technique, he finally managed to withstand the onslaught. Not far away, some bullets had even greater potency, alongside beams emitted from energy weapons, obliterating the very ground where Wang Xuan had previously reclined. With a swift whoosh, Wang Xuan darted forth, using the rocks and the immense black beast as shields. Then, his gaze turned steely. There were 6 seasoned snipers whose timing was exquisitely precise, preparing to take their shots just as he reached the brink of exhaustion and could no longer evade. The man in black collapsed to the ground, still clinging to life. He witnessed this scene with incredulity. The young man, seemingly in a dire state and on the verge of collapse, ultimately exhibited a vitality that allowed him to escape the snipers and endure 2 bullets, leaving onlookers astounded. With a cough, he expelled a significant amount of blood, momentarily regaining his breath, yet his body was engulfed in agony. The gaping hole in his chest forced him to lie on the ground, gasping for air. Wang Xuan paid him no heed. There was no room for hesitation now. He re-entered the inner realm, for he realized that his heightened perception had not yet dissipated, though it was fading quickly. Even in the resplendent antiquity of ancient arts, such an opportunity was seldom encountered. Should someone trigger it, even figures of paramount significance would personally assist, guiding them into the inner realm. Not long prior, Wang Xuan had exited due to a lack of options. Now, he seized the moment to re-enter, swiftly calming his mind and practicing the golden body technique repeatedly, continually fortifying himself. He did not practice the 5 pages of golden texts left by Zhang Daoling. Those engravings were overly profound, and even the first illustration would require considerable time for him to comprehend. At his current level, he could only summon the first image from the 5 pages of golden script. Not long ago, during a life-and-death battle, he had barely activated it for a moment, leaving him utterly exhausted, with his organs racked by pain. He sensed that if he continued any longer, his internal organs might shatter. For this martial technique was overwhelmingly domineering, beyond his current capacity to fully comprehend and wield. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the intricacy and might of this image, as it unexpectedly unleashed a novel and potent force, significantly enhancing his strength, allowing him to repel and severely injure the man in black. It is important to note that at that moment, the man in black was in a state bordering on the divine, also employing a secret and formidable technique, whose power was astonishingly excessive and almost terrifying. Had he not mastered the initial stance left by Zhang Daoling, Wang Xuan would have surely perished today, as even the fourth level of the golden body technique could not withstand the man's strikes. Regrettably, the man in black had only perused the first page of that scripture and, thus, possessed limited knowledge. One could only imagine how profound and unfathomable that text truly was. Wang Xuan diligently practiced the golden body technique within the inner realm, striving for self-improvement. Here, time was ample, and he estimated that the 6 snipers would be unable to harm him, as they were preoccupied with the colossal black hound, and several massive boulders obstructed their line of sight. Unless they approached or ascended to a higher elevation, it would be difficult for them to take his life. Simultaneously, Wang Xuan understood that if he chose to exit the inner realm once more, his heightened state of perception would likely dissipate, making it exceedingly challenging to return. This time, his efficiency appeared remarkably elevated. Standing in the ethereal moments of clarity, he nearly transcended himself, tirelessly practicing the golden body technique until fatigue compelled him to cease, at which point he would practice the root method to draw down mysterious substances into the void. Whenever he paused, he would attentively sense the outside world, fully aware he was racing against time to gain speed. Not far away, the man in black trembled, perceiving Wang Xuan's state. Surrounded by a radiant aura and moving slowly, he instantly recognized what was occurring. Was he in the highest meditative state within the inner realm? The man in black, an adept of the ancient arts and a person driven by an obsession to forge a new path, possessed a broad understanding. He immediately comprehended how Wang Xuan had ascended to such heights at this young age. It all became clear to him. However, he was perplexed. In this era, where could one find preaching alchemists? There were no longer any figures of foundational significance who could guide Wang Xuan into the inner realm, enabling him to permanently reside in the ethereal moments. Earlier, he had struggled to grasp this, realizing that such conditions no longer existed in the present world, making it exceedingly rare for anyone to step into the inner realm. Moments later, he sighed, realizing that Wang Xuan had entered on his own. Such a person must not perish. Perhaps he could indeed carve a path for the ancient arts in this era. His eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. As blood trickled from his mouth, he struggled to cry out, "Stop! Do not kill him!" Yet, he was far too weak. His voice failed to carry. His face flushed with desperation, and he found himself utterly powerless. Meanwhile, within the inner realm, Wang Xuan had made a significant breakthrough. He had stepped into the 5th layer of the golden body technique, a feat not merely due to his years of practice in this space. The primary reason lies in the fact that he had long since mastered the 4th tier of the golden body technique, drawing ever closer to an even higher level. Now, it was merely a matter of course for him to ascend into the realm of the 5th tier. Although he had only just entered this new stage, it was sufficient, for he had achieved a breakthrough that elevated his physical constitution across the board, and his mental fortitude surged alongside it. He did not succumb to greed, but withdrew promptly. Though a tinge of regret lingered, the surrounding environment posed a constant threat, with the potential for sudden lethal assaults. He recognized that under normal circumstances, the 5th tier of the golden body technique should suffice to safeguard his life. However, should he be caught unaware and suffer a fatal blow, survival would be impossible. Upon exiting, Wang Xuan felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. He shed a layer of his skin, the wounds inflicted by bullets expelling tainted blood, and his injuries were nearly healed. It appeared that within 2 days, even the faintest traces would vanish completely. Moreover, his hands, previously injured by the black-clad man's overwhelming force, had ceased bleeding, the wounds closed, and the splintered nails had mended. Wang Xuan estimated that in just a night or two, there would be no remnants of his injuries. Once his flesh had fully regrown, even the subtle red marks would fade away entirely. This transformation was primarily due to his recent entry into the inner realm. where the golden body technique had once again undergone a breakthrough, facilitating a metamorphosis of his physical form. Additionally, this was intertwined with the vigorous life force pulsating within him. Upon hearing the hoarse voice of the black-clad man, he was momentarily taken aback. Was the man attempting to implore the sniper to cease his lethal pursuit? In an instant, he comprehended the black-clad man's intent. This individual bore a profound nostalgia for the ancient techniques and had once fervently aspired to master them. It seemed he saw hope in Wang Xuan, prompting him to protect him at the critical juncture. "The one seeking to kill me is Wang Xuan," he declared. "Hurry, they possess an energy cannon." The black-clad man shook his head, urgently shouting in frustration, and coughed up blood once more. Almost simultaneously, Wang Xuan sensed the shadow of death encroaching once again, as the area around him became shrouded in peril. However, in his current state of unparalleled strength, he instinctively surged forth into the depths of the dense forest. In the distance, the group had indeed assembled a small energy cannon and activated it at that moment. They lamented that had it not been for the rain, they would not have misjudged Wang Xuan's intentions and would not have dismantled the energy cannon, wasting precious time. With a thunderous boom, the Black Hound was obliterated, meeting its demise. The overwhelming force of the energy blast sent rocks and debris flying, one of which struck the black-clad man squarely in the chest. He emitted a muffled groan as he was flung far away, his already grievous condition exacerbated, and it became evident that he would not survive. Soon, his eyes dimmed, and he breathed his last. Had it not been for this devastating blow, given the current state of medical technology, there may have been a chance to save him with hospitalization, albeit at the cost of artificial heart and lung replacements. Wang Xuan swiftly navigated through the forest, closing in on the location of the energy cannon, his body continuously altering its trajectory with unparalleled agility and speed. Having perfected the 5th tier of the golden body technique, he faced no fear of thorns or obstacles, charging through with formidable strength, rapidly approaching his target. He was coming. Voices trembled, even though advanced instruments could capture Wang Xuan's silhouette, indicating his rapid approach. Yet, despite multiple attempts to lock onto him, he remained elusive, constantly shifting positions. What began as a hunting operation ultimately turned into a counter-hunt. Half an hour later, Wang Xuan departed from the Great Black Mountain, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. For he had taken lives for the first time, hardening his heart against his own kind. Chapter 42. The return of Old Chun in the late autumn. A torrential downpour battered the mountains, causing the yellow leaves to cascade down in vast quantities, revealing the originally dimly lit slopes of the Great Black Mountain. Now shrouded in rain and mist, further darkening the surroundings with an eerie ambience. Wang Xuan did not look back as he plunged into the curtain of rain. The 6th seasoned snipers, known for their ruthless tactics, feared that Wang Xuan would turn his attention to them after dispatching the man in black. Thus, they resorted to energy cannons, disregarding the fate of their target. These individuals were professional assassins, willing to stain their hands with blood for wealth, and would unhesitatingly abandon or eliminate their employer to ensure their own survival. After eliminating them, Wang Xuan felt no regret. However, the discomfort of his first kill weighed heavily upon him. He sprinted through the rain, seeking to alleviate the indescribable emotions stirring within him, splashing through muddy waters. With every ounce of strength, he dashed through the downpour, covering dozens of miles without pause, drenched in a mix of sweat and rain as he entered a small town. He slowed his pace, regulated his breathing, and purchased new garments to replace his tattered coat, then took an umbrella and strolled by the town's small lake. He pondered his future. Ever since he began practicing the old arts, his tranquil life had vanished. Gazing at the misty lake, he contemplated various possibilities. Since he could not choose anew, if he wished to preserve a life of peace and tranquility, he must grow stronger, striving to reach the legendary heights of the old arts. Aoki, Old Qing, how could you have blacklisted me? Wang Xuan attempted to reach Aoki, but found himself unable to connect. It dawned on him that he had likely been blacklisted for days. He felt speechless, and from the depths of his heart came a profound curse. Aoki, you shall be next. There is no escaping your fate. In a certain estate, Old Chun donned a bagua robe beneath a purple gold kasaya, one hand holding a begging bowl and the other a whisk. His face was adorned with bright red vermilion patterns. Yet he appeared listless, dark circles under his eyes betraying his fatigue. He could no longer endure waiting for that esteemed individual, if no news arrived soon. He would return to his old homeland in a couple of days. When the Black Tiger contacted Aoki to inform him that Wang Xuan was looking for him, Aoki's fingers trembled around his cigarette, reluctant to respond. Shortly thereafter, Kite and Old Mu also reached out to him, stressing the urgency of Wang Xuan's matter, which was of life and death. Aoki sighed, realizing he could not evade Wang Xuan any longer, as an ominous premonition gnawed at him. Indeed, just as he made contact with Wang Xuan, he was met with a voice rife with resentment. "Old Qing, your time has come. I sense you are next in line." Aoki could barely contain himself, retorting, "Shut up. Are you bothering me again while alone?" "No, don't overthink it. I have encountered an incident at the Great Black Mountain." Wang Xuan quickly explained the brutal ambush. "Old Qing, ISNT, our exploration organization, partnered with the state, operating in a semi-official capacity. However, within a mere fortnight, I have endured 3 assassination attempts. The exploration organization has lost all semblance of dignity. Some individuals act with impunity, treating the old land as their personal backyard. Should such forces, whether they belong to the financial elite or other domains, not be eradicated at their roots?" Although the conversation was conducted over the phone, Aoki could already sense Wang Xuan's wrath. Aoki replied, "Enough, do not say another word. I shall arrange for someone to address this matter immediately. For now, pretend that nothing has occurred, so as not to disrupt the normal lives of your family and friends." This was precisely what Wang Xuan desired. After all, the 7 corpses left in the Great Black Mountain would undoubtedly stir chaos if discovered or if he were to report it himself. The small town would soon be engulfed in a storm of gossip, shattering the tranquility of his loved ones. The exploration organization, being semi-official in nature, was most appropriately handled by Aoki's contacts. After concluding the call, Wang Xuan returned home, took a cleansing shower, and promptly fell into slumber. His mind was still uneasy, and before drifting off, he engaged in visualization to organize his emotions and restore his mental state to one of calm and serenity. In truth, his psychological endurance was formidable. He could envision the female practitioner, her face marked by 2 streaks of blood, as a celestial being, dancing and singing in his dreams, thus enabling him to address his current predicament with alacrity. By evening, Wang Xuan awoke, his body invigorated and his spirit buoyant, having dispelled the earlier gloom. From this day forth, he resolved to approach the future with an entirely transformed mindset. Outside, the sky was ablaze with crimson hues, heralding a promising day to come. And Wang Xuan's mood gradually lifted as he shared a hearty dinner with his parents. Later that night, he accompanied them in watching television and conversing until after 9 o'clock. When he retired to his own room, he lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, reflecting on the day's harrowing experiences, which had indeed been perilous. The man in black had proven to be extraordinarily formidable, achieving remarkable feats within the realm of ancient arts, ultimately exhausting Wang Xuan to the point of immobility, nearly resulting in his demise. The suddenness of the encounter was disconcerting, as it could not be actively controlled. He sighed, realizing that he had inadvertently triggered a heightened sense of awareness in the face of such despair, a stroke of luck that had spared him from catastrophe. Yet, he could not rely on this exceptional state as a crutch. Who could guarantee that fortune would favor him again? He had every reason to believe that should he develop a psychological dependence on this ability, he would undoubtedly meet his end next time. If he himself entertained the notion that he might trigger this heightened state in a critical moment, could it truly be considered a life-and-death situation? His mind and subconscious would certainly not perceive it as such. If that were the case, it would lead to a deadlock. Even 9 lives would not suffice to escape. Thus, Wang Xuan sighed, contemplating that after such an experience, it would be increasingly challenging to invoke that heightened state again. The practitioners of the pre-Qin era must have possessed some conventional methodology. Regrettably, all the various bamboo slips and ancient sect texts had fallen into the hands of the new stars, leaving him with no resources to consult. Should I perhaps begin with meditation? Theoretically, attaining the highest state of meditation, known as the Bodhisattva realm, could enable one to exist within the clarity of time. Wang Xuan pondered. His current method, this so-called heightened state, seemed to belong to the Taoist concept of harmony between heaven and humanity. Buddhism, too, offered similar paths. To attain the highest meditative state is indeed a formidable challenge. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering that even the most revered monks, who dedicate their lives to such pursuits, find it difficult to reach that realm. Those who have experienced it are long extinct from the olden days. On a serene Sunday morning, the sky was a brilliant azure, and the dawn's glow bathed the small town in warmth. Wang Xuan, bearing gifts, set out to meet his two childhood friends, one of whom is enamored with various models of cutting-edge warships, while the other has a penchant for exquisite figurines of beautiful women. Wang Xuan warned them against venturing into the Great Black Mountain, citing the presence of bears, advising them to refrain from unnecessary risks. This deep space warship model is one I adore. I've tried to procure it through others several times without success, but today, my wish has finally been fulfilled. Zhao Mo exclaimed joyfully, then turned to disparage Lin Xian beside him, saying, "You're an eternally immature youth." Lin Xian, fiddling with a figurine of a beautiful girl, retorted, "A man remains a boy until death. One should always possess a youthful heart, forever drawn to beauty. If you, at just over 20, have lost your appreciation for lovely women, it suggests your mindset has aged. Look at Wang Xuan and me. We remain forever youthful, capable of admiration, always possessing eyes that seek beautiful vistas." Zhao Mo replied, "In a year and a half, I will be wed, so you can keep your figurines." As for Wang Xuan, he chuckled, "My aesthetic has long since transcended figurines. I prefer the allure of real individuals." The two friends brought along a cardboard box, from which a sturdy little yellow dog emerged, claimed to be the most authentic mountain guardian puppy, suggesting Wang Xuan take it back to the city. Wang Xuan shook his head. "No, I currently lack the time to care for it." He recalled a time when, at 11 or 12, he had a little spotted dog that tragically passed away within 6 months, leaving him unable to eat for 2 days, heartbroken. Since then, he had refrained from keeping pets. Yun City was modest in size. After enjoying lunch, the trio strolled through the town, engaging in lengthy conversation. Wang Xuan knew that this tranquil life was on the verge of disappearing, and he cherished every moment. He felt that his time to journey to the new star was not far off. In the afternoon, Wang Xuan bid farewell to his parents and embarked on his journey back to Anqing, where he worked. The following days unfolded in a serene manner. During the day, he delved into the Taoist scriptures, and by night, he practiced techniques and martial arts, feeling immensely fulfilled. With a desire to connect with his former colleagues, he called Qingmu, asking him to extend his regards to Old Chun and inquire about his return. Qingmu nearly tossed the phone aside, for on that very day, a familiar acquaintance returned from the new star with news. Old Chun had requested Qingmu to manage arrangements at a millennium-old temple outside the city, where he intended to reside for a while, indicating that Old Chun would soon return. Qingmu felt a pang of anxiety, as it was evident that Old Chun had not escaped unscathed from his time at the new star, enduring much turmoil, just as Wang Xuan had foretold. Ultimately, he was destined to return home. Naturally, Qingmu recalled Wang Xuan's words, feeling uncertain about his own fate, fearing he might be the next to fall victim to the ominous predictions of the seemingly prophetic young man. He feigned calmness and relayed a piece of information to Wang Xuan, stating, "The identity of the man in black is far from simple. He was once a distinguished guest among some aging tycoons and goes by the name Sun Qingquan. A scholar and a professor, he once possessed tremendous strength. However, after suffering a grave injury at the age of 40, his health deteriorated significantly, causing a considerable decline in his capabilities. Otherwise, he would be far more formidable than he is now." Wang Xuan was taken aback. The man in black was indeed more powerful than he had imagined, having ventured far down the path of ancient arts and achieved remarkable feats. Now that he had discerned the man's true identity, it was imperative to continue the investigation. Their 3 attempts to strike were not merely aimed at him, but represented a serious provocation toward the exploration organization as well. Wang Xuan urged that this matter could not be left unresolved. A conclusion was essential. In light of the man in black's pessimistic implications, it was clear that certain individuals and forces were beyond his reach and confrontation, and enduring such circumstances was the only option. Yet, being repeatedly targeted for assassination and remaining passive as if nothing had transpired was not in Wang Xuan's nature. He was determined to delve deeper into the truth. The following day, Old Chun returned, taking residence at a millennium-old temple outside the city. Qingmu felt anxious, as he was conveniently away from the city, prompting Black Tiger to handle the arrangements for Old Chun. That day, Old Chun communicated with Qingmu, instructing him not to leak any information and, above all, to refrain from informing Wang Xuan of his return. He did not wish to see the young man at this moment. In fact, Wang Xuan also had no desire to meet him, who would willingly leap into a pit twice to engage with an ominous elder. His primary focus at this stage was to enhance his own abilities. Thus, he awoke early on the weekend and set off towards the ancient temple, eager to explore the possibility of discovering the rare artifact known as the feathered stone. Chapter 43. Immortals and Buddhas beside us in the early morning. Pufa Temple basked in the resplendent dawn, its grandiose structure evoking a sense of reverence from afar. Against the backdrop of the slowly rising sun, the entire temple seemed to shimmer with golden radiance, enveloped in a soft glow, sacred and solemn, instilling a sense of admiration. Wang Xuan, too, adopted a serious demeanor. Regardless of his personal beliefs, he did not wish to be too casual in such a place, especially as he had come today in pursuit of the extraordinary feathered stone. Although it was still early, a few visitors had already arrived to offer incense, as the temple was a prominent site of Buddhist worship, known for its enduring devotion. Dong, the resounding bell of Pufa Temple tolled, its deep and prolonged echoes carrying for dozens of miles, faintly audible even in a city. On this morning, accompanied by the rising sun, the distant chime possessed a unique resonance, seemingly capable of purifying the world's disturbances, bringing serenity to the heart, and allowing one to transcend worldly concerns. Standing at a distance, Wang Xuan gazed at the temple bathed in the dawn's glow, nodding solemnly. The enduring legacy of Buddhism through the ages undoubtedly held its merits. The sound of the bell, the curling incense smoke, and the tiles glimmering in the morning light. This atmosphere of solemnity, sanctity, and grandeur was enough to instill tranquility within. The millennium-old temple truly lived up to its reputation. He was earnest in his purpose today, having come in search of the legacies of the ancients, his heart filled with reverence, hoping to witness the remarkable artifacts left behind by the virtuous. It was still somewhat early, and Wang Xuan did not rush to enter, instead choosing to circle the entire temple. Its vast expanse was indeed impressive, showcasing its grandeur. Outside the temple, numerous ancient trees stand majestically, ranging from a millennium-old pine to centuries-old ginkgo trees, all shrouded in a delicate mist during the morning hours. When illuminated by the sun, they radiate a subtle kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an extraordinary aura. There is an air of mystery. As Wang Xuan meandered among these ancient sentinels, he was immediately enveloped by an unusual atmosphere. Waves of anticipation surged within him, for this ancient temple, steeped in rich historical significance, is surrounded by myriad legends, many of which pertain to revered monks. Over the millennia, it is said that 2 corporeal bodhisattvas have manifested here, their preservation a remarkable feat. The term corporeal bodhisattva refers to accomplished monks who, through rigorous practice and a tranquil heart, reveal their full potential, leaving behind incorruptible physical forms. Whether they pass away in meditation or in a vessel, allowing future generations to witness their imperishable embodiments. Wang Xuan had previously contemplated such relics within the inner sanctum, yearning to witness them firsthand, to experience their presence up close for validation. Additionally, the number of revered monks who have left behind relics in Pufa Temple is even greater. Regardless of whether these relics are genuine or scientifically explicable calcifications, they all merit his approach. In Wang Xuan's perspective, should genuine relics exist, they would likely resemble ethereal stones, embodying the mysterious essence extracted from the inner sanctum by these enlightened beings. After a circuitous exploration, he felt assured that this journey would yield profound insights. As he experienced inexplicable sensations amidst the clustered ancient trees outside, what awaited him within? His anticipation grew. As the sun ascended, the number of visitors entering the temple gradually increased, yet it remained pleasantly uncrowded. Wang Xuan entered at a leisurely pace, casting a glance at the grand bronze incense burner in the courtyard, where the incense seemed to have never ceased, the ash accumulating thickly, nearly filling the vessel. A wry smile crossed his lips, recalling how the 2 esteemed monks invited by old Chun had likely taken ash from this very burner, mixed it with water, and sprinkled it upon him. He approached and offered a stick of incense, a modest token of his reverence. Typically, the architectural layout of temples follows a similar pattern, commencing from the Mountain Gate Hall, then the Heavenly King's Hall, followed by the Mahavira Hall, the Bodhisattva Hall, and further back, the Dharma Hall and the Sutra Repository. Quite remarkable. Is this a reflection of humility and restraint? Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, for since his arrival, he found it increasingly challenging to sense the aura of the mysterious. Looking upwards, he beheld the towering Mahavira Hall, its interior adorned with intricately carved beams and resplendent decorations. Undeniably grand, housing the radiant three-world Buddha. Yet, it was perplexing that in such a sacred Buddhist stronghold, he still failed to perceive any trace of the enigmatic presence. Leaving him puzzled and contemplative, Wang Xuan could only lament that the Buddhist realm possesses profound techniques, with many secrets likely beyond the grasp of an outsider like himself. He resolved to seek answers step by step, unhurriedly exploring the depths of Pufa Temple. However, after traversing all the Buddha halls and searching high and low, he astonishingly sensed not a shred of the mysterious essence. What could this mean? Wang Xuan began to doubt whether this place harbored a concealed paradise, capable of isolating the overflow of mystical substances. If so, the techniques of the Buddhist tradition would indeed be astonishing. After all, we no longer dwell in ancient times. We inhabit an era of brilliant technological civilization, and a temple capable of preserving such esoteric legacies would rival even the most revered Buddhist sanctuaries. Unwavering in his determination, Wang Xuan refused to believe that he could not uncover even a hint of a clue. He meticulously scoured every accessible area of the ancient temple, yet found nothing, no trace, no sign. Bewildered, he pondered whether his senses had faltered, perhaps suppressed by some unseen force within the millennia-old shrine. Nevertheless, upon deeper reflection, he felt an invigorating vitality coursing through him, capable of hearing the distant chirping of birds in the dense forest beyond the temple walls. He ventured outside, returning to the grove of ancient trees, where he indeed sensed a faint trace of mysterious substance. The ancient temple, a revered sanctuary of Buddhism, evoked a profound sense of awe in Wang Xuan as he re-entered its hallowed grounds. This time, employing his agility and dexterity, he ventured into restricted areas, even delving into the site of the pagoda, where the remains of eminent monks were traditionally enshrined. Yet, even in this sacred space, he found no evidence, no resonance. Wang Xuan began to feel overwhelmed. In this era, could the Pufa temple still be unfathomable? In his desperation, he even pried up 2 tiles, hoping to uncover hidden wonders beneath, but to no avail. There was something peculiar, something amiss. Lost in thought, he meandered through the temple grounds. As night enveloped the sky, he departed, having discovered nothing of significance within the temple's confines. Unwilling to concede defeat, he continued to roam outside, seeking a vantage point to survey the ancient edifice under the cloak of night, hoping to glimpse some hint of revelation. While wandering, he noticed an anomaly. Upon reaching a high point, he perceived a faint emanation of mysterious particles from a distant pool of water. His heart raced. If he could detect these elusive substances from such a distance, it suggested that this location was extraordinary, perhaps holding significant revelations. As he approached, he confirmed the area's uniqueness. The pool was adjacent to a stone wall, from which the mysterious particles seeped, far more enigmatic than the ancient temple itself. Wang Xuan examined the vicinity closely, yet felt a twinge of disappointment in failing to find any transformative stones. The mysterious particles were evenly distributed across the rock surface, lacking the intensity required for any remarkable phenomenon. Soon, he surmised that this was the result of an ancient monk who had meditated here for years, leaving behind the mystical essence that had permeated the stone. Alas, the quantity was insufficient to form any extraordinary artifacts. With a determined leap, Wang Xuan ascended the rock face to a suitable spot for meditation, convinced that the ancient monk had once sat in this very place. He closed his eyes, silently invoking the foundational techniques of preaching alchemists, hoping to encounter a fortuitous opportunity. His senses sharpened, he detected the agitated, mysterious particles within the stone wall, converging towards him. Regrettably, as he had anticipated, the density of the mysterious essence was inadequate, failing to manifest any extraordinary phenomena. However, he did not cease his meditation, remaining seated in a lotus position, channeling the fundamental laws to absorb this rare and precious substance, which undoubtedly provides immense benefits for both the nourishment of the body and the spirit. In the material world, it is exceedingly difficult to encounter such treasures. Time slipped away, and the enigmatic substance within the stone wall grew thin, nearly impossible to capture any longer. Wang Xuan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, preparing to rise. Yet, a sudden chill coursed through him, as he sensed an anomaly in his surroundings. While absorbing the mysterious essence, it seemed he had inadvertently drawn in something beyond imagination. In that instant, he sprang to his feet, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Could it be that shortly after bidding farewell to an immortal, he had unwittingly attracted the presence of a great Buddha? Wang Xuan felt a shiver. His senses were sharper than before, a testament to his increased strength and burgeoning mental acuity. Should another situation arise, he believed it necessary to reconsider the truth of transcending into immortality. Perhaps there are alternate interpretations, another possibility. They may not have failed in the past. Perhaps they could re-emerge. An astonishing conjecture stirred within Wang Xuan's mind. And the deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more astonished he became, sensing secrets in this world that defy common understanding. If true, it could shatter the heavens. Unease gnawed at him as he hastily departed, heading towards an city, intent on confirming whether he truly had another elder by his side, a celestial being in proximity. Thanks to the unwavering support of the Alliance leader, the winds blow endlessly. Chapter 44. How should mortals appeal to the Buddha? The evening drum of the lawful temple had long since sounded, and most of the incense offerings had departed. Outside, the ancient pine trees, a millennium old, stretched their branches like dragon tendrils into the sky, bathed in moonlight, rendering the ancient temple even more serene. The night sky was profound, the Milky Way resplendent. As Wang Xuan walked towards an city beneath the vast expanse of stars, feeling a tinge of uncertainty. Had he entangled himself with yet another entity? He silently mused. How bizarre this all was. Once the mysterious elements come into play, phenomena occur that defy scientific explanation. An undercurrent of tension surged within him. Unsure of what unpredictable events the night might hold, he truly wished to be spared further turmoil. At this point, he felt a profound realization. Everything in this world is a balance. When one senses the prospect of gain, it invariably entails a corresponding sacrifice. By actively absorbing the mysterious elements, he believed he was unearthing myths buried by the sands of time, paving a brilliant path in the realm of ancient arts. Yet was he not also veering towards danger? Perhaps this was indeed a deep pit, luring seekers with sweet bait, a trap set by ancient sages. Now, Wang Xuan dared not underestimate those from antiquity. If they once flourished, they surely possessed remarkable and formidable qualities. His skepticism regarding the truth of transcending into immortality had intensified. He hoped to navigate the night safely. Wang Xuan set out early in the morning, only to return under the stars. Having stopped to eat a simple meal by the roadside, it was past 9 o'clock when he finally arrived home. After freshening up, he envisioned a golden sun, its radiant flames incinerating the clouds, illuminating a vast and clear expanse, golden light cascading everywhere, sacred and serene. The demons retreated. Wang Xuan took a deep breath, lay down on his bed, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber. Such is the benefit of practicing ancient arts, for he would never suffer from insomnia. Indeed, his fears materialized. Even after performing his foundational practice and envisioning a radiant sun to dispel the shadows and darkness, calamity still struck. Mere inches away, an elderly monk sat at the bedside, his body shrouded in darkness, as if on the verge of decay, with crimson tears streaming from his eyes, fixated upon him. Wang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine, hastily throwing off the covers and sitting up, the sensation far too vivid. He seemed to detect a faint odor of rot. Was this visitor malevolent? He turned on the light and sipped a glass of water, then silently resumed his foundational practice, knowing that tranquility would elude him this night. Furthermore, he sensed something amiss with the old monk. There was nothing serene about him, devoid of the illuminating aura of the Buddha. Nor did he exhibit any sacred visage. On the contrary, the monk's entire being was enveloped in darkness, reminiscent of decay, starkly contrasting with the dazzling thunder summoned by the female practitioner. Yet, there was one eerie similarity. Both had blood streaming from their eyes, as if they had endured some profoundly tragic event, unwilling to relent even in death. This predicament was quite dire. He had inexplicably fallen into a deep pit, and the situation appeared grim. Wang Xuan rarely bore such seriousness. His mood was exceedingly heavy. He increasingly felt that the truth behind his potential transcendence was far more intricate than he had initially surmised at the Dharma temple. The mere glimpse he had caught already instilling a sense of dread and astonishment. Earlier, he had been brimming with confidence, for he alone could enter the inner realms, and he had done so by his own merit, without the guidance of any spiritual teacher, maintaining his foothold in the realm of clarity during this era. However, now a sense of horror began to creep in. His remarkable feats, though extraordinary, did not necessarily bode well. Unwittingly, he seemed to be peeling back the heavy and enigmatic curtain that time had drawn, a pursuit fraught with peril. In recent days, he had been pondering how to seek out extraordinary artifacts akin to the transcendent stone to enhance his own power. At that time, he believed that should any vestiges of ancient spiritual energy manifest, even if they brought forth some unusual phenomena, it would not pose a significant concern. Yet now, he felt a shiver down his spine. Previously, his thoughts had been overly optimistic. Should he repeatedly trigger mysterious occurrences, and should several enigmatic beings, practitioners, celestial maidens, and elderly monks materialize around him, the harmonious atmosphere he envisioned would be a far cry from reality. This time, before he even entered the inner realms, he was already followed by a blood-eyed monk. Did this mean that merely discovering mysterious elements in the present world could lead to unpredictable events? Wang Xuan felt he had suffered a considerable loss. At least previously, he had entered the inner realms through the residual spiritual energy of the female practitioner, significantly bolstering his strength. This time, the monk offered nothing but the foul stench of decay, sitting at his bedside, watching him intently. After a session of visualization, Wang Xuan fell asleep once more. Indeed, the old monk returned, his skin darkened, blood dripping from his eyes, sitting motionless at the head of the bed, his silence unsettling. Wang Xuan did not awaken, and the imagery he had envisioned manifested unexpectedly. Another version of himself, wielding a dark golden staff, struck fiercely towards the monk's head. Lacking any gentleness, exhibiting considerable intensity, he pondered deeply. Since the residual spiritual energy could neither intervene in the present realm nor harm his psyche, and given that its intentions were clearly malevolent, there was no need for him to indulge it. He would rather take decisive action. Otherwise, if he were to encounter similar entities in the future, he would be compelled to cater to them like a servant, which would surely wear him out. With a resounding bang, the old monk disintegrated, and in his final moments, a look of astonishment flickered in his ashen eyes. If one sought assistance, it was imperative to communicate respectfully, rather than adopting such a disdainful demeanor. Wang Xuan, wielding a massive ebony staff, admonished him, while his true self remained in a deep slumber, unawakened. Moments later, the old monk reappeared, this time not seated by the bedside. Although his eyes continued to bleed and his form was shrouded in decay, he stood at a respectful distance, his hands pressed together in prayer. In an instant, a hazy aura of Buddhist light enveloped the scene, revealing an exceedingly vague tableau. Arhats seated in meditation, a Bodhi tree swaying gently, and the sound of Zen chanting resonating through the air. In his dreams, Wang Xuan's subconscious stirred vigorously, catching glimpses of the nearly dissipated imagery. Instead of waking in alarm, he felt inexplicably drawn to it. Was there truly a bodhisattva among them? Within that vision, stone pagodas lay in ruins, ancient temples crumbled, a bodhisattva soared into the heavens, and golden-skinned arhats rose, while the Bodhi tree uprooted itself. In the cascading rain of Buddhist light, these sacred images ascended into the cosmos. What did this signify? Wang Xuan wondered, sensing that the old monk was attempting to convey something to him. Did he seek a favor? Soon, the old monk appeared to falter, the originally indistinct images fragmenting into oblivion, unable to manifest any longer. The monk's own presence became increasingly unstable, his almost decayed form beginning to blur. At that moment, Wang Xuan, startled, noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. As the old monk dimmed, verging on disappearance, it seemed as though a heavy curtain obscured his decaying body. Then, with an abrupt awakening, Wang Xuan realized his subconscious was in a tumultuous state, propelling him from his slumber. This was peculiar. The old monk seemed to emerge from the shadows, manifesting from a great distance, exerting every ounce of strength to achieve this feat, while the female practitioner remained close by. He had failed to recognize the details he ought to have noticed. Perhaps they were all situated in some distant realm. This perspective painted the female practitioner as extraordinarily formidable, surpassing the old monk by far. After a contemplative reverie, Wang Xuan returned to sleep, resolved to engage the old monk in earnest conversation, approaching matters with calmness and patience. The old monk reappeared, once again emerging from the shadows, his figure still indistinct. In his demonstration, it seemed as if he stepped forth from a stone wall, breaking the chains that bound him. Although Wang Xian's subconscious had not yet awakened, it began to sway intensely. Could it be that the old monk was trapped within the stone wall, released only after he absorbed some mysterious essence during the night? Then, another version of Wang Xian emerged, resembling the earlier envisioned scene, still wielding the large staff. He declared, "Since you seek something from me, why not display sincerity? When mortals petition the Buddha, they present incense. How should the Buddha approach mortals?" In his youth, a female practitioner had entered his dreams and imparted knowledge of celestial ranks. Though Wang Xian dared not speak such words lightly, he felt inspired to offer guidance to the old monk, requesting some form of benefit. At that moment, young Wang truly felt fearless, ready to negotiate with the Buddha. The old monk sat in silent contemplation, then quietly demonstrated a form of martial art that seemed to offer profound benefits. Wang Xian's subconscious absorbed the movements rapidly, reminiscent of the great diamond fist, albeit with only a few repetitive techniques. The old monk was diligent, clearly illustrating how to channel energy and how the various parts of the body, including the internal organs, should vibrate. The great diamond fist is indeed a secret and exceptional skill. It had once been wielded by the black-clad man, Sun Qingquan, on the Great Black Mountain. Even Wang Xian, who had mastered the golden body technique, struggled against its might, nearly fracturing his fingers as the overwhelming force peeled back his nails. The old monk's demonstration was incomplete. He strained to extend his body but was hindered, only managing to display this initial stage. As he attempted to execute subsequent techniques, his own form began to disintegrate. Upon awakening, Wang Xian sat cross-legged on his bed and spoke. "If you can continue to demonstrate that martial art, appear in my dreams. If not, do not disturb my slumber. Upon waking tomorrow, I shall ponder your conundrum." He recalled the technique, noting it differed somewhat from the black-clad man's great diamond fist. After some reflection, he sensed its complexity, deeming it quite extraordinary. Ultimately, Wang Xian drifted into slumber, yet the old monk did not reappear. By dawn, Wang Xian awoke and carefully recalled his dream, beginning to slowly practice the martial imprint. He found the external postures easy to imitate, yet the internal vibrations and energy channeling proved significantly challenging. Patience was essential. Today, he needed to visit the Pufa temple to resolve matters concerning the old monk. Wang Xian believed the dream's imagery, the bodhisattva departing, the ancient temple crumbling, and the millennium-old Bodhi tree uprooting, might be linked to historical events in reality. By uncovering the underlying truths, he could unravel the old monk's enigma and thoroughly address this mysterious incident. Early that morning, Wang Xian returned to the Pufa temple. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, reminiscent of old Chun. Was it merely an illusion? Yet, his old colleague had clearly been startled and fled to New Star. Just days prior, Wang Xian had spoken with Qingmu, who had mentioned that old Chun would remain there for some time. No, it was indeed old Chun. Wang Xian was certain he had not misheard. His senses were remarkably acute. To confirm, he swiftly dashed toward a courtyard and, to his astonishment, discovered old Chun. In Wang Xian's eyes, old Chun emanated an ominous aura, especially with a troublesome female sorceress by his side. Wang Xian turned to leave, unwilling to become entangled in old Chen's troubles. However, as he pivoted, old Chen spotted him and, astonishingly, ran faster. What was happening? This was clearly amiss. Wang Xian was taken aback. Why did old Chen run upon seeing him? Shouldn't he have approached to share his grievances and request Wang Xian to dismiss that celestial being? Wang Xian swiftly realized that the fishing enthusiast, old Chen, was concealing something. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he immediately turned to pursue old Chen. "Old Chen, I've seen you. Stop." The morning sun illuminated the scene, and many had come to the temple to pay their respects. Amidst the crowd, old Chen sought to avoid drawing attention, coming to a sudden stop and calmly walking back. "What a small world," Wang Xian greeted him. Their encounter was seemingly destined, mere steps apart. Though old Chen bore the burden of deep, dark circles under his eyes, he remained remarkably composed, responding with an air of calm assurance. The circumstances were inexplicable. A passing old monk glanced curiously at the two of them, interjected a comment, and then drifted away. Chapter 45. The relocation of the bodhisattva. The old monk, clad in gray robes, his bald head gleaming, floated away with an ethereal grace. Both Wang Xian and old Chun experienced a slight tremor in their expressions, fixating on the monk's shining crown without uttering a word. "Xiaowang, for your sake, I ventured into the depths of space. How will you repay me? Ultimately, Old Chen could no longer restrain himself and spoke first. Wang Xuan quickly patted himself down, exclaiming, Old Chen, act your age. You're making my skin crawl with such talk. Tell me, am I not warding off calamities for you? Old Chen glared at him, demanding an explanation. On this matter, Wang Xuan indeed felt at fault. He had merely uttered a few casual remarks, not expecting the woman to truly seek out Old Chen. Old Chen, one cannot speak so lightly. Just days ago, Qing Mu and I were in discussion, and we unanimously agreed that with greater power comes greater responsibility. As one of the leaders of our organization, you are finally showcasing your abilities and responsibilities, and Qing Mu wholeheartedly concurs. Old Chen gazed at him with a serious demeanor, feigning reverence, which made Wang Xuan want to strike him. With a final sigh, Old Chen stared into the distance, appearing somewhat lost and melancholic. You cannot fathom the depths of this pool. You cannot imagine how terrifying the truths of transcendence in the pre-Qin era truly are. I have indeed paid a significant price this time. Wang Xuan was taken aback. He too felt a shiver last night, his mind alert, and had developed a different perspective regarding transcendence. Now Old Chen spoke with such gravity, as if he had already discerned something profound. Soon, Wang Xuan realized that the Exploration Organization's collaboration with the state was semi-official, granting them access to secrets beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, even the truths of history. After all, who could delve deeper into the investigation than the state? Historical documents and rare tomes must have recorded and preserved something. That era was truly profound and weighty. It was not merely history but a dazzling poem that moved heaven and earth, shaking the stars and moon. Old Chen's words carried a heavy weight, and even his sighs seemed desolate, imbued with a sense of powerlessness. The emergence of the woman was a most ominous omen. Her return signified something unspeakable. Old Chen rubbed his temples, appearing exceedingly fatigued. You are still young. You cannot comprehend the severity of this situation. Wang Xuan found himself unaccustomed to Old Chen's current state of despondency. The usually composed and serene Old Chen was now utterly transformed, drained of vitality. Do not underestimate this matter. A single misstep could lead to great chaos. Thus, I ventured deep into space with her, hoping to resolve the issue. Alas, I failed and was inexorably guided back by her. As he spoke, a trace of sadness crept into Old Chen's voice. He placed a hand on Wang Xuan's shoulder and said, Xiao Wang, the future belongs to your generation. If I am not around in due time, you must do everything in your power to uncover the secrets of the old arts, to find that path which has vanished in the river of history. Perhaps it could even be called a shortcut. Wang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Old Chen was nearing his end? Life, after all, is a series of unpredictable ups and downs, and no one can foresee how their story will conclude. Old Chen, with a sigh, gazed toward the horizon, where the dawn cast a soft golden hue upon him. Wang Xuan, who had seldom paid attention before, now observed that despite Old Chen's gaunt appearance, he stood tall and exuded an indescribable aura. Master, you need not force yourself. If the ethereal transformation technique of the female immortal eludes you, accept it, Wang Xuan urged. His strength had surged remarkably, and perhaps Qing Mu had arrived. Standing outside the courtyard, he overheard Old Chen's lamentations and, wishing to console him, urged him not to be too stubborn as he stepped inside. Upon seeing Wang Xuan, he immediately wished he could seal his lips and disappear, unable to meet Old Chen's gaze. Goodness, Old Chen truly has something up his sleeve, Wang Xuan thought, utterly taken aback. He felt at a loss for words. In his eyes, the ethereal golden glow surrounding Old Chen faded instantaneously, along with his stature and righteousness. In truth, Wang Xuan had never been fully engaged in the act, and was now a witness to the reality, which made him consider confronting Old Chen. Old Chen, you are quite remarkable, Wang Xuan sighed. Old Chen, however, felt no embarrassment. The so-called melancholy and despondency vanished in an instant, replaced by his usual calm demeanor. He shook his head and mused, such is the ebb and flow of life. Trajectories are ever-changing. Turning to his disciple, he remarked, Qing Mu, at your age, how can you still be so reckless? You've made a fool of young Wang. What could Qing Mu say? It was only after extensive discussions with Old Chen that he began to grasp the latter's intentions. Wang Xuan cast a glance at Old Chen, noting his pallor, yet felt no sympathy. The old colleague was indeed a tough character. Having endured for days in pursuit of the female immortal-esque technique without seeking a successor, such tenacity was commendable. He leaned in and whispered, "Is there truly an ethereal transformation technique?" Unable to watch any longer, Qing Mu interjected, "Enough, Wang. One must be kind-hearted. Do not provoke old Chen further." Wang Xuan shot him a look and replied, "Qing Mu, if I were you, I would turn and leave. It seems you are destined to take over your master's role sooner than you think." Silence. Qing Mu felt a shiver run down his spine and took several steps back. Then, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if he were under some unseen pressure, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. Meanwhile, old Chen exhaled deeply, sensing a change. "I feel that the celestial maiden has departed, no longer exerting her spiritual pressure upon me." It must be said that old Chen was indeed formidable. He could perceive whether the female immortal had left even during daylight. Yet he was startled, glancing at Wang Xuan, wondering how the young man's words had manifested so quickly. Was there truly a bridge of communication with the female immortal? Is it truly my turn now? Qing Mu felt like weeping, having unwittingly confirmed every portent that had been foretold days prior. Wang Xuan, too, became serious. Did the female immortal no longer require entry into dreams? Such capabilities during the day were indeed a source of pressure. Old Chen now wore a complex expression, a blend of relief and regret. First, he seemed to exhale a burden, only to follow with a sigh. He had persevered through much turmoil, yet it all felt like a futile endeavor. Wang Xuan spoke up. "Old Qing, hasten to the greater Xing'an range. Do not emulate old Chun's fruitless struggles. It would be prudent to bring Jin Chuan and Qian Lei along. Strength lies in numbers, and burdens are lighter when shared." Qing Mu shot him a glare, tempted to retort that Jin Chuan had once thwarted him, and Qian Lei had sought stones from him. Nevertheless, he inwardly conceded that he needed companions to share the load. Venturing alone into the greater Xing'an range would likely overwhelm him. Old Chun interjected, "In recent days, I have engaged in respectful and earnest conversations with that celestial being, enduring sleepless nights. I find her quite understanding. Qing Mu, you should go." What more could Qing Mu say? It would not do to challenge his mentor. This old man had endured suffering, only to now embellish his own reputation, ultimately passing the legacy to his disciple. In the courtyard, only old Chun and Wang Xuan remained, exchanging glances until old Chun was the first to smile. "Xiao Wang, speak up. You harbor quite a few secrets. Even the female practitioner regards you with newfound interest. Yet, she has finally departed to return underground." Old Chun regained his former calm and composure, and although his words were relatively gentle, an invisible pressure emanated from him. Wang Xuan remained silent, composed, and unyielding. "Do not deny how formidable you were upon graduation. I am well aware. The night you effortlessly defeated 2 assassins trained in iron sandpalm coincided with your return from the greater Xing'an range. It was then that I recognized the shroud of mystery enveloping you." Old Chen spoke without any noticeable emotional fluctuation. He continued, "Your strength has surged remarkably. Defeating Sun Qingquan has even startled Qing Mu. Though he remains silent, he is perplexed by your rapid growth, feeling a mix of astonishment and trepidation. If this continues, even I may find myself alarmed." Clearly, Old Chun maintained his composure, indicating his profound strength and status as a rare superlative expert. Wang Xuan sighed, aware that this scenario would inevitably unfold, for his power had indeed escalated too swiftly. Those close to him would eventually take note, whether sooner or later. Old Chun was evidently intent on uncovering what lay beneath Wang Xuan's surface. "Old Chun, if I were to tell you that I truly possess no transcendent technique, would you believe me?" Wang Xuan asked gravely. "And what then lies veiled in your essence?" Old Chen inquired. "There are secrets, but they lack universal applicability. Should I divulge them, others would find themselves unable to replicate them, only inviting greater troubles." Wang Xuan mused, remaining composed and unafraid. Old Chen shook his head, patting his shoulder. "Do not overthink it. I will not force you. However, you might consider whether to share your secrets. There is no rush to respond now. Tomorrow, I shall invite you fishing, and we can discuss it then." He then spoke cautiously. "Do not cause any disturbances. Do not let your imagination run wild. The female practitioner will certainly return underground and will not resurface, especially with her corporeal form remaining there." Wang Xuan remained unfazed, even smiling as he replied, "Old Chun, you are overthinking. Get a good night's sleep. After all, you have endured many days of toil." At this moment, Old Chen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, stirring within him a sense of foreboding. He hastily dialed Qingmu, inquiring about his whereabouts, fearing he might have returned to the vicinity. Wang Xuan replied, "Where do you think I've gone? Am I that kind of person? The female practitioner has already departed. Can I possibly summon her back? I fear her antics as well." Old Chen nodded, acknowledging that he, too, believed Wang Xuan could not manage the female practitioner. Subsequently, Wang Xuan and Old Chen engaged in a discussion about Pufa Temple. "Old Chen, are you aware of the history of this temple? What significant events have transpired here? I cannot shake the feeling that, despite its sacred solemnity, it lacks a certain ethereal quality." Old Chen shook his head, yawning as he confessed ignorance, expressing his desire to catch up on sleep, relishing the newfound tranquility. Shortly after, within the temple, Wang Xuan sought the counsel of an elderly monk, inquiring about the ancient site's history, legends, and notable occurrences. The monk recounted many tales, including almost mythical legends, revealing that Pufa Temple once housed a saintly monk of profound enlightenment who ultimately attained the status of a bodhisattva. Wang Xuan attentively filtered through the information, finally encountering a historical event that sent a jolt through his spirit. 3 centuries prior, this area experienced an earthquake, causing the ancient temple and pagodas to collapse. This revelation implied that the so-called millennial temple, despite its long lineage, boasted structures that were merely 300 years old at most. The monk sighed, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor, and remarked, "These constructions actually date back only a few decades." "What?" Wang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Decades ago, individuals from the New Star region excavated various relics beneath the old soil, showing equal interest in the ancient temples and Taoist shrines. Some elders among the affluent, devout in Buddhism and Taoism, were willing to invest substantial sums to relocate entire temples and shrines." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan suddenly comprehended the situation. Chapter 46. An encounter in the past. A financial magnate financed the restoration of the dilapidated ancient temple. During this process, extensive negotiations occurred between the temple and local authorities, resulting in substantial compensation offered to relocate the temple to New Star. Ultimately, a compromise was reached, and the entire temple was moved, including every brick, tile, the roots of the Bodhi tree, and the statues of Buddha. On the original site, a more magnificent temple arose, even grander than before, flourishing with incense offerings, exuding a solemn and sacred aura from afar. Wang Xuan reflected, recognizing that this issue transcended mere monetary solutions. It revealed the astonishing depth and power of the financial elite. It was no wonder that he could not find Yuhua stones or any remarkable artifacts. He understood clearly that the genuine ancient temple had long since been relocated. This suggested that the bodhisattvas had also been moved to the depths of space. Soon, Wang Xuan recalled the situation at his home, where the Taoist shrine in the Great Black Mountain had not only lost its tiles, but also its very foundation, likely attributable to the machinations of New Star. They had not only excavated relics beneath the old soil, but had also relocated the temples and shrines imbued with rich mythological significance from the surface. Wang Xuan was rendered speechless. The old earth had truly become barren. The treasures he sought had nearly vanished, which signified that he must earnestly contemplate his journey to the New Star. From ancient bamboo slips of the pre-Qin era to millennial temples, along with the ancestral grounds of various teachings and numerous relics related to transcendence, all had been removed, leaving the old earth nearly devoid of significance. The very things Wang Xuan yearned for resided in the New Star. "I must prepare thoroughly," he murmured to himself, realizing he had no other option but to set forth. Turning away, he exited the temple. Now glancing back, the majestic monastery, despite basking in the morning glow, seemed to have lost its sacred luster. He lamented how preconceived notions had severely distorted his judgment. As he departed, thoughts of the old monk with bloodied eyes surfaced, and he began to grasp the nature of the monk's desires. Was it not because his sanctuary had been relocated, and the extraordinary artifacts of transcendence taken into the depths of space, that he too wished to return to the past? Yet, the vague visions the monk had demonstrated in the dead of night clearly depicted bodhisattvas soaring, arhats rising, and the Bodhi tree uprooting itself, all ascending into the cosmos. Why was he the only one left behind? Was it due to the monk's past errors that bound him within the stone wall? Or was it that the lingering spiritual energy of the once mighty transcendence of the Buddhist realm was scattered everywhere, with the monk being merely a fragment of that essence, now awakening and yearning to reach the new star's sanctuary? In any case, it all pertained to the new star. Old Xuan, you should take a good rest. You've endured enough hardship lately. You are indeed one who shoulders more responsibility, Wang Xuan mused, a smile gracing his face. He felt that since he was now contemplating the new star, it was time to have a serious discussion with Qingmu. However, he needed to keep Old Xuan in check or send him away, for Old Xuan's multitude of ideas made him quite difficult to manage. Old Xuan, you are rather ungracious. Conspiring against me, Wang Xuan thought, believing that Old Xuan would exhaust every means to plot against him, especially since he likely gained little from the female practitioners. Had it not been for the unexpected confrontation and Qingmu's timely assistance, he would have been utterly unprepared. But I am generous. Since you pride yourself on your resilience and your affinity for delving into and strategizing over transcendent techniques, I shall grant you another opportunity. Wang Xuan chuckled to himself on his way back. It was Sunday, a day free from work, and upon returning to Anqing, he still had ample time. So he meandered about. Having lived in this city for over 4 years, he felt a certain attachment, knowing he would soon depart. He wandered through familiar locales, taking in the sights once more. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at Yunhu, a renowned scenic spot in Anqing. The lake's surface was crystal clear, with a few ancient structures lining the shore and waterfowl gliding gracefully above. Amidst the clamor and restlessness of the city, such serene lakeside beauty was indeed refreshing. Every day, people jogged along the lakeside or took to boating. The crowd was not insignificant. What is going on? Is someone filming a movie? Someone complained as the area ahead became congested. The bluestone path along the lake was blocked, frustrating those who wished to stroll and enjoy the scenery. It was not a film crew, but something akin to it, as it appeared a celebrity was ahead. Someone spoke up and mentioned a name. A chorus of gasps ensued. This was a star from the new star, quite popular on the old Earth, and many recognized the name instantly. Make way. Amidst the commotion, a voice rang out, loud and insistent, as individuals near the lakeside were jostled aside, urged to part for a clear path. Discontent arose among the crowd, with one person exclaiming, "Why should we? This is not your private road. Why must we yield?" A startled cry echoed, "Stop pushing. I might fall into the lake." A group of individuals clad in black advanced, their movements somewhat aggressive as they extended their arms to block or shove bystanders aside with excessive force, revealing their roles as bodyguards. Among them was a woman adorned with sunglasses, obscuring much of her face yet still emanating remarkable beauty, her mode of travel inciting the ire of passers-by. "What right do you have? This is a public thoroughfare. Why must we step aside for your passage?" Someone shouted, though many in the crowd were fans. Fervently calling out the name of the rising star, a substantial number expressed their dissatisfaction, deeming the behavior outrageous. What era is this? Is being a celebrity so significant that one must be so ostentatious? Sooner or later, they will fall. Another voice protested. Yet, the black-clad entourage remained undeterred, diligently parting the masses to carve out a pathway. At that moment, Wang Xuan chanced upon the scene, his attention caught by a striking figure by the lakeside. It was a woman in a flowing gown, billowing gently in the breeze, accentuating her elegant curves. Her hair danced in the wind, and her porcelain complexion stood in stark contrast against the backdrop of the lake, exuding an undeniable charm. It was Wu Yin, who had left a lasting impression on Wang Xuan due to her fiery temper and remarkable figure. He recalled how she nearly tore her evening gown in a fit of anger during their last encounter. To his surprise, he found her once again in this familiar setting. It soon became clear to Wang Xuan why she was present. The star from the rising constellation seemed to be making her way toward Wu Yin, suggesting a prior acquaintance or arrangement. Wu Yin frowned, clearly disinclined to attract attention in such a manner. She waved dismissively at the star, unwilling to be seen as a mere spectacle, and turned to walk away into the distance. Objectively speaking, her allure surpassed that of the star. As Wang Xuan contemplated leaving, a sudden outcry drew his attention. Someone was indeed on the brink of being shoved into the lake. His brow furrowed, especially upon witnessing a small girl being inadvertently thrust backward by one of the towering black-clad figures. Disturbed, he maneuvered through the guards, grasped the girl, and pulled her away from the throng, acutely aware of the potential danger of being trampled in such a crowded scene. Naturally, his intervention provoked discontent among the black-clad individuals, prompting them to approach him, perceiving his actions as provocations. Wang Xuan stepped back with the girl, intent on guiding her away from the crowd to ensure her safety. "Stay away from me," he said calmly. However, the guards interpreted his retreat as further defiance, continuing to push forward amidst the crowd. Initially reluctant to escalate the situation, Wang Xuan found it increasingly difficult to tolerate their behavior. Yet, engaging in direct confrontation with the bodyguards would likely lead to chaos. Thus, considering a more constructive approach, he decided to lead the girl toward Wu Yin by the lakeside. "You're being excessive. What era is this? Do you think we're living in the days of nobility? The Qing dynasty has long fallen," Wang Xuan exclaimed. His intention was clearly for Wu Yin to step forward and educate the female star she evidently recognized, addressing this issue at its roots today. He could see that Wu Yin seemed intent on maintaining a low profile, even waving her hand dismissively at the star, eager to depart. However, when he managed to approach, despite her dissatisfaction directed at the star, upon seeing Wang Xuan, her displeasure intensified. As he drew near, she immediately crossed her arms, adopting a posture of vigilance and defensiveness. Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. Was it really necessary? He surmised that this woman harbored a grudge, especially since his previous analysis of her condition had undoubtedly offended her. Wu Yin cast him a cold glance, arms still crossed, and turned slightly away, clearly creating distance, unwilling to greet him or engage in any interaction. Do Wu Yin, Wang Xuan almost slipped, for in his mind, aside from her fiery temperament, his most striking impression of her was her open-mindedness. He had nearly blurted out her full name. Wu Yin, astute as she was, immediately deduced his original intention from the first syllable he uttered, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Don't get me wrong. I saw you discreetly exchanging pleasantries with that star. You ought to advise this crowd to tone it down. He nearly pushed me into the lake." Wu Yin had initially intended to greet the star and send her away, but upon sensing Wang Xuan deliberately encroaching upon her space, her displeasure surged, prompting her to ignore him entirely, turning her back with arms crossed. The figures in black rushed over, their glares directed at Wang Xuan, as if blaming him for instigating trouble. "Keep your hands off me," Wu Yin warned. Wang Xuan, undeterred, stood his ground by the lake. Driven by a desire to remedy the situation, he began to kick the black-clad individuals into the water, one by one. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and soon a throng of black-clad figures surged towards him. Holding the little girl, he glanced at Wu Yin, implying that if she didn't intervene, they would all be forced into the lake. Wu Yin ignored him, attempting to shift aside while casting him a glare. Observing her still defensive posture, he felt compelled to address the situation further. As the black-clad individuals charged, he pulled the little girl aside, ensuring he didn't inadvertently strike Wu Yin. Yet he unceremoniously delivered a kick to her backside, sending her tumbling. One after another, he targeted those who advanced, swiftly clearing the vicinity, to the cheers of onlookers who had long disdained the bodyguards. Eventually, the female star was swept into the crowd as well, and Wang Xuan, perplexed by the unfolding events, noted her fall into the lake. "I assure you, I did not kick her in," Wang Xuan remarked to the gathering crowd. "Uncle, it seems like you did," the honest little girl beside him whispered. Laughter erupted around them. Wang Xuan sighed and promptly contacted Old Chun, saying, "Old Chun, I've agreed. I'm sending you a significant opportunity, but first, you must come deal with a few matters." Chapter 47. The Precious Driver in the Lake. Wu Yin's eyes blazed with fury. She was truly incensed. Given her status, it was rare for her to be at a disadvantage. The fact that she hadn't sought trouble with Wang Xuan was commendable enough, yet today, he had the audacity to act out. No, to kick, leaving her utterly exasperated, on the verge of an explosion. Moreover, a dull ache throbbed in her hips. The force of that kick had been quite substantial, nearly provoking an involuntary cry from her lips. With her already fiery temperament, her chest heaved violently, and she felt an overwhelming urge to rush ashore and confront the individual responsible. Yet she refrained from moving, as her long dress was thoroughly soaked, clinging to her form, and her stunning curves were not something she wished to expose on the bank, lest she become the center of attention. She shielded her face with her long hair, anxious about being photographed, but the water was undeniably cold, especially given the late autumn chill that made her grit her teeth in discomfort. On the other hand, the female celebrity was far less composed. Upon falling into the lake, she erupted in screams. This ordeal was nothing short of a nightmare for her, and she choked on water twice. Fortunately, the figure clad in black who had plunged in after her was diligent in his duties. Among the muscular men, There were several female bodyguards who swam over to support her, ensuring she did not sink, though her makeup was thoroughly ruined. Wu Yin's assistant, witnessing the scene, dared not act rashly for fear of being kicked into the water as well. Instead, she stood on the shore, hastily calling for assistance. As a bodyguard attempted to ascend to the bank, the gathered crowd erupted in uproar, inadvertently sending him tumbling back into the water. The other bodyguards, witnessing this chaos, hesitated to approach. Everyone stepped back. Rescuing her is the priority. Falling into the water puts one at risk of catching a chill, Wang Xuan urged. Not wishing for the situation to escalate further, advocating for calm and order. Gradually, several figures in black made their way ashore, noticeably more subdued, refraining from shoving anyone else, and instead helping their companions out of the water. "Wu, let me help you," Wang Xuan called out to Wu Yin, embodying a spirit of kindness and reconciliation. Extending his hand in an effort to assist her, thoughtfully refraining from using her real name, cognizant of her affiliation with a prominent family and the sensitivity of her identity. Wu Yin remained unresponsive. Upon hearing the name Da, her beautiful eyes flared with indignation. She felt no warmth from his offer of help or concern. Rather, she perceived it as a deliberate act of retribution for her previous outburst. Noticing her lack of reaction and her bowed head, obscured by her hair, resembling an ostrich, Wang Xuan grew disinterested, acknowledging their mere acquaintance. Wu Yin sensed his gaze upon her and believed he was intentionally attempting to pull her from the water, wanting to expose her disheveled state in her clinging, wet dress. Lele, a woman in her 30s, tears streaming down her face, rushed toward the little girl beside Wang Xuan. "Mommy," the little girl exclaimed joyfully. The recent chaos had separated them amidst the throng and the bodyguard's rough handling. Seeing this, Wang Xuan promptly returned the girl to her mother, who, still sobbing, expressed her gratitude before enveloping her child in a tight embrace. At that moment, a man in his 50s approached, accompanied by several others. Instantly raising Wang Xuan's suspicions, the companions of this older gentleman were not to be underestimated. "Xiaoyin, what happened to you?" the man inquired. "Uncle, I was pushed into the water," Wu Yin replied, casting a glance toward Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan sighed, wondering why old Chun was taking so long. Having remained on the scene thus far, he was not about to leave now. As a concerned bystander, he stepped forward to address the middle-aged man, stating that the celebrity's excessive presence had caused a blockage, nearly resulting in bystanders being shoved into the lake. "This is utterly unacceptable," Wang Xuan shook his head and remarked, clearly at fault himself, yet the actress had just quietly mentioned her acquaintance with the victim in the lake. The victim was indeed a middle-aged man in his 50s named Wu Qinglin, who happened to be Wu Yin's uncle. He was astute enough to discern the insincerity behind the young man's enthusiasm upon hearing those words. Could it be that they truly knew each other? Wang Xuan pointed at the victim, Wu Yin, and gestured toward the actress not far off. "I do not know her," Wu Qinglin immediately denied, quickly removing his coat and handing it to Wu Yin, who had reached the lake's edge, personally assisting her out of the water. Naturally, he had to refute the claim. Their modus operandi was typically discreet, preferring to operate behind the scenes without drawing attention, avoiding becoming a spectacle in the eyes of others. Moreover, if today's incident were to make headlines, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly. Not far away, the actress and her assistant appeared discontented, eager to voice their thoughts. Wu Qinglin cast a quick glance in their direction and addressed the onlookers. "There is nothing to see here. Disperse." The first to leave were the actress and her entourage, who departed quietly without escalating the situation or seeking trouble with Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan turned to leave, but after barely walking 100 meters, he spotted a car speeding toward him, halting at the roadside. It was Old Chun arriving at the scene. "Old Chun, I'm heading back now," Wang Xuan communicated via phone, not intending to meet in person, merely informing him of the situation as he prepared to depart. "Surprising. It's old Wu, our collaborator in this venture. Young Wang, would you like to come over and familiarize yourself? You'll be dealing with him frequently," Old Chun said, glancing toward the lakeside, somewhat astonished. Wang Xuan sensed something amiss. Hadn't the exploration organization previously intercepted the Ling, Zhou, and Wu families at Qingqing Mountain? How could they now be collaborating? However, he understood that when interests aligned, even enemies could unite. Besides, the two parties likely had an existing foundation for collaboration. The previous interception was instigated by Old Chun's subtle guidance of Qing Mu, unbeknownst to the other party. "Old Chun, I won't be going. I forgot to mention, I just kicked old Wu's niece into the lake. You can sort that out. But do not betray me, or you'll never see the grand opportunity of transcending to immortality in this lifetime. I will take that secret to my grave." Upon hearing this, old Qin grimaced. As a prominent figure in the realm of ancient arts, it was somewhat humiliating to have to personally address such trivial matters when new stars sought his audience. Ultimately, he approached Wu Qinglin, and the two went for tea, leaving others to handle the situation by the lake. The following day, Monday, Wang Xuan returned to work, feeling that this phase of his life was about to conclude. He came by to bid farewell to colleagues with whom he had shared a brief time. Shortly thereafter, old Qin arrived, looking revitalized, compared to his previous appearance. Characterized by yawns and dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, he now exuded vigor. "Old Qin, it's been many days since we last met. You look well. By the way, how is your study of the I Ching progressing?" A colleague greeted him. "That wretched book? I've given it up." Old Qin responded succinctly and then directly called Wang Xuan out, ready for a serious discussion. "I'm at work," Wang Xuan remarked upon his emergence. "How about I grant you an extended leave? You should take this opportunity to rest well. It's a trivial matter." Old Qin, with great enthusiasm, exercised his authority to allow Wang Xuan a break. "In that case, why not arrange for a change of scenery?" "I wish to go to New Star," Wang Xuan declared, determined to act decisively rather than procrastinate. Old Qin turned to him, surprised that Wang Xuan was proactively seeking to head to New Star. Rubbing his hands together, he replied, "No problem, but the competition over there, particularly with the tycoon's daughter and the widow's family, is quite fierce." Wang Xuan shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Old Qin, have you been reading too many novels from the olden days? You ought to arrange things differently. When I arrive at New Star, you should have the tycoon's daughter as my bodyguard and the enchanting widow as my driver. That would be more appropriate." Old Qin sighed. "The youth of today are so impulsive, lacking the perseverance to start from the ground up. Your expectations are rather high." Seeing him so serious, as if he could truly make such arrangements, Wang Xuan feigned depth, stating, "Someone like me, capable of unraveling the truth of transformation, deserves a few top-notch experts. Is it too much to ask?" "There's some truth to that." Old Qin surprisingly nodded, adding, "Once you get to New Star, I will make the necessary arrangements." Wang Xuan, uninterested in responding, thought old Qin had forsaken all integrity for the sake of the transformation technique, blatantly lying with a straight face. After a moment's contemplation, old Qin suggested, "What do you think of the girl you kicked into the lake? Let her be your driver." Wang Xuan ignored him, unwilling to entertain his nonsense. "Xiao Wang, you seem to look down on me and our organization," old Qin observed. "In the past, it might have posed some difficulty. However, this time it's old Wu and his team who have requested it. What is wrong with having that girl as your driver? It conveniently helps you conceal your identity. If we cooperate, you would be a crucial part of the operation. Why wouldn't they be willing to accommodate?" Wang Xuan suddenly turned to old Qin, realizing that the old man had been encouraging him to go to New Star, as there were already plans for collaboration. Had he been sold out in advance? "Old Qin, are you all planning to harvest the earth immortal grass?" "I will not partake in this endeavor." Wang Xuan firmly refused. With so many organizations and powerful tycoons in New Star, it was evident how daunting the task was. He had no intention of becoming cannon fodder. Old Qin chuckled softly. "Where did your thoughts wander? The earth immortal grass plan is on the back burner. It's not our immediate focus. This operation carries little risk. You must trust my integrity." Wang Xuan regarded him, thinking it would be absurd to trust this old colleague. Old Qin continued, "Consider this. The Wu family's girl is involved. Serving as your driver, she's skilled at piloting small spacecraft. If she's on board, what danger could there possibly be?" Wang Xuan looked at him, feeling that old Qin's ideas were too far-fetched and somewhat untrustworthy, still a bit too unrefined. "Let us discuss serious matters," Wang Xuan insisted. "Certainly. Let me clarify from the outset. Do not entertain the thought of selling me to the Wu family. Otherwise, even if I impart to you the secrets of the ascension technique, dire consequences will surely follow." Naturally, old Qin was eager to hear the secrets of the ascension technique. Yet he added, "Little Wang, do not presume my words lack credibility. They indeed sought us out. As a figure of considerable authority in the realm of ancient arts, my invitation holds significant weight. They have come to realize that certain issues can only be resolved by those well-versed in old techniques." Old Qin, exuding confidence, piqued Wang Xuan's curiosity, leading him to inquire, "To what level have you truly mastered these ancient arts?" With a subtle smile and a hint of pride, Old Chun replied. Let me put it this way. The son Qingkuan who once fought for his life against you at Dahe Mountain, before he faced his downfall, was at the pinnacle of his prowess. Despite being of similar age, he would greet me with utmost reverence, calling me teacher Chen each time we met. Wang Xuan, taken aback, harbored doubts about the veracity of Old Chen's claims. Was he truly that formidable? By this time, they had arrived at the abandoned machinery factory behind the Design Institute, a place where Old Chen often fished. Behold those forsaken steel machines, the immense gears, and the crushers. He gestured towards the rusting machinery. In my youth, I often practiced unarmed combat in their vicinity. He pointed to a sizable, corroded steel plate, its weight indeterminate, and remarked, I have refrained from using my hands for many years. He then urged Wang Xuan to reveal the secrets of the ascension technique. Wang Xuan, determined to provide Old Chun with genuine benefit, began to demonstrate the boxing techniques imparted by the old monk. As he practiced, he explained the first move. However, he struggled to embody the true essence of the technique, as it required the internal organs to resonate in harmony, an endeavor too advanced for him at this stage. Thus, he could only articulate it in words. Old Chun, an adept in the field, was visibly impressed. Remarkable, it resembles the great golden fist, yet it is distinctly different. For someone like me, mastering it would pose a significant challenge, one worth undertaking. Wang Xuan taught him but a single move, assuring him that he could return the following day for the remaining techniques. Very well, I shall not rush. I will seek you out tomorrow, Old Chen nodded, departing with an eager anticipation to practice. Wang Xuan, bemused, contemplated that tonight the monk, with his bleeding eyes, would visit Old Chun, and their camaraderie would undoubtedly lead to Old Chun grasping everything by dawn. After Old Chen's departure, Wang Xuan also tapped the thick steel plate, only to have his expression shift dramatically. The very spot Old Chun had struck now scattered into fine fragments. He was genuinely astonished, gasping in disbelief. Was Old Chun truly that extraordinary? Recalling the earlier encounter, Wang Xuan noted that Old Chun had seemingly exerted minimal effort with that gentle tap. Such strength was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Next time, I ought to treat Old Chun with greater respect. Having such a dangerously powerful colleague in mind is indeed a source of concern, he sighed. Later that evening, upon returning home, Wang Xuan began to ponder aloud, informing the monk that it would be prudent to sit by Old Chen's bedside, as he frequently visited New Star and could assist in fulfilling his wishes. The following morning, bright and early, Old Chen sought out Wang Xuan, his eyes resembling those of a rabbit, glaring red and luminous. He confronted Wang Xuan, exclaiming, Ah, young Wang, you have truly wronged me. Just as I bid farewell to one female practitioner, you send me another ghostly monk. What is your intention? I have yet to recover my sleep, and here we are, embarking on yet another ordeal. Wang Xuan, taken aback, inquired, Did he not teach you that particular martial art? Old Chun, filled with indignation, retorted, Teach me what? He sat at the head of my bed, staring at me throughout the night. Every time I attempted to drift into slumber, he would lean closer, fixated upon me without cessation. It was far better than the previous celestial maiden, who maintained her distance and possessed an unparalleled beauty. Unlike this one, shrouded in darkness and emanating a putrid stench, who merely sat beside me in silence, gazing intently. Given Old Chen's formidable prowess, Wang Xuan resolved to approach the matter with utmost seriousness, lest Old Chen's frustration lead to an outburst. He recounted his experiences in detail. The following day, Old Chun appeared even more haggard and, in a state of sorrow and rage, approached Wang Xuan, stating, Young Wang, you have led me astray. What do you mean I led you astray? I recounted everything to you in meticulous detail. Wang Xuan felt genuinely wronged. Following your advice, I struck at his head, only to find myself subjected to a relentless assault within my own mental realm throughout the night. Old Chun was utterly despondent. Thanks to disrupted thoughts and severed strings of life, I appreciate the support from both leaders. Chapter 48. A message from deep space. Old Chun was beaten throughout the night. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan found himself at a loss, inexplicably unable to feel sympathy for his plight. Instead, he felt an urge to burst into laughter. However, to avoid provoking Old Chun, he feigned concern, massaging his temples and rubbing his face, fearful that Old Chun would perceive his unseemly mirth and retaliate. Seizing the moment, Wang Xuan allowed his laughter to surface before adopting a grave expression, Realizing the precarious nature of Old Chen's mood necessitated a more solemn demeanor. Old Chen, you must understand that this world is one of balance. When you gain something, you invariably sacrifice something in return. That is a martial art that transcends the formidable diamond fist, and it is not easily attained. To enhance the gravity of his words, Wang Xuan even sighed. Old Chen, ever astute and sufficiently powerful, was not easily deceived. He coldly remarked, "And you? Why were you not struck?" Wang Xuan, puzzled, too, began to wonder why Old Chen's similar approach had failed, resulting in him being soundly beaten by the old monk. He wished to suggest that perhaps it was a matter of character, that Old Chen's virtue fell short, but dared not voice such thoughts. Instead, he firmly asserted, "I too have paid a price." Old Chen, initially indifferent, became incensed upon hearing this. He coolly retorted, "What price have you paid? From the female practitioner to the ghostly monk, what you have sacrificed is me." Old Chen was filled with resentment, having reflected upon the fact that he was always the one left to bear the burden, with none of the anticipated benefits materializing, only suffering. "Old Chen, must you speak so melodramatically?" Wang Xuan naturally denied such claims, feeling compelled to match Old Chen's grievances to restore his own sense of balance. After recounting a plethora of fabricated tales of woe, Wang Xuan added, "Moreover, Old Chen, if I may borrow your logic, you have sacrificed the essence of Qingmu." Old Chen's expression darkened immediately as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that you sacrificed both our master-disciple bond?" Indeed, Wang Xuan has long been perplexed by the question of why Old Chen has suffered. Could it be that the cycle of cause and effect has manifested in Old Chen's misfortune as a form of retribution? "Old Chen, I can swear, had I not struck him with a stick, my desires would not have been fulfilled. Do not rush. Let us reflect together on your experiences and devise a plan. Are you not curious about the details of my beating?" Old Chen, filled with a fierce intensity and facing a series of misfortunes, was understandably irate. Although he was indeed eager to hear how I had been so brutally assaulted, for the sake of safety, Wang Xuan tactfully diverted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, to which sect does Pufa Temple belong?" Old Chen paused, a look of solemnity overtaking him as he recognized the gravity of the question. Wang Xuan had casually mentioned it, hoping to glean more clues from the origins of this ancient temple, yet he himself was taken aback, having stumbled upon a realization. Zen Buddhism. They both spoke in unison. The mind itself is Buddha. To witness the essence is to attain Buddhahood. The Platform Sutra of the Sixth Patriarch records, upon hearing the words, one achieves great enlightenment and perceives the true nature of all phenomena. Old Chen. They speak of sudden enlightenment, of following one's true self. Just like me, I acted according to my heart, and although it may have appeared slightly disrespectful, I was acknowledged. And you, harboring a multitude of schemes in your mind, coveting their scriptures, yet you insist on putting on a facade and assaulting them. If I were the old monk, I too would find you intolerable. Who else would I beat for an entire night? Upon hearing this, Old Chen gazed skyward, feeling the weight of the moment, and chose to remain silent. Since the mention of Zen Buddhism, he had comprehended the crux of the issue entirely and turned to leave. "Old Chen, would you like me to teach you the remaining techniques?" Wang Xuan, eager to assist, was ready to see things through. "No need. I fear your movements lack precision." Old Chen retorted disdainfully, resolved to confront the ghostly monk that very night and extract the scriptures from him entirely. Old Chen indeed proved formidable. That night he obtained what he desired and no longer suffered from insomnia. From that day forth, he secluded himself in a small courtyard outside the city, closing his doors to visitors, diligently practicing that particular martial art. Qingmu and the others ventured into the greater Xing'an range and have since been unreachable, leaving no news for an extended period. Wang Xuan's life settled into tranquility. Old Chen graciously granted him an extended holiday, allowing him the luxury of time to delve into ancient techniques. He perused the Taoist texts, not in search of any inheritance, but to decipher certain coded terminologies and specialized phrases, aiming to deepen his understanding of esoteric practices from antiquity. During this period, he returned home for an earnest discussion with his parents, mentioning that the company had recognized his outstanding performance and intended to send him for advanced studies at a prestigious institution, an opportunity too rare to miss. To his surprise, his parents were immensely supportive, devoid of any sorrow or reluctance, rendering all his prepared words of solace unnecessary. Reflecting upon his memories since childhood, he realized his parents had always been this way, somewhat carefree, never burdened by feelings of parting. This revelation eased his heart. Had they expressed tears and reluctance, he would likely have hesitated and postponed his journey for a considerable time. Soon after, Qingmu began sending messages, informing Wang Xuan of his own tribulations. Having truly experienced the nightly suffering of his master, plagued by insomnia and even struck by lightning, he explained that he had suffered collateral damage, bearing the brunt of the consequences. The methods employed by the female practitioners to influence the present world have become increasingly astonishing, conducting extensive mental lightning strikes in the underground laboratories targeting all individuals. Initially, the researchers from the new star were skeptical, believing these phenomena to be mere illusions induced by some extraordinary material factors. They transported the most advanced instruments from New Star for identification and detection, meticulously documenting their observations and studies. Moreover, both Ms. Zhang, the founder of the Origin Research Institute, and certain individuals from the Old Earth were reluctant to see the experiments terminated, placing great hopes on the quest for prolonging life. Clearly, the personnel from the Research Institute either intended to see the experiments through to completion, or the female practitioners would elevate their interventions further, compelling Ms. Zhang and some from the Old Earth to experience it firsthand. Consequently, the situation fell into a stalemate. Wang Xuan remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting Lao Chun and Aoki, dedicating his days to mastering ancient techniques and practicing the monk's martial arts. Over a week later, he began to receive several letters from afar. The first was from Qin Cheng, delivered through a deep space trading team collaborating with his family. Old Wang, he wrote, I have established myself here, and by a stroke of coincidence, I had the opportunity to recommend you. If successful, it could facilitate your transition to the new moon. In the letter, Qin Cheng provided an address, that of a New Star Company branch in Old Earth, encouraging Wang Xuan to reach out and enhance his chances of success. Old Wang, he continued, the new moon harbors treasures, several rare plants subject to mutation experiments and large-scale cultivation. Each day allows for a certain number of dead stocks to be reported as losses. I am both pained and elated. However, constrained by my own abilities, I cannot endure that formidable tiger wolf elixir. Consuming one every half-month is already my body's limit. Wang Xuan was moved. What sort of potent elixir could be so extraordinary? He learned that a vast palace had been erected on the new moon, referred to as the Grand Cold Palace. I was nearly astonished upon my arrival here, he remarked. It claims to be the most luxurious resort in deep space, worthy of a visit, yet with my financial status, I can only gaze longingly from afar. Besides discussing key points, Qin Cheng also mentioned various trivial matters. Curiously, there existed a temple purported to have a history of 2,000 years, transported from Old Earth. Additionally, a certain ancestral home of Taoism had been restored there, with every brick and tile said to have been brought from its original site. Wang Xuan felt an inkling of mystery surrounding it. Upon reading this, Wang Xuan felt a stirring within him, accompanied by a twinge of doubt. Following this, he received letters from Su Chan and Zhou Kuan, informing him that due to unforeseen circumstances, 2 classmates had already perished. They expressed their sorrow. Though refrained from detailing the causes of death, one could only imagine the harsh sacrifices underlying all that is beautiful. Wang Xuan sighed, astonished that within less than a month, 2 of his classmates had met their untimely demise. He recalled the final gathering, where those bound for New Star were brimming with ambition, eager to achieve greatness. Their youthful faces radiant with confidence. How could such misfortune strike so suddenly? It was truly tragic. He too was preparing to journey to New Star, reminding himself to remain vigilant. Additionally, he received a handwritten letter from Zhao Qinghan, who also conveyed the news of their classmates' deaths, and once more, the goddess mentioned the matter of collaboration. 2 days later, Aoki returned, and the matters beneath the greater Xing'an range had finally reached a temporary conclusion, though he refrained from elaborating. Instead, he brought up Wang Xuan with a grave expression, stating that it was rather unexpected for someone to wish to keep him grounded, preventing him from stepping forward. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that some individuals were extending their reach far too broadly, attempting to completely obstruct his path to the New Star. Old Chun, upon learning of Aoki's return, finally emerged from seclusion, his face glowing with vitality. As he put it, the divine monk's martial arts were profoundly intricate, and he had gained significant insights, recognizing a new path ahead. Wang Xuan observed him. This old colleague, who had recently referred to the ghost monk, was now quickly exalting the divine monk, and he suspected that in due time, he would be calling him a bodhisattva. The notion of keeping young Wang rooted in the past was laughable, old Chen scoffed. He then turned to Wang Xuan, saying, "Some disturbances are about to arise. Have you not been eager to discern my strength? Do you wish to understand the essence of the new techniques? You may accompany me to witness it firsthand." Upon hearing this, Aoki's expression shifted, and he interjected, "Master, you must not go. This venture is fraught with peril. There is no need for a clash of wills, as a moment's carelessness could lead to death." It had been many years since he last engaged in combat, and with the passing of several old friends, they truly believed that the old techniques had perished entirely, increasingly underestimating individuals like themselves. If this trend continued, the number of practitioners of the old arts would dwindle, ultimately leading to a catastrophic collapse of its foundation. Moreover, that artifact had resurfaced. This time, I must embark on this journey. Old Chen spoke solemnly, his demeanor markedly different, before finally looking at Wang Xuan and saying, "Come with me to witness it." Wang Xuan felt a surge of respect. Old Chen was prepared to stand up and forge a path for the old techniques. The current atmosphere was bleak. The old arts had been officially forsaken, and many believed that the new techniques represented the only hope, leaving practitioners of the old arts with no avenue for advancement. If this persisted, no one would continue to practice the old arts, and that path would soon be irrevocably severed. Zheng Lao passed away 3 years ago. Miao Lao died in the autumn of the previous year. Sun Lao succumbed last winter, and Zhong Lao departed this spring. Although all had lived beyond a century, none could breach that boundary, nor could they cross that threshold. Such a pity, all had perished. Aoki sighed, his heart heavy, and remarked, "In this tumultuous season, with the 4 elders of the old arts having passed on, an era is nearly at its end." There were unspoken words, for it was precisely due to the recent deaths of pivotal figures in the old arts that the situation appeared increasingly precarious. After all, during their lifetimes, those individuals held immense prestige and maintained relations with many powerful factions. Decades ago, at the zenith of their personal prowess, they had collaborated closely with various organizations, forming bonds across the board. Yet in recent years, as they had all departed, the connections of the old arts with these factions had also nearly faded away. Am I not still here? How could I not be considered an elder in the realm of the old arts? Old Chen remarked. Aoki immediately adopted a profoundly serious demeanor, stating, "Precisely for this reason, you should refrain from intervening. If, Master, you were to fall as well, the old arts would become even dimmer. The era upheld by your generation would be irrevocably concluded, and to many, the old arts would seem to have reached their end." Wang Xuan was genuinely astonished. Was Old Chen truly that formidable? He appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s. Yet he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the venerable 4 elders of ancient arts, who were over 100 years old. Qingmu seemed to sense his thoughts and spoke up. "My master has ascended through genuine achievements, although his years do not match those of the 4 elders. And his renown is lesser, his prowess is well acknowledged by all." Wang Xian's heart raced. It appeared he had underestimated Old Chen's danger. His strength was extraordinary. No wonder Old Chen claimed that in the same age bracket, Sun Qingquan would instinctively defer to him. "Old Chen, take it easy. Why does it feel like Qingmu is rather pessimistic? Please don't overextend yourself." Wang Xian expressed genuine concern, inquiring about the situation. Under the sun, there is nothing new. Ancient arts, mechas, gene-enhanced bodies, and now the new techniques. Every so often, one must rely on strength to speak. Moreover, this time, an ancient legendary treasure has resurfaced, prompting various factions to convene. I suspect some wish to eradicate the ancient arts, suppressing us completely and denying us any chance of resurgence. Thus, Old Chen, I can no longer hold back. After many years, I must act again. Old Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet Wang Xian instantly perceived the terror and peril embedded within those words. This meeting seemed decidedly unfriendly towards the ancient arts. Someone must step forward. Old Chen maintained his tranquility, yet his unwavering conviction was palpable. He was unafraid. Qingmu understood the gravity of the situation. If Old Chen refrained from stepping forth, the other superlative forces within the realm of ancient arts would be unable to contend against mechas, new techniques, and gene-enhanced bodies. The ancient arts would inevitably face a slow demise. Unable to contain himself, Wang Xian interjected, "Old Chen, can your strength still be enhanced in the short term? What do you require?" He was genuinely fearful that Old Chen might be harmed. At his age, he should not jeopardize himself for a gathering, risking his life in the process. Old Chen nodded and replied, "If there are extraordinary skills or unique secret methods, I might be able to draw upon them." Wang Xuan pondered momentarily and said, "I possess an extraordinarily powerful physical technique. Although it is not particularly safe to practice, as it can be lethal, it is indeed profound. I wonder if it might inspire you." He referenced Zhang Daoling's 5-page golden book. Such a technique was notoriously difficult to master. However, once comprehended, it could undoubtedly bestow terrifying power. He had only grasped the initial form and had managed to fend off Sun Qingquan, surviving a seemingly fatal ordeal. Qingmu was taken aback, hastily interjecting, "No, that technique is fatal upon practice. My master once attempted half of it, and ever since, his hair turned white. Returning to his former state has been impossible. It is a miracle he survived, and it is not feasible to approach it at this stage." Wang Xuan was astonished. Had Old Chen practiced such a level of martial arts? Despite the passage of years, Old Chen's hair remained stable, neither fully black nor entirely white, retaining its condition from years past without significant detriment. Years ago, the 4 elders of ancient arts had jointly ascended to one of the Taoist ancestral grounds, collectively exerting pressure to procure the sacred secret techniques from there. It felt as if it were just yesterday, yet regrettably, the 4 elders had all departed this world in succession. Old Chen couldn't help but sigh in reminiscence. Wang Xuan was moved. The 4 elders truly cared for their juniors, even pressuring one of the Taoist ancestral grounds on behalf of Old Chen. Such actions were indeed remarkable and worthy of admiration. Regrettably, after extensive study, I found myself unable to persist beyond half of the text. Were it not for the fervent assistance of the 4 elders, I would not be the person I am today. Old Chen, reflecting on the kindness of the 4 elders, felt a pang of melancholy. Aoki, too, was deeply saddened, naturally. He had accompanied his master to pay respects to those venerable figures who had shown him considerable care. However, his journey along the path of ancient arts had been fraught with difficulties, leaving him far behind Old Chen. Wang Xuan, through mere fragments of conversation, had developed a fondness for those elders, but alas, they had all passed away in recent years. "I have brought shame upon my master," Aoki murmured, his gaze lowered. Old Chen shook his head and remarked, "I harbor no aversion toward new arts, genetics, or mechanized enhancements that can elevate one's capabilities. I am open to learning and integrating them. You have nearly reached the limits of your potential in the ancient arts. Henceforth, if you can amalgamate other methodologies, it would still be a valid path." Aoki, feeling despondent, immersed himself in rigorous training, exhausting his potential. Yet his ultimate achievements were akin to those of the injured Sun Qingquan. Finally, he sighed. "I hope Brother Wei can succeed and reach a dazzling pinnacle in the realm of ancient arts, so as not to disappoint our master." Yet, he had been absent for a decade, and his silence weighed heavily on Aoki's heart. Old Chen refrained from further discussion on this matter and turned his attention to Wang Xuan, saying, "I dare not practice the body techniques left by Zhang Daoling. I believe that the foundational elements of Taoism are not suited to me at this juncture. Conversely, the mysterious boxing techniques I acquired from the old monk have illuminated a path for me." He then cautioned Wang Xuan, stating, "I believe it is not prudent for you to delve too deeply into those few pages of the golden text. Though I have not seen them, I understand that such knowledge, even at the level of transcendence, constitutes a formidable body art. Be cautious not to overexert yourself and risk your own well-being." Wang Xuan nodded, acknowledging that he had only practiced the initial movements of the first page, which he had managed to refine within the internal landscape, aided by the dense mystical elements that continuously restored his organs. "Do you possess any other ancient methods? Perhaps something akin to what the venerable monk transmitted, or the items left by the female practitioner? I believe they may provide me with inspiration," Old Chen inquired. Wang Xuan sighed. This was quintessential Old Chen, reminiscent of his true nature. Previously, moved by the 4 elders of ancient arts, Wang Xuan had eagerly mentioned the 5 pages of the golden text. But now he sensed that he might have fallen into Old Chen's trap. "She left nothing for me. Perhaps I will present it to you when the time is right," Wang Xuan replied with composure. Old Chen was taken aback, fully aware that whenever Wang Xuan offered something, trouble was sure to follow. Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed on, "What is your situation? You can communicate with the female practitioner and even present an old monk. Surely there must be something else beside you." Old Chen felt a twinge of unease, his suspicions escalating. He harbored grave doubts that something mysterious lingered around Wang Xuan. There is nothing. I will give it to you when the opportunity arises, Wang Xuan smiled broadly. In that moment, Old Chun felt a shiver, while Aoki was utterly alarmed. Is there more to come? What is the true nature of Wang Xuan? Is he inherently attracting spirits? I suspect I have garnered the favor of the celestial beings, as evidenced by the attention from the heavenly maidens to the venerable monks. So, Old Chun, do not rush. I will gradually share with you in due time. Aoki thought of turning to leave, muttering, and you claim not to attract spirits. Old Chun felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that this young man was quite peculiar. Who could endure the unsettling notion of him sending spirits to others for no apparent reason? Having personally experienced it twice, he deemed it best not to mention the female practitioners. Even the old monk had only seized the opportunity due to Wang Xuan's guidance. Should Wang Xuan subtly release a few more new divine beings, Old Chun feared he might lose his sanity. Reluctant to dwell on such matters, he turned to Wang Xuan and said, "You have been recuperating these past few days. In 4 days, we shall attend the gathering, and perhaps there will be an opportunity for you to take action." Excellent. Wang Xuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Old Chun broached the subject of his journey to the new star, stating, "It's quite simple. We needn't expend our own resources. Let the Wu family handle it, as they are eager and have resolved to collaborate with us." Old Chun, have you sold me out? Wang Xuan gazed at him. No, Old Chun shook his head, then inquired, have you had some involvement with the young lady from the Wu family? I haven't sold you out. Rather, it seems she is keen on acquiring your services, seeking to recruit you into her family's expedition team. How intriguing, young Wang. I hadn't anticipated you had such entanglements. Tread carefully. You wouldn't want old Wu to discover and obstruct your endeavors. What entanglements? Big Wu, you hold a grudge. It's evident she seeks to gain an advantage over me. How petty, especially given her stature. Wang Xuan asked Qing Mu to keep an eye out, hoping not to be troubled by Wu Yin's antics. The following days passed in tranquility for Wang Xuan as he optimized his physical condition and nurtured his spirit, awaiting Old Chen's signal to embark. At last, the day of departure arrived. Wang Xuan arrived early at the familiar estate on the outskirts of an city, waiting for everyone to gather before they set off. Will you wear a lifelike human mask? Qing Mu inquired. Wang Xuan nodded, recognizing that he could not entirely defend against energy guns and specialized ammunition at this stage. Hence, he preferred to maintain a low profile. The era had changed. Every individual's trajectory was traceable, and should one desire to investigate someone, they could unearth clues sooner or later. Qing Mu informed him that no matter how cautious he was, his true identity would eventually be revealed. Wang Xuan understood this, but required this buffer period. Once he perfected the golden body technique to the 7th or 8th level, he would possess the confidence that conventional firearms would no longer pose a threat to him. Where is the destination for this excursion? Wang Xuan inquired. Initially, we were to journey to the moon or Mars, but considering our unfriendliness towards ancient practices, it is prudent to remain on familiar ground. After all, should we venture deep into space and face unforeseen circumstances, no one could predict the outcome, and mechanized warriors would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. Ultimately, the chosen location was the Zhongling on the old soil. Old Chen arrived, his short, dense silver hair gleaming, his demeanor entirely transformed. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing like steel needles. Were it not for his voice, Wang Xuan might have doubted this was truly Old Chun, for he seemed like a different person compared to his usual calm and composed self. Especially when he donned a cold, silver mask, he became utterly unrecognizable, and one could hardly associate him with the gentle demeanor of his former colleague. Old Chen nodded to Aoki and Wang Xuan, uttering no words, before retreating to a quiet room to rest, his presence deep, serene, and as immovable as a mountain. The mask chosen by Wang Xuan was a lifelike representation of a youthful oriental visage, brimming with vitality and exuberance. He had heard Aoki mention that their adversaries came from a myriad of ethnic backgrounds, transcending races and hailing from various organizations and alliances, which prompted his deliberate choice of this mask. It was time to depart. Aoki stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing a large silver-gray spacecraft emerging from the horizon, decelerating as it descended onto the expansive helipad behind the manor. It was, astonishingly, the Wu family. A significant figure had arrived, intending to accompany Old Chun to the Zhongling, undoubtedly to witness a fierce confrontation. Regardless of the circumstances, in such uncertain times, where the future appeared bleak. The Wu family's presence and commitment to escort Old Qin spoke volumes of their sincerity. Wang Xuan sensed that the Wu family seemed to be entangled in some trouble, something that could only be resolved by practitioners of antiquated arts, which left him perplexed. Just the three of us? Wang Xuan was astonished, realizing that apart from himself, Old Qin, and Aoki, no one else would accompany them. 3 of us will suffice. Mainly, it's my master who will take action. Aoki's mood was heavy as he regarded his master's silhouette, uncertainty gnawing at him. He added that other places would indeed have masters of the old arts convening at Songling, and relevant departments from the old territories would also attend, serving as endorsement and deterrence. Wu Chenglin personally came forth to welcome Old Qin, displaying considerable courtesy and respect. Wu Yin followed closely behind Old Wu, her attire elegant, her figure exceptional, and her fair, beautiful face adorned with a gentle, slightly sweet smile. After expressing her respect to Old Qin, she warmly greeted Aoki and Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan was taken aback. He had never seen this side of Wu Yu, having only encountered her formidable temperament in prior meetings. This is Wu Yin, she smiled, standing gracefully with a luminous complexion, her politeness underscored by warmth. He is Wang Xiao, Aoki introduced. You can call me Xiao Wang, Wang Xuan replied, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality. It was the most natural and pleasant sound he could muster after altering his voice. Wu Yin's smile remained, yet an unusual sensation stirred within her, even a hint of displeasure, as the moniker Xiao Wang conjured other associations. For instance, the recent exasperation caused by Wang Xuan, who was often referred to as Old Wang by acquaintances like Qin Sheng. However, to her eyes, the young man before her possessed a pure, bright gaze, radiating a sunny disposition, and his smile was astonishingly brilliant, far superior to that of Wang Xuan. Had Wang Xuan been privy to her thoughts, he would surely lament the terrifying influence of preconceived notions, capable of distorting one's aesthetic and judgment. He believed that this visage was inferior to his true self. Xiao Wang is quite remarkable. Despite his youth, he possesses extraordinary talent in the realm of antiquated arts. Even now, I may not be his match. Aoki spoke with a hint of melancholy, his words devoid of embellishment. The sense of resignation was unmistakable, as if he felt his journey was nearing its conclusion. Wu Yin was taken aback. How could this young man, barely in his 20s, possess such formidable prowess? It was astonishing. In this era, where ancient arts have waned, it is rare for young individuals to devote themselves to the study of such traditions. Even if one were talented, it would hardly be extraordinary, given their age. Could he possibly be the second coming of Qin Yongjie? She was greatly surprised. Although the young man before her could not quite measure up to the legendary Qin in his youth, he likely was not far behind. Many were aware that Qin had begun practicing ancient arts from a young age, making remarkable strides, and by his 20s, he had already gained considerable renown. Wu Yin immediately began to regard him with newfound respect. The collaboration between her family and the exploration organization was precisely to invite some masters of ancient arts from this region. Even if they could not enlist the great Qin himself, they aimed to recruit other notable practitioners, and this young Wang, so youthful yet undeniably talented, was certainly worth significant effort to entice. Simultaneously, Wu Yin harbored further ambitions. If she could integrate young Wang into her family's exploration organization, he could educate the notoriously unruly Wang Xuan, which would undoubtedly provide a fascinating spectacle. Without a doubt, the conversations along the way were harmonious and delightful. Wu Yin, possessing an elegant stature, guided Wang Xuan on a tour of the spaceship. Once seated, her words flowed like pearls, and she was remarkably loquacious. Even when Aoki departed to accompany Qin, leaving only her and Wang Xuan, the atmosphere remained lively. Wang Xuan glanced over. She wore a subtle touch of makeup, her features exquisitely beautiful, with a high nose and lustrous red lips. Her voice was gentle, her thoughts agile, exuding a blend of sensuality and intellectual beauty. He wondered if perhaps there had been a switch. Did Wu have a twin sister? The Wu Yin before him seemed transformed in both demeanor and social grace. People truly differ. Young Wang, you are remarkably humble, possessing such strength yet maintaining a low profile, a rarity, unlike some of your contemporaries, Wu Yin remarked, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan recognized her subtle insinuation. She was adept in the art of conversation, merely hinting at the subject without elaborating, likely intending to continue her subtle jabs in future encounters. He inwardly grumbled, "Great Wu, how unkind of you. Are you planning to have me spar with myself in the future?" Though the Tsongling Mountains were distant, the spaceship traveled swiftly, even at a low setting. They soon arrived at a plateau with an average altitude exceeding 4,500 meters, where many majestic peaks soared above 6,000 meters. The Tsongling Mountains were an essential passage along the ancient Silk Road, later known as the Pamir Plateau. The altitude was daunting, particularly in late autumn, as the entire plateau appeared drab and brown, with vegetation long withered, presenting harsh natural conditions. In a vast clearing, numerous spaceships were already stationed, and smaller warships dotted the peaks, while vessels hovered in the skies above. Wang Xuan realized that all parties had come prepared to avoid being ambushed by larger warships, maintaining a delicate balance of power. Additionally, representatives from the relevant departments of the ancient lands had also arrived, not only for endorsement and deterrence, but also due to the discovery of a legendary artifact recently unearthed from history. Wu Yin softly remarked, "The Suiho Pearl is not merely an ethereal artifact. It is documented in historical texts and is renowned alongside the He Shi Bai as one of the most illustrious treasures of the spring and autumn period in the Warring States." Wang Xuan was well aware of the current dispute, where some sought to claim the Suiho Pearl while others aimed to obstruct them. Ultimately, they convened at Songling to seek resolution. Old Chun had privately mentioned that this gem was acquired by a preaching sorcerer after vanquishing a dragon, and it was said to be inscribed with numerous sacred scriptures, rendering it a rare divine object. However, he remained uncertain about the authenticity of this particular Suiho Pearl, given that throughout history, many have been unearthed only to be revealed as forgeries. Wu Yin, exuding a faint and delicate fragrance, stood alongside Wang Xuan as they gazed toward the vast mountains in the distance. Once Old Chun descended, a throng of individuals rushed to greet him, whether adversaries or long-lost friends, all treating him with utmost respect, hesitant to act too casually. This was true for most, though a handful remained aloof, standing at a distance without moving an inch. "Mr. Chun," a voice called out loudly, rapidly approaching. The voice belonged to a man clad in a compact, humanoid mech suit, nearly 3 meters tall, whose heavy footsteps resonated with an imposing presence. "I grew up listening to tales of Mr. Chun and hold him in great admiration. However, it has been many years since he last took action. Now nearing 60, can he still fight?" Practitioners of ancient arts typically begin to decline at this age, their vitality waning. For safety's sake, I propose I first assess Mr. Chin's physical condition to prevent any unfortunate incidents or bloodshed when the time comes for an actual confrontation. In an instant, the entire open space fell silent, as many were taken aback by the audacity of the challenge. Qing Mu felt a surge of anger. It was evident that some had come to this meeting with malicious intent. They had barely disembarked from their ship when an obscure mech warrior dared to provoke them. Who was he trying to impress? Who could possibly be unaware of the implications? This was nothing more than a deliberate attempt to annoy Old Chun, to exacerbate the plight of those who practiced ancient arts. The adversaries understood the lack of sophistication in their actions, which bordered on the despicable, yet they proceeded, straightforward and brutish, targeting Old Chun with a severe provocation. In Qing Mu's eyes, this was also an affront to his mentor. It was outrageous for someone of Old Chun's stature to be so openly disrespected. In truth, even among those who opposed Old Chun, many were discontented, their expressions darkening as they deemed the provocation excessive. Individuals from various factions, including mechs, gene warriors, and practitioners of new techniques, stepped forward to vocally denounce the behavior as inappropriate. Old Chun raised his hand, signaling Qing Mu to step back, and approached the challenger directly, stating, "Very well. Come and test my condition. In deference to age, I shall refrain from using firearms." The mech warrior unsheathed a nearly 2-meter-long great sword with a sharp metallic sound, charging forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. As he closed in, he swung the massive sword with great force, a brilliant flash of cold light slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. At first, Old Chun remained motionless. It was only when he approached that he swung his sword, sidestepped to evade, and then surged forward with astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, his hand struck the chest of the mech warrior. A terrifying crack echoed as electric sparks danced around the machine, revealing a web of fractures, before it shattered with a loud bang, scattering debris across the ground. A mixed-race man, around 30, tumbled out, blood frothing from his mouth, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. Wang Xuan was left dumbfounded, barely able to believe that old Chun had demolished the mech with his bare hands. Far exceeding his expectations, the scene fell into a heavy silence, with many gazes wide in disbelief. It's been 10 years since I last took action. Many have forgotten me. Old Chun spoke coldly, his thick silver hair contrasting sharply with the icy white mask he wore. Standing tall, he surveyed the crowd, and many averted their eyes from his piercing gaze. Chapter 51. Ideals and Interests. Wang Xuan was indeed astonished. He knew old Chun was formidable, yet he never imagined he possessed such astonishing strength to obliterate a mech with sheer flesh and blood. The memory of old Chun lightly tapping on steel plates in the abandoned factory resurfaced in his mind, a time when he had questioned whether old Chun's cunning had led him to prepare in advance. Clearly, he had gravely underestimated this old colleague. Excitement surged within Wang Xuan as he realized he had witnessed an authentic new realm. This was no mere legend or scripture, but a tangible reality that someone had achieved. This revelation greatly fueled his inner ambition, as he had often pondered whether, if his physical prowess were sufficiently formidable one day, he could contend against the crystallization of technological civilization. To mask his astonishment, he involuntarily remarked, "It's a pity old Chun doesn't mine with those hands of his." "What are you saying?" Wu Yin shot him a puzzled glance. "I mean, a true man should dismantle mechs with his bare hands," Wang Xuan declared loudly. For this was indeed a medium-term goal he had set for himself. Those nearby snapped back to reality. Old Chun's prowess had certainly intimidated many, particularly those from the Gene Warrior and New Technique factions, who were now on high alert. Some turned their gazes toward Wang Xuan, questioning how many could truly dismantle mechs by hand. Was this junior, practicing antiquated techniques, mocking them, seeking to undermine the majority of men? Old Chun, regardless of your status as a senior expert, that was rather ruthless, wasn't he? Someone remarked coldly. A silver-gray mech, towering at 4.5 meters, approached with a cold metallic sheen and graceful lines. "Is this your first time meeting me?" Old Chun spoke calmly, his demeanor beneath the silver mask icy and sharp, like a drawn sword revealing its edge. "Those who harbor lethal intentions towards me, brandishing weapons, have mostly met their demise. To leave with a single life after half a year of recovery is already fortunate." Many fell silent. Those familiar with old Chun understood that this was simply his way. Consequently, as time passed, old Chun faced fewer enemies. Either they had been eliminated or were too wary to provoke him. After many years apart, "Today I shall test you," came the voice of a middle-aged man from within the silver-gray mech, which now glowed with energy. Old Chun began. "It is understandable that once defeated in the realm of ancient arts, one might turn to another camp. However, harboring such intense hatred for the old techniques seems excessive. This mech of yours, with its intricate modifications and numerous energy weapon outlets, do you truly believe this is a competition rather than an outright conflict?" Indeed, the silver-gray mech glimmered, its body, arms, and head adorned with a multitude of energy outlets. Old Chun continued, "I warn you, should you fail to strike me in a short span, I shall command a warship to obliterate you. If a confrontation with live weaponry is your intent, why bother with this scrap metal? Just unleash the warship's bombardment." At that moment, a medium-sized warship from the old Earth's relevant department cast a beam of light upon the silver-gray mech, delivering a stern warning that it had been locked onto and any reckless movement would result in annihilation. "Very well. I shall procure the latest model of mech and soon confront you." The silver-gray mech retreated before turning and striding away. Wang Xuan's heart raced. In such circumstances, could old Chun evade if the opponent disregarded the rules? This was far more perilous than the two ambushes Wang Xuan had encountered with live weaponry. The distance was now quite close, and the weaponry on the mech was far more formidable. He glanced at Qing Mu, voicing his concerns in a hushed tone. Qing Mu whispered back, "My master's mental energy has undergone multiple qualitative transformations, forming his own mental domain, allowing him to sense ahead and evade the mech's weaponry in a short span." Wang Xuan was astonished. He realized he must pay closer attention to old Chun's words in the future, for some things were indeed credible. Old Chun had previously mentioned enduring a night of being beaten by the ghost monk within the mental domain. At that time, Wang Xuan had dismissed it, but it seemed there truly existed such a mental domain, revealing old Chun's extraordinary power. Noticing Wang Xuan's confusion, Qing Mu elaborated. The so-called qualitative transformation of the mind occurs after repeatedly triggering a state of supersensitivity, ultimately leading to a mental metamorphosis and the birth of a mental domain. He sighed. Alas, the ancient alchemists of the pre-Qin era have passed, and the revered figures have all perished. In this age, no one can guide my master into the realm of inner scenery, otherwise his prowess would far exceed its current level. Wu Yi nodded, stating, "My father once said that if it were in the glorious era of ancient arts, Mr. Chun could have become a formidable figure." Qing Mu lamented for his master, recalling how the four elders of ancient arts had held old Chun in high regard, suggesting that in ancient times, he could have established his own school and perhaps even reached the level of a bodhisattva in the realm of ancient arts. Wang Xuan finally understood why old Chun was willing to forego his dignity to extract the transcendent level techniques from him. It was an expression of unyielding ambition. Old Chin's aspirations were undoubtedly lofty, yet this era was indeed unsuitable for ancient arts. Even though he had triggered supersensitivity numerous times over the decades, no one could lead him into the realm of inner scenery. In an instant, Wang Xuan realized that perhaps old Chun was not as frivolous as he seemed. Perhaps this current incarnation of old Chun, akin to a celestial blade unsheathed and radiating brilliance, was the truest version of himself. Old Chun, you remain unchanged. Your temper unaltered in the slightest. An elderly man clad in traditional attire descended from the sky, exuding an impressive aura. He then spoke, stating, "Yet the times have changed. The old arts are inevitably declining and are soon to exit the annals of history. You are well aware of what the new arts entail, as they have erected a bridge to the extraordinary in this era." Clearly, the elderly man in traditional attire possessed a significant identity, explicitly revealing the origins of the new arts that could commune with supernatural forces. The entire landscape was a dull brown, for in this season, the verdant mountains were beset by harsh weather, long transformed into frozen earth. Old Chun strolled with a placid demeanor, devoid of emotional fluctuation, behind that cold silver mask. His heart mirrored an immense indifference as he remarked, "I have never rejected other paths. I have always advocated for a comprehensive approach, with the brilliance of technology. Who would wish to revert to the primitive era of survival by brute force? The new arts, as you have articulated, can connect with the divine and reach the extraordinary shores. Who would willingly forsake such an opportunity? I have consistently maintained an attitude of inclusivity and learning. Even when my disciple's journey through the old arts has reached its limit, devoid of further potential, I have encouraged him to explore the new arts to find a breakthrough. Yet, why do some among you insist on completely obliterating the old arts, suppressing them without a chance for revival?" Wang Xuan remained silent, attentively listening. Wu Yin stood beside him, offering her analysis from her perspective, whispering, "There exists a clash of ideologies, intertwined with vested interests. I have heard that recently. A master-level figure from the realm of new arts visited the relevant departments of the old territory, expressing a willingness to join the exploration organization to assist with various affairs. Given Mr. Chin's presence there, one can only imagine the intricate relationships at play, with significant interests involved. As for the other old arts organizations, their situations are even more difficult to ascertain." Wang Xuan was taken aback, realizing there were many matters of which he was unaware. "My interpretation may be flawed and diverge from the truth. You may consider it as mere hearsay." Wu Yin smiled. "The winds and rains are tumultuous," Wang Xuan murmured. Wu Yin nodded, stating, "The exploration organization led by Mr. Chun is indeed remarkable. Whether it involves the caves of immortals or the flesh and blood of female practitioners from 3,000 years ago that could prolong modern lives, or other significant discoveries, the exploration organization can partake immediately." Wang Xuan nodded, recognizing Wu Yin's analysis as quite coherent. Clearly, this situation ran far deeper than she had articulated, laden with complexities and underlying reasons that an assembly of elderly gentlemen had refrained from elucidating. For instance, old Chun, despite being filled with ire, chose not to unveil the truth, instead casting a cold and heavy mantle over the discussion. In the era of the 100 schools of thought, a brilliant tapestry of contention and brilliance flourished. Later, the myriad schools were suppressed, and Confucianism was exalted above all. In this age, do you still wish to replicate such a model, emulating the ancients? Old Chen questioned. Where are you leading this discussion? This metaphor is inappropriate. We merely engage in discourse and competition, with no intent of annihilation, the elderly man in traditional garb responded. Annihilation? You truly possess confidence to utter such words. Old Chen scoffed. Chapter 52. The clash of old and new Old Chun. Do not perceive it so drastically. No one harbors intentions of total annihilation. Ultimately, this is merely an exchange to foster competition, thereby achieving a common advancement. The elderly man in traditional attire spoke gently, attempting to downplay the issue. Am I not aware of whether there are those who wish to thoroughly suppress the old arts? Old Chun replied coldly. Old Chun, you remain as obstinate as ever. After the passing of the 4 masters of the old arts, only you and a handful of others remain in this domain, possessing both strength and vision. The elder in the Tang suit shook his head, exuding an air of calm dignity, his words imbued with confidence. Lao Chen remarked, Chong Hong, your self-assurance is palpable. Since you believe you have discovered the bridge to the extraordinary, your character has transformed from one of restraint to one of boldness. The elder, known as Chong Hong, also sported short, glossy black hair, and aside from the occasional wrinkles that appeared when he spoke, he did not exhibit signs of aging. His deep-set eyes radiated an inner strength, and surprisingly, a faint halo enveloped his form, as if imbued with some mysterious power, instilling a sense of awe and an almost transcendent feeling. He stood upon the frost-hued earth, a nebulous light emanating from him, with the cold warships looming in the background, creating a vivid tableau of myth interwoven with technology. Many felt their hearts race. In recent decades, numerous new species had emerged, gradually revealing their origins from some distant place. Reports indicated that the new techniques were also linked to that very location. If one were to delve into it, the passage of time had indeed been considerable. It's been quite a while. Are you contemplating a second confrontation with me? Lao Chen advanced. Clearly, the rivalry between the new and old techniques had already unfolded, resulting in fierce confrontations, though outsiders remained oblivious. The elder Chong Hung shook his head and replied, No, I am currently focused solely on theoretical research. The crowd was taken aback. Let us engage directly and see if the waning old arts can still emit a final flicker of warmth. Someone shouted from a distance without reservation. This individual stood an impressive 3 meters tall, with a robust physique, wielding a heavy black metal rod that thudded against the ground, resonating with a deep sound. His height was remarkable, yet he moved with agility and strength, the alloy rod weighing at least a couple of 100 pounds. Wang Xuan was astonished, wondering if such a tall person truly existed. Wu Yin quietly explained, he is part of the new humanity, subjected to various genetic edits and optimizations even before birth. Is he powerful? Wang Xuan inquired. Wu Yin nodded earnestly, stating, Indeed. His physical prowess allows him to leap 10 meters into the air effortlessly. His strength is extraordinary. What ancient texts would describe as a mighty warrior capable of lifting cauldrons is easily within his grasp. His speed is astonishing as well. He could swiftly pursue tigers and leopards through the forest. This is the genetic superbody, and those who excel among them are even more formidable, akin to superhuman beings. The 3-meter-tall genetic superbody, robust with skin that shone with a crystalline luster, appeared incredibly powerful. He spoke up. Who among the practitioners of the old arts dares to duel with me? I shall spar with your cold weapons. Before Lao Chen could respond, a voice called out from the air, Chen Yongjia, your opponent is me. The middle-aged man who had previously piloted a silver-gray mech had now donned a translucent blue mech. Its metallic sheen remarkably soft, suggesting extraordinary materials. Wu Qinglin, standing beside Qingmu, paled and whispered, This is the new type of mech developed last year, crafted from materials brought back from the site where the new techniques were unearthed. This mech is formidable, almost impervious to external forces. Old Chun gazed into the vast expanse above and remarked, This new type of mech must not come cheap. I suspect it would cost several 100 million new star coins. If I were to bring it crashing down, wouldn't that cause you great distress? Chen Yongjia, your arrogance remains unchanged. Came the voice of a middle-aged man from the resplendent blue mech hovering aloft, casting a disdainful glance downward. Times have changed. Mechs can now be mass-produced. And scale breeds mastery. In the realm of ancient arts, how many true masters can emerge in an era? Those who falter in the domain of ancient arts and shift allegiance to other factions inevitably develop a deep-seated disdain for the old ways. You are truly despicable. The prevailing sentiment to obliterate the ancient arts is, in no small part, influenced by individuals like you. Old Chen's voice turned icy as he fixed his gaze on the blue mech above. Ultimately, this is a conflict between the new arts and the ancient arts. What relation do you, who wield mechs, have to this? One sigh, A practitioner of the ancient arts, take command of an appropriate mech. I could vanquish you all single-handedly. With a menacing aura that instilled fear in all present, Old Xuan asserted his dominance, dismissing the mech faction as no serious contender. The ancient arts are challenging to master, leading some individuals within the realm of gene-enhanced beings to explore new techniques. Ultimately, it is merely a struggle between the old and the new, devoid of any third-party factions. Old Xuan stated coldly, "Do you hold those in the mech realm in contempt?" The man within the blue mech retorted angrily. Old Xuan cast a nonchalant glance at him and replied, "You were once my defeated subordinate. Your hatred has clouded your judgment. Do you truly believe that when I don the mech, you would be a worthy opponent? You are merely a target clad in scrap metal, no different from the rest of your ilk." Wang Xuan marveled at Old Xuan's overwhelming dominance, which rendered all adversaries beneath his contempt. Yet such audacity could easily provoke ire. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire, Chong Hong, spoke up. "Old Xuan, you do not intend to confront everyone single-handedly, do you? Such bravado may yield some dazzling achievements, but it will not endure for long. This would merely attest to your extraordinary prowess in the ancient arts, not represent its overall strength. Should you fall, it would signify the complete demise of the ancient arts. The banner would fall, and no one would rise to take its place. Henceforth, the ancient arts shall be forgotten." Naturally, other masters of the ancient arts had also arrived at the scene, incensed by the cold implications of Chong Heng's words. Though he did not engage them directly, he was subtly probing their resolve, questioning their capability and willingness to act, his tone laced with disdain. "Old Xuan, this matter does not concern you alone. Do not impede us," a master from the ancient arts declared, stepping forward. He was a robust man in his 40s, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, wielding a long alloy blade. Among ordinary individuals, he appeared quite imposing, yet in comparison to the gene-enhanced beings, he seemed diminutive. There was little dialogue between the two sides. They launched into combat immediately. The deafening clash of metal echoed as the alloy blade met the iron rod, sparks flying amidst the cacophony, the sound nearly shattering eardrums. A middle-aged man, standing at a height of 1.90 meters, obstructed the towering 3-meter gene-enhanced being, their strengths seemingly comparable, indicating his remarkable achievements in ancient martial arts. After all, he had begun as an ordinary individual, while his opponent was an anomaly. On an ancient battlefield, both would be considered formidable warriors. Alas, the limitations of traditional techniques rendered him incapable of transcending to the extraordinary. Ultimately, he was but a mortal. Such a clash of cold weapons bore little significance. The elderly gentleman in traditional robes spoke. Suddenly, the 3-meter gene-enhanced being emanated a hazy blue light, its power surging dramatically. It forcefully shattered the man's alloy long knife, and then lunged forward with an iron rod. Blood erupted as the middle-aged man was brutally impaled in the chest by the iron rod. He struggled to grasp the rod with both hands, but his strength had waned. "Brotherly," a voice cried out, revealing a recognition of the fallen man, an old acquaintance. The gene-enhanced being lifted him and swung the alloy rod with ferocity, sending the towering man flying like a mere straw doll, crashing to the ground several meters away. Bloodied and lifeless, a group of practitioners of ancient martial arts rushed towards him, but upon a brief examination, they realized the middle-aged man was beyond saving. Not only had his heart been crushed by the rod, but his internal organs had also been shredded by that malevolent blue light. "Too ruthless," someone lamented. "Brotherly," another voice echoed in sorrow. The practitioners of ancient techniques were not formidable opponents. From the opposing side, a man in his 40s emerged, gaunt yet with eyes that shone like golden lanterns, exuding an air of distinction. He remarked, "I am a practitioner of new techniques. I find you all quite disappointing. Aside from Mr. Xuan, I doubt any of those following the path of ancient arts are worthy of my attention." Old Xuan stepped forward, pressing toward him. In midair, the middle-aged man encased in blue armor spoke. "Old Xuan, are you finally ready to take on everything?" The elderly gentleman in traditional attire, Chong Hong, replied with a calm smile. "Old Xuan, you must acknowledge that aside from you, there are hardly any left in the realm of ancient techniques. It is utterly finished. Do not provoke me. Soon I will slay you all." Old Xuan growled, his aura menacing. Amidst the crowd of practitioners of ancient techniques, a man in his 60s stepped forth, stating, "Old Xuan, you are aware of my condition. My practice has faltered, and I have but a few years left. Allow me to fight. Death is inconsequential." I would rather not leave this world without facing those who pursue new techniques. Clearly, he was aware of his impending defeat, yet chose to step forward. He felt it would be too humiliating if only Old Xuan were to represent the practitioners of ancient arts, confirming the disdainful claims of their opponents, that the ancient techniques had fallen into a state of utter disrepute. Old Xuan sighed. He recognized this elder, who had devoted his life to the realm of ancient arts, and was resolute. Even attempts to dissuade him would prove ineffective. Despite his apparent frailty, the elder, upon unleashing his power, displayed a faint glow around his fists, and a low rumble akin to thunder resonated from within him as he charged toward the gaunt man of new techniques. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. He dared not confront the attack directly and quickly retreated. Only when the elder's fists dimmed did he seize the opportunity to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements swift, echoing with the sounds of wind and thunder. However, after a series of incantations, the elderly man suddenly became still, his body beginning to wither away. A crimson glow erupted from within him, as if his very soul had been extracted. His eyes lost their luster, and he stood there, frozen in place. The crimson light reached the gaunt middle-aged man across from him, coalescing into a sharp sword, which he wielded with ferocity. With a swift motion, he severed the old man's head from his body. "Do not move." Old Xuan's voice thundered, filled with barely contained rage, resonating like a clap of thunder and causing many to experience a ringing in their ears. "Old Xuan, you see now? The decline of the old arts is irreversible. Their downfall is inevitable," a voice coldly remarked. "What of Old Xuan?" From the heights, the mocking voice of the middle-aged man in the azure mech echoed. Old Xuan looked up at him and declared, "It begins with you." He drew forth a sword, approximately 1.5 meters in length, its dark surface devoid of any gleam, appearing rather blunt as he pointed it skyward. Then, with a slight expansion of his back, his clothing tore open, revealing a pair of silver wings. In an instant, a brilliant silver light surged forth, propelling Old Xuan skyward. "This is a propulsion device developed by my family. It grants remarkable speed, allowing one to keep pace with the mech," Wu Yin explained to Wang Xuan. "Let us see how you penetrate this new material." The middle-aged man in midair stated, astonished yet unafraid, as he raised his massive sword to strike at Old Xuan. Clang! In the next moment, the alloy sword in his grasp shattered as Old Xuan surged past, then returned to the ground, sheathing his dark sword. Above, the azure mech rained down a deluge of blood, before crashing to the ground, severed in twain. In a mere confrontation, the mech, crafted from advanced materials, was utterly obliterated. As for the middle-aged man, he let out a harrowing scream, his bisected body plummeting from the sky, shattering upon impact with the ground, meeting a gruesome end. Old Xuan returned to the earth, striding purposefully towards the towering 3-meter gene-enhanced being, without uttering a word. With a resounding clap, he struck with immense force. Bang! The alloy staff wielded by the gene-enhanced entity felt as though it had been struck by a locomotive, causing his hands to bleed profusely, with gaping wounds and torn nails. The iron staff flew from his grasp, soaring several meters away, while the gene-enhanced being stumbled backward, reeling from the overwhelming force. Old Xuan's speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of light. In an instant, he closed the distance and pressed his palm against the chest of the gene-enhanced being. With a sickening sound, the 3-meter-tall entity was propelled 12 meters away, only to disintegrate mid-air, a horrific spectacle as he rapidly dissolved from head to toe, transforming into a torrential rain of blood, cascading to the ground. "Old Xuan, do you intend to face this alone?" someone shouted. "If you disbelieve or fear, then come at me together," Old Xuan bellowed, leaping forward a distance of several meters, arriving swiftly at the side of the gaunt middle-aged man who was pursuing the new arts. Chapter 53. The final radiance of the old arts. Old Xuan leaped forward, leaving behind only an afterimage, his speed so extraordinary that many failed to react in time. The emaciated middle-aged man was undoubtedly a formidable master. Before others could even catch a glimpse of Lao Chen's figure, he had already struck. A crimson radiance swept through his hand, slashing toward Lao Chen's neck, resembling a blazing sun rising in the sky, and then exploding to engulf his opponent. Lao Chen showed no sign of hesitation, delivering a palm strike toward the crimson flare. With a thunderous roar, it echoed like the sound of thunder, shaking the ground with a deafening intensity, sending dust and debris flying. Many felt their hearts race. Could Lao Qin truly unleash the power of genuine thunder? If such ancient techniques reached that level, they would surely be spoken of in ancient lore. Amidst the oppressive noise, it was as if heavenly thunder had struck a monstrous being. The crimson light shattered, transforming into a scarlet glow that scattered in all directions, exploding forth. The sound of cascading crimson light rained down, some sinking into the frozen earth, while others struck against the unique brown rocks of the Pamir Plateau, accompanied by the sound of cracking, as the hard stones either shattered or were pierced through, riddled with holes. The expressions of the onlookers shifted. The sheer potency of the splintering droplets of light was astounding. Just how formidable was that radiant crimson energy? No wonder this man had previously exhibited such arrogance. Dismissing other masters of ancient techniques in favor of Lao Qin, his display was indeed heart-stopping. It must be said that Lao Qin was exceptionally powerful. With a single palm, he dispersed the blinding crimson light, and then his body moved with the swiftness of lightning, closing the distance in an instant to strike forward. The emaciated man's pupils constricted, and his body was covered in goosebumps. He would not forget that moments earlier, Lao Qin had sent a 3-meter-tall genetically enhanced being, renowned for its physical might, flying over 10 meters, causing it to explode mid-air, truly horrifying. If he were to be struck, he would likely be reduced to a bloody heap of bones. In a critical moment, he took a deep breath, his pores opening wide as a surge of secret power flowed through him, preparing to unleash his trump card against Lao Qin as his blood boiled within. Lao Qin sensed this. The essence of his blood surged in response, drawn by a peculiar force, as if it were attempting to leave his body. He understood why the elder, who had walked the path of ancient techniques, had suddenly withered and remained motionless. His blood essence had been stripped away in an instant, rendering his flesh lifeless. However, Lao Qin was no ordinary man. His internal organs quaked, and with a thunderous sound, his vital energy not only remained contained but surged forth like a mighty river, vibrant and luminous. This was the true sound of thunder, no longer an illusion. A faint white light erupted from his internal organs, striking the emaciated man directly. The emaciated middle-aged man unleashed his trump card, only to be met with an ethereal white lightning, causing his body to tremble violently, and then, with a resounding crack, he was torn apart at the seams. Many gasped in shock. Had ancient techniques reached such a level that they brushed against the extraordinary? It had been countless years since the end of the old era, and never had such a master emerged again. Today, Lao Qin had actually summoned the thunderous light from his internal organs to obliterate a supermaster of the new techniques. Everyone understood that the emaciated man was exceptionally powerful, with few capable of matching him. Yet, before Qin Yongjia, he met with instantaneous defeat. Only old Qin remained in place, and in the blink of an eye, the formidable master of the new discipline had perished, extinguished by a single palm strike and a faint bolt of lightning from within his chest. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even his opponents were compelled to marvel at the terrifying prowess of this old master, adorned with a cold silver mask. He could ascend to the heavens, dispatching the advanced mech with a single, ferocious sword strike, and upon landing, effortlessly eliminated the powerful adversaries of the new discipline. Those who practiced the old ways were profoundly moved. None understood better than they the arduous journey to reach such heights. It had been ages since anyone of this caliber had appeared, their existence relegated to legend. They pondered grimly, recognizing that if they were to face him, the outcome would be dire, for none could rival the gaunt middle-aged man who walked the path of the old arts. Old Qin's display was nothing short of divine, instilling dread in all his opponents. A master of the old ways in such a state was indeed formidable. Wang Xuan found himself awestruck, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, muttering to himself that he ought to treat old Qin with greater respect. It dawned on him the perilous individual he was confronting. Previously, old Qin had been rather kind to him, never forcefully taking his ethereal transformation techniques. Had he chosen to turn against Wang Xuan, a single strike could have easily obliterated him. Beside him, Wu Yin caught a glimpse of this exchange, her confusion palpable. Qing Mu, trembling with excitement, remarked that his master had refrained from intervening for the past 15 years, growing silent a decade ago, and he had assumed something was amiss. It turned out that his master had long since entered the realm of mastery, perhaps as early as 15 years prior. It was no wonder that the 4 elders of the old arts had faced old Qin with satisfaction in their final moments, closing their eyes with smiles, now understood. Nearby, A figure approached, standing over 190 centimeters tall, gaunt and bald, resembling a wandering ascetic. Most astonishingly, his skin bore an unusual pallor, devoid of color, starkly contrasting with that of an ordinary person. As he drew nearer, his skin began to shimmer like pristine jade, gradually enveloping him in a radiant white light. When he extended his voluminous sleeves, 6 arms emerged, reminiscent of the legendary being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Wang Xuan turned to Wu Yin, his eyes questioning whether this was yet another genetic superbeing, a faction of the new humanity. Wu Yin nodded, confirming his suspicions. Wang Xuan fell silent, pondering the nature of the research conducted by the new stars. Were they attempting to recreate the mythical beings of lore? It was truly extraordinary. Wu Yin, hailing from a prestigious family within the new stars, shared her knowledge with Wang Xuan. It was said that someone had discovered a bloodied finger of a bodhisattva within the catacombs of a millennium-old temple. After decades of analysis and genetic decoding, they achieved remarkable results in editing and optimizing the genes of newborns, culminating in the extraordinary 6-armed bodhisattva superbeing, one of the most powerful branches of the new humanity. I find myself woefully uninformed, as today marks my first encounter with such knowledge. Wang Xuan sighed, feeling acutely aware of his own ignorance. Wu Yin shook her head, explaining that few within the New Star community were privy to such matters, for the realm of genetics encompasses ethical considerations and various issues that the public tends to shun. Thus, much remains concealed from the average person. Beside Aoki, old Wu also spoke up, noting that Wu Chonglin possessed considerable understanding of the 6-armed bodhisattva superbody. He remarked that this superbody represents the pinnacle of physical strength, unmatched by any other. Furthermore, the 6-armed bodhisattva is renowned for its remarkable advancements in the field of new techniques, establishing itself as a formidable force. In terms of sheer physicality, even masters fall short of its prowess, as its cultivation of new techniques is intrinsically linked to the enhancement of physical strength. It is likely that he himself embodies the essence of a master, Wu Chonglin gravely informed Aoki. Suddenly, the 6-armed bodhisattva superbody surged forward with astonishing speed, each footfall detonating the ground beneath, creating deep craters, while some rocks were shattered upon impact. The resplendent white light emanating from its form, combined with the power of its superbody, rendered it a human machine of destruction, its might utterly terrifying. When confronted with large boulders, a single kick would obliterate them. It charged toward Old Chun, then leaped into the air, its 6 arms swinging forward, white light blazing, accompanied by a thunderous cacophony. The surrounding debris, stones, and gravel were all swept into the sky, torn asunder by an overwhelming force, creating a scene both awe-inspiring and alarming. Old Chun, clad in a silver mask, remained motionless, awaiting the bodhisattva's approach. As it barreled toward him with ferocity, he finally revealed his hands, slicing through the air. The sheer velocity produced a deafening sonic boom. Old Chun's arms traced ethereal trajectories, leaving behind a multitude of handprints suspended in the air, while the reverberations of thunder echoed across the landscape, causing many onlookers' eardrums to throb painfully. All present were left in stunned silence, marveling at the sheer velocity and terrifying strength on display. In that area, stones the size of teacups were lifted from the ground, swirling around the 2 combatants. The 6-armed bodhisattva radiated a hazy white light, as if bridging into a realm of the extraordinary, crafting an inexplicable field aimed at dismantling Old Chun. The most terrifying aspect, however, was the continuous clash of their hands, resonating like thunder across the plateau. Thud, thud, thud. The boulders, now airborne and spinning, shattered upon contact with their bodies, a testament to their formidable might. Their hands clashed hundreds of times, a relentless exchange of strikes. Ultimately, the stones and gravel that had swirled around them began to fall away, and the 6-armed bodhisattva staggered backward, blood seeping from its mouth. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, one by one, its 6 arms were severed, bursting apart or crashing to the ground with sickening sounds. The 6-armed bodhisattva was indeed a formidable entity that had entered the realm of masters. A sigh escaped some within the ranks of the new techniques, quickly followed by a chilling realization of Old Chun's terrifying power. It was only then that many comprehended the gravity of the situation. Old Chun had incapacitated a master. The 6-armed bodhisattva, reeling from the loss of its 6 arms, ultimately collapsed, blood pouring from its mouth and nose. A few rushed forward to carry him away, fully aware that even if he were to survive, he would be irrevocably weakened. Old Xuan, adorned with a cold silver mask, slowly advanced once more towards the domain of the new arts. On the verdant plains of the Zhongling Highlands, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, rendered speechless by Old Chin's formidable presence. High above, within a colossal battleship, a powerful master from the realm of new arts engaged in dialogue with the deputy of the relevant authorities from the old soil. This moment marked the final brilliance of the old arts. After this battle, Chen Yongjia would either perish or be rendered utterly incapacitated. In his youth, he had rashly practiced the esoteric teachings of the Taoist ancestral hall, which led to grave repercussions, nearly costing him his life. Although the four elders of the old arts had exerted every effort to rescue him, they left him with lasting afflictions. Though these did not prevent his breakthroughs, he had refrained from taking action for many years, not due to a transformation into a benevolent figure, but rather because it had become exceedingly difficult for him to engage in fierce combat. After today, it was likely that Chen Yongjia would no longer exist. The formidable master of the new arts calmly discussed such matters aboard the battleship with representatives from the old soil. Old Chen stood as the last expert within the domain of old arts. Should he falter, this path would effectively be rendered obsolete, as others lagged far behind, incapable of sustaining the exploratory organization. Conversely, those of us pursuing the new arts were willing to collaborate, eager to fill the void left by Old Chen, confident that our partnership would flourish harmoniously. The superlative master from the new arts articulated his thoughts with a tranquil demeanor, broaching topics of significant consequence with individuals from the old soil. The exploratory organization had previously delved into the realms of immortal abodes and had been actively involved in matters concerning female practitioners, even establishing connections that ignited envy among the affluent. Now, some individuals could no longer restrain themselves and sought to assume control of the exploratory organization. Evidently, while Wu Yin's perspective may not have encompassed the entirety of the situation, her insights held considerable merit, as the dispute extended beyond mere ideological differences to encompass a myriad of interests. Your approach at this juncture seems rather excessive, does it not? Our collaboration with Old Chen has been quite agreeable, the deputy of the old soil authorities remarked with a composed gaze. Collaboration with us would prove even more gratifying. We would adhere entirely to your directives. I have heard that the project at the Daxing Anling underground testing ground has been temporarily suspended. In reality, we could assist in resolving the issues there, allowing all to proceed and advancing the lifespan experiments. Furthermore, our endeavors in deep space have yielded results that could extend human longevity by several years. Chapter 54. The Grand Master in the Pamir Plateau, soaring above 500 meters. The climate is exceedingly harsh, the earth taking on a gray-brown hue, having transformed into permafrost by late autumn. In the sky, a frigid super battleship hovered, while within its chamber, the deputy of the relevant authorities sat in serene contemplation, gently tapping his fingers upon the table in silence, deep in thought. The old canon, ascension, and internal realms. Are you not probing these realms, seeking to engage, continually excavating and understanding, approaching us solely for the sake of interests? The deputy of the relevant authorities spoke with a calm demeanor, casting a cold gaze upon the masters of the new arts. We have collaborated with Old Chen for many years and would never undertake actions that would betray trust. The superlative master of the old arts, clothed in immaculate white, unblemished by dust, emanated an ethereal aura despite being a middle-aged man. He nodded in understanding. To him, this seemed entirely natural. At this level of interaction, whether driven by nostalgia or a broader perspective, it was inconceivable to act in a manner that would evoke discontent. Yet he is confident in collaborating with the old Earth, fully taking over the exploration organization, which involves the interests of various parties. Once a trend is established, no one can hinder its progress. Within the warship, there are others present. Some furrow their brows while others remain silent, acutely aware that the heads of relevant departments are quite advanced in age and yearn to prolong their lifespans. Ultimately, someone spoke up, delivering a cautionary message, unwilling to allow those from the realm of new techniques to overreach, issuing warnings and reprimands. After all, everything must unfold gradually. Today, numerous warships have arrived at Zhongling, belonging to various organizations. Some individuals hold remarkable identities, including significant figures from the financial elite present at the scene. Within certain super warships, Prominent personalities from the realm of new techniques have also personally visited to engage in confidential discussions with the financial magnates. Additionally, various factions have convened aboard an interstellar vessel to deliberate collectively. Old Xuan represents the last flicker of the old techniques. Once he falls, there will be no one left on this path, as the so-called masters of the old techniques are far inferior, and no one will rise again. The old techniques are at an end. I believe that resources can now be tilted towards the new techniques, in terms of growth potential and longevity effects. The old techniques have suffered a complete defeat, lacking any comparability. The endpoint of the old techniques, the so-called celestial immortals, if they ever existed, could indeed look down upon all. However, the path to enlightenment has been severed, no longer traversable, and the celestial immortals themselves have likely perished in antiquity. Times are changing, and the new techniques indeed merit support. At the very least, the immediate benefits are tangible. Who does not face the twilight of life? Who is unafraid of the inevitability of death? The new techniques can extend life. Supporting the new techniques in the short term is inevitable, yet in the long run, the old techniques cannot be entirely forsaken. Such clandestine dealings initially foster a harmonious atmosphere, but once negotiations commence, they devolve into fierce bargaining. Certain powerful factions, even when recognizing the most concrete short-term benefits, cannot entirely abandon certain legends. Unfortunately, not a single individual from the old techniques has entered the negotiations, rendering them mere pawns. This is because Old Xuan is on the verge of death, and others in the realm of old techniques lack the qualification to sit at this table. In Songling, upon the gray-brown frozen earth, Old Xuan strides forward, while those from the new techniques display grave expressions. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembles violently as a towering figure emerges from a mountainous region, standing an astonishing 10 meters tall, reminiscent of a giant from myth. With golden locks cascading down and deep black eyes, his skin bears a bronze hue, embodying strength and vitality. He wields a chain hammer, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, effortlessly swinging it as the hefty iron chain clinks ominously. He strides forth, conjuring a tempest, with sand and stones swirling in his wake, resembling a colossal demon unleashed. Even large beasts stir the winds when they roam, let alone this formidable giant in full gallop. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xuan is deeply moved and remarks, "What have the people from the New Star been doing? I fear that in a millennium or so, humanity will likely be torn apart, divided. These so-called gene supers and new human branches may not even consider themselves human, possibly forming a new lineage." Simultaneously, he contemplates whether the ancient demons were also mutations of humanity, evolving into something altogether different. Wu Qinglin, taken aback, turned and smiled, "Young man, you have quite a lot on your mind. However, there is no need for concern. Various preventive measures and strategies exist, and the reproductive capabilities of genetically enhanced beings will diminish after 3 generations. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash akin to a landslide, the 10-meter-tall genetically enhanced entity hurled its enormous chain hammer with tremendous force during its run. The weighty hammer, propelled by such momentum, was virtually unstoppable and would reduce anything it struck to mere pulp. Old Xuan, realizing the danger, swiftly dodged the blow, which landed with a deafening roar, creating a massive crater in the frozen ground, causing fissures to spread into the distance. The 10-meter-tall genetic powerhouse, agile and immensely strong, swung the heavy chain hammer repeatedly towards Old Xuan. Those skilled in ancient techniques watched with bated breath, knowing that even a master is but flesh and blood. Being struck by such a massive iron hammer would surely spell disaster. With a clang, Old Xuan unsheathed his dark, ominous sword and ran at breakneck speed, evading the descending chain hammer multiple times, closing in on the giant. The genetically enhanced behemoth lifted its foot to stomp down on Old Xuan. Yet, despite its agility, it could not match Old Xuan's swiftness. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged forward, his black sword slicing into the giant's ankle with a sharp thud, causing blood to gush forth. The 10-meter-tall creature let out a piercing scream, nearly collapsing to the ground, its foot barely grazing the earth, unable to exert further effort. In an instant, Old Xuan delivered another strike with his sword to the giantess' other ankle, blood splattering in all directions. The creature howled in anguish and fell to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Old Xuan, like a flash of lightning, advanced swiftly, pressing his sword against the giant's temple. With a mere gentle thrust, despite the giant's massive head, it would meet a swift demise. Ultimately, Old Chun refrained from delivering the fatal blow and departed as a specialized vehicle approached to remove the fallen giant. From the new technique faction, a lightning-like figure surged forward, clashing with Old Chun in a swift encounter. The individual was remarkably fast. When he came to a halt, onlookers beheld the sight of a pair of radiant wings on his back, enabling him to fly. Armed with a great sword, he had just dived at high speed to strike Old Chun, only to have his metal blade snapped in half by a mere flick of Old Chun's finger. This individual possessed extraordinary speed, and his luminous wings allowed him to truly soar, darting left and right with a metallic blade, seeking an opportunity to strike. Yet ultimately, as Old Chun leaped with remarkable speed, he cleaved through the air, causing the figure to disintegrate mid-flight, showering the surroundings in a crimson rain. The new techniques communicate with supernatural substances, fostering personal transformation and unleashing such otherworldly powers. This is the broad explanation you offer to the outside world. However, I have noticed that each of you possesses a distinct variation of these new techniques. What exactly have you discovered? Old Chun furrowed his brow, pondering that while some new techniques resembled the extraordinary abilities manifested at advanced levels of ancient techniques, others bore a closer resemblance to the malevolent sorceries of ancient legends that drained life essence. Subsequently, a cadre of formidable experts emerged from the new martial arts faction, only to be met with the swift and decisive strikes of Old Chun, who dispatched them with a single sword thrust or severed their heads. Others fell victim to his overwhelming palm strikes, exploding before his might, leaving no one to resist. In the distance, Wang Xuan marveled, recognizing that it was not due to a lack of strength among those practitioners. Some were indeed genuine superhuman talents, on the verge of becoming masters, but rather the sheer terror that Old Chun instilled was unparalleled. Feeling a sense of relief, Wang Xuan remarked, "Old Qing, your so-called auspicious words today have proven ineffective. Your master is resilient, rendering your pessimism utterly futile." Qingmu glared at him, questioning whose words were truly fortuitous. Wang Xuan mused, "Old Chun is truly formidable, a single individual piercing through mechanized armor and the entire new martial arts faction. Unless a more powerful master emerges, Old Chun will ascend to a realm beyond comprehension and drift away, leaving us in awe and admiration. One should aspire to be like Old Chun." Silence. Qingmu thought the initial praise was well-deserved, yet he sensed a discord in the latter's sentiments. Wang Xuan felt that his opportunity to intervene had slipped away. Old Chun single-handedly shattered the opposing faction, leaving no one daring enough to confront him. "Old Chun, perhaps it's time to call it a day," suggested the elderly man clad in traditional attire, sighing deeply. "Very well," Old Chun replied, sheathing his sword and turning to depart with resolute decisiveness. "Stop!" A voice echoed from within a valley as a figure approached slowly. It was a middle-aged man cloaked in pristine white garments, exuding an inexplicable aura of tranquility and otherworldliness, despite his affiliation with the new martial arts path. Simultaneously, a woman clad in form-fitting metallic armor advanced, her powerful physique accentuated by the sleek attire, radiating strength and beauty. The two approached from opposite directions, inadvertently conjuring a terrifying gale that lifted stones from the ground, causing them to crack and explode. An intense sense of pressure gripped the hearts of all present, a chilling aura rapidly expanding in the vicinity. Were these two masters? Moreover, they seemed to belong to an elite echelon, their terrifying presence eclipsing even that of the six-armed bodhisattva superhuman. Could this be the end? Two superlative masters had arrived. Old Chun sighed, realizing that his adversaries were aware of his physical ailments and intended to unleash the turmoil within him, sending him to his demise. Qingmu turned pale. Could his master withstand the onslaught of two grandmasters? Unbeknownst to him, Old Chun harbored hidden vulnerabilities. Wang Xuan sensed the gravity of the situation. The calm demeanor of their opponents suggested absolute confidence in overcoming Old Chun, who was likely to find himself in perilous straits. "We shall not fight any longer, Old Chun. Return, let us depart," cried some elders among the practitioners of the old martial arts as they rushed forward, attempting to prevent the impending clash of masters. Though their strength paled in comparison to Old Chun's, their experience told them of the imminent danger. From the new martial arts faction, many stepped forward to swiftly obstruct these elders. Old Chun waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from advancing. "Mr. Chun, it is an honor to finally meet you." Today I wish to engage in a fierce contest. A middle-aged man, clad in pristine white attire, spoke with an air of unblemished purity. Not long ago, it was he who discussed with the deputy of the local authorities about seizing control of the exploration organization, thereby gaining access to their coveted secrets. Mr. Chun, I have long anticipated a chance to spar with you. The female master, adorned in metallic armor, interjected, though she appeared to be in her 30s. Her actual age surpassed 50, yet she bore the passage of time with grace. Those privy to the circumstances understood that the arrival of these two grand masters was orchestrated to eliminate old Chun, igniting his latent ailments, ensuring he would not leave alive. This consensus among certain factions of the new technique camp led them to consider sacrificing pieces on the board. For there was a foreboding sense that should old Chun make another breakthrough, his internal afflictions would be wholly resolved. Chapter 55. Unearthing the roots of old techniques. Old Chun donned a chilling silver mask, his dark sword embedded in the frozen earth before him, exuding an aura of frigid detachment, starkly different from his usual demeanor. The two grand masters approached with measured steps, the invisible winds conjured by their presence causing stones to whirl and shatter under an enigmatic force, creating a scene of dread. Ordinary individuals could not even approach them without being crushed by the unseen force. Shall you come one by one, or shall we engage together? Old Chun inquired coldly, maintaining his composure even in the face of two grand masters. The man in white, named Mo, remained untouched by the chaos around him. He stood unscathed as stones floated and dust swirled, his garments unruffled. Moreover, a radiant light began to emanate from him, enhancing his sanctity, instilling an almost ethereal presence that compelled onlookers to regard him with awe. This was no mere illusion. Many felt a chill run down their spines. Could he truly influence the emotions of others? Why did they feel drawn to him, even inclined to worship? Is he a devil? Someone whispered in hushed tones. Whether practitioners of the old techniques or followers of the new, all possessed formidable willpower, rendering the notion of divine worship implausible. Mr. Chun may take a moment to rest. Shortly, I shall experience your old techniques, Mo stated gently. Despite the terror he instilled in others, it was undeniable that his ethereal presence conveyed a sense of transcendence, a glimpse into the realm beyond. This individual refrained from immediate action, exhibiting remarkable poise, suggesting that old Chin's predicament might not be as dire as presumed. A middle-aged man devoted to the old techniques remarked, in truth, they were all prepared for battle. Should both grand masters choose to strike simultaneously, there would be no discourse, only a fervent charge to eliminate old Chun. Even Wang Xuan was focused and ready to rescue old Chun, yet he believed that old Chun, with his calm demeanor, should be capable of fending off at least one of the grand masters. Wang Xuan remained unaware of old Chun's physical ailments. In his youth, old Chun, brimming with ambition, believed in his potential and practiced the esoteric teachings of the Taoist ancestral court. Ultimately, he left behind a lingering danger. For reasons unknown, from that moment onward, a profound unease settled in Wang Xuan's heart. The two grand masters approached with an unsettling tranquility, devoid of any impulsive words, as if they held unwavering confidence in their ability to vanquish old Chun. That certainty instilled a disquieting sense of foreboding. No need for formality, come forth. Old Chun spoke, decisively rejecting his suggestion. For the longer the delay, the greater the disadvantage for him. He did not draw his sword, but advanced unarmed towards the man in white. You have offended, Mo declared in a low voice, his aura becoming somewhat sharp. The white garments fluttered as his body erupted with blinding white light, which sliced through the air towards old Chun from several meters away. With remarkable speed, old Chun leapt forward, raising his hand to strike. His flesh and blood palm collided with the brilliant light, shattering it with a thunderous boom. Crack! The sound echoed like true thunder in the sky. In the distance, onlookers were momentarily stunned. The white light unleashed by Mo collided with old Chin's palm, resembling terrifying lightning falling from a clear sky. Old Chin's hand shattered the white light, causing a cascade of luminous rain to fall, akin to beams from an energy gun, which battered the frozen earth into countless fragments. Furthermore, some of the white light, upon breaking free, sliced through rocks as tall as a person, leaving behind smooth, clean cuts as if a razor-sharp blade had passed through decaying wood. In an instant, old Chun was upon him again, raising his hand to strike, bold and unyielding, fearlessly confronting the enigmatic white light with his flesh and blood palm. The two formidable masters engaged in fierce combat, their bodies moving swiftly and colliding continuously, while under the clear sky. The sound of thunder erupted repeatedly, leaving the spectators' ears ringing and their heads spinning. Many found it astonishing. The volume of sound surpassed that of conventional thunder. In that locale, the two men conjured an inexplicable force field, becoming overwhelmingly terrifying as dust and stones were stirred up and boulders the size of water basins began to float, rotating around them before exploding. He was the Grand Master Mo Hai. Finally, Old Wu, standing beside Qing Mu, recognized his identity, his expression turning grave. He had heard of this individual, who held great renown in the realm of new techniques. Wu Chunlin remarked, Mo Hai possesses an astonishing purifying beam, capable of extending life for several years if he is willing to pay the price. Thus he is quite famous among the financial magnates. However, Old Wu did not anticipate that Grandmaster Mo Hai's purifying beam could also transform into such a fierce attack technique. If any practitioner of the old arts were to confront it, they would be shattered in an instant. This purifying beam was almost divine. Some questioned, could this be considered a supernatural means? As the two moved rapidly, thunder roared, and streaks of lightning seemed to traverse the vast sky, as if seeking to annihilate some demon on the Pamir Plateau. At that moment, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. Strange white light emerged from Mo Hai's mouth and nostrils, resembling chains, winding towards Old Chun. Not only that, but beams of light also formed from Mo Hai's 7 orifices, transforming into 7 snow-white chains of light, exhibiting an uncanny sentience, instantly sealing off all of Old Chin's escape routes, binding him. Many gasped in astonishment. The practitioners of the old arts felt their hearts leap into their throats, filled with immense concern for Old Chun, who found himself in a dire predicament. Indeed, as the 7 chains of white light touched Old Chin's body, they emitted a sound of thunder, their aura overwhelmingly terrifying. At that moment, an astonishing thunder emanated from Old Chin's chest, accompanied by a faint white glow that surged forth, shattering the 7 chains of light with a series of resounding blasts. These waves struck Mo Hai, causing his body to tremble violently before he retreated rapidly, attempting to evade Old Chun. In that instant, Old Chun was like a shadow, moving with unparalleled speed, as though they were 2 beams of light racing across the ashen-brown earth. With a resonant hum, the air erupted with a deafening roar, trembling incessantly as a brilliant red haze appeared at Old Chin's heart, akin to a resplendent sun rising, vivid and mesmerizing. Ultimately, with a colossal explosion, the red mist billowed forth, the sun seemingly ignited, culminating in a dazzling beam of crimson light, robust and unparalleled. A thunderous roar echoed across the plateau as this red beam, akin to genuine lightning, pierced through Mo Hai's body, leaving a gaping, blood-soaked hole in his chest. He was flung backward, his form soaring through the air. Old Chun, his chest heaving intensely, steadied himself momentarily before striding forward. A master clad in alloy armor obstructed his path, assisting Mo Hai to his feet. Her name was Xia Qing, towering over many men, her physique long and formidable. A rare female master in the realm of new techniques. You should rest and recuperate, she murmured. Mo Hai's injuries were grave. The large wound at his chest revealed that his heart had been torn apart, and a portion of his lung was missing. If not treated promptly, it would severely hinder his cultivation, with dire consequences. None of you shall leave, Old Chin stated coldly. Since they had come to exploit his past afflictions and attempt to kill him, he vowed to show no mercy, even to a renowned master in the new technique realm. They would pay with their lives. Mo Hai pressed his hand against his chest, emitting a white glow as he employed new techniques to staunch the bleeding. He gestured to the female master, Xia Qing, indicating that he could endure and would not depart, awaiting the conclusion of this battle. In fact, at a critical moment, he might even strike back vigorously. Xia Qing's alloy armor shimmered with a cold metallic sheen as she spoke with indifference. Mr. Chun, your abilities are commendable. I admire your skill. Please take a moment to calm your boiling blood. We shall resume our battle shortly. This time, Old Chun did not refuse, standing in silence. The entire verdant mountain range seemed to quiet, as if all were awaiting in hushed anticipation. Near the Pamir Plateau, numerous spacecraft had arrived today. In the distance, a colossal battleship loomed, its metallic lines sleek and elegant, exuding both intimidation and an aesthetic craftsmanship. Within the vessel, A supermaster was engaged in conversation with an elderly man. This time, 3 great masters from the realm of new techniques had arrived, with the final one present here. The identity of the elder was significant, a pivotal figure within the financial elite, wielding considerable influence. The path of old techniques was fraught with challenges and slow progress. Aside from Chun Yongjia, no one else could rise to prominence. It was utterly unrealistic to expect old Chun to further assist you in extending your life. As the great masters in the realm of old techniques had reached an impasse, unable to attain such heights. You have witnessed the fruits of our labor over the past 2 years, fully embodied in your being. Your vitality flourishes, and the transformation is conspicuous. Recently, I have been plagued by tinnitus and dizziness, my energy waning. Am I nearing the end? The elderly man sat there, draped in a blanket that was none other than the fabled hide of a mythical beast. The ability to unearth such an ethereal entity speaks volumes of his prowess. The master of the new arts, a middle-aged man named Chen Kai, appeared to be in his early 50s, and he was currently beset by an excruciating headache. In his view, this elderly gentleman, though seemingly vibrant, was actually forgetful and had reaped substantial benefits over the past 5 years without worry. Yet now turned his back on him. Engaging in negotiations with him was exceedingly taxing. He believed that facing a superlative grandmaster would be far more gratifying than dealing with this old man. In this era, no one in the realm of ancient arts could ascend to such heights, which implied an inability to decipher the golden bamboo slips, unless the preaching sorcerers were to re-emerge, or a patriarchal figure were to appear again. Given this, it would be more prudent to offer us a glimpse, employing new techniques for interpretation. Perhaps unveiling the secrets contained within and thereby extending your life. I am wearied, my vitality diminishing day by day, my frame gaunt and frail. I fear I am on the brink of death. If you wish to delve into the roots of ancient arts, some sincerity is required. At the very least, allow me to feel that my body still possesses vigor, enough to sustain me for at least another 20 years, offering a glimmer of hope that I might witness the fruits of your endeavors. The old man's eyes sparkled with clarity, his voice resonating with strength, surpassing that of many others. Yet, his tone indicated a need for an extension of at least another decade before any discussion could take place. The Grand Master of the New Arts, Chen Kai, was momentarily speechless. For an instant, he contemplated confronting the old man with violence, yet upon reflection, he hesitated. Chen Yongjia had triumphed. The old man gestured toward Chen Kai. Chen Kai turned to the large screen and remarked gravely, "Old Chun is indeed formidable, representing the final bastion of ancient arts. At this juncture, it is nearly over. He is on the verge of death." There were unspoken words. Old Chun would succumb due to his internal afflictions, regardless of victory or defeat. His demise was inevitable. "Do you not worry for your 2 companions?" The old man inquired. "It is of no concern. I shall personally attend to them shortly." Chen Kai's gaze remained fixed on the screen, scrutinizing old Chen's condition. "Gratitude is extended to Wan Lucy Su. Thank you for your support, my ally."